Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 901 The Pit Left by the Ancestors, additional update 2. Fang Qingqiong pulled away from her thoughts and looked at Jiang Changfeng, her eyes narrowed slightly. She always felt that this title was weird. Jiang Changfeng didn't wait for Fang Qingqiong to speak and directly told what happened to the Jiang family team. After hearing this, Fang Qingqiong subconsciously showed joy, but then suppressed her smile in Jiang Changfeng's extremely angry eyes. Fang Qingqiong pretended to be solemn and said, Lao Cheng, is there any misunderstanding? Yi Xingqian is an upright person and will definitely not do such a conspiracy behind the scenes. If you think about it again, could it be related to the team in the secret realm? Jiang Changfeng glared at Fang Qingqiong several times, warning him not to forget that they were in a cooperative relationship this time. Of course, Jiang Changfeng knew that Fang Qingqiong's gloating was subconscious. After all, there were so many powerful people coming this time, even if it was for the ultimate benefit. It was impossible for Fang Qingqiong to backstab the Jiang family at this time. And Fang Dishi obviously helped Jiang Chanyu several times during the process. Jiang Changfeng said coldly, every time the Jiang family team meets the team, it is different, and there is no pattern. It seems that there is something wrong with whoever comes. Fang Qingqiong didn't know what to say. His attention was all on Fang Dishi, and naturally he didn't pay attention to the Jiang family's situation. Fang Dishi was cultivated by the ancestors who spent countless efforts. Originally, Fang Dishi would only appear in Zhu Qiang's field of vision later, but the sudden appearance of the Immortal World competition changed the plans of the Fang family and God. Fang Dishi is indeed excellent. Already led the team to the second level. Only images can be seen in Qinghe Tower, but rankings cannot be seen. So at this moment, Fang Qingqiong thought that Fang Dishi was the number one. Comparing Jiang Chanyu's miserable situation, Fang Qingqiong smiled unkindly again. Fang Qingqiong looked at Jiang Changfeng's murderous eyes and said, Lao Cheng, don't your Jiang family have other teams? Don't worry, even if all this team is eliminated, it will not affect the Jiang family. Jiang Changfeng completely lost his gentle and humble look and said, Lao Qiong, you did it on purpose, right? He is someone whom Ancestor values. If the whole team is eliminated in the first game, what do you think Ancestor will think of me? What's more, Jiang Chanyu is accompanied by two top secret guards, Jiang An and Jiang Yi. As long as Jiang Chanyu is eliminated in this round, regardless of whether it has anything to do with him or not, the Ancestor will definitely be dissatisfied with him. I know what he wants to do. He's not the ancestor of the Fang family. Fang Qingqiong joked. He and Jiang Chanyu share the same interests. However, he had already decided not to stab someone in the back, and there was no way he would want to favor the Jiang family. Jiang Chanyu's power of speech and spirit is considered a threat, and it would be a good thing for the Fang family to eliminate him early. Anyway, after all members of each team are eliminated, new members can be added. Fang Qingqiong, do you still want to cooperate? Don't forget, Fang Dishi steals the limelight, and will definitely be targeted next. You don't want to add insult to injury to our Jiang family, right? Jiang Changfeng threatened. Don't be angry. I remember that the owner of Qinghe Tower has 10 places that can directly enter the finals. Why don't you buy one for Jiang Chanyu then? Fang Qingqiong suggested. I've asked but eliminated members can't buy it, Jiang Changfeng said angrily. Fang Qingqiong thought for a while, and suddenly thought of the key to the problem, and said, it's useless to get angry here. They're in a secret territory, and there is no news that can be transmitted. It was at this moment. Inside the Qinghe building. Viewers were emotionally charged. Oh my god, are you serious about hammering one beast? Doesn't it mean that the beast arrived for the second time will be one level higher than the contestant? Why can she still be so relaxed? Is it possible that her weapons are stronger? A bystander asked. Do any of you know which team this is? Speaking of which, their team is very strong. I feel it's not that they are afraid of the beasts, but that the beasts are afraid of them. Yi Wenshun, who was hiding among the spectators, looked sideways at Chu Chanji beside him and said, Chanji, why does the hammer in Ning Shiyu's hand look so familiar? Chu Chanji's eyes were calm and he nodded, that's it. Did you give this thing as a gift? Yi Wenshun asked in disbelief. That was the ancestral hammer of the Chu family, and even Chu Chanji was not qualified to contract with it. No, when the evil dragon invaded before, it fell into Beizu's hands. Chu Chanji explained. Then it's in Ning Shiyu's hands, what are you going to do? Yi Wenshun looked at Chu Chanji and asked seriously. Although this hammer is an ancestral inheritance of the Chu family, we have an ancestral motto. As long as anyone can contract this hammer, we must not cause trouble to them and we must follow her. Yi Wenshun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, just don't do anything. Wrong. Follow me, isn't it clear that your ancestors are trying to trick the younger generations? It's not enough to give away the ancestral treasures. The whole family must also be given away, Yi Wenshun said seriously, but the smile on his face did not break. Wenshun, I'm going back to the Chu family first. There may be a crisis in the immortal world. Protect yourself. After Chu Chanji finished speaking, he left Qinghe Tower. The ancestral precepts contain not only the Ling Yao Shen Gui hammer contract, but also the subsequent prophecies. When Yi Wenshun reacted, Chu Chanji's figure had disappeared. As soon as Chu Chanji returned to Chu's house, he immediately discovered something was wrong. Someone has touched the Chu family's formation. Chu Chanji observed the situation in the Chu family. Except that the formation had been modified, everything else was the same as usual. Are you Chu Chanji, a descendant of Xuanmen? A voice sounded in the void. Chu Chanji couldn't find the source of the sound. Who are you? Chu Chanji asked warily. Hand over the Ling Yao Shen Gui hammer, and I will spare you, the Chu family, or die. As the voice fell, a terrifying coercion suddenly descended. Chu Chanji froze, his strength was restricted, and he was unable to fight back. Chu Chanji forcibly calmed down and said, you must not be from this immortal world, right? Chu Chanji responded with even stronger pressure. There was blood from the corner of his mouth, the meridians all over his body were breaking, and a powerful force directly invaded his consciousness. Memory blockade, it's just an ant trick. The voice was full of contempt. The next moment, a golden light flashed around Chu Changji, and fluctuations appeared in the void. Immediately, a man wearing a mask appeared. His eyes fell on Chu Changji, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Where did the seal in your consciousness come from? Chu Changji's blood had stained his whole body red due to his severed meridians. When he was about to open his mouth to speak, more blood came out of his mouth. The masked man looked at Chu Changji and found that his strength and talent were both inferior. He had also inquired about the Chu family just now. There was no outstanding person, let alone anything special. So the seal on Chu Changji made him curious. It also proves that there were fish that slipped through the net in the ancient war. You don't deserve to know, Chu Changji said coldly, touching the 2 blood-stained copper coins in his hand. The masked man glanced at Chu Changji and saw a hint of fear in his eyes when he saw what was in his hand. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 902 Shrine Matters. Chu Changji noticed the fear in the masked man's eyes and followed his gaze to the copper coins in his hand. Chu Changji was slightly confused. This thing was just a deduction tool. Why are masked people scared? The masked man's strength is unfathomable, and the thing that can make him fear is definitely not simple. With the strength of the masked man, he could snatch the things from his hands, so why didn't the other party move? Chu Changji raised his hand, his eyes fell on the masked man, and saw him looking at him warily. The two looked at each other, but neither one spoke first. The masked man still looked aloof. The pressure on Chu Changji's body was reduced and he was able to move. He took a pill and the injuries in his body were relieved. Chu Changji began to think about the origin of the masked man. Only the orthodox heirs can know the hidden Taoist identity of the Chu family. Since its establishment, Shrine has been destroyed countless times. Each time, they would work together to preserve the inheritance, send the heirs to another world, and re-establish Shrine. But the secrets that Shrine can spy on are too overwhelming. This also makes it impossible for strong men who are eyeing Shrine to let Shrine go. Each of them wants to control the people of Shrine in order to seek more opportunities and eliminate the karma they owe. Therefore, no matter where Shrine goes to develop, there will be no peace. In the end, one of Shrineman's ancestors chose to make Shrine completely invisible. If you want to hide Shrine, the best way is to launch a shield. So when the ancestor of the Jiang family attacked Shrine, the ancestor only kept the true heir of Shrine, and gave everything else to the Jiang family. So far, the Jiang family has risen, and Shrine has gradually faded out of sight. As time goes by, Shrine completely disappears from the eyes of the world. Of course, all the true heritage of Shrine was left behind by the ancestor, but the ancestor was afraid that his descendants would not live up to expectations, and even more afraid that hiding would turn into extinction. Therefore, there are many unchangeable ancestral precepts in Taoism, such as requiring heirs to only leave their mother to have children, or to find ordinary people to give birth to children. For example, Shrine items can only be obtained by heirs, and outsiders cannot be given the opportunity to pry into Shrine. But among the things passed down in Shrine, there has always been a strange thing, that is, the Lingyao God and Ghost Hammer. Since that thing was passed down from our ancestors, there has been no successful contract. Shrine and Lingyao Shengui Hammer are the deepest secrets of the Chu family. Now the masked man not only knew that he was from Shrine, but also knew that the Lingyao Shengui Hammer had been passed down from his ancestors, so he must have come prepared. If we don't handle it well, I'm afraid the Chu family will suffer. Chu Changji had already thought about it and said bluntly, the things you want are no longer in the Chu family. When the masked man appeared, he looked at Chu Changji again. Looking at Chu Changji like this, he might not know the true use of the magic weapon in his hand. As for the Lingyao Divine Ghost Hammer, compared with the magical weapon in Chu Changji's hand, it was still slightly inferior. The Lingyao Divine Ghost Hammer has been damaged, and its power must be greatly reduced. But the magic weapon in Chu Changji's hand was different. It was not damaged in any way, and it still contained the complete power of chaos. I want what you have in your hand, the masked man said coldly. No, Chu Changji refused without thinking. Handing over something that can shock the masked man is sending yourself to death. The masked man's eyes were gloomy, and the pressure on him spread again. I'm not discussing with you, either hand over the things, or I will destroy the entire Chu family now. The masked man probably didn't want to talk nonsense with Chu Changji. He raised his hand and screams suddenly came from the Chu family, and blood beads floated out one by one, reaching his eyes. This is made from the condensation of their souls. Hand over the things and I will send their souls back. If you don't hand them over, they will all die, the masked man said in a serious tone, staring at Chu Changji. You handle it, Chu Changji said indifferently. The Chu family is Shrine because he is in the Chu family. The true inheritance of Shrine has never been the surname, but the things of Shrine. The thing in his hand has the longest inheritance in Shrine, and it is definitely impossible to hand it over to save a Chu family. You are really cruel. You are worthy of being the successor of Shrine. The man with the face did not crush the soul directly, but raised his hand and let the blood droplets scatter everywhere. He threatened the lives of the Chu family, which was just a test. The successor of Shrine has seen countless numerology and is destined to be cold-hearted and cold-blooded, otherwise he will suffer from it in the future. Swish. A sword stabbed the masked man in the dark. But when the sword was about to approach the masked man, it shattered into powder. Two figures landed next to Chu Changji. Changji, I'm sorry I'm late. I've already informed Jian Zhu that they will be here later. Yi Wenshan stared at the masked man warily. Brother Changji, are you okay? When this voice sounded, Chu Changji's back became slightly stiff, and he took half a step back calmly. It's okay, why are you here? Yi Wenshan said, it's not Jamin yet. She came to see you for something. She didn't go to King He Tower to find her, so I brought her here. Li Wenxian said, looking back at Jiamen with soft eyes, and said, Jiamen, what are you looking for Chanji? Li Wenxian has always felt guilty about this sister. Ever since he found Yi Jiamen's body in Tianquan Palace, everyone told him that Yi Jiamen's soul had dissipated and would never come back. He still didn't want to believe it and found various ways to gather souls. His Jiamen became like this in order to save him. He couldn't protect her before, but now he finally has the opportunity to protect her. He doesn't want to give up easily. He has always believed that there is a way to wake up Jiamen. To this end, he worked hard for a long time, looking for various treasures and elixirs. Finally, with his unremitting efforts, Jiamen regained his soul and woke up. It's just that she forgot most of what happened before. He didn't pay much attention to this. For Jiamen, forgetting the past was not a good thing. After Jiamen woke up, he tried his best to make up for his past debt to her. But Jiamen is too sensible and always refuses him obediently. Until Jiamen saw Chu Chanji, she changed. She liked to follow Chu Chanji and call him, Brother Chanji. He didn't have any objection, but Chanji seemed very uncomfortable with it and liked to avoid Jiamen. So when he went out to see Chu Chanji later, he would always avoid Jiamen. If Jiamen hadn't told him seriously this time that she had something important to see Chu Chanji, he would definitely not have agreed to her coming to see Chu Chanji. After all, Jiamen is his sister and Chanji is his good friend. He didn't want to make things difficult for both sides. When I came to the Chu family to look for you, I found a man in black breaking into the Chu family. I was worried that the Chu family was in danger. Yi Jiamen's eyes seemed to be filled with mist, and she looked at Chu Chanji aggrievedly. As if to say, she really didn't mean to pester him. When Chu Chanji looked into those gentle, watery eyes, he didn't feel guilty, but felt irritated for no reason. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 903 Yi Jiamen's difference. A strange sense of danger arose in Chu Chanji's heart. He avoided Yi Jiamen's gaze for an instant, and the sense of danger disappeared in an instant. An imperceptible chill flashed across Chu Chanji's eyes. As a member of the Xuan sect, this kind of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages is engraved in his soul. Yi Jiamen must have a problem, but he doesn't want to face two enemies whose strength is unknown at the same time. Chu Chanji looked sideways at Yi Wenxian's situation. I saw Yi Wenxian looking at Yi Jiamen with a distressed face, and said in a confused manner, Jiamen, don't cry, Chanji will understand your feelings soon. He has been too busy recently, so he'll ignore you. Chu Chanji's eyes darkened slightly. Something was wrong when Yi Jiamen suddenly woke up before. But Yi Wenxian was overwhelmed with joy. It's not good for him to interfere in their brother and sister's affairs. Looking back now, this Yi Jiamen's problem is not a small problem, but a big problem. Wenxian, do you know what you were talking about? Chu Chanji said coldly, giving people a sudden feeling of the first snow falling. It was not cold, but it could make people notice something strange. Yi Wenxian looked slightly stunned. He seemed to have forgotten everyone just now. Only Jiamen was crying in his eyes. He was crying so much that he was heartbroken and at a loss. Yi Jiamen's face turned pale and her lips moved, wanting to speak. However, most of Chu Chanji's attention was still on the masked man. The masked man watched the actions of the three of them, and his probing eyes fell on Yi Jiamen. At this time, a terrifying pressure descended. The masked man didn't care to observe Yi Jiamen and turned over to avoid the attack. He raised his hand to tear apart time and space and got in. Yi Xingchen stood on the clouds, watching the masked man leave. After watching for a while, he lowered his head and looked down at the three people below. Except for Chu Chanji, the other two people were unscathed. According to the strength of the masked man, it would be easy to kill the three of them. Why would he let them go? And he was even more curious, how did Chu Chanji resist the attack of the masked man? He looked at Yi Wenxian and said, what happened? Yi Wenxian saluted and said, Sword Ancestor, that masked man wanted to attack the Chu family, but Jiamen saw it, so he took me to find Chanji, but Chanji confronted the masked man in advance, and he was gone when we came. Injured. Yi Wenxian's answer did not satisfy Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen's eyes fell on Chu Chanji, with a strong sense of oppression. The Lord Tianyu came to him before and said that the powerful man from heaven was coming out. That masked man was probably the powerful man from heaven who ran out in advance. Why did he focus on Chu Chanji as soon as he arrived? In addition, Yi Xingchen will never forget that there are forces cultivated by God in all walks of life, so he does not believe that every cultivator around him may be a powerful person from God who has been hidden for a long time. Chu Chanji was injured. In Yi Xingchen's opinion, it might be a ploy between him and the masked man. Did you fight him? Yi Xingchen asked Chu Chanji. No, but he killed the people inside. Chu Chanji's expression changed back to a look of neither sadness nor joy. Yi Xingchen investigated the situation inside the Chu family, and sure enough, no one survived, and they were all in disarray. Yi Xingchen said, you are injured. There is no one in the Chu family now. You should follow Wenxian back to the Yi family first to prevent the masked man from returning. It was obvious that Yi Xingchen was not discussing with Chu Chanji, and his tone was very tough. Thank you Sword Ancestor for taking me in. Chu Chanji had no problem. After all, Xuanmen had been exposed and he was afraid that he would not be able to rest in peace. Wenxian, you take Chanji back, Jiamen you stay. Yi Wenxian wanted to speak, but when he met Yi Xingchen's sharp sword-like gaze, he felt relieved again after thinking about Jianzu's style of conduct. Yi Xingchen pulled Yi Jiamen into the field. Who are you? Yi Xingchen said straight to the point. Before asking me who I am, shouldn't I identify myself first? Yi Jiamen lost sight of her previous weakness, and her eyes became more fierce. Yi Xingchen stared at Yi Jiamen for a moment, and the next moment, he attacked Yi Jiamen with the sword in his hand. Yi Jiamen's pupils shrank sharply and her eyes were full of fear. She probably didn't expect Yi Xingchen to draw his sword at the slightest disagreement. What? Her dodge was still too slow after all. Several sharp sword blades passed through her body, and several bone-cut wounds appeared. Damn it, Yi Jiamen cursed in a low voice. She has not yet fully integrated with this body. If Yi Xingqian is given a few more chops, she will definitely break away from this body. She knew very well that once her soul left Yi Jiamen's body, her life or death would be unpredictable. Who are you? Yi Xingqian exuded murderous intent and looked at Yi Jiamen coldly. I said, don't do anything yet. I have no memory. I'm just a remnant soul. But I really didn't mean to take this body. Her soul has already dissipated. If I didn't enter this body at that time, it would have dissipated. Yi Jiamen said, eyes filled with mist again. She looked at Yi Xingqian with tears in her eyes, looking harmless. Yi Xingqian frowned and looked at Yi Jiamen, knowing that her words were not trustworthy, but for some reason a voice appeared in his consciousness, making him believe her. Yi Xingqian's eyebrows tightened as he realized that the voice in his consciousness was abnormal. But he immediately realized that it was Yi Jiamen's problem, so he raised his sword and wanted to kill him first. But the devilish laughter came to mind. Ha ha ha, the majestic swordsman of the Yi family was actually controlled by my little trick. You tell me, if you killed me directly, maybe there wouldn't be so many things. This body is still somewhat useful after all. Yi Jiamen's pretty face was full of pride. She looked at Yi Xingqian whose eyes were gradually blurring, took out a pill and threw it in front of Yi Xingqian. Yi Jiamen's very bewitching voice sounded, eat this. Yi Xingqian's eyes changed and he seemed to be still struggling, but his hand held the pill uncontrollably and swallowed it under Yi Jiamen's eager eyes. After swallowing the pill, Yi Xingqian threw away the sword in his hand, his eyes no longer bright, and he stood there dull. Yi Jiamen's face was full of excitement. She looked at Yi Xingqian and said, I originally only wanted to control Chu Chanji, but I didn't expect to control you accidentally. It's like another village has a bright future. But soon, the smile on Yi Jiamen's face disappeared, and she could not take Yi Xingqian away from here. This is Yi Xingqian's domain. But Yi Xingqian's whole body strength was imprisoned. Although she has used forbidden techniques to control Yi Xingqian's soul, she must control his strength in order to be safe. He cannot be allowed to regain his strength until he is completely made into a puppet. While Yi Jiamen was thinking, she ignored the abnormality in Yi Xingqian's sleeves. Inside the secret. Little junior sister, why do they run away when they come out? Aren't ferocious beasts supposed to be extremely ferocious? Ning Xiyu rubbed her nose depressedly and looked at the beasts that were running away not far away. Fifth senior sister, if you want them to come over, just put your hammer away. Fang Qinggran suggested. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 904 God's Mad Dog. Put the hammer away. I will definitely not be able to defeat them. It's impossible to put the hammer away, so I can only be faster. Ning Xiyu tightened her grip on the Ling Yao Divine Ghost Hammer in her hand. This weapon is so perfect. Her appetite. In the past, when I used the sword, I always felt a bit awkward. Now that she got the hammer, she finally understood the difference. The hammer is much more powerful than the sword when carried on the shoulder. The whole momentum suddenly rose. Dongji Yuan's inside, the competition is over in 3 days. I don't know where we are now. We still have to save points quickly. Bailey Wenyu raised his head and looked at Dongji Yuan's lying on the floating sword above. He was very speechless. The people lying down along the way were more anxious than them and a little unbelievable. Bailey Wenyu thought so, but didn't say it out loud. After all, Dongji Yuanzhen is quite intimidating when he has a straight face. On the last day of the competition, we can check the rankings through tokens. Fang Qinggran explained. Then let's quickly get to the 4th floor. There is no limit to the number of beasts on the 4th floor. You can kill them as you like. This way, the points will definitely increase faster. After Ning Xiyu finished speaking, she waved her hammer and headed in the direction where the beasts escaped before. Chase. Ling Tianyun remained silent and followed Ning Xiyu to kill the beast. He remembered that Fang Qinggran had promised him that as long as he reached the 5th floor, he would give him a chance to compete with Ying Long. Therefore, Ling Tianyun is the most anxious to accumulate points in the team. But he didn't show it. When Bailey Wenyu saw that Ning Xiyu and Ling Tianyun were gone, he immediately followed them. Xiao Qingran, her team has come to the 3rd floor. It's really exciting now, Dongji Yuanzhen said with a smile. Senior, are you planning to take action? Fang Qinggran was not in a hurry to catch up. With Ling Tianyun around, Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wen would be less likely to encounter danger. Dongji Yuanzhen turned over and lay on his side on the sword. His eyes were extremely interesting. There are several teams that have entered the 3rd level that are far stronger than you. This group of people should have hidden their strength before. Otherwise, there is no way I wouldn't have discovered it. And they are not a hidden family. In the upper world, there are not many people from all walks of life who are stronger than you. To be able to gather so many powerful emperors at once, I wonder if those crazy dogs escaped. Xiao Qingran, you have to be careful. Those mad dogs are stupid and domineering, but they are really strong, so if we meet them, it will probably be a fierce battle. But don't worry, I will hide well when the time comes and I promise not to let them hurt me. Since Dongji Yuanzhen used Chen Xianzu's body, he has also become an old naughty boy. Senior, are you talking about the powerful people in heaven? I didn't say, you must never mention me. Dongji Yuanzhen immediately denied. Before he fully recovers his strength, he doesn't want to provoke those crazy dogs. But he had a feeling that it was only a matter of time before his and Dawu's whereabouts were exposed, and it was also a matter of time before those crazy dogs found him and Dawu. Hey. Dongji Yuanzhen sighed deeply. The war between the gods took a heavy toll on him back then. Coupled with the thin spiritual energy now, it is really difficult to restore peak strength. He was going to take advantage of the time when those mad dogs from God came out to go to God and find an ancient secret realm to regain his strength. As for Earth 5, although it retains its ancient strength, Earth 5's qualifications are there and it is no match for those crazy dogs. Thinking of this, Dongji Yuanzhen couldn't lie down anymore and sat up instantly. Xiao Qingran, I'm afraid your plan will be advanced. I have inquired before. Those hidden families in the God realm have long wanted to renounce the ancient cultivation system, but as long as they mention this, they will die. Many families were even exterminated because of this. Only those hidden families with deep foundations and strong strength are lucky enough to survive until now. It can touch the hidden family without leaving traces. If it was before ancient times, it would be difficult to guess who did it. But after ancient times, only God has this kind of power. In the War of the Gods, all walks of life suffered heavy losses, and the inheritance was almost completely broken. Thank God, because there are many people who are greedy for life and afraid of death, the inheritance is relatively intact. These complete inheritances should have become the hope of the upper world after the War of the Gods. However, I never expected that these inheritances would become God's capital to oppress all walks of life. Before the Lord of Heaven sealed the sky, the powerful powers of heaven were like mad dogs, searching for treasures from all walks of life, even the secret realms of the lower realms. With their plunder, all things related to the ancients gradually disappeared from all walks of life. They also used various methods to completely erase the existence of the ancient cultivation system. This method of weakening the strength of all walks of life to ensure that they will always be at the top is just pure mad dog behavior. And now that you have an ancient skill in your hand, those mad dog spies must have reported this to you. So your presence and what you're holding is a threat to them. They will not allow threats to arise. It's only a matter of time before they take action against you, and if you announce the ancient skills first, and everyone from all walks of life knows about it, they will have nothing to do with you. Since Dongji Yuanzhen took possession of the body, he immediately began to inquire about various information. When he learned about God's actions, he instantly understood their little thoughts. To know is to know. But there is no way. The combination of him and Dai Wu, who were physically disabled but strong in spirit, really couldn't do much. Some things still have to be accomplished by outstanding juniors. He just wanted to lie down and sleep. However, there is a saying, know yourself and your enemy and you will never be in danger of 100 battles. Therefore, he told Fang Qingran everything he knew. Senior, according to your analysis, no matter what the situation is, God will not let me go. Fang Qingran doesn't want to confront God yet. But Dongji Yuanzhen is right about one thing. The ancient cultivation system should indeed be made public. In this way, more fish can be caught for the final prize of the competition. And there was another reason that prompted her to announce it as soon as possible. The appearance of the masked man. If only the people of Lingyun sect were strong, there would be no way to resist outsiders. It seems so. You have to find someone to take the blame for you. Who should you choose? Dongji Yuanzhen murmured to himself. Dongji Yuanzhen thought for a moment, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Qingran, I am leaving the secret realm first. You don't need to worry. I will find someone to support you. Don't worry, you can announce the cultivation system. Leave the rest to me. Quote. Before Fang Qingran could react, Dongji Yuanzhen took out a talisman and disappeared. Fang Qingran shook her head helplessly and smiled. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a team coming this way. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 905 Goodbye Fat Tiger. The three little ones beside Fang Qingran, who were originally peaceful, suddenly moved. Xiao Hezi and Fang Si flew forward to block their continued approach. Wan Ling rubbed her neck with his plush head, as if to say, don't be afraid, we will definitely not hurt you. Fang Qingran's heart felt warm, and she noticed Feng Zhichu moving in her sleeves, and looked at the people opposite. All unfamiliar faces. Several of the contestants showed surprise in their eyes when they saw Fang Siji. Fang Si's feathers are indeed beautiful, each feather is clear and bright, and when unfolded, it shines brightly. There is also a golden crown on its head, which makes it even more beautiful, mysterious and graceful. Fang Si stared coldly at the group of people who wanted to get closer to Fang Qingran, releasing pressure. Little Phoenix, you are quite capable. Have you considered finding a more powerful master? A contestant said with greedy eyes. Get out. Fang Si's voice was loud, deafening, and full of momentum. The contestant who spoke immediately turned black. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yunzi, you should be lucky the Phoenix is arrogant by nature, otherwise it would probably scold you. A man with an extraordinary bearing said. Nangong Yu, shut up. After Nangong Yun scolded him, he looked at Fang Si again with a fierce expression on his face. Nangong Yun and Nangong Yu look exactly the same. Just the temperament is slightly different. Nangong Yu looks like a handsome young man, with extraordinary bearing and informality. Nangong Yun was arrogant and beaming with joy. Arrogant, then smash its arrogance, and it will naturally succumb. A sinister voice sounded. Then a dark arrow shot towards Fang Si. The knock is engraved with two hands. One is like a big fish, and the other is like a kunpeng bird. When Fang Si saw the oncoming arrows, he remained motionless, still maintaining a confident and arrogant posture. Call out. With lightning speed, the arrow disappeared. Hey, you have some ability. It can grow like this despite the lack of external resources. Xiao Yunzi, I have to say that you have good vision. Nangong Muchong gave Nangong Yun a thumbs up. My vision has never been so bad, so why don't you release the black tiger quickly to help me? I want it to surrender under my feet. Nangong Yun said proudly. When Fang Qingran heard Nangong Yun's words, her eyes were filled with chills. No wonder Senior Dongji said that all the people in heaven are mad dogs. There's really nothing wrong with that. It's a pity that they were arrogant in the wrong place. This is her secret realm. Roar. A slightly familiar tiger roar made Fang Qingran stop summoning the beast. Hi-hu, it's time for you to make a contribution. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded when you go back. Nangong Mushao said kindly. Fang Qingran heard a threat from it. Feng Xi's voice transmission followed. Master Feng, isn't this a fat tiger? It has also awakened the white tiger bloodline. Feng Qingran sent a message, it's fat tiger. She remembered that when she first saw the fat tiger, it pulled at the small buds of the Hongmeng tree species and refused to let go of its claws. At that time, the fat tiger's fur was very shiny, chubby, and very cute. But now fat tiger has no energy and is only a skeleton. Master Feng, why did fat tiger appear in the hands of these people? Feng Xi asked via voice transmission. Feng Qingran had only been to the land abandoned by the gods not long ago. If something really went wrong, it would probably only be within this 100 years. I just wonder what happened to fat tiger's owner. A bearded face flashed in Feng Xi's mind, and he forgot his name. Feng Xi, the strength of this group of people is unfathomable, don't be tough. Feng Qingran didn't intend to delve into Fat Hu's problem. What he wanted to solve now was this group of people. At this time, Nangong Yun kicked Black Tiger, hurry up and attack, you are grinding. Black Tiger, with humiliation in his eyes, but he still got up and pounced on Feng Xi. Boom. The small box flew out and hit Haihu hard on the head. The Black Tiger jumped sideways and fell to the ground. Nangong Yu, you are such a useless beast. Don't you know why you brought it back in the first place? Nangong Yun complained with dissatisfaction. Black Tiger, get up. Nangong Yu ordered. Black Tiger tried to get up several times, but failed. At this moment, a young boy with an immature appearance walked out. The young man smiled, raised his eyebrows, met Feng Qingran's gaze, and said apologetically, cousin, this is the first time we meet, they didn't mean to offend. The boy's words shocked all his teammates. Captain, are you kidding me? She is an ant, how can she deserve to be your cousin? That's right, Captain, you are not sickened, are you? If you want a woman to tell us, an ant is not worthy of you. Captain, I've never heard of you having a cousin. Do you want to keep her safe, so that's why you said this? The people around the young man rudely belittled Feng Qingran. They never took Feng Qingran seriously from beginning to end. The reason why they came here was because they felt that there were beasts with strong blood here. After arriving, he saw Feng Xi, and his attention was naturally attracted to him. Feng Qingran was completely ignored. Now the boy called Feng Qingran cousin, which they couldn't accept. Besides, they knew about the boy's identity. His family was not allowed to give birth to a daughter. It would be fake if a cousin appeared out of nowhere. Cousin, I am Feng Gishi, and my father is Feng Qingqiong. Feng Gishi said mid-sentence, then looked at the people around her and said, her mother is Feng Qingwu, from the Feng family. I call her cousin. Is there a problem? A seemingly harmless young man made Nangong Mu and others look frightened. They all nodded and said, no problem. When Feng Gishi looked at Feng Qingran again, she said innocently, cousin, they're used to being aloof and never get anything they can't get, so please forgive me for this temper. Feng Qingran watched their performance with cold eyes and was in no mood. Who Feng Gishi is has nothing to do with her. The Feng family has nothing to do with her. Feng Xi, little box, come back. Feng Qingran didn't intend to get involved with Feng Gishi. Since these people were eyeing Feng Xi, she couldn't let Feng Xi stay here. After all, they're sent from God, so it is better to be careful. There was no way she would risk Feng Xi. Why does the name Feng Qingwu sound so familiar? A contestant whispered. It must sound familiar. My aunt was the Lord of Heaven before, and she also founded the Big Dipper Alliance. She is so powerful. If she hadn't died, nothing would have happened to us. Feng Gishi said. She, that traitor. Nangong Mu's eyes flashed with fierceness, and his eyes stayed on Feng Qingran, his eyes judging. Feng Qingran's apricot eyes darkened slightly, and she put Feng Xi, the small box, and all the spirits into the space, leaving only Feng Zhichu. She will not underestimate Black Tiger just because he was defeated by Little Box. I won't let down my guard in the discussions. Hurrah! A huge hammer flew from a distance and hit Feng Gishi and everyone. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 906. Do it if you can. The contestants in Feng Bihi's team are not ordinary people. When the Ling Yao Shengui hammer approached, they immediately sensed the danger of the hammer. In an instant, all the contestants scattered to avoid the hammer coming towards them. Boom! The hammer hit the ground and a deep pit appeared. Immediately afterwards, three figures flashed to Feng Qingran's side. Ning Xiyu raised her hand to take back the hammer and looked nervously at Feng Qingran. Little junior sister, are you okay? By the way, where did Senior Dongji go? Feng Qingran shook his head and said, I'm fine. Senior left because of something. Isn't that fat tiger? Bailey Wenyu asked in surprise as he looked at the tiger lying on the ground not far away. It's really it. Isn't it the beast of Master Rong Duofan of the Beast Control Sect? Why does it appear here? Ning Xiyu stared at Fat Tiger and thought. When they went to participate in the spread fighting competition, Rong Duofan was still the team leader. So Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu were deeply impressed by Fat Hu. Now when they see Fat Tiger again, their eyes are full of surprises, but also puzzled. Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu looked at Feng Qingran at the same time, wanting to get the answer. Before Feng Qingran had time to speak, Nangong Mu's voice sounded not far away. Are you too interested in my beast? Ning Xiyu looked at Nangong Mu and instantly understood that the opponent's strength was much higher than hers. Not only that, the contestants with Nangong Mu were all stronger than her. Ning Xiyu immediately realized something was wrong. This team is probably well prepared. Ning Xiyu asked coldly, what is the purpose of stopping my little junior sister here? Nangong Mu had a smile on his face and said, we just met by chance. Your junior sister and our captain are both surnamed Feng, and they come from the same family. The Feng family in the divine world. Ning Xiyu interrupted Nangong Mu. Feng Qingran never had a family, only enemies. Nangong Mu, what are you talking about with these ants? They don't deserve to be beaten, and they dare to use weapons against us. Nangong Yun glared at Ning Shiyu. He had observed that none of the 4 people on the opposite side were as strong as them. Only the hammer in Ning Shiyu's hand could pose a threat to them. Moreover, Feng Gishi seemed to have nice words for her cousin Feng Qingran, but in fact, she had no respect at all. Otherwise Feng Gishi would definitely stand up at the beginning. They will not wait until the goal is not achieved before they stand up and apologize. And, I haven't heard such a name for a long time. Ning Shiyu judged the identity of this group of people, and when she looked at Feng Gishi, her eyes suddenly changed sharply. Ning Shiyu raised her hand. Today I want you to see how powerful the ants are. If you were beaten up by our group of ants later and you can't get up, don't beg for mercy. Hearing what Ning Shiyu said, Bailey Wenyu was a little nervous and wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to persuade her. Feng Qingran folded his arms, his lips slightly curved, and made no movement. Brother Ling, take action and teach these mad dogs a lesson. Ning Shiyu's voice was sonorous and powerful. After speaking, she pushed Bailey Wenyu beside her back. 6th junior brother, you are no match for these mad dogs. You are responsible for protecting them. Junior sister. Ning Shiyu herself took a step back. She was certainly not stupid enough to deal with a group of people who were obviously much stronger than her. But she can't, Ling Tianyun can. Along the way, Ning Shiyu was completely impressed by Ling Tianyun's crisp attack. Good guy. Ling Tianyun dealt with the beast with a knife. The beast is destroyed. I just don't know how he would fare against the contestants. In Ning Shiyu's expectant eyes, Ling Tianyun's body flashed and the attack fell on Nangong Yun. Before Nangong Yun could hide the contempt in his eyes, he gathered his strength carelessly to block Ling Tianyun's attack. The next moment, Nangong Yun felt a terrifying force coming, and his whole body was thrown away. Puff. Nangong Yun spit out a mouthful of blood and his breath weakened. When Nangong Yu saw Nangong Yun being injured, his eyes were full of anger and he raised his sword to stab Ling Tianyun. Ling Tianyun didn't dodge, his coquettish eyes were as calm as water, and he didn't pay attention to Nangong Yu at all. But in the blink of an eye, Ling Tianyun arrived in front of Nangong Yu, and the sword turned into powder when it touched Ling Tianyun. The beast's debtor must pay. Ling Tianyun's cold voice reached Nangong Yu's ears. Before Nangong Yu could react, he felt a heartbreaking pain in his abdomen. The pain came quickly and violently. Nangong Yu didn't have a chance to scream and fell down. Danshan shattered. All strength is lost. After a few breaths, Nangong Yun was dying. Nangong Yu became a useless person. The impact on everyone was huge. Why are you so stunned? Why don't you kill him quickly? A contestant shouted. Feng Gishi did not stop him. There was no smile on his face anymore, and he looked at Feng Qingran with a gloomy look. Cousin, we have not harmed you. If you let him continue, the entire immortal world will suffer along with it. Ning Shiyu blocked Feng Gihi's side. I was the one who suggested it. Brother Ling was the one who injured the person, but you chose to blame the younger junior sister. Could it be that there is something wrong with your head? While the two were talking, several more contestants on Feng Gihi's side fell to Ling Tianyun. One of the contestants not only had his danshan destroyed, but his consciousness was also severely damaged. This contestant is the one who tried to hurt Feng Si with an arrow before. Ling Tianyun was very powerful and knew exactly what happened before. So the most seriously injured here are Nangong Yun, Nangong Mu, and Shang Wenjin. Feng Gishi watched her teammates fall one by one and became anxious. Cousin, to tell you the truth, they are all from the 8 major families in heaven. If they die here, none of you will be able to escape. I admit that Brother Ling is very powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, there is only one person. Can he fight against the whole of God? Cousin, if you insist on going your own way, even if your aunt comes back to life, she won't be able to save you. After Feng Gishi finished speaking, he saw that the faces of the 3 people opposite him were not at all panicked. Now it was Feng Gihi's turn to be puzzled. The power of God is spread throughout the entire plane. According to the investigation, apart from God, except for the evil dragon clan, the rest are just vulnerable ants. So where did Feng Qingran get the confidence to confront God? Just relying on her few ancient exercises. Master Phoenix, do you want to show mercy to this person? Ling Tianyun was lying down behind him, only Feng Gishi was still standing. No need. Feng Qingran walked towards Fatu without even looking at Feng Gishi. Boom. Feng Gishi followed and flew out. Ling Tianyun didn't directly kill them. He was seriously injured and was holding his breath. If he was slightly injured, he couldn't resist anymore. From this, Feng Gishi and the others all became quiet. They all come from everyone, even if they're arrogant, they still have brains. Feng Qingran and the others obviously didn't take their identities seriously, and if they tried to anger the other party without any foreign aid, that would not be stupid, but rather a lack of brains. What? Nangong Yu's screams echoed throughout the world. Just fainted. How is my brother? Nangong Yun's voice was weak and anxious. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 907 8 Great Families. You can't die, it's just a trauma to your soul. Feng Gishi looked at Feng Qingran with dark eyes. Nangong Yu and Heihu had previously signed a loyalty contract. This contract was originally beneficial to Nangong Yu. After Nangong Yu was injured, he could transfer most of the damage to Black Tiger. However, Black Tiger's injury will not have any impact on Nangong Yu. Moreover, this contract can only be terminated by Nangong Yu on his own initiative. Black Tiger has no way to terminate the contract, let alone have any desire to resist. Otherwise, Black Tiger would suffer from the burning pain of the beast's soul every day. But now, Feng Gishi could see clearly that Feng Qingran's method clearly terminated the contract between Heihu and Nangong Yu. In addition, she also removed the poison from Black Tiger's body. Feng Gihi's mind flashed back to the words of his ancestor before he left heaven. Gishi, never despise any life, no matter how weak it is, as long as it can survive, it must be something special. He underestimated the enemy. At first he was willing to talk nonsense with Feng King. But it is because she is the daughter of the Lord of God. He just wanted to see what was so special about the daughter born to the Lord of Heaven who once single-handedly suppressed the 8 major families. As a result, he was disappointed. The opponent's strength is not even as good as theirs. But at this moment, he no longer thought so. There was something about Feng Qingran that he could compare to. At least there was no way for him to forcefully terminate this loyalty contract. It's even more impossible to get rid of this loyalty goo. Feng Dishi watched helplessly as Haihu got better under Feng Qingran's treatment. No, she called it Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger stood up and showed his surrender to Feng Qingran. Master Feng, thank you for saving me. Feng Qingran's eyes flashed slightly and she said seriously, what happened in the middle? Why are you here? There was sadness in Fat Tiger's eyes. It's all my fault. I awakened the White Tiger's bloodline and my aura leaked out, attracting a group of men in black. They wanted to take me away, but my master tried to stop me. They seriously injured my master and wanted to kill him. I couldn't save my master even with all my strength. I was ready to self-destruct and die with them, but they suppressed me. I couldn't even self-destruct in front of them. My behavior angered them. Not only did they want to kill the master, they also wanted to destroy the entire sect. In the end, the old sect master took action and stopped them. I don't know what the old master said. They agreed to let the master and the sect go, and I had to go with them. Later, I completed the contract with Nangong Mu. Then we came here. Many of the Fat Tigers had thoughts of resisting, but everything was in vain. It could only endure the burning pain of the beast soul and obey Nangong Mu's orders. Master Feng, that person didn't lie. The forces behind them are very strong and spread everywhere. They also know everything about Kyushu. Fat Tiger added. Feng Qingran patted the Fat Tiger on the head. Do those people in black wear masks? No, but my blood can sense that they're much stronger than these people. Sixth brother, take care of Fat Tiger. Don't worry, trust me. Bailey Wenyu said happily. He was born with a fondness for beasts, but the sad thing is that he has no connection with beasts and has not yet contracted a beast. A dark light flashed in Feng Qingran's apricot eyes, and she had some guesses that she didn't say out loud. Fat Tiger's owner was probably in bad luck. The existence that was called a mad dog by the seniors of Dongji is not a kind-hearted person. After handling Fat Hu's matter, Feng Qingran's eyes fell on Feng Dishi. Feng Dishi, I remember that God was not invited to this fairy world competition, right? You came uninvited and hid your identity. What is your intention? Feng Qingran's directness shocked Feng Dishi. Seeing that Feng Dishi didn't answer, Feng Qingran spoke again. Then let me ask in another way, are you all here for the final prize? Yes, Feng Dishi said matter-of-factly. This was their purpose. The final prize of the Immortal World competition is something that even God can covet. Coveting is one aspect. But there are formations and seals outside the sky. There is another old man Chankin in the sky who is suppressing him. As a result, the powerful powers of God were trapped everywhere. It's hard to get it all out. Over the years, we have been able to use various methods to send some people out little by little. The children behind him were all sent out by the 8 major families to go to the small world to overcome tribulations and plunder their luck. Just in time for the fairy world competition. Thinking that the upper world has fallen, the 8 major families asked the disciples from each family to participate in the competition. Not only could they get some exercise, but they could also get some information. They come for the prize. But I never thought that they would be invincible. After all, they're practicing ancient techniques, they have sufficient resources, and their strength can already look down upon the way of heaven. They have never paid attention to the ants in the fairy world. The result of underestimating the enemy is that they are all injured, but they don't even know what the enemy's situation is. Cousin, what is his strength? Feng Dishi was obviously referring to Ling Tianyun. Feng Qingran ignored Feng Gehe's question. How about the 3 of them spying on my contracted beasts and leaving them to me to deal with, and you take the rest away? Feng Qingran wanted to kill them all. But after all, they are the proud sons of all races, and they must have many ways to save their lives. If everyone on her side is killed, and the news about them spreads, all the 8 major families outside will jump into panic, and the powerful powers in the fairy world may not be able to suppress them. However, if Nangong Yu, Nangong Yun, and Shangwen Jin want to take action against Feng Si, she cannot let them go. When Feng Dishi heard what Feng Qingran said, she felt that Feng Qingran was crazy. Feng Dishi advised, cousin, Nangong ranks second among the 8 major families. The 2 of them are the most beloved juniors of Nangong Ancestor. If Nangong Ancestor takes action, he can destroy the fairy world in an instant. The Shangwen family ranks 5th. Shangwen Jin is a candidate for the future young master of the Shangwen family. His uncle is the head of the 3rd Wuma family. If you kill them, you will anger 3 families at the same time. Feng Qingran smiled and said, if I let them go now, will the 3 families you mentioned let me go? But from what you said, they seem to be quite valuable, so don't worry, I won't kill them. Feng Dishi wanted to speak again. The smile on Feng Qingran's face disappeared instantly, murderous intent appeared in her eyes, the Xingguan sword was unsheathed, and her energy flowed like a rainbow. Feng Qingran pointed his Xingguan sword at Feng Dishi and said, either take them away now, or you all stay. At this moment, Feng Gehe's heart trembled, and he felt that Feng Qingran really wanted to kill him. Feng Dishi weighed the pros and cons, quickly made a choice, and said to the others, let's go. The others followed Feng Dishi away in silence. During the process, no one bothered Nangong Yu and the others. Master Phoenix, there is a strong person trying to break into the secret realm. Ying Long's voice came. Tell them that if they want people to live, they should stay in the fairy world. If anyone dares to hurt a living being in the fairy world, I will destroy the souls of these people. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 908 I can't do it without bowing my head. A cold light appeared in Feng Qinggren's eyes, scanning the three of Nangong Yu. Sure enough, they had already passed on the news. She would never be arrogant enough to think that since this was the secret realm she had arranged, she could control all the powerful people. Everything in the world has its own mystery. After all, what she knew was limited, so she had to remain cautious. I have already informed the secret guards of the Nangong family. If you dare to touch us, you will definitely die. Nangong Yun looked gloomy and warned in a low voice. Feng Qinggren glanced at Nangong Yun and released Feng Si, the small box and Wan Ling. Feng Si, don't worry about beating him, just let him breathe. When Feng Si heard Feng Qinggren's words, he exhaled with joyful wings without hesitation. Xiao Zhang was extremely excited and shouted from the side, Boss Feng Qi, come on. Come on. Wan Ling looked at Feng Si's calling movements and then looked at his tender yellow wings, feeling very envious. Woo. Nangong Yu, who had been unconscious, woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, a shadow fell, then flew up and fell heavily to the ground. Feng Qinggren, please stop it quickly and let go of my brother. Our Shangwen family will never let you go. Nangong Yun yelled. Ever since he was a child, he has always had a smooth life and has never suffered such grievances as he does today. It was the first time for me to be beaten. The more Nangong Yun thought about it, the angrier he became. Why would an ant dare to do this to him? Nangong Yun's eyes were scarlet, and he was extremely angry and said, Feng Qinggren, let me tell you, back then the 8 major families had ways to kill. Shut up, Nangong Yu warned Nangong Yun. Even though the voice was weak, Nangong Yun still heard it. Almost at the same time, Shangwen Jin's voice sounded, Miss Feng, please forgive me for the offense. After we leave the secret realm, I will definitely ask the Shangwen family to prepare generous gifts and come to apologize. Shangwen Jin had a pig-headed face, his attitude was very humble, and he even tried to squeeze out a smile. But this time, Nangong Yun's originally angry eyes became a little panicked. Feng Qinggren's almond-shaped eyes narrowed and she examined Shangwen Jin who was speaking. He and Nangong Yu were trying to hide something. Your Shangwen family was involved in what happened that year, right? Feng Qinggren's eyes were as bright as the moon, cold and mysterious, making people unpredictable. Shangwen Jin's pupils trembled slightly and his mind trembled. He was extremely grateful that his face was swollen at this moment. Even if he was panicked, it was not obvious. Shangwen Jin suppressed the fear rising in his heart and pretended not to know. What is Miss Feng talking about? I have been going through tribulations in the lower realm these years, and I don't know much about what happens in the heaven. Feng Qinggren's lips curled up into a sneer, and a cold light flashed in her beautiful almond eyes. I don't know what's going on in God, but what about the Lord of Gods? Shangwen Jin was not sure whether Feng Qinggren knew the truth back then. After all, even if all traces of some things are erased, there will still be some omissions. Shangwen Jin thought for a moment and said, I have heard the elders mention it about the Lord of Heaven. They all admire her. As the daughter of the Lord of Heaven, Miss Feng will definitely be no worse than the Lord of Heaven in the future. Nangong Yun also calmed down at this time and remained silent, for fear that Feng Qinggren would remember him again. Feng Si stopped beating people at the right time. Admire? I'm afraid that's not the case. If you really admire her, why do you have to kill her? Feng Qinggren said with a half smile but not a smile. Shangwen Jin was not sure what Feng Qinggren wanted to test. Into silence. Nangong Yun quietly rolled to Nangong Yu's side, huddled together and trembling. He was really afraid that Feng Qinggren would kill him because of the Lord of Heaven matter. Although the death of the Lord of Heaven has nothing to do with him, it does have something to do with the family. The debts of the fathers must be paid by the sons. This kind of thing happens all the time. What bad luck happened to him? Nangong Yun thought wildly. Nangong Yu's voice sounded, Miss Feng, we really admire the Lord of Heaven. We have never done anything to her. What happened today is that we went too far and should not covet Miss Feng's contracted beast. I will give my beast to Miss Feng as an apology. My brother was also rude, so I asked him to apologize to Miss Feng. Nangong Yu said and kicked Nangong Yun, apologize to Miss Feng. If she doesn't forgive you, don't get up. Hiss. Nangong Yun took a breath of cold air. Very aggrieved. But due to Nangong Yu's majesty, he had to open his mouth and say, Miss Feng, I'm sorry. Speak louder, Nangong Yu said seriously. Nangong Yun shook his body, stood up slowly, knelt on the ground, and moved in the direction of Feng Qinggren. Miss Feng, I'm sorry, you so have a lot of money, please spare me this time. So, are you ready for another time? Ning Shiyu's sweet voice sounded like a silver bell. You. Nangong Yun's whole body turned red, extremely embarrassed and angry. But he knew that at this moment, he was a slave and he was a fish, so he had to bow his head. At this time, Yinglong sent a message to Feng Qinggren. They gave up attacking the secret realm, but asked us to release these 3 people. They can only represent their own families and agree not to move the creatures in the immortal world. When Feng Qinggren heard the news, her emotions were not disturbed at all. Just promise to listen. No one will take it seriously. Feng Qinggren sent a message, Senior Yinglong, tell them that they can release them and return the things they took away from the secret realm. Yinglong asked in confusion, what did they take away from the secret realm? What do seniors think they can take away from the secret realm? Feng Qinggren asked rhetorically without pointing out directly. Yinglong's strength is terrifying, some tricks cannot catch his eye, and he can't even remember them. It's normal not to know. The soul of the ferocious beast. Yinglong was not sure. All the ferocious beasts derived from the secret realm were the materialization of the soul. Those differentiated souls are not enough to hurt the ferocious beast. After they are defeated by the contestants, the spirits will automatically return to the Shifang domain. So how did those group of people bring out the evil beast spirit? Feng Qinggren said through the voice, no, if they can really get the beast soul, they will definitely not be willing to hand it over. They replaced the secret formation disc. A secret realm that can contain the soul of a ferocious beast, the formation disc cannot be simple. Even powerful people like God can be greedy, but they cannot directly take away the formation disk, otherwise the secret realm may collapse, which will be of no benefit to them. So they chose to use ordinary formation disks to replace the ancient formation disks in the secret area. Of course, they also tried to take away the ferocious beasts in the secret area, but without success. Originally, she was not prepared to deal with the formation disk matter so quickly, but when it was delivered to her door, she took care of it together. Sharon, they actually have the strength to move our formation disk. You only have these beasts to protect you. I'm afraid it's not enough. You go out this time and let chaos follow you. After Yinglong finished transmitting the message, he went to get the formation disk back. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 909. The small box is very powerful. Chaos is special among a group of ferocious beasts. It has the power of chaos in its body, and as long as it is hidden carefully, Dao Dao will not be able to detect its existence. There were other reasons why Yinglong let chaos follow Feng Qingran. The appearance of the masked man. The presence of chaos can act as a deterrent. Feng Qingran felt Yinglong's aura disappear, and glanced at Nangong Yu and the other three. I apologize, okay, I accept it. Little box, get the gift. Feng Qingran's voice fell. Whoosh, a black shadow flashed quickly in front of Nangong Yu, Nangong Yun, and Shangwen Jin. Then, they felt a chill all over their bodies and their hair fell down. All the magic weapons on his body disappeared, including but not limited to space instruments, protective instruments, etc. At this moment, they looked as if they had been robbed by bandits, leaving only a piece of clothing that could cover their bodies. The rest are all gone. Nangong Yu, I regret it now, is it still too late? Nangong Yun hugged herself and looked at Nangong Yu resentfully. Brother, why did you agree to the conditions of this female devil? Shangwen Jin gritted his teeth, but did not dare to say a word. He wished he could turn back time and take back the arrow he missed. Let's go. Feng Qingran was very satisfied after checking the items in the small box. Suddenly I regretted letting Feng Gishi and the others go. If they were snatched together, nearly 100 years of cultivation resources would be available. Chu. Nangong Yun watched Feng Qingran and others leave and collapsed on the ground. Shangwen Jin sat up and looked at Nangong Madao who was still lying down. What do you think of Ling Tianyun? What they were really afraid of from beginning to end was not Feng Qingran. It was Ling Tianyun who was always standing behind her. Silently. But it struck fear into their hearts. I've checked, and I'm afraid his strength is on par with our ancestor. Nangong Yu said in a low voice. Brother, how did you investigate? Nangong Yun asked curiously. Nangong Yu gave Nangong Yun a cold look. Shut up. You almost killed us just now, do you understand? If Feng Qingran knew that her mother's death was related to the 8 major families, she would definitely not let them go so easily. After Nangong Yu scolded him, he looked at Shangwen Jin and said, the detection result of the magic weapon that my ancestor gave me will not be wrong, but the thing has been taken away by them, so there is no way to know his specific strength. The bigger the family, the more they care about their lives, and the more they know how to look at others. Therefore, some juniors who are under key training will receive some magic weapons that can be used to test their strength. As long as we know that there is such a strong man, the family will handle it. Shangwen Jin's eyes were gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Nangong Yun on the side hugged him tightly, his whole body was sore and cold. In addition, they had no strength at all, and without the protection of the magic weapon, it could be said that life was worse than death. But they can't die. Danshan's been destroyed, and there are many ways to restore it. The most important thing right now is to get out of the secret realm. Brother, Shangwen Jin, what should we do now? That female devil has even taken away our tokens, how can we get out? Shangwen Jin said meaningfully. Feng Gishi and the others left so happily, and they didn't even come back to see us. Nangong Yu's eyes were dark and he said nothing. In that case, what can they do if they don't leave? If they stay, they will just be robbed and beaten. Nangong Yun said tremblingly. The next moment, a white light flashed in front of the 3 people's eyes, and they exited the secret realm. The secret guard squatting outside saw his young master in an extremely embarrassed state with swollen features. Even though he was well trained, he was distracted for a moment. How could the noble young master be beaten like this? Hurry up and save people. An old man's scolding voice brought the secret guards back to their senses. Inside the secret. When Feng Gishi and others rushed back, they only saw blood and mess all over the ground. Captain, are they really killed? One contestant asked. If he is really killed, how will we explain to Shangwen and the Nangong family? A young man next to Feng Gishi asked worriedly. Another person said, we didn't do it, so what can we say? There are all those ants who don't know the heights of the world. Look for them if you want. HMPH, if you ask me, it's Nangong Yun's fault for being so arrogant. They deserve it. Let's earn points quickly and deal with the rest when we get out. The young master of the Wanqi, Moki, family was the one who spoke. Wanqi and Nangong have always been in a competitive relationship. Regarding Nangong Yu's injury, he is happy to see the outcome. Although they were also seriously injured, they took the elixir and basically recovered. And Nangong Yu was not only injured, but also had his danshan disabled. A moment and a half is not as good as him. Feng Gehe's face was extremely ugly. Of course young Master Wanqi could not care less, but he couldn't. He is the captain. Nangong and Shangwen were afraid that they would hold Feng Qingran accountable before dealing with him. By then, will the Feng family ancestors compete with Nangong and Shangwen families for him? Xiao Shi, don't worry, you found me an interesting toy this time, I will protect you. Young Master Wanqi stopped Feng Gehe's shoulder and said nonchalantly. When he leaves the secret realm, he will make Feng Qingran regret what he did today. The children of other families did not answer the call. The 8 major families are also divided into hierarchies, and they currently don't have the confidence to say what young Master Wanqi said. There is only one heir in Wanqi. There is more than one person in their family, and if they are not careful, they will be replaced. At this moment, a team appeared in the distance. They looked here for a few times and chose to leave in the opposite direction. Someone said, "It seems to be the group from the Hidden World family." Young Master Wanqi narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Leave them alone. They're a group of guys who hide their heads and hide their tails. They're useless. The 8 major families in the sky have never taken the hidden families in the God realm seriously." The same time, Feng Qingbran and the others went to the 4th floor. Not seeing the light of day. Only the soul can see things. However, things are not that simple. The soul will be attacked. Feng Qingbran took out a lantern grass and illuminated the place where they were. Suddenly, Bailey Wenyu and Ning Xiyu took a breath of cold air at the same time. There are green eyes all around. Ning Xiyu clenched the hammer in her hand and did not dare to take it lightly. Even with the Ling Ya Divine Ghost Hammer, she was not arrogant enough to think that she could deal with thousands of ferocious beasts. And the ferocious beasts that appeared on this level were several levels higher than her. "Fifth senior sister, didn't you just say that you would give them one hammer at a time?" Feng Qingbran said with a smile. "Little junior sister, I admit that my voice was a bit loud when I spoke arrogant words, so can you ask them to retreat a little bit?" Ning Xiyu said pitifully. "Face is not important at this moment. If you can get through the back door, you must find a way to get through it. No, these are for you and the 6th junior brother to practice. The enemy is about to arrive on the battlefield. You can't walk behind." Feng Qingbran put the lantern grass into Ning Xiyu's hand and gave another one to Bailey Wenyu. Then, he blinked and said, "Brother Ling and I still have some things to deal with. I'll leave the points to 5th senior sister and 6th senior brother." Holy shit, my cute little junior sister has been swapped. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 910 Run if you can't beat it. The 4th floor of the secret realm. Feng Qingbran and Ling Tianyun stood in the air. He looked at Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu who were surrounded by wolves not far away. Ling Tianyun said bluntly, "They're no match for this group of beasts." Feng Qingbran's bright apricot eyes were filled with color, and she said excitedly, "They're indeed no match for them, but the magic weapons on their bodies can protect them for a period of time, as long as they can figure out a way to escape during this period. Escape from the encirclement. There is a way to defeat them one by one. Before you learn to fight, you first learn to run away. There is always hope in life. This time they leave the secret realm and return to the fairy world. The enemy they encounter will definitely be extremely powerful. When necessary, they can only choose to escape." When Ling Tianyun heard Feng Qingbran's words, his original serious expression disappeared, he grinned, and returned to his shameless look. Exactly what he thought. Run if you can't beat it. If the green hills are left, there is no need to worry about no firewood. As for the backbone, that is reserved for the living. The next time he returns to the immortal domain, he will definitely tell the old man that the domain lord's wife also agrees with his idea. He is not cowardly. "Madam Territory Lord, I have experience in this matter. I want them to practice their escape skills. Simple pursuit is far from enough. Encirclement, interception, traps." Ling Tianyun became more and more excited as he talked, and almost wanted to arrange it himself. Feng Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly, thinking that what Ling Tianyun said was very feasible. The 5th senior sister and the 6th senior brother are still a little short-sighted, and they can really be strengthened. Below, Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu stood back to back, guarding against the approaching wolf. Suddenly, both of them felt chills running down their spines at the same time, feeling that something bad was about to happen. "5th senior sister, what should I do? My legs are weak." Every wolf exudes a sense of oppression. He knew very well that he couldn't beat one. "Come on, what else can you do? Find a way to escape." Ning Xiyu swallowed nervously. Even if you know you won't die if you fail. But facing so many ferocious beasts, staring at him eagerly, he still feels fear. This kind of fear is a fear that is known but powerless to resist. They can't beat them. The gap in strength between them. There is no way to make up for it at the moment. Her little power of law was not enough in front of these eternal ferocious beasts. There is only one way to escape. The thought of escaping from the mouths of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts is exciting. Ning Xiyu raised her hand and threw a bunch of talismans towards the wolves. Bang bang bang. The mist spreads everywhere. Immediately afterwards, before Bailey Wenyu could react, Ning Xiyu pasted a golden talisman on his forehead, pasted one on herself with her backhand, and said, "Space transformation." The next moment, a burst of white light flashed. Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu appeared in another place. Whoa. The moment she fell into the water, Ning Xiyu's eyes were confused for a moment. There was no sea area on the first 3 floors, so she never thought that such a situation would happen. "5th senior sister, flying is prohibited here," Bailey Wenyu said. Ning Xiyu tried to use her power, but found that she could not control the air, and the water felt bitingly cold to her, like a knife piercing her body. "Get on the boat." Ning Xiyu released a small boat, and the two of them climbed aboard and finally came back to life. But he didn't have time to breathe yet. Buzz buzz. Something is flying towards here in a flash. Bailey Wenyu raised the lamp grass and saw a group of black insects approaching them. Bailey Wenyu's beautiful eyes trembled. "5th senior sister, they seem to be ancient blood demon insects." Ning Xiyu reacted quickly, wrapped her whole body with strange fire, gathered a ball of strange fire and threw it out. However, before the strange fire could reach the blood demon insect, it fell into the water and was extinguished. Ning Xiyu immediately took out the hammer, but as soon as she took it, she realized something was wrong. The thing she could hold easily before could not be held now. Ning Xiyu quickly put away the hammer and replaced it with an ordinary magic weapon, but it still couldn't be lifted. Not allowed to use magic weapons. Then we can only use strange fire and our own strength to deal with these blood demon insects. At this time, Ning Xiu felt the hull of the ship shake a little, but she couldn't care so much. She had to get rid of the blood demon insects first. Fortunately, with the current strength, they have no problem dealing with the blood demon insects. Blood demon insects flew over in groups, and Ning Xiu and Bailey Wenyu cooperated tacitly to eliminate the approaching blood demon insects. When all the blood demon bugs were about to be cleared, the boat capsized. Plop. The two fell into the water again. Strange fire cannot be used. There are still many blood demon insects on the water. But they seemed to be afraid of things in the water and didn't dare to get close. But he refused to leave. The burnt grass also went out. Hiss. Bailey Wenyu only felt pain in his feet, and something was biting his flesh. Sixth junior brother. Ning Xiu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she launched a small boat again, flipped it over first, and then pulled Bailey Wenyu. What? Amidst Bailey Wenyu's screams, Ning Xiu dragged him onto the ship and quickly changed it into a giant ship. Ning Xiu was suddenly glad that the boat could be used here. But equally, Ning Xiu knew that they were being taken care of. Otherwise, I'm afraid even this ship will sink. Ning Xiu took out the lamp grass and checked Bailey Wenyu's condition. Bailey Wenyu's calf was a mess of blood and flesh, and a piece of white bone could be seen, with a tooth mark on it. Ning Xiu's face was extremely ugly, and her heart became heavy. What the junior sister said about experience was not a joke. She knew very well that Bailey Wenyu had been tempered twice, and his physical strength had been improved through many subsequent promotions. And the beast that can bite through his flesh underwater is definitely not easy. Bailey Wenyu didn't dare to move and let Ning Xiu look at his injuries. But the wounds were so painful that he could only murmur softly, "Fifth senior sister, it hurts." Ning Xiu looked into Bailey Wenyu's red fox eyes, guilt and self-blame welling up in her heart. She didn't understand how her junior sister's secret realm was set up. But getting hurt here is no different than getting hurt outside. It will hurt. Ning Xiu took out the healing medicine and applied it gently on Bailey Wenyu's wound. Sixth junior brother, I'm sorry, I drifted away. I thought we could handle it even if we encountered danger. Bailey Wenyu's lips were bloodless. He endured the pain and shook his head. Fifth senior sister, you react very quickly every time something happens. If you hadn't dragged me up, I would have been eliminated. Sixth junior brother, I fell into a misunderstanding. I thought this was junior sister's secret realm. No matter what happens, those beasts will definitely look at junior sister's face and won't eliminate me easily. Ning Xiu paused for a moment and continued. Since I entered the secret realm, everything has been going smoothly. I gradually became a playful person and didn't pay any attention to this competition. Bailey Wenyu also felt guilty for a while, and it seemed that he didn't pay attention to it. Is he anxious about how to achieve enlightenment? How to advance? I didn't think about it at all, and made good use of the secret realm to temper myself. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 911, sent to the door to be beaten. But we only have 3 days left, Bailey Wenyu said in frustration. It is true that there are only 3 days left before the end of the competition, but it does not mean that we only have 3 days left. A bright smile appeared on Ning Xiu Zhao's face, and a pair of smart eyes bloomed dazzlingly under the reflection of the lantern grass. Lied. Bailey Wenyu. Did he lose too much blood and lose his IQ? Why can't you understand what fifth senior sister said? Ning Xiu patted Bailey Wenyu on the shoulder. Do you still remember what Emperor Yi-chan said? We must learn to distinguish between true and false in the secret realm. What we are in now is an illusion. Combined with the fact that junior sister didn't mention the time when she left, I have reason to suspect that the time here is different from outside. Bailey Wenyu looked at the confident Ning Xiu in shock, and something sprouted in his heart. Fifth senior sister, how did you come up with this idea? Ning Xiu smiled and said, little junior sister, let us practice first and then raise the points. With our current strength, we cannot kill any of the beasts here. If we want to accumulate points. At the same time, Madam Territory Lord, everything has been arranged to ensure that they have a pleasant experience journey. Ling Tianyun's voice was relaxed and joyful, his posture was leisurely, but the excitement in his eyes was not hidden, and he seemed to be impatient. You wouldn't set a trap based on your realm, would you? Fang Qingran suddenly had a bad feeling. Ling Tianyun was stunned for a moment. Madam Territory Lord, I said I didn't mean it, do you believe it? Fang Qingran glanced at Ling Tianyun, smiled lightly and said, what do you think? Ling Tianyun is definitely suspected of being intentional. However, hell-level experience is not a bad thing for 5th senior sister and 6th senior brother. Madam Territory Lord, I confess, I am still very kind. I actually left them a chance of survival in every trap. As long as they don't want to die, they will not die. Ling Tianyun really hopes that the two of them will improve their strength. Fang Qingran still felt sorry for Ning Xiu and Bailey Wenyu, and arranging training for them was too gentle. Only then did he decide to add fuel to the fire. Good job. Fang Qingran admitted that if she came, she wouldn't be able to do it. Next, she will go to the 5th floor. Ling Tianyun, do you have the time stone? Fang Qingran felt that she still needed more time to practice. A simple time difference is not enough. She wasn't sure how long it would take for her to comprehend the purple lotus of reincarnation. Yes, I got a lot from the old man. Ling Tianyun's eyes flickered. Anyway, the old man's things will belong to him from now on, so if he takes some in advance, it's not considered stealing. Madam Territory Lord, do you need the time stone? How many do you have? Fang Qingran felt the Feng Shichu in her sleeve move. Naturally, the more time gems, the better. The wife of the Territory Lord promised me to compete with a ferocious beast before. I want to compete with more ferocious beasts. Each ferocious beast costs 1,000 time gems. Ling Tianyun said eagerly. 1,000 time gems are exchanged for a fight with a ferocious beast, which is a very good deal. What's your strength? Fang Qingran smiled brightly and almost couldn't help rubbing her hands. Of course, the more time gems she picked up, the better. The most I can do here is exert the strength of the Lord of Origin. Ling Tianyun said seriously. Of course, if he enters the field, he can be stronger. However, fighting in the realm was always limited. He only needed to arrange a heaven and earth formation in the secret realm, and then adjust the time flow rate, and he could have a good fight. Fang Qingran sent a message to Yinglong. Senior Yinglong, here is a strong man from the Lord of Origin. They want to compete with you. How many ferocious beasts can be arranged to fight him? Fang Qingran was also looking forward to this competition. She only knew that Yinglong and the others were very strong, but she didn't know exactly how powerful they were. Yinglong sent a message from the void. What level of sparring experience does he want? Yinglong knew immediately that it was Ling Tianyun who wanted to spar with them. When an outsider challenges them, he should not attack too hard, but he must not attack too lightly. Experience the competition. Fang Qingran's mouth twitched, wondering who Senior Yinglong had learned something strange from. Does he want to finish the competition with no hope of survival? Does he want to be dejected, or does he want to finish the fight and not dare to stay in his position anymore? Yinglong said seriously. Fang Qingran glanced at Ling Tianyun sympathetically, and then sent a message to Yinglong. Senior, please be a little gentler and give him a fight that will make him braver and more awe-inspiring, okay? She was afraid that she would be beaten severely and there would be no way to explain it to Mo Jinggong. In addition, Ling Tianyun gave him the time stone. Once he was convinced, he would not be fooled next time. Madam Territory Lord, how are you? Do the seniors of the ferocious beasts agree? Ling Tianyun looked slightly nervous when he saw Fang Qingran's troubled expression. His thoughts were racing and he said, Madam Territory Lord, as long as they agree to compete, no matter whether they win or lose, I will not let them suffer. I will prepare a gift suitable for them. Fang Qingran stared at Ling Tianyun and asked with some worry, Ling Tianyun, is it true that your immortal domain will not be defeated by you? Things suitable for ferocious beasts are not simple treasures. Of course not, Ling Tianyun responded. What he has is nothing compared to what those old monsters have in their hands. Ling Tianyun has been to many worlds and knows that cultivation resources in many places are gradually being exhausted. There are even some places where practitioners are gradually disappearing. Cultivation resources in many places have been depleted, mostly due to uncontrolled use and plunder by outsiders. But this situation will not occur in the immortal realm. Then I will arrange a competition between 7 ferocious beasts for you, how about it? Fang Qingran calculated that 7,000 gems and a time formation were enough for her to reach the imperial realm. 7. Ling Tianyun was very happy, finally able to have a good time. Ling Tianyun happily gave Fang Qingran the time gem, giving him yuan. Fang Qingran accepted the gem and reminded Ling Tianyun to wear more protective magic weapons. News came from Yinglong that the ferocious beast was ready. Madam Territory Lord, don't worry, I won't be too harsh. Ling Tianyun was very excited. He had been to so many worlds but could not find any trace of the ferocious beast. Finally met. He must have a good fight with this rumored beast. You hold this scroll and go there, they're waiting for you. Fang Qingran handed the thing in his hand to Ling Tianyun. Madam Territory Lord, don't you want to see me spar first? You go first, I have some things to deal with. Ling Tianyun didn't say much and disappeared. Fang Qingran summoned Chaos. Chaos, do something for me. Chaos' eyes rolled around, but Fang Qingran was actually willing to believe it. Was it trying to trick her? Or are you trying to trick her? Chaos, do you want revenge and get back the other half of your soul? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 912 Chaos surrenders. Chaos's eyes changed several times, and finally he pretended not to understand. I don't know what Phoenix Master is talking about. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed. Chaos, you don't have to pretend to be stupid. I don't believe you can't sense that your soul is incomplete. With your cultivation level, can your memory really be wiped away easily? Of course she knew that Chaos was difficult to control. But Chaos has weaknesses, and compared to other ferocious beasts, it has become the best choice at the moment. Oh, what if I remember? What if I don't remember? Huan Chaos snorted coldly and looked at Fang Qingran. In the eyes of Chaos, Fang Qingran was just a cultivator who relied on luck to reach this point. It is willing to listen to her for the time being, and staying in Shifang domain is only its choice. Fang Qingran's strength could not trap it. Therefore, it cannot be driven by Fang Qingran. Chaos, do you blame the Lord Tianyu for imprisoning you in the Shifang domain? Fang Qingran asked. Chaos' eyes became a little strange, and he said angrily, why, if I blame him, will you let me out? A smile appeared on Fang Qingran's face. Chaos, if you want to go out, you don't need me to let you go. You have gone out many times, especially on the battlefield of the gods. Huan Chaos squatted on the ground and looked at Fang Qingran with complicated eyes. Since you know I can get out, why don't you panic? The corners of Fang Qingran's mouth twitched, and she cursed in her mind, old fox, deliberately making a roundabout way here and not answering her question. Fang Qingran said directly, Chaos, don't give in. You have something to ask for, and I also have something to ask for. Do you want to cooperate? Cooperation. A weird laugh came from Chaos's mouth. Fang Qingran, you should know who my enemy is, right? Even Tianyu, who is above it, dare not take action easily. Who gave you the confidence to do it? Do it. Chaos' eyes were full of ridicule, but he didn't wait for Fang Qingran to speak. Chaos continued, Fang Qingran, stupidity is not scary. What is scary is being overly intelligent and lacking in knowledge. Being ambitious is a good thing, but excessive ambition can produce arrogance and harm you. What you have seen, heard, and learned about cultivation can only improve your strength. Do you think that as long as your strength reaches a peak, you will be able to eliminate all conspiracies? Do you think that if we control such a group of ferocious beasts, as long as we can all surrender to you, we will become your trump card? Also, do you think that as long as you give me what I want, I will cooperate with you? Even if I have different intentions midway, you will still have a way to deal with it. Chaos asked several questions in a row, full of sarcasm. It never denied that Fang Qingran would be a very terrifying existence when he grew up. But one thing cannot be denied. She is too weak now. She was so weak that if Dao Dao tried to take action, she would definitely die quietly. No one can protect her. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were slightly startled, and she met Chaos's bottomless eyes. What Chaos had just said was still echoing in her ears. Seeing Fang Qingran fall into silence, Chaos opened his mouth again and said, Fang Qingran, my enemy is not only her, there are also beings more powerful than her. They have jumped out of the 5 elements and are no longer in reincarnation. A single thought can unite past, present and future. You are already practicing the way of time, and you should understand how terrifying the combination of these 3 is. With such an existence, a single thought can turn back time and change the fate of countless living beings without fear of the backlash of cause and effect and laws. They are almost unkillable. And now what guarantee do you have that we can defeat them if we work together? You have seen the divine thoughts of Empress Haotu, Kang Xuanji, the saint ancestor of the Jiang family, Yu Mingkun, the god of sacrifice, and the 12 witch ancestors in the battlefield of the gods. Their strength is undoubtedly terrifying. And they grew up in an era that is beyond your reach, but they still died in the hands of those mysterious people, their souls were scattered, and their bodies were completely destroyed. So, Fang Qingran, why do you think you have it? Chaos' eyes were sharp, as if he had penetrated all of Fang Qingran's emotions, and every word he spoke firmly captured the other party's thoughts. Fang Qingran was really thinking along the lines of Chaos. No matter what Chaos' thoughts were when he said these words, there was no doubt that she would have to face these things sooner or later. But knowing this now will make her confused about the way forward. A little careless. Inner demons will form. Unfortunately, Chaos had this kind of intention when he said these words. Fierce beasts only surrender to the strong. And Fang Qingran is a strong person in the future. They made a contract with her in advance, so naturally they will not sincerely surrender. Even surrender is short-lived. As long as Fang Qingran is not stronger than it, this kind of surrender will fluctuate. This is the uncontrollable nature of being a ferocious beast. Chaos is not afraid that Fang Qingran will not have inner demons, but is afraid that she will not have inner demons. A cultivator without inner demons is more terrifying than a strong person. Chaos has been feeling Fang Qingran's emotions since he said those words. She was indeed a little uneasy at first, but it soon passed away. Chaos saw Fang Qingran deep in thought, his expression became serious, and finally he curled his lips and smiled. Chaos, thank you for telling me this, so do you still cooperate? Fang Qingran made a hand gesture, and bursts of brilliance flashed around her body. Several runes lingered around her. Chaos felt the breath coming from Fang Qingran's body, and his eyes were shocked. You actually. Chaos didn't say the complete words. At this moment, Fang Qingran became a dazzling existence in its eyes, and Chaos suddenly wanted to try to cooperate with it. Fang Qingran, cooperation is fine, but I have to bring the other 3 idiots with me, and their souls must be found together. Chaos' eyes changed and he said seriously. 4 ferocious beasts fought back and forth. They can only fight. Chaos will not allow other beings to bully the other 3. Okay, Fang Qingran agreed happily. What she wanted was not the beast's brief surrender. In the future, she wants them to surrender % to her. Chaos was covered with a layer of mist, and he could vaguely be seen turning into a human. Standing tall. The breath is strong. Fang Qingran couldn't see the specific face of Chaos, but could only see him bending over with one hand on his forehead in a respectful posture. Then, in the blink of an eye, Chaos returned to its beast form, and the white mist dissipated. The agreement has been made. What does Phoenix Master want from me? Chaos called, Phoenix Master, this time, obviously sincerely. The 5th floor. Within the array. A black pterosaur looked at Ling Tianyun, trembling all over. Ling Tianyun felt the strength of the black pterodactyl and smiled wantonly. You don't have to be afraid, it's just a simple spar. I have never fought a ferocious beast before, and I will definitely show mercy later. The black pterosaur's eyes rolled around, and its claws moved back a few steps, as if it wanted to get further away from Ling Tianyun. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 913 The Uninvited Guest. The black pterosaur is frantically transmitting messages to the yellow pterosaur. Old Huang, woo, why do you want to come out to fight? We are afraid of society. What if I scare him to death with one claw? Old Huang, I have suppressed my realm and acted very scared. This should meet Master Yinglong's requirements, right? Old Huang, this human race is really arrogant. They actually want to challenge us. Is it because our ferocious beasts have been living in this plane for too long, which has led to our loss of prestige? The yellow pterosaur over there who was hiding in the dark watching the battle really couldn't stand it. The yellow pterodactyl sent a message, shut up. If you keep nagging, the food will be hard in the future. Whatever Master Yinglong says, we will do whatever we want. Remember, don't let him lose too ugly. Naturally, the yellow pterosaur was not the only one watching the show. Some ferocious beasts gather here. But most of them went to the other 4 floors, so there weren't many ferocious beasts gathered here. Ying Zhao looked at Ling Tianyun and murmured, why does this guy's outfit look so familiar? Zhu Yan leaned over and asked earnestly, brother, what's wrong? Ying Zhao ignored Zhu Yan and continued to stare at Ling Tianyun, matching the memory in his consciousness. Where had he seen such a dress before? By the way, why haven't you started fighting yet? Are humans so ink-stained? 9-headed Phoenix already had 8 heads dozing off. It should be observation. The human race always likes to know oneself and the enemy before fighting. Sky-splitting demon roar explained. The ancient snake hovered above the clouds. Its snake eyes looked at Ling Tianyun with interest. Yinglong, the aura of this outsider is very clean. He should not have been baptized by darkness. It's amazing, it's amazing. Yinglong said majestically. Taiku, did you feel his aura on him? Taiku Mingshi immediately turned his head and looked at Yinglong. Yinglong, he is not him. I know. Yinglong sighed deeply. Ling Tianyun kept waiting for the black pterosaur to take the initiative to attack, but not only did the black pterosaur not attack, its body trembled even more and it retreated step by step. Ling Tianyun suspected that it didn't want to compete at all, but wanted to escape. So he chose to take the initiative to attack, and a force of fear rushed towards the black pterosaur with lightning speed. Boom. Earth-shaking. The black pterosaur opened its mouth to swallow it almost as soon as the power came. Then, the huge wings spread out, the body curled up, retracted the wings, and turned into a ball. Then he crashed into Ling Tianyun. Ling Tianyun also reacted very quickly. The long sword fell into his hand, and the terrifying blade slashed towards the pterosaur. He nimbly avoided the spherical black pterosaur that was about to roll over. At the same time, a group of uninvited guests descended on the fairy world. The sky changes dramatically. Aura of terror enveloped the fairy world. Dozens of figures stepped out of the cracks in time and space. The loud voice of an old man at the front resounded throughout the immortal world, where is the emperor of the immortal realm? Yi Exingchen flew into the sky and stood alone. His posture was as tall as a mountain, his aura was sharp, and his aura was not inferior to that of his opponent. Yi Exingchen's eyes were cold. What are you doing? Across the way, someone seemed to want to stand up. The old man standing at the front raised his withered hand slightly to stop the man. The old man's turbid eyes swept over Yi Exingchen, and he said calmly, "You people from the immortal world hurt my junior, and I'm here to seek an explanation for that junior who failed to live up to his expectations." Yi Exingchen's eyes flashed with a faint light. "I wonder who the junior you are talking about. Who is the person who hurt him? And these heavenly emperors have any idea?" A person beside the old man seemed to be dissatisfied with Yi Exingchen's response and asked. "Their identity is obvious." It was impossible for Yi Exingchen not to see it. But he actually dared to treat them like this. He was simply seeking death. "I don't know why the Great Elder stopped him from taking action." "I don't know, please clarify." Yi Exingchen didn't expect God to come out so quickly. Old man Chang'an should not die so soon. Then how did they leave? Two juniors from our Nangong family were injured in your immortal world, and their treasures were robbed. Shouldn't the Emperor of Heaven give us an explanation? Said another man in light-colored brocade clothes. The nobility surrounding this man indicates that his identity is not simple. However, Yi Exingchen glanced at him and said seriously, "They were injured because their strength was inferior to others, and their treasures were robbed. It was just a fight and a bet. You won't mobilize troops. What is the real purpose of your coming here? Is the Emperor of Heaven really arrogant? You really can't see who we are?" The old man asked in dissatisfaction. "I see, so you are here just to ask for an explanation for this junior?" Yi Exingchen said coldly. "He can't coax God's coming. If he hadn't taken care of all the sentient beings in the immortal world, he would have taken action long ago." There was anger on the face of a person opposite. "You really don't know the heights of the world. This kind of ant should be taught a lesson, otherwise he won't be able to speak well." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the terrifying power gathered. "Ant, watch out, this is the price you pay for not speaking up." Boom. The majestic power falls into the fairy world. He was confident that as long as this power fell, the heaven and earth in the fairy world would definitely collapse, and half of the living beings would be crushed. However, the scene he imagined did not happen. A darting shadow collided with the force. Then the power flew back. Seeing this, the old man narrowed his eyes slightly, flicked his sleeves to block the rebounding force, and his expression changed again when he looked at Yi Exingchen. "The ancestor told me before coming here that the fairy world is different from the past, so don't do anything before you get something. This seems to be the case now." The old man scolded, "Nangong Jings, who told you to do it?" Nangong Jings lowered his head with gloomy eyes. "Great Elder, I just can't stand him. An ant dares to talk to you with such an attitude." Elder Nangong waited for Nangong Jings to finish speaking, and then said to Yi Exingchen, "Emperor of Heaven, our Nangong family came to the fairy world this time not to embarrass you. I just want to support the juniors and prevent them from being bullied." Yi Exingchen said, "How do you want to support me? They were tricked in the secret realm before. You only need to hand over the people who bullied them in the secret realm." Elder Nangong said, observing Yi Exingchen. He always felt that Yi Exingchen looked slightly familiar, but he couldn't remember when he had seen him. No, Yi Exingchen clearly refused. "Great Elder, he is so arrogant." Nangong Jings looked at Yi Exingchen with gloomy eyes. No matter how good-tempered Elder Nangong was, he still couldn't hold himself tight, but after thinking about his ancestor's explanation, he decided to suppress his anger. The man in light-colored brocade clothes said with a smile, "If the Emperor wants to protect them, he can do it. Our Nangong family is not a domineering person." The man paused in his words, and half of the people behind him had strange expressions on their faces. But in the end, he was afraid of the man's identity and didn't say anything. The man didn't care about the mood changes of the people behind him. He was waiting for Yi Exingchen to answer. However, Yi Exingchen just looked at him quietly, silent. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 914 The Power of the Sword Ancestor. Quiet. Long silence. The strong man from heaven became darker and darker as time passed. Even the smiling man in brocade gradually became colder. Suddenly, several majestic pressures enveloped Yi Exingchen. Cracks began to appear in the sky of the fairy world. Rumble. Thunder tribulation poured out from the cracks and struck the powerful bodies of the heavens. But it was blocked by a barrier. Abnormalities occurred below the fairy world, mountains and rivers collapsed, rivers and seas dried up, and strange forces surged. Screams sounded from the fairy world. A look of pride appeared on the faces of the powerful men in the sky, and they became aloof, as if they were waiting for Yi Exingchen to give in. Yi Exingchen's eyes slowly turned cold, sharp and solemn, his whole body exuded the powerful aura of wind and snow, and his whole body was like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed, which made people's soul tremble. His eyes swept over those who were releasing their pressure unscrupulously, his eyes filled with anger, and his voice was extremely cold. Stop. Ha, if you want us to stop, please apologize to our eldest son. A son of the Nangong family said arrogantly. Yi Exingchen's eyes fell on the speaker, and a majestic aura poured out of him. The next moment, Yi Exingchen arrived in front of the person who spoke, as fast as lightning, and none of the powerful people could react. A sword shot through the air. The sword edge carried terrifying power. Go straight to the target. Immediately, the man's head was separated. Blood splattered. Gululu. The head fell to the ground and rolled to someone's feet. The man's eyes were full of fear, and his eyeballs almost bulged out. Do not look down. Yi Exingchen had already ducked back to his original position. His back was slender and straight, with no trace of blood on his body. He stood there quietly, as if there was a big mountain lying across the fairyland. I want to protect the fairy world from all dangers. All the powerful men in the sky took a breath of cold air and retracted the pressure they had released. The cracks in the sky of the fairy world slowly closed. There are those who are afraid of Yi Exingchen, and there are naturally those who are angry. Elder Nangong stared at Yi Exingchen, because there was still a seal on the outside world, and they had already found out the strength of the strong people outside. Therefore, except for his strength as the Lord of the Holy Lord, the others who come here only have the strength of the Emperor realm and the 9 heavens and 10 emperors. The person Yi Exingchen just killed was a descendant of the Nangong family, and his strength was at the imperial level. An emperor-level man was beheaded by an immortal named Yi Exingchen. How will he explain this to his ancestor when he goes back? Yi Exingchen met the eyes of the great Elder Nangong and said, the immortal realm never refuses well-intentioned visitors, but whoever dares to violate the immortal realm will die. When Yi Exingchen said this, there was obviously no sword in his hand, but Zhu Qiang felt as if there were tens of thousands of sharp swords hanging above his head. The Emperor of Heaven is so majestic. Elder Nangong's voice was full of anger, and his whole body was filled with coercion. Now, the first ones to suffer were those around Elder Nangong. They all couldn't bear the pressure, looked in pain, and took a few steps back. Elder Nangong could actually prevent the powerful people around him from suffering from this coercion, but he believed that Yi Exingchen would take action and they were also responsible. It's better to teach them a lesson together. Yi Exingchen's eyes were still cold and he stood there with an iron frame, but it was obvious that he was trying hard to resist the pressure of Elder Nangong. Rumble. Thunder sounded again. God is an outsider to the fairy world. At this moment, Elder Nangong is bullying the Emperor of Heaven, who is certified by the laws of heaven, and is still using power here that exceeds the immortal world. If Elder Nangong is allowed to continue like this, it will definitely break various balances in the immortal world. Therefore, Heavenly Tao will naturally send down thunder to help Yi Exingchen. However, the great Elder Nangong is no longer afraid of the ordinary ways of heaven, and the sky thunder cannot break his defense at all. Yi Exingchen's face was pale, blood spilled from the corners of his lips, and he tried his best to resist the terrifying pressure. Seeing this, the great Elder Nangong said, the Emperor of Heaven is really extremely arrogant. If you dare to touch someone like me, you must bear the consequences. After Elder Nangong finished speaking, he sneered and felt the direction in which the thunder was striking. Raising his hand, dry bones grabbed the void, and a colorful cloud fell into his hand. Immediately, a look of shock flashed across Elder Nangong's eyes. The power of the laws of heaven in the immortal world was actually so strong. God's way of heaven is slowly weakening and is almost destroyed. Why is there no problem in the heavenly realm? Could it be related to Yi Exingchen? Elder Nangong looked at Yi Exingchen with dark eyes, wondering what he was thinking. The stronger the laws of heaven are, the easier it will be for practitioners to understand the laws. Similarly, the more powerful people who understand the power of the law, the better the way of heaven will be. But there is also a kind of strong person who does not understand the laws and only plunders the power of the laws. If there are more such practitioners, the power of the laws of heaven will be weakened. The power of plundering the law is a forbidden technique. Only very few practitioners know how to do it. Less does not mean it does not exist. There have been plunderers in the heavenly way. They only care about their own strength and never consider anything else. Although these plunderers were destroyed by the alliance of the powerful forces of heaven. But the lost power of law cannot be returned. If you want to restore the way of heaven, you must have a strong person sacrifice yourself, contribute the power of the law you have obtained, and then rebuild it. Or replace it with a new way of heaven. A strong person who has reached the stage of comprehending the law will not easily relearn it. Therefore, the heavenly way can remain in a weak state. Now that Elder Nangong sees the vibrant heavenly world, he is very happy. Elder Nangong sent a message to Tiandao, you would like to follow me back to heaven. There are many strong people there, and there are countless people who practice the power of the law. They can give you more feedback on the power of the law. Colorful Cloud just wanted to break free from the shackles of Elder Nangong and did not reply. Yi Exingchen had too much time to take care of himself and was unable to care about the way of heaven. Seeing Tiandao resisting him, Elder Nangong's eyes were cold. Since you refused to surrender, don't blame me. Seeing Yi Exingchen's murderous intent, Elder Nangong coldly ordered, all of you, go ahead and kill him. Great Elder, he just. Nangong Jing said cautiously, shrinking his neck. The sword that Yi Exingchen used to kill the disciples of Nangong's side clan just now made many strong men fear in their hearts. HMPH, I just relied on my own sword laws. Now the way of heaven is in my hands. If he can't help it, I will help him. It's not possible. Elder Nangong wanted to refine the way of heaven and didn't want Yi Exingchen to cause trouble, so he arranged for them to deal with Yi Exingchen. Everyone had different expressions after hearing the Great Elder's words, but they still took out their weapons to deal with Yi Exingchen. Elder Nangong set up a barrier, tied up the heavenly Tao with the heaven binding chain, and began to try to refine the heavenly Tao. He originally wanted to refine the way of heaven in the domain. But for some reason, I can't pull the heavenly Tao into the realm. He could only choose to set up a barrier. Anyway, no one in the fairy world could compete with him. Here, Yi Xingchen faced the siege of various powerful forces without any fear in his eyes. Since he started practicing swordsmanship, he has understood that if he wants the sword in his hand to be invincible, he must be fearless. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 915 Trying to refine the way of heaven. The sword wielder is afraid, which means failure and death. Wherever the sword points, you can only move forward bravely. Yi Xingchen glanced at the people who were besieging him, with an innate sharpness in his eyes, and the wind around him. Just when the powerful attacks arrived, several cold swords appeared. Yi Xingchen waved his long sleeves and stabbed the weaker ones with his sword. At the same time, several figures suddenly came behind the powerful people in the sky. It turned out that the four ancient mythical beasts, Darkun and the goddess Qingqiong, came here with Xiao Man to help. Yi Xingchen had told them not to come up before, but seeing him under siege, they could no longer let him fight alone. As for the other strong men in the immortal realm, they wanted to come up, but they were unable to do so. They would die if they came up, so they simply waited below. The God realm has always been closely connected with God, so it will not come to help the immortal realm. The Buddhist world claims to be primarily peaceful and never participates in struggles from all walks of life, let alone taking action. The underworld wanted to help the immortal realm, but unfortunately it was not strong enough, so it could only add chaos to the situation, so it chose to stay where it was. The powerful people watching the battle in Qinghe Tower came out one after another to watch the battle situation in the sky. Several demon ancestors in the demon world and Tang Chongzhu were closest to Yi Xingchen at this moment. Tang Chongzhu looked at the demon ancestors who were blocking him and said, "Get out of the way." The demon ancestors trembled, but they stood firmly in front of Tang Chongzhu. Zhongshan stroked his beard nervously and said, "Chongji, God is not something we can deal with. If you really go, you will be standing on the opposite side of them. When they finish cleaning up the fairy world, what they will encounter is our demon world. Oh, I say it again, get out of the way." Tang Chongzhu's dark red eyes were filled with coldness and his expression was sarcastic. He really didn't expect that the demon ancestors would be so cowardly. In his inheritance, although the ancient demons did whatever they wanted, fearing that the world would not be in chaos, at least they had blood. They will not retreat out of fear. Chongji, I know that you have a connection with the Lingyun sect of the immortal realm. You can protect them, but you cannot interfere with the affairs of the immortal realm and God. Zhongshan looked a little more serious. Chong Yan also said, "Chongzhu, the demon world can't bear the heavy damage. You are the leader of the entire demon world and bear the heavy responsibility of reviving the demon world. Do you really want to ignore the entire demon world for your own selfish desires?" Tang Chongzhu smiled, a smile that was captivating and a little scary. "You have been huddled in a turtle shell for so long that you have forgotten the crisis. What do you think the powerful man in the sky is doing? He is refining the way of heaven. Do you know what will happen to the immortal world after the way of heaven is refined? Someday, if he sets his sights on the way of heaven in the demon world, what should you do?" Tang Chongzhu paused for a moment, his red eyes were deep. "Be on your own terms, if you are really afraid, break off the relationship with me." After Tang Chongzhu finished speaking, he stopped talking nonsense, stepped out of the way, and joined the battle. He was willing to let the demon ancestors stop him because he had his own purpose. Once the heaven came out, the six realms would be in chaos, and the lower realms would be devastated. The demon realm could no longer stay out of trouble. It is even less likely that the demon ancestors will choose to close the demon world. Tang Chongzhu's strength joined the battle, which did not change the situation much. He could only barely fight against the strong men in the imperial realm. He will not be proud to deal with the strong men of 9 heavens and 10 emperors. After Darkun severely damaged several powerful men from the 9 heavens and 10 emperors, he handed over his position to the 4 ancient beasts and turned to rescue Tiandao. Unfortunately, Elder Nangong seemed to have already anticipated this situation. He used the array disc to set up the 9-9 link Xuanshan formation. This formation can only be broken by Old Man Chanken's level with brute force. Furthermore, the God level array mage takes action. It is impossible for a God level formation mage to appear in the fairy world, because after the ancient war of gods, all ancient books about formations in the outside world were destroyed except for God. Even if 1 or 2 ancient books are obtained by someone. But without the guidance of the master, the formation master will not become successful. Special spells such as formation masters, talisman masters, alchemists, etc., if there is no one to guide them, no matter how talented an individual is, they will not go very far. That's why Great Elder Nangong was extremely calm at this moment. Kun is just a beast, no matter how strong it is impossible to break the formation. Above the sky, powerful magical weapons collided, and terrifying power spread, almost causing devastating damage to the fairy world. Especially since the way of heaven was restrained and had no time to take care of itself, the 7th heaven of the immortal world became like purgatory, with blood shining into the sky, and countless beasts became furious and began to attack each other. Many of the weaker ones were seriously injured due to the influence of the power in the sky. No one will be spared this time. 7th heaven. Lingyun sect is still shrouded in fairy mist and is not affected at all. But Lu Kanglan, Digu Jianyi, Qin Hanyan, and Mu Chanjue all quit practicing. We came to the place where Lu Kanglan was with a tacit understanding. Do you feel it? The fairy world is in danger, and we have to use this time formation to help. Lu Kanglan said. Before Fang Qingran entered the secret realm, she spent all the time gems on Lingyun sect's time formation. Although only 1 month has passed outside, nearly 1,000 years have passed within Lingyun sect. After using all the time stones, Fang Qingran was heartbroken. Therefore, in order to maximize the effectiveness of the time gem, Fang Qingran chose a fixed time difference when deploying it. They could only come out when the gem was used up. If you leave midway, the time formation will be ineffective. There is still half of the time stone at this moment. Liu Kanglan knows that the time stone is precious, but he can feel that the crisis in the fairy world is serious, and they must go and see it. Senior brother, I understand your concerns. Don't worry, the situation is urgent. Even if junior sister knows about it, she won't have any objections. Mu Chanjue said. Gu Jianyi and Qin Hanyan looked at each other, and the painful expression of Fang Qingran before setting up the formation flashed in their minds, and they remained silent. Liu Kanglan felt slightly guilty. As an array master, he knew the preciousness of the time stone better than the other three. This was a treasure that only existed in the prehistoric era. But it is not easy for him to sense the disaster in the fairy world. Liu Kanglan hesitated for a moment and decided to go out to take a look, just to have someone take the blame. Liu Kanglan smiled warmly and elegantly. Chanjue, what you said makes sense. When my junior sister comes back, I will definitely tell her that you care about the people in the immortal world and led us out of this time formation. Mu Chanjue paused for a moment, but before he could react, Liu Kanglan had already broken the time formation. In an instant, the four of them had a deeper understanding of the situation in the fairy world. Lingyun sect's outsiders couldn't bear to look directly at it. Liu Kanglan looked in the direction of the sky, and seemed to sense something. His eyes darkened slightly, and it turned out to be the aura of the 9-9 linked Xuanshan formation. Gu Jian took the lead and flew into the sky. Let's go, Mu Chanjue said. There are powerful people in the Imperial Realm above, so you must be careful. Qin Hanyan was the only one among the four who advanced to the Imperial Realm, and he had a rough idea of the strength of the powerful people above. The Dao fruit that Qin Hanyan was promoted to came from her medicine garden space. Third senior sister, don't worry, I'm protected by the small cauldron, nothing will happen to me. Mu Chanjue patted the black cauldron beside him and went to the sky. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 916-99 Series Xuanshan Formation. Liu Kanglan came to Kangqiong and saw Da Kun gathering his strength to hit the formation. Liu Kanglan immediately stopped him and said, stop, you are not breaking the formation, you are strengthening the formation. The most mysterious thing about the 9-9 chain Xuanshan formation is that the more attacks it suffers, the more stable the formation becomes. Unless the formation can be destroyed with one blow. Otherwise all efforts will be in vain. And the conditions for breaking the formation are also extremely harsh. In this current situation, the only way to quickly break the formation is to sacrifice lives. Master Liu, do you have a way to break the formation? Da Kun asked with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Although it is impossible for Great Elder Nangong to completely refine Heavenly Dao in a short while, the longer it takes, the weaker the power of Heavenly Dao's own laws will be, and the more dangerous the immortals will be. Have. As soon as Liu Kanglan finished speaking, Da Kun immediately asked, how long will it take? In the shortest 3 days, I need 9 powerful lives to sacrifice to open the formation's eyes. Liu Kanglan said seriously. This kind of sacrifice means that the soul will be expelled. And when cultivators have reached this point, no one wants to die. At least he wouldn't want people from the Lingyun sect to sacrifice. What kind of strength is needed? Isn't it okay if you don't have to be willing to sacrifice? Da Kun asked, glancing at the people fighting not far away. Fortunately, it was in a hurry and didn't have time to kill them. Theoretically it's not possible, it's not a willing sacrifice, and it may lead to an imbalance of power. The 9-9 chain formations complement each other, and 9 formation eyes must be destroyed at the same time to find the real formation eye. Liu Kanglan explained. Da Kun's eyes flickered, and he thought for a moment and said, I'll take care of the sacrifices. You prepare to break the formation first. Sudden. A dazzling blue light flashed across the sky. The clouds rolled and the blue water surged, covering the sky. The fairy world below fell into darkness. They could only hear the sound of sea water coming from the sky and had no idea what was happening. Zhu Qiang, Yi Xingchen and others were all swept into the sea. The strength of the body was instantly restrained. Mu Chanjue sat on the tripod, looking at the people in the sea, a deep smile flashed in his peach blossom eyes. Ming. A cry that seemed to come from ancient times made everyone feel in awe. Then you can see a blue shadow attached to the top of the sea. It's Kun, someone shouted. The movement here naturally alarmed Elder Nangong. He separated a ray of his mind to observe the situation in the sky, and when he saw Kun appear, his expression darkened. How could the Kun clan slip through the net? Elder Nangong felt vaguely uneasy. The Kun in front of him was no match for him, but the Kun clan had many heaven-defying spells. Although it cannot be used easily, as long as it can be used, it can achieve unexpected effects. Could it be that the Kun in front of him wanted to break the formation with a heaven-defying magic? When Elder Nangong was distracted, there were talismans flashing on the colorful clouds, mysterious and mysterious. Elder Nangong suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his consciousness. He immediately withdrew his mind and found that all his weakened power had returned to Tindao. He was not angry about this, but smiled and said, You really surprised me. You can restore your strength like this. It seems that you are stronger than I thought, so I want to refine you even more. Because of the problem of heaven, the road to promotion has become extremely slow. If this situation continues, God will have a problem sooner or later. Now, as long as they can bring this way of heaven back to heaven, their path of cultivation will definitely have fewer restrictions. Wrong. Elder Nangong opened his eyes wide, looked at the colorful clouds in front of him, and murmured to himself, Zile. It's actually Zile. The tribulations are divided into silver thunder and purple thunder. Naturally, all the powerful people in ancient times were purple thunders. Purple thunder contains rich Taoist breath and power of law. As long as the cultivator can withstand the thunder tribulation, he will definitely achieve something. Zile later slowly disappeared. After the War of the Gods, all the lightning disasters in the world turned silver. At that time, they thought of many ways to find out why this happened, but could not find the reason. Before the fairy world, all were silver thunders. When did the way of heaven evolve this purple thunder? Elder Nangong couldn't help but tremble all over because of his excitement, and there was endless greed in his eyes. He wanted to take the heaven in front of him as his own. No. If you change the world for heaven, Tao will turn a blind eye. But if one side of heaven disappears, sooner or later, Tao will notice. Once Tao realizes that he has taken the way of heaven as his own, he will definitely be greeted by the death of his body and the disappearance of the way of heaven. The majesty of the avenue cannot be violated. But there will also be situations where the avenue cannot find it. The result is that after he has devoured the Tao of heaven, his strength has reached a new level. Elder Nangong's eyes narrowed to a slit. If he wanted to take away this heavenly way quietly, all these things in the sky must be wiped out. It is not too late. He wants to first create an eye that covers the sky to deceive Tao. After the eye of covering the sky comes out, kill them and escape with the Tao of heaven. Elder Nangong could not suppress the excitement in his heart at all. Obtaining a heavenly way that purifies Zile means that the path to enlightenment will be easier. However, during this time, the sky changed again. The sea water recedes. Light returns to the fairy world. 9 powerful men were thrown in front of Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan took a look and found that only he, Da Kun, the 9 in front of him, and an old man staying in the formation were left in the sky. The rest all fell down when the sea water disappeared. Liu Kanglan couldn't see clearly what was going on inside the formation. Elder Nangong arranged several layers of barriers in the formation. But Kun was able to observe the situation of great Elder Nangong through the barrier, and found that he had stopped refining the way of heaven and was instead condensing something. Da Kun couldn't understand what he wanted to do. However, that didn't stop it from guessing that the old man inside must be holding back his bad intentions. They're all willing to sacrifice, let's break the formation. Da Kun glanced at the unconscious Judao. Liu Kanglan didn't waste any time and dragged 9 people to 9 positions respectively. If you observe carefully, you will definitely find that this is the distribution of the 9 Dao stars. Sacrifice is the key to breaking the formation. But they can only destroy the secondary formation. Only by destroying the main formation can the 9-9 chain Xuanshan formation be truly destroyed. Otherwise, the formation may be restored at any time. Thinking of this, Liu Kanglan's eyes darkened, and he said, the power when they completed the sacrifice was very terrifying, but within this time, someone must put the formation disk into the main formation eye under the terrifying power. Besides putting in the formation, what else does this person have to do? Da Kun asked seriously. In the entire fairy world, I am afraid it is the only one that can resist this power. But if it goes to set its sights and gets injured, no one can deal with Elder Nangong. Elder Nangong can wipe out everyone in the immortal world with just a few raises of his hands, so the way of heaven will still be in Nangong's hands. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 917 Chaos appears. Insert the formation eye, and take away the formation stone next to the main formation eye. I can't guess the specific location of the formation stone, but the formation disk I gave will be sensitive to the formation stone. After hearing Liu Kanglan's words, Da Kun used his spiritual consciousness to explore the situation within the formation. The puppets created by the Kun clan's magic cannot find the formation stone. Do you want to sacrifice an innocent practitioner? No. If the master was still here, he would definitely not choose to sacrifice innocent people. There are definitely other ways. Da Kun's thoughts were racing. Is the current Kun weak to this extent? It's just a small chain formation. As for a headache like this, he sacrificed his body and used magic. A joking voice sounded. Da Kun and Liu Kanglan looked wary at the same time. There were only 2 of them standing around, no one else. Who are you? Da Kun laid down a barrier to protect him and Liu Kanglan. Even I couldn't find it. It seems that you are really vulnerable. Kun, do you regret it? If you were more cold-blooded back then, maybe you would still be in the supreme position. The voice fell. A man with a ferocious aura came not far from Da Kun. The man looks extremely handsome, with a pair of black horns on his head, and his eyes are white, with a faint black mist overflowing from them. Of course, this was only what Da Kun saw. Liu Kanglan saw that the person who came was covered with a layer of mist, and could not see his face clearly. He could only feel that the person was full of destruction and darkness. Da Kun's eyes narrowed. Why are you here? Chaos smiled, revealing his sharp white fangs, evil and ferocious. I was just passing by and watching a good show. Da Kun said coldly, have you finished reading? Leave as soon as you finish reading. Chaos is vicious and vicious by nature, and likes to see humans fighting each other, and this scene is probably just what he wants. If Chaos continues to stay here, all subsequent actions will be in vain. You were so anxious to drive me away, Xiao Kun. You were just like your ancestor back then. The first thing he said when we met was to drive me away. Huan Chao calmly said. Are you leaving? If you don't leave, I will expose your whereabouts. There are many outsiders who are interested in you. Da Kun threatened. Chaos lips curved up. Xiao Kun, when you grow up, you are not like your ancestors, who were all elm-headed. If they had your kind of consciousness at that time, you wouldn't be the only one left in your clan. Actually, there are no outsiders. They just have different interests. As long as you can accomplish something and don't infringe on your own interests, why do you care who your teammates are? I'm just afraid that if you have a heart-to-heart relationship with the other person, but the other person is a white-eyed wolf, leaving your body to such a white-eyed wolf, Xiao Kun, your ancestors have done this a lot, and there should be memories of this in your inheritance. Quote. Chaos' tone was full of schadenfreude. Seeing that Da Kun's eyes were gradually spitting fire, Chaos changed the topic and said through the voice, Xiao Kun, if you can get along with me, it would be great to become a ferocious beast, free and unscrupulous. Darkoon calmed down in Chaos' joking voice. Chaos doesn't look like he's here to see a show, but rather like he's here just to poke a sore spot. If you say anything again, I'll bite you, Darkoon said angrily. Chaos flashed his hand and pressed down on Darkoon's furry head. Darkoon froze and couldn't move. Chaos smiled and said, "Don't worry, why are you so angry? I was really just passing by and noticed your aura, so I stopped by to return the favor. What's that look in your eyes?" Darkoon said coldly, "Do you believe what you think?" Chaos still maintained a smile. "Why don't you believe this? I am vicious and vicious by nature, but I also have certain principles. I have no grievances and no grudges. Naturally, I will plot whatever I want. As for those who have a grudge, they must be made miserable. And those who are kind to me will naturally repay their kindness before making any plans. So, Seo-kun, I really came here to repay my kindness. Back then, a female beast from your Kun clan healed my wounds. Then, when I woke up, I thought it was food delivered to my door, so I ate it. I found out later that it saved me. I always remember this kindness. When I wanted to repay it, the Kun clan disappeared. Now that I have discovered you, I must repay you, otherwise I would not be able to live up to that stupid female beast." After Huan Chao finished speaking, his mood remained flat, with no guilt and no sense of gratitude. The corners of Liu Kanglin's mouth twitched. This is repaying kindness with hatred, right? By the way, why does the person in front of me look so similar to a ferocious beast? The big Kun bared its teeth and wanted to bite Chaos, but it was no match for Chaos and was suppressed to death. "Repay the favor. You should go and bury the female beast with her." Darkoon stared at Chaos hatefully. Chaos is an innate vicious beast, and any beast swallowed by it will cease to exist in spirit and soul. No more resurrection. It's better to die in my mouth than to be cruelly eaten later, right? I swallowed it in one gulp to ensure that it doesn't suffer. Chaos said. His eyes fell on the Schwanchen formation. His eyes were still white. But there was a dark mist deep in his eyes. Chaos smiled with his white teeth again. He is creating the eye that covers the sky. Could it be that he wants to replace the way of heaven here and obscure the avenue? It's interesting. Chaos was very excited. Seo-kun, how about I return the favor next time? I want to be on his side this time. When the way of heaven is replaced, the power of the Great Way will also be weakened. Of course it's happy to see this happen. They're a ferocious beast clan, but they have been deceived by the great avenue of this plane. I really want the heavenly way in the immortal realm to be replaced, and it even wants to help Elder Nangong create the sky-covering eye. Because he drew several runes wrong. It's easy to spot anomalies. It must be his first time to create the sky-covering eye, so he has no experience. Chaos' face showed confusion, thinking whether it would be wise to tear up the agreement with Fang Qinggran at this time. Bother. I thought it was chaotic and unscrupulous by nature, so why did it sign that kind of agreement with Fang Qinggran with just a twitch of its head? So it decided to step aside and not interfere. Seo-kun, in this way, if I don't intervene this time, I will just repay the kindness of that female beast. Chaos couldn't help it. Liu Kanglin. He thought that if he were Darkoon, he would probably take action. The big Kun wanted to attack, but it couldn't be beaten. Chaos suppressed it with one hand. Don't be so angry. In this case, I will help you break the formation, and you will solve the rest by yourself. Chaos let go of Kun, with a devilish smile on his face. It decided to secretly help this old guy create the sky-covering eye. As for what happens next, it has nothing to do with it. After all, it is not easy to distinguish between the eye of heaven and the way of heaven. Are you so kind? Darkoon suspected that Chaos must have a new plan, otherwise it would be impossible for him to agree to help. It's absolutely true. After Hu and Chaos finished speaking, he ducked behind Liu Kanglin. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 918. Darkoon's body was frozen in place, and he could only watch helplessly as Chaos raised his broad palm and attached it to Liu Kanglin's back. Liu Kanglin's expression was startled, his pupils lost their luster, and he stared at the formation with an extremely evil smile on his lips. Darkoon saw the scene and was very anxious. Chaos, what do you want to do? Chaos didn't respond to Kun. Liu Kanglin was seen making seals with his hands, and a power that destroyed the heaven and earth was gathered around him. Immediately, the force moved towards the formation. Boom. The explosion sounded. The 9-9 chain Schwanchen formation was shattered. At this moment, Kun was stunned. It didn't expect that Chaos would really help it break the formation. Just when Darkoon thought the matter was over, Chaos controlled Liu Kanglin's body and quickly drew several purple sigils. The talisman flew into the silver-white clouds. There is a strong power of law on it. That is the forming eye that covers the sky. Elder Nangong was very surprised. Why was the eye of sky covering completed ahead of schedule? After Chaos finished all this, he returned control of his body to Liu Kanglin, stepped aside, and said with a smile, Seo-kun, the rest is up to you. Liu Kanglin woke up and looked at the scene in front of her eyes slightly confused. What happened just now? Why was the formation broken? The 9 puppets were still lying on the ground safely. Master, you were invaded by a powerful soul just now. Fortunately, it didn't hurt you, Fei Yian said. When Liu Kanglin heard this, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the distance. The figure was still covered in mist and could not see clearly. But the smell all over his body was terrifying. Liu Kanglin looked around and saw the great Elder Nangong trapping the Eye of Heaven and the Way of Heaven and launching an attack on Darkoon. Darkoon also looked ready to attack. A dark color flashed across Liu Kanglin's eyes. Elder Nangong was definitely going to silence him. With Darkoon's strength, he could at most draw a tie with Elder Nangong. But in this battle, the real injuries are to the immortal creatures. The best way is to have a strong person kill Elder Nangong with one blow. Liu Kanglin thought about this and glanced at Chaos, who was watching the show. Immediately, Liu Kanglan flashed to Da Kun's side and said, Da Kun, follow me, don't fight him. Da Kun had already launched his first attack and did not realize what Liu Kanglan meant. However, its body was faster than its thoughts, and it followed Liu Kanglan's movements and hid behind Chaos. Liu Kanglan stood not far behind Chaos and launched an attack on Elder Nangong. Elder Nangong didn't notice Chaos at first. Liu Kanglan's attack actually made Elder Nangong notice the existence of Chaos. Chaos was watching the show with restrained breath. In the eyes of the great Elder Nangong, Chaos was not as powerful as him. Elder Nangong did not hesitate to attack Chaos. Chaos glanced sideways, glanced at Liu Kanglan, and said, "It's good to divert trouble to the east." As Chaos spoke, he waved his long sleeves, and a person lying on the ground suddenly stood in front of it. After a few movements, the man opened his eyes, which were also completely white. The man blocked Elder Nangong's blow, then flew forward and slapped Elder Nangong on the head. Boom. Flesh splattered. Bloody. The man grabbed hold of the void again and easily destroyed Elder Nangong's soul. After the man finished everything, he came to Kun and knelt down on one knee. "Master. Xiao Kun, this is my gift to you, a puppet in its complete form." Chaos smiled, and with a flick of his sleeve, 8 other puppets knelt down in front of Kun. "Chaos, what do you want to do?" Da Kun didn't believe that Chaos would be so kind. A complete puppet is equivalent to an innate spiritual treasure. As puppets, they will be % loyal to their master. But their souls are intact, and they can still practice and advance. "I told you that I am here to repay my kindness. Why don't you believe me, Xiao Kun?" Chaos' voice was full of joy, and he seemed to be very happy. Kun is gradually confused, and it is Chaos that helps him. How can he believe it? Anyone who had been helped by Chaos before had a tragic end. Chaos didn't care about Da Kun's thoughts at all. His eyes fell on Liu Kanglan, and he said sadly, "You were very good." A simple compliment made Liu Kanglan feel like death was approaching. Da Kun immediately stood in front of Liu Kanglan and put up a barrier to protect him. "I remember you, Liu Kanglan." Chaos' voice became ethereal, and his figure disappeared. Da Kun could only look at Liu Kanglan sympathetically and said, "I wish you good luck." It can't do more. Chaos is extremely vengeful, and it likes to take revenge just when the target of revenge is about to forget the grudge. Liu Kanglan had no choice but to say, "Wish me good luck." Da Kun didn't respond anymore and turned to rescue Tiandao, who was trapped. It wanted to destroy the eye that covers the sky, but was stopped by the way of heaven. Da Kun said in confusion, "Why? It exists to replace you. Aren't you afraid of the dove occupying the magpie's nest?" Chaos returns to the secret realm. I went to see Feng Qingbran in the time formation. Feng Qingbran's condition was not very good, and her breath was slightly disordered. "Did you fail the promotion?" Chaos was full of gloating. "You know the reason," Feng Qingbran said firmly. Chaos' eyes rolled around. "I don't think I know, I roughly guessed it." Feng Qingbran said seriously, "Can you tell me the reason?" Chaos did not answer Feng Qingbran's question immediately, but asked instead, "Is it true that when you want to improve your realm, there are always obstacles, but there is no problem on the road to enlightenment?" "Ah." Chaos is now in his true form, lying on the ground leisurely. "I'm in a good mood now, so I'll tell you about cultivation in detail. The cultivation of monks is different from that of beasts. Monks must temper their bodies, open their veins, and draw their energy before they can officially enter cultivation. Orcs don't need to temper their bodies, open their pulses, and don't need to draw chi. We are born with chi in our bodies. This kind of chi will make our bodies better adapt to various kinds of chi. It is precisely because of this energy that we orcs value not the cultivation level, but the bloodline and bloodline inheritance, which determines the limit of our future cultivation, and also determines the speed of our cultivation. After you monks build the foundation, it can take anywhere from 100 years to 1,000 years before you can advance to the golden elixir. However, if you are a good beast race, you may be able to produce the beast elixir in 1 year. After advancing to become a god and cultivating the soul, I don't know how many years it took for the monks to cultivate the soul, but the ones with the best qualifications I have seen took a full 100 years. For a monk with incredible qualifications, it will take at least several thousand years from the time of body tempering to becoming an immortal. But we orcs can complete it in just a few hundred years. The biggest difference is that the beasts have innate energy in their bodies, but you human monks don't. You need to complete the conversion from spiritual energy to fairy energy by yourself. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 919 Chaos, Envy and Jealousy. While Chaos was speaking, he had been observing Feng Qingbran's reaction. Feng Qingbran listened very carefully, and she listened patiently every time to a strong man's words. Some seemingly casual words are a kind of guidance for her. No matter who he is, as long as he can be among the strong, he must have his own special way. And by listening to the success stories of strong people, you can always get a glimpse of the truth. Can the orcs refine the world's energy at will? Feng Qingbran asked curiously. Yes, and for the beast race, there is no such thing as becoming an immortal. The levels of the so-called true immortals, golden immortals, immortal emperors, are always based on the strength of your human race. We pay more attention to the level of bloodline. Feng Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly. Does it matter that my failure to advance is due to the change of harmony? Chaos looked at Feng Qingbran with admiration and said, Aura and immortal energy are the power condensed with the help of nature. If the aura is condensed into immortal energy, you can advance naturally. After becoming an immortal, if you want to break through and advance to the next level and become an emperor, you must refine the energy in your body into new power. A new power you have complete control over. This kind of power is slightly different from the chi you practiced before. This power is attached to the soul, so that you are no longer bound by many laws, let alone the situation where the power is imprisoned and the space cannot be opened. In short, if becoming a god means entering the ranks of the truly strong, then the emperor is the strong person that the strong look up to, and is called a powerful person. When Chaos said this, he looked at Fang Qingran with an imperceptible jealousy in his eyes. Fang Qingran asked in confusion, why can't the new power I just refined attach to the soul? Chaos stared at Fang Qingran for a long time, and then slowly said, you have a different path of cultivation from others. What you have to do now is not to refine new power, but control and operate the void in your body. Force. Your strength was not reached before, your soul was not strong enough, and the power of nothingness was always hidden and had no impact on you. But now that your body has reached a level that can carry the power of nothingness, it is naturally impossible to hide it anymore. Nothingness is a powerful, terrifying and domineering force. It will not allow your soul to possess other powers. You can only advance if you first conquer the power of nothingness that exists in your body. With the same ray of immortal power and the power of nothingness, if the Emperor uses a ray of immortal power, he can destroy a world, and if he uses a ray of void power, it is enough to destroy 9 worlds. The power of nothingness is the most terrifying of all powers and the most difficult to refine. When Chaos said this, the jealousy in his eyes could no longer be hidden. That is the power of nothingness. He is the supreme one in power. Except for the power of Hongmeng, no one can compete with him. Controlling the power of nothingness, fighting across levels is a breeze. If the power of nothingness in Fang Qingran's body hadn't recognized its owner, it would definitely have taken it away and used it for its own use. How will I refine the immortal power in my body into the power of nothingness in the future? Fang Qingran asked uncertainly. How to practice? Just practice in your dreams. Chaos said a little irritably. Fang Qingran. Why are you so impatient when everything is fine? Chaos continued. The power of nothingness cannot be cultivated. After you control the power of nothingness in your body, you can honestly use the immortal energy to refine new power. However, I want to remind you that the power of nothingness is your opportunity, but it is also a disaster. Its existence may cause you to be unable to attach other powers to your soul and increase the strength of your soul. I don't need to tell you what it means to a cultivator. That's all. You can figure out the rest by yourself. I'm going out first. After Chaos finished speaking, he hurriedly left the time formation, completely forgetting that the purpose of his trip was to tell Fang Qingran that it had completed its mission. After Chaos left the formation, he regretted coming to see Fang Qingran again. Even it can only get the power of Chaos. And the power of nothingness it dreams of actually recognizes a human race as its master. Within the formation, Fang Qingran felt the power above the soul and murmured, the power of nothingness. Fang Qingran seemed to have gradually realized some power, her apricot eyes were bright, and she said to the direction Chaos left, Chaos, thank you. Who wants you to thank me? It's just you, I'll give you one bite. Chaos' arrogant voice reached Fang Qingran's ears. Chaos hid in the darkness, watching Fang Qingran enter the cultivation state again. A purple lotus appeared on Fang Qingran's head. Chaos' eyes widened in surprise. Samsara purple lotus. The power of nothingness. Fang Qingran's opportunity is too good to be true. Chaos immediately turned around and left. It was all in vain. She failed in the promotion just now, not at all because she failed to control the power of nothingness, but because she failed to conquer the power in the purple lotus of Samsara. Chaos didn't plan to remind her again this time. After all, it's fine if it doesn't take a share of the pie. Chaos' claws patted lightly, and several barriers fell down. Fang Qingran, this time it depends on your luck. With such a good opportunity, you must advance for at least 2 realms before coming out. After Chaos finished speaking, he went to the time formation on the 5th floor. The formation was very lively. This kid can do it. He won't admit defeat even if he does this, and he is very resistant to beatings. The ancient snake's voice sounded in praise. He is using the power of Yingzhao to increase his body's hardness. Yinglong said seriously. No matter how hard you cultivate, the body of a monk cannot compete with the body of an orc. Ling Tianyun seemed to want his body's strength to exceed the limit of a monk. Chaos observed the battle and asked Yinglong, who is this kid's next opponent? Yinglong glanced at Chaos slightly, as if he didn't want to see Chaos. Bai Fang. Bai Fang was not in the competition list, but after observing Ling Tianyun's first 5 battles, it became interested and switched with the sky-splitting demon roar. Anyway, as long as both parties are willing. Yinglong didn't care. I'm here to compete with him and let him taste the dangers of the world. Chaos said sadly. Snort. It had already detected a ray of Hongmeng power in Ling Tianyun's body. This made it even more uncomfortable. Chaos, don't you know what your strength is? Do you want to go up and slap him to death? The ancient snark glared at Chaos. Chaos' hidden strength is better than Bai Fang's. Not to be outdone, Chaos said, Psycho, if Bai Fang goes up there, how can he be better than me? I don't breathe fire at all. If Bai Fang doesn't control it, he will be reduced to ashes. Not even a soul is left. At that time, just wait for those monsters from the immortal domain to come to your door. You guys are good. The ancient Ming snake interrupted Chaos' next words. Wait a minute, what did you say? The immortal realm I know. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 920 The Dragon King becomes an egg. Do you still know about the second immortal realm? Chaos asked. Taiku Mingshe was stunned for a moment. This really didn't exist. Based on the temperament of the old monsters in the immortal domain, if there was any other place that dared to call it the immortal domain, they would definitely destroy that place without hesitation. The ancient snake stared at Chaos, changed his previous indifference, moved closer to Chaos, and asked extremely curiously, how did you know that he came from the immortal realm? Stay away from me. After Chaos said in disgust, he moved away from the ancient croaking snake. Then he continued, why should I tell you? The ancient Ming snake was not angry when he saw Chaos' disgusted eyes. He turned around and approached Chaos again, flattering him and saying, I really can't tell, so just tell me. Chaos flashed to another position. Taiku Mingshin chased after him without giving up, and asked with a smile. Just like this, tossing it a dozen times. No matter where Chaos dodges, the ancient snake will always shamelessly catch up and ask the same questions. Chaos is too much trouble. He has the mark of the immortal realm on his body, and all his magical weapons are from the hands of those old monsters. Mark? What mark? Why didn't I see it? The ancient snake opened its exploratory eyes and observed Ling Tianyuan, but saw nothing. Chaos finally couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to Yinglong's side. How did you endure Tegu? Yinglong's eyes softened a bit. You ferocious beasts are always fighting and killing. Only Taigu has a softer temper. Occasionally he likes to chatter a few words, which is quite interesting. Chaos glanced sideways at Yinglong and remained silent, as if he was too lazy to talk to Yinglong. Compared with them, the ancient song snake is certainly soft-tempered. But the reputation of the ancient screaming snakes is definitely not as good as that of these ferocious beasts. A snake clan bloodline can mix up to the point that even some dragon clans are afraid of it. How could the ancient snake be a kind person? Chaos, led by Fang, go to the next match. You and him will fight for the last time, Yinglong said as his eyes fell on the battlefield. Okay, Chaos doesn't care. There is a good show anyway, so if you don't watch it, you won't watch it. In terms of strength, Bai Fang could easily defeat Ling Tianyuan. But Ling Tianyuan had countless life-saving trump cards. If his life was really hurt, Bai Fang would be the unlucky one. None of the old monsters in the immortal realm are fuel-efficient lamps. He was the only one who could suppress them. Even if one of those old monsters is released, it can cause harm to countless universes. The ancient Ming snake now returned to Yinglong. Yinglong, is there a mark on Ling Tianyuan? Why can't I see it? Yinglong said, there is a mark, but it is hidden deep enough so that it cannot be seen clearly. When Yinglong spoke, he gave Chaos a meaningful look. Chaos ignored Yinglong and looked sarcastic. In that chaotic era, all creatures had an instinct to hide. Because once you expose yourself, you will be targeted, surrounded, killed, and eaten. Those who came out of that period have experienced extreme darkness, destruction, killing and plunder, and are basically all ruthless and brutal people. After all, as long as there is a little bit of soft-heartedness, the result will be death of body and soul, and annihilation into dust. Therefore, those who survived from that period were free to do as they pleased and unscrupulously. A real dragon like Yinglong who has the protection of his ancestors will definitely not understand the feeling of fighting alone. But Yinglong saw the ridicule in Chaos's eyes and was speechless. He found that Chaos was particularly irritable today and his emotions were exposed. In the past, Chaos always liked to instigate other ferocious beasts, watch them fight, and then retire and hide. Chaos, are you stimulated by something? Yinglong decided to ask. Chaos goes crazy after all. There is no peace in the entire Shifang domain. It's better to be careful. The little girl is in a critical period of breakthrough, and she cannot let things in Shifang domain affect her. Chaos glanced sideways at Yinglong and said from a high position, Yinglong, you are quite generous. If you have this time, you might as well go hatch the eggs. You can leave your Dragon King alone in his lair, and you won't be afraid of being attacked by other ferocious beasts. I ate it secretly. The voice of Chaos was loud and clear, instantly heard by all the ferocious beasts present. The other ferocious beasts all looked away from the battlefield and looked towards Yinglong with burning eyes, waiting for Yinglong's reaction. The Dragon King is still alive. Isn't there only one soul left, about to dissipate? When Yinglong saw the expressions of the ferocious beasts, his anger surged, but he did not dare to show it at all. Because once the ferocious beasts know that the Dragon King is really in his lair, they will definitely try their best to eat the dragon eggs. Yinglong hid all his anger and still maintained a majestic look. Chaos, there are some things you can't say nonsense. When Taiku Mingshe heard Yinglong's words, he secretly said, oops. Yinglong was tricked by the old fox Chaos. This answer undoubtedly confirmed that Chaos' words were true. Fang Qingran found the Dragon Emperor's skeleton in the battlefield of the gods before. Later, the Dragon Emperor absorbed the power of the skeleton and transformed into a dragon egg again. Reunite the body. Fang Qingran was very worried about how to raise dragon eggs. Yinglong asked for the dragon eggs and transferred some dragon breath to the eggs every day, which would be beneficial to the growth of the Dragon King. Fang Qingran was actually very worried about the ferocious beasts in Shifang domain. But considering the growth of the Dragon King, I still agreed. This incident was very concealed and was not noticed by the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain. Unexpectedly, it was not hidden from Chaos. Yinglong probably didn't expect Chaos to reveal this matter. Even if he stayed in Shifang realm for so long, Yinglong's Taoism would not be as good as that of a ferocious beast that had endured darkness for so long. Just when Taiku Mingshi thought things couldn't be hidden. Chaos said calmly, just kidding, you are nervous. This 7th sparring match must be mine, otherwise I will continue to talk nonsense. When the other ferocious beasts heard this, they looked away in disappointment. Chaos likes to stir up trouble, and all the beasts know it. Yinglong saw the contempt in Chaos's eyes. He can get up or down in one breath. It was really going back and forth more and more, and it was almost sucked in by Chaos. Chaos looked proud. In the past, Yinglong was very powerful and didn't like fighting, so it was really difficult to deal with him. But now Yinglong has a weakness and it's very easy to control him. It likes strong men with weaknesses. If it hadn't agreed to cooperate with Fang Qingran, there would be a more powerful enemy to deal with, and it would definitely take advantage of Yinglong's weakness. Wait a minute, what kind of power is that? The Ant King jumped on top of the Yu Zhao's head and said. A burst of light flashed. Click. Several barriers on the field shattered. The terrifying power spread rapidly, and some ferocious beasts actually used fear in the face of this power. Yinglong felt this power and immediately stabilized the formation. Taiko, set up a barrier to block this power. We must not let it leak out, otherwise the secret realm will collapse. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 921 Old Man Taishu. The secret realm collapsed unexpectedly. It will have no effect on ferocious beasts. But for outside contestants, it was a disaster. Their souls and virtual bodies cannot withstand such great pressure. Especially Fang Qinggran is still in the important stage of breakthrough. There must be no problem in the secret realm. The ancient Ming snake reacted quickly and immediately laid down dozens of barriers one after another. The other ferocious beasts did not move. There was uncontrollable greed in their eyes. On the field, Ying Zhao, who had the face of a human and the body of a horse, and 2 wings on his back, looked at a mark on the back of Ling Tianyun's hand, and his pupils shrank sharply, as if he had seen something terrible. Ling Tianyun was holding a long sword and was half kneeling on the ground. His clothes were torn and his body was covered in wounds. Blood was pouring out all over his body. His whole body looked like it could be shattered by a light touch. However, his eyes were full of determination. The corners of his blood-stained lips raised into a smile, which, paired with his voluptuous appearance, was dazzling and bright. Like a delicate flower, it captivates the soul. Ling Tianyun looked at Ying Zhao with excitement in his eyes. This was the feeling of fighting he wanted. The feeling of frustration that all the strength in the body is exhausted and unable to resist, the sense of danger that life or death cannot be determined by the opponent's thoughts, and the feeling of finally rising up to resist. Only in this case can he use all his trump cards and unleash his true potential. Ling Tianyun could feel the life force constantly passing away and recondensing. He doesn't care. I want to fight again. He could feel that he had not yet truly put himself to death and lived. Ling Tianyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and prepared to stand up and fight again. At this time, a phantom appeared on Ling Tianyun, majestic and powerful. Then a dangerous and rich voice sounded, "Let me see, who bullied my bastard?" "Grandpa Taishu, why are you here?" Ling Tianyun said in surprise when he heard the voice. "HMPH, you have a very wild temper. I had already expected that you would sneak out, so I left the Yuan 9 on you in advance, so that when your life is in danger, I can come out to help you." Shuing when speaking to Ling Tianyun, his tone was full of affection. "Grandpa Taishu, you misunderstood. I was not in danger. I just lost the fight," Ling Tianyun said without any embarrassment. The old man Taishu was quiet for a moment. "Xiao Yunzi, you said you lost the fight. How could you lose? You have so many innate treasures, they must be plotting against you, right?" Ling Tianyun shook his head and said with a smile, "Grandpa Taishu, I am competing with them, so I removed those protective magic weapons." The old man Taishu leaned over and patted Ling Tianyun on the head. "Good boy, you have the courage. Old man Taishu, if you take back the pressure and continue, your precious boy will be buried in this secret realm." Chaos said dissatisfied. The other ferocious beasts shrank their necks. Only Yinglong and Tegu Mingshe tried their best to maintain the formation and prevent the pressure of the old man Taishu from leaking out. The old man Taishu's gaze fell on Chaos and said coldly, "Why are you here? Are you trying to plot against Xiao Yunzi?" Hundu said disdainfully, "If I had plotted against him, he would not even have any bones left." The old man Taishu trembled and was unable to refute. "But he can't show up for nothing. Yuan 9 is very precious, okay." The old man Taishu looked around. Yuan 9 stayed on Yinglong for a moment, and then landed on Ying Zhao. "Is it you and Xiaoyunzi who are fighting?" Ying Zhao felt extremely regretful. If he had known that there was such a powerful person behind Ling Tianyun, he would definitely not have taken the initiative to get involved in the sparring. "Grandpa Taishu," Ling Tianyun shouted, his face and neck suddenly turning red. He really doesn't need support. Otherwise, the ferocious beast seniors would have thought that he couldn't afford it. "I know, I don't want to embarrass it, I just want to remember this beast that defeated you." The old man Taishu always felt that going out had no effect. Old man Taishu's Yuan 9 does not need to fight, so Yuan 9 can stay for a quarter of an hour. He curiously asked Ling Tianyun, "Xiao Yunzi, where are you? Why can't I sense its location in the universe?" As soon as old man Taishu said these words, all the ferocious beasts were on guard. Chaos narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, "Old man Taishu, as long as you are old, you can take care of yourself in your own field. Why are you asking so much? Chaos can beat a Taishu old man. But if a group of Taishu old men really come, it will definitely not be able to defeat them. Besides, the builder of this plane deliberately reduced the energy of the plane in order to hide the plane and not be easily discovered by outsiders. Therefore, the strength of a strong person who breaks into this plane is still limited. And with the strength of old man Taishu, as long as there is no guide, he will definitely not be able to discover this plane. Chaos, I still have the knife I used to chop you with," the old man Taishu said coldly. "Grandpa Taishu, Senior Chaos is just anxious. Don't be angry, I'm doing well here, so don't worry. When I have enough fun, I will naturally go back to the immortal realm." Ling Tianyun hurriedly reassured. What Taishu old man Yuan 9 sees can be transmitted back to the immortal realm. It was naturally impossible for Ling Tianyun to reveal the location of the Xuanchu plane. "Xiao Yunzi, when you grow up, you have your own little thoughts. Okay, I just don't ask," the old man Taishu said kindly. Ling Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. "Grandpa Taishu, I want to continue our spar. Do you want to take a look?" The old man Taishu smiled and said, "Okay, let me take a look. By the way, Mr. Qi has returned to the immortal realm. He asked me to tell you, stay well, don't run around, and wait for him." "Okay, I'll remember." Ling Tianyun froze mid-sentence. "Xiao Yunzi, are you in the same place as the territory lord?" Old man Taishu suddenly said seriously. Ling Tianyun remained silent. Old man Taishu had no intention of embarrassing Ling Tianyun, and sent a message, "Xiao Yunzi, if you are with the domain lord, just stay by his side and don't return to the immortal domain for the time being. Also, I'm not the only one who has Yuan 9 hidden in you. They can't observe your situation on weekdays. They will only show up when your life is threatened. You must not be tricked by other old guys. Don't believe anything they say in the future, and it's best not to reply. There are quite a few forces looking for the territory lord now. Master Qi probably won't be able to get away to find you for a while. Everything is careful. The old man Taishu spoke with sincerity and sincerity. At the same time, he was also glad that it was him Yuan Nine who appeared this time. Grandpa Taishu, is Master Qi in danger? Ling Tianyun said nervously. Don't worry, although Qi's strength is not as good as us old guys, he has many tricks, and those forces will not be able to please him. The old man Taishu said in a message. Ling Tianyun's heart became heavy, and he asked via voice transmission, Grandpa Taishu, do you want to tell the territory lord about this matter? Old man Taishu solemnly transmitted the message, Xiao Yunzi, you have exposed the existence of the territory lord again. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 922 The Best Prehistoric Beast Pill. Ling Tianyun was speechless, even forgetting the pain on his body. Seeing Ling Tianyun not responding, the old man Taishu sighed deeply. Ling Tianyun was very smart, but it was a pity that he was too young after all, and his skills were no match for those old foxes who had lived for who knows how long. The old man Taishu said solemnly, Xiao Yunzi, in extraordinary times, any words you say may reveal a lot, even if you don't speak, you can still reveal a lot, so you'd better not take risks easily. After hearing this, Ling Tianyun couldn't help but feel a little heavier, and said via voice, Grandpa Taishu, what happened in the immortal realm? Make you so nervous? Is Lao Ling okay? The shadow of the old man Taishu gradually faded, and he transmitted a message, Xiao Yunzi, everything is fine in the immortal domain. Just follow the domain lord. After the old man Taishu finished speaking, he turned into a little fluorescent light and entered Ling Tianyun's body. In an instant, all Ling Tianyun's injuries recovered as before. Yinglong and Taiku Mingshe sensed that the aura of the old man Taishu had completely disappeared, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. They no longer had to work hard to maintain the formation and barrier. Chaos eyes were dark, staring at the place where the old man Taishu disappeared, not knowing what he was thinking. The other beasts were full of guilt and did not dare to look at Ling Tianyun. Just now, they were stimulated by Ling Tianyun's bloodline and wanted to devour him. If the old man Taishu hadn't appeared, they would have already taken action. However, even if they did not move, old man Taishu seemed to have read through their thoughts. The pressure brought down by the old man Taishu directly hit their souls. The beasts are just guilty, but the heroic moves are frightening. Ying Zhao felt that if Ling Tianyun hadn't stopped him, the old man Taishu would have rushed out and tore it into pieces. Senior ferocious beasts, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I've frightened you all. Consider these things my compensation for you. Ling Tianyun's crisp voice sounded and he threw a storage ring to Yinglong. Ling Tianyun continued, please ask Senior Yinglong to distribute the contents to everyone. Yinglong scanned the objects in the space and was momentarily surprised. They were all precious and top-grade ancient beast elixirs. There are tens of thousands of them. Yinglong almost wanted to take everything for himself. Because a top-quality ancient beast pill can transform the bloodline of ordinary ferocious beasts into ancient ferocious beasts. 100 ancient beast pills can upgrade the ancient beasts into ancient beasts. That little girl Luan Jin used this method to become an ancient ferocious beast. If 1,000 prehistoric beast pills are refined, the ancient bloodline can be transformed into the bloodline of a prehistoric beast. The top-grade primordial beast pill is only useful for ferocious beasts whose bloodline level is below primordial. Further up the chaos and supreme beast bloodlines, taking primordial beast pills cannot increase the level of the bloodline, but it can improve the strength. The higher the level of the beast's bloodline, the more ways to improve its strength. If it refines all these beast elixirs, its strength will definitely reach the next level. However, it does not have that much time to refine so many beast elixirs. The Dragon King is still at its most vulnerable, and it must protect the Dragon King. Yinglong looked around. Most of these ferocious beasts had ancient bloodlines, and there were very few ancient bloodlines further up. These beast pills were an opportunity for ferocious beasts. After the overall strength of the ferocious beast is improved, it will become a greater help to Feng Qinggran in the future. Yinglong thought like this and no longer hesitated. One beast received 10 top-quality ancient beast pills. As for those ferocious beasts that are no longer on this level, it has no way to control them. After all, opportunity is a first-come, first-served thing. The gods received the primordial beast pill and were stunned for a moment. Then they became excited and stared greedily at the space ring in Yinglong's hand. Yinglong destroyed the space ring without hesitation. It's not that the ferocious beasts are interested, it's just that they'll pay too much attention and discover the existence of the Dragon King. Chaos eyes narrowed into a straight line. There was both teasing and exploration. Senior Yingzhao, I'm sorry, this is yours. Ling Tianyun gave Yingzhao a spiritual ginseng glowing with purple light alone. The rich original aura on it almost made the eyes of the beast stick to it. Suck, squeak. The sound of swallowing saliva kept coming. The beasts were very irritable, but due to the remaining power of the old man Taishu, they did not rush to grab it. Yingzhao's eyes widened. Are you sure you want to give this to me? Yingzhao's eyes were full of suspicion, and he looked at Ling Tianyun like a fool. Is this kid really from the immortal realm? Can those shrewd old monsters in the immortal realm teach such a simple and generous person? Yingzhao was suspicious, but he quickly took the spiritual ginseng from Ling Tianyun's hand and put it into his mouth without hesitation. Nonsense. If you don't swallow the original dragon ginseng grass now, won't you be waiting to be snatched away? Yingzhao is really despicable. Yu Zhao cursed secretly. That's right, it's okay for us to smell such a good thing, but it actually swallowed it like this. What a waste of natural resources. After the ant emperor cursed angrily, he was thinking about whether to summon red-yellow ants and take a few bites of Yingzhao's flesh and blood. Aren't we ferocious beasts? Why do we act like we have never seen the world? The black pterodactyl's words attracted the attention of countless Yusun. Ling Tianyun was careless about the reactions of the beasts and smiled. I remember there are 2 seniors who want to compete with me. I wonder who they are. Bai Fang quickly flew onto the competition stage and squeezed Yingzhao out. Bai Fang said excitedly. It's me, my fellow Taoist from the Ling family. To be honest, our ancestors had some connections with your Ling family back then. Don't worry, I won't let you down in this competition. Hey, Bai Fang is really shameless. As far as its attributes of being burned wherever it goes, it probably has something to do with its field. Jew-headed Phoenix said in a sour tone. Ju Tufeng regretted agreeing to Bai Fang's request. Bai Fang glared at Ju Tufeng, showing a slight guilt. Fellow Taoist of the Ling family, don't think too much, I can control my flame and will never hurt you. Ling Tianyun didn't care much. Senior Bai Fang, injuries are inevitable on the battlefield. No matter you win or lose, I will give you a generous gift. One person and one bird quickly started fighting. Many of the ferocious beasts who were watching chose to quietly retreat from this place. Chaos glanced at the competition on the field and caught up with the beasts that were leaving. The primordial beast pill has little effect on it. But that doesn't stop it from occupying these things. As long as it controls the best beast elixir, it can do more things. As a result, many ferocious beasts lost their beast elixirs hidden in the space before they could react. After Chaos finished everything and returned to the time formation, Bai Fang and Ling Tianyun had almost finished fighting. Bai Fang was afraid of attracting the old monsters from the immortal realm, so he always stopped. Every time Ling Tianyun struck with all his strength, Bai Fang easily defused it and then launched another attack at the right time. The attack power is terrifying. But Bai Fang controlled the speed at which his power was shot out, and Ling Tianyun could easily dodge every time. This made Ling Tianyun very depressed and helpless. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 923 6 consecutive defeats. Finally, Ling Tianyun couldn't bear it anymore and used the power of Tao. In an instant, the majestic power gathered into the shadow of a giant dragon, hovering behind Ling Tianyun, staring at Bai Fang with eager eyes. He Dao attacked Bai Fang. Bai Fang's original leisurely demeanor disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. Bai Fang felt the vast Dao breath, shrouding his whole body, a warning, as if it didn't take it seriously, its soul would be in danger of being broken. What is this way? Bai Fang became alert and also released pressure, with Dao patterns lingering around its side. Those who have achieved Taoism can fight across levels. The deeper the Tao is comprehended, the greater the power it can exert. Ling Tianyun's Taoist breath has begun to take shape, and he is considered to be on the threshold of enlightenment. I just don't know how he uses it. How many elementary Dao breath forms can be condensed? When Bai Fang got serious, it wasn't that he was afraid of Ling Tianyun's way, but he was a little bit unable to figure out what his way was. Ling Tianyun finally became happy when he saw Bai Fang becoming serious. But this happiness is very short-lived. When Ling Tianyun controlled the giant dragon to attack Bai Fang's wings flapped slightly, and several flames carrying Dao patterns hit the dragon. Then the dragon disappeared. Ling Tianyun's face turned pale, there was disbelief in his eyes, and his confidence seemed to have been completely shattered. When he was defeated by Ying Zhao and was unable to fight anymore, he at least caused a little damage to Ying Zhao. Moreover, in the battle with Ying Zhao, he had not yet used the Tao he had cultivated. You can comfort yourself, he has a trump card. But now in the battle with Bai Fang, he didn't hurt the opponent at all, and even his Tao form was casually broken up by the opponent. At least in Ling Tianyun's opinion, Bai Fang easily destroyed his Dao Qi. Completely missed the solemnity in Bai Fang's eyes. Bai Fang has already cultivated the Dao pattern, and its Dao is several levels higher than Ling Tianyun. Its Dao pattern should be returned to it after killing the giant dragon. As a result, Dao Wen and the dragon died together. Bai Fang couldn't understand what was going on. Similarly, all the beasts watching the game were also shocked. Bai Fang is now a ferocious beast from the wild, and his strength is equivalent to that of a human monk. Ling Tianyun's strength was far inferior to Bai Fang's. Logically speaking, this would not happen. Bai Fang, it's my turn to play. Chaos voice suddenly sounded, entering the competition field. Then, before Bai Fang could react, a bud squeezed Bai Fang away. Bai Fang had no intention of fighting anymore and chose to give up the field to Chaos. Before leaving, Bai Fang gave Chaos a hard look, regretting that he didn't flap Chaos's wings more when he was in the second level of the secret realm. Chaos now shows its true strength, and Bai Fang no longer dares to provoke it. Chaos looked at the red-haired Ling Tianyun and said, "Get up. If old man Taishu sees you like this, he will definitely think that I am bullying you." Ling Tianyun clenched his fists and was still recalling the previous battle scenes. Chaos' eyes were full of sarcasm. "I lost the previous 5 games and I didn't see you downcast. Why are you so decadent after losing this game?" Chaos certainly knew why. But it was intentional. In the previous 5 games, the beasts were just playing around and deliberately restrained their strength, failing to let Ling Tianyun see the situation clearly, and the defeat was not thorough enough. But now that the old man Taishu appeared, Bai Fang did not dare to play with Ling Tianyun anymore. Using all his strength to fight Ling Tianyun had no hope of victory at all, which naturally destroyed his confidence. Fighting is all about the heart. Even if the strength is not good, as long as he does not admit defeat, he can still fight a dozen. If you lose the confidence to fight, then no matter how strong you are, you may not be able to fight. Compare Ling Tianyun. Chaos suddenly thought of Feng Qingran. The most important reason why it chose to cooperate with it was that no matter what kind of blow or adversity, Feng Qingran always maintained his determination to improve. Feng Qingran grew up from hardships. Ling Tianyun is used to having smooth sailing, and with the strong support of the immortal realm behind him, even if he wants to face adversity, it will be difficult for him to encounter adversity. It can be said that there is no adversity around Ling Tianyun. Any strong person he can meet who poses a threat to him will be afraid of him. Even if there are people who are not afraid of him and want to hurt him, they can't. After all, the protective magic weapons given by those old monsters were not just decorations. In this competition, if Ling Tianyun hadn't taken the initiative to remove his protective magic weapon, just knocking off his protective magic weapon would have required half of the beast's strength. Chaos thought about this and narrowed his eyes slightly. Boy, do you want to fight in the last round? Ling Tianyun met Chaos' eyes. Senior, so they deliberately suppressed their realm in the first 5 games, right? HMPH, not too stupid. After hearing this, Ling Tianyun's eyes lit up again, and his decadence was swept away. Fortunately, I understood the difference in strength in time, otherwise I would have drifted again. Ling Tianyun shook his neck, moved his wrist, and said wantonly, Senior Chaos, please don't hold back, I'm very resistant to beatings. Chaos was very surprised, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he secretly regretted that the inner demon implantation failed. Chaos murmured in a low voice, you are very resistant to beatings, right? Then I will beat you until your father doesn't even recognize you. A thick fog emerged. Chaos transforms into human form. When Ling Tianyun saw this scene, he became excited and eager to try. Boom! Ling Tianyun flew out upside down. Before he could get up, a foot kicked him. The pace was so hasty that Ling Tianyun could only howl and had no chance to fight back. Boy, the battle is between both sides with equal strength, and if you fight against us, you can only get beaten. Chaos smiled evilly and kept moving his feet. I couldn't take advantage of Lao Ling back then. So the father's debt is repaid by the son. Why do you feel that Chaos has a bit of a personal grudge? Zhu Yan shrank his neck, thinking about the grudge between it and Chaos. It's not just a personal grudge. Chaos is the best at disguise. When has his emotions been leaked? I suspect that Chaos is jealous of Ling Tianyun's good fortune. The yellow pterodactyl said in an extremely low voice. Yinglong looked at the scene on the field with a headache and thought about whether he should stop it. After all, this guy gave me something. Taiku Snake was even more upset. Just now Yinglong secretly gave it an extra 100 top-grade Chaos Beast pills. Yinglong, won't there be any problems if Chaos continues to fight like this? Chaos seems insidious, but his actions are the most measured and there will be no problems. A clear and sweet voice sounded. Girl Feng, are you? Have you broken through 2 realms? Taiku Mingshe said in great shock when she felt Feng Qingren's cultivation at this moment. Feng Qingren's bright eyes were clear and she nodded with a smile. How long did it take you? Taigu Snake asked curiously. Even within a time formation, the age of the body is calculated based on time outside the formation. Otherwise the time stone wouldn't be so precious. Not much, 10,000 years. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 924 Battle Between Souls. Taiku Mingshe stared at her huge eyes and immediately carefully investigated Feng Qingren's condition. He was relieved when he found that the aura in her body was stable and there was no frivolity. Immediately, the ancient Ming snake was amazed. It broke through 2 major realms in 10,000 years. Not to mention it, even Yinglong couldn't do it. There is a huge gap between the Imperial Realm and the 9 heavens and 10 emperors. The Emperor's consciousness can easily detect the situation in a small world. The 9 heavens and 10 emperors can not only explore the small world, but also control the heavenly ways of multiple small worlds at the same time. Feng Qingren's current state is that of the first-level co-master of heaven and earth. This means that the creation and destruction of many small worlds are all within her thoughts. Taiku Mingshe couldn't help but think of the scene when a little girl in the foundation building stage shouted, "Man can conquer nature," to the majestic Yinglong when he first met Feng Qingren. Now she is qualified to say this. Feng girl, congratulations. Taiku Mingshe said sincerely. Senior Taigu, I would like to thank you and Senior Yinglong. If you hadn't been here to control the situation, I wouldn't have been able to practice with peace of mind. Feng Qingren said with a smile. When Taiku Mingshe heard this, he felt very comfortable and told Feng Qingren the process of Ling Tianyun's fight with the ferocious beast in detail. Girl Feng, don't you know the immortal realm? This immortal realm is the most dangerous place in the universe. There are countless old monsters hidden there. Picking out any one of them will be a being that can harm a universe at will. Actually, the immortal realm and the Shifang realm are similar in a sense. They are both worlds created by the day after tomorrow. But the one who created the immortal realm is said to have transcended the realm, so the immortal realm is not much worse than the universe. If you break the void in the future, leave this plane, and encounter someone from the immortal realm, you must not offend them. When Taiku Mingshe said this, he looked at Ling Tianyun and said mysteriously, Feng girl, this Ling Tianyun's status in the immortal realm is definitely not low, and he has a lot of good things. You are right to be friends with him more. But Ling Tianyun is probably an exception. If you encounter other visitors from the immortal realm, it's best to avoid them. The immortal realm is a place where even chaos cannot find a good place. It can be seen that the people who come out are definitely not good people. Feng Qingren touched her nose with a guilty conscience. She would definitely be unable to stay away. Their territory lord was still in her hands. Senior Taigu, if you compare Chaos or Old Man Taishu, who is more powerful? Feng Qingren looked at the one-sided beating in the sparring field and sympathized with Ling Tianyun. If Chaos was still at its peak, Old Taishu would definitely not be his opponent, but if Chaos fights with Old Man Taishu at this moment, he will end up like Ling Tianyun now. Taigu Mingshe said with a little regret. If Chaos is beaten, it will stand at the front and watch. Just when the ancient Ming Shen was thinking this, the field stopped. Ling Tianyun was lying on the ground, unable to stand up, but no one saw the corners of his blood-stained lips curl up. Chaos stood not far from Ling Tianyun, with an evil smile on his face. Boy, how do you feel? Have you tried this feeling before? Ling Tianyun raised his hand and covered his eyes. It feels pretty good. It turns out that my body's endurance limit is so low. Senior Chaos, I still want to try a soul battle, is that okay? Before Chaos could speak, a tall body slowly stood up. The body is an entity formed by the condensed spirit. The whole body was glowing with bursts of golden light. There was only an imperceptible hint of purple between the eyebrows. Chaos felt the coercion emanating from his body, and his eyes changed slightly. A Lord of Origin should not have such a powerful soul. Could it be that this kid was suppressed by the secret realm? That would be more interesting. Chaos said, "Boy, I don't need my soul to deal with you. If you can use the power of your soul to hurt me even a little bit, you will win." Ling Tianyun's tall body looked down at Chaos. It seemed like he could crush Chaos with just one kick. But Ling Tianyun clearly understood that this was not the case. Ling Tianyun said in a good manner, "Senior, thank you for your humility." "You're welcome, Junior." The next moment, the body formed by the condensed spirit of Ling Tianyun launched an attack on Chaos. Chaos was frozen in place, as motionless as a mountain. He looked at Ling Tianyun's big palm and just raised a finger to stop Ling Tianyun from making any progress. The two sides remained in a stalemate for half a quarter of an hour. Chaos' hand was raised easily, and Ling Tianyun's body staggered back several steps before barely stopping. "Does this kid want to waste time? He can't defeat Chaos, even with his soul," the Ant King said speechlessly. Yu Zhao's clammy eyes turned. "Ant King, I find that your brain capacity is getting smaller and smaller. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." His choice was not wrong at all. "What do you mean?" "Fighting against a strong Yuan Shen can improve the Yuan Shen quickly, but it is also extremely risky. But there is an opportunity in front of you that is % safe and can improve your Yuan Shen. Will you miss it?" Yu Zhao asked in return. The Ant Emperor instantly understood. Ling Tianyun is sure that Chaos will not hurt his soul, so he wants to use this to improve his soul, right? Yu Zhao said coldly, "Not too stupid." At least Chaos didn't dare to hurt Ling Tianyun in front of so many ferocious beasts. Chaos was obviously afraid of the old man Taishu. Therefore, with Ling Tianyun supported by old man Taishu, Chaos would definitely not choose to harm him openly. "Yu Zhao, that's not right. Look at Chaos's expression. It seems to be very solemn. Chaos should not show such an expression for the soul of the Lord of Origin. Could it be that there is something weird about this kid's soul?" the Ant King asked in confusion. After hearing this, Yu Zhao carefully observed the battle. Under the repeated attacks from Ling Tianyun's body, Chaos' position moved back half an inch. Don't underestimate this half inch. This half inch proved that Ling Tianyun's power could shake Chaos' defense. Breaking a strong man's physical defense is often the first step in a battle. If you can't even break through the defense, the next fight will be meaningless. The Ant Emperor's voice sounded again. "Yu Zhao, this boy's path to cultivation is quite interesting. I guess the power attached to the soul is not simple either. After cultivators advance to the level of Emperor, they can condense or refine various powers, such as the power of origin, the power of law, the power of chaos, etc. Each power is different. And there is also suppression among these forces. Although the power attached to Ling Tianyun's soul has not been revealed yet, the Ant Emperor has already seen the problem." Yu Zhao saw the anomaly in Ling Tianyun's Yuan Shen, and gloated, "Those who come out of the immortal realm will definitely not attach ordinary power to their Yuan Shen. If Chaos continues to underestimate the enemy, his reputation may be ruined in his lifetime." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 925 Leaving the Secret Realm. The Ant King let out a mean laugh and took out an image stone. The famous scene must be recorded and played back on a loop when we return to the Shifang domain. The other ferocious beasts looked at the Ant King with envy. They also want to record, but don't have the guts. The red-yellow ant clan is extremely united and difficult to deal with. They are not afraid of the revenge of Chaos. Boom. There was a loud noise on the field. The protective barrier of Chaos was shattered. Immediately, terrifying power condensed on Ling Tianyun's body, all falling on Chaos. The beasts and Feng Qinggran felt their hearts tremble. Chaos spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, Ling Tianyun's soul power was exhausted and returned to his body. Chaos' eyes narrowed slightly, with a dangerous light. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Ling Tianyun. "Boy, you are really brave." Ling Tianyun said in a hoarse voice, "Those who can embark on the path of cultivating immortals must be fearless. Those who are afraid of hands and feet will not reach my level." Ling Tianyun's tone was proud, but not annoying at all. Chaos sent a message. "Boy, self-confidence is a good thing, but this is not the reason for you to expose the Hongmeng Qi. If you didn't know your details, do you think you can keep the Hongmeng Qi of your soul?" Ling Tianyun said nonchalantly, "Senior, if you have the Tao, you have nothing to fear. Naturally, I have to rely on something to rely on, so I dare to do this." After Ling Tianyun finished speaking, he took out a pill and drank it. In an instant, all his injuries recovered, and he stood up, his embarrassment gone. Ling Tianyun ignored the scorching gazes of the other ferocious beasts and handed Chaos an exquisite box. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. This is the thank you gift I promised you before." The box floated in front of Chaos' eyes, but its spiritual consciousness was unable to detect the contents of the box. Chaos intuition is a good thing. There is no option to view here. Unexpectedly, Ling Tianyun gave Huan Chaos a storage ring at this time. "Senior, it was a thank you gift before. This is your reward for competing with me. I hope I will have the opportunity to compete with my senior again in the future," Ling Tianyun said with a humble attitude. Chaos detected the things in the space, with obvious shock in his eyes. "You are very good, little brother Ling. If any ferocious beast dares to bully you in the future, please take my name." Ling Tianyun smiled wantonly. "Then I'll thank you in advance, Senior." Ling Tianyun took out another box and sent it to Bai Fang. "Senior Bai Fang, this is a thank you gift for you. I wish you to reach the next level. Other beasts, can the immortal realm afford to raise such a trench? They won't say they're jealous. Not rare at all." All the beasts turned their heads away. The little cubs coming out of the immortal realm couldn't be snatched away. Yinglong could see the thoughts of the beasts clearly. 30 days are here, it's time to return to the Shifang domain. Yinglong didn't give the beasts any time to retort, and directly sent the beasts back to the Shifang domain. In an instant, only Fang Qingran, Ling Tianyun, Chaos, Ancient Ming Snake and Yinglong himself were left present. The Ancient Snake and Chaos stayed because Yinglong could not send them back to the Shifang domain. After the Ancient Ming Shi and Fang Qingran said goodbye, they returned to the Shifang territory happily. Chaos said, "Congratulations," to Fang Qingran, and happily went back to the Shifang domain to retreat. Yinglong first looked at Ling Tianyun and said, "Ling Tianyun, no matter what you and your domain master want to get in this plane, remember that you are not allowed to hurt innocent people." Yinglong turned his gaze to Fang Qingran again and said only, "Be careful of the powerful powers in the sky." Then the figure disappeared from Fang Qingran's eyes. Fang Qingran recalled the remaining ferocious beasts in the secret realm and looked around, feeling that something had been overlooked by her. Forget it. The secret realm is closing. Go out first, and deal with anything after you take back the secret realm. Fang Qingran and Ling Tianyun came out of the secret realm, and many contestants gathered in the square. Some looked energetic, some looked frustrated, and some teams looked at other teams angrily. Although it is said that fighting within the team is not allowed in this competition, it does not say that calculations between teams are not allowed. Many teams have been tricked by other teams. Fang Qingran immediately discovered that something was wrong in the fairy world. The square seemed fine, but it was obviously different from before she left. After Fang Qingran decided to take back the secret, she went to check for abnormalities in the fairy world. Suddenly, Fang Qingran's eyes flickered for a few times. It seemed that she had been practicing in the time formation for too long and had forgotten that Ning Shiyu, Bailey Wenyu, and Yan Miyu were sent into the illusion to practice. Fang Qingran immediately took back the secret realm and released Ning Shiyu, Bailey Wenyu and Yan Miyu. The moment the three of them came out, they were still in fighting mode and were on full alert. They were dirty, unkempt, and covered in blood. They all suffered varying degrees of injuries. Fifth senior sister, sixth senior brother, and senior brother Yan, are you okay? Fang Qingran asked with a guilty conscience. Little junior sister. Little junior sister. Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu said in unison. Little junior sister. Yan Moyu's voice showed no emotion. Then, Ning Shiyu rushed over and hugged Fang Qingran without letting go, crying, You. She never wanted this experience again. This is simply not an experience, it is purgatory. Bailey Wenyu looked at Fang Qingran with resentful eyes. During this experience, he had only one feeling. When walking with a strong person, there would be no chance of laziness. The volume will not die. Only to the extent of being rolled into death. Yan Moyu's eyes were dark. This illusion had greatly improved his strength. He hoped that there would be more secret realms like this. The cultivation levels of Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu were also several levels higher than before entering the secret realm. Ning Shiyu is now at the peak of Golden Immortal. Bailey Wenyu is slightly worse and is at the beginning of the Golden Fairy realm. In just 1 month, I even climbed several levels without the other contestants knowing about it. Otherwise, there will definitely be an uproar. Fang Qingran came to the sky and overlooked the entire fairy world. The ruins are in ruins and extremely desolate. It was a far cry from the prosperity before she left. Fang Qingran directly set up a barrier and summoned the way of heaven. A small colorful cloud dragged an even smaller white cloud to Fang Qingran. The colorful cloud took the initiative and said, Phoenix Master, this is the eye that covers the sky. After the explanation, the colorful clouds told what happened in the fairy world before. Fang Qingran sneered, what a god. The colorful clouds and white clouds trembled at the same time. The colorful cloud said, Phoenix Master, their heaven is still in a sealed state, and there will be no chance to come out again in a short period of time, so I want the eye that covers the sky to replace me and become the way of heaven in the immortal world. This way I will have the opportunity to go to heaven and devour their heavenly ways, so that I can limit the actions of the powerful powers in heaven. The colorful cloud told its plan. It also wanted to protect Fang Qingran. After all, if it weren't for Fang Qingran's Hongmeng leaves, it wouldn't have grown to this point. No, God's will won't let you go. I have other things to leave to you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 926 Fang Jingyu wakes up. Fairyland. Yi family's forbidden land. As soon as Da Kun saw Fang Qingran coming, he rushed over, then buried his head in Fang Qingran's arms and started crying. Little master, you finally came out. Those crazy dogs from God want to destroy the fairy world and try to take the way of heaven as their own. Fang Qingran touched the soft fur on Da Kun's body, looked around, and finally landed on the powerful beings trapped in the formation. 9 people stood outside the formation. Judging by their clothing, they must also be from God. Da Kun, do you know them all? Fang Qingran asked. Da Kun calmed down and said, I don't know, God originally sent 50 strong men, but now there are only 32 left. Among them, Great Elder Nangong was the leader. He tried to refine the way of heaven, but was eventually killed by chaos. Little Master's beautiful senior sister killed 3, the second senior brother killed 1, Yi Xingchen killed 4, and 9 more became my puppets. As for these 32, we have no intention of staying. But they were afraid of death. When they saw that they couldn't beat him, they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. They also confessed many things. Yi Xingchen is busy dealing with the situation in the fairy world, so he hasn't figured out how to deal with them yet. So I locked them here and left them under my guard. My little master, the defense and overall strength of the fairy world are too weak. Just a strong person can cause the mountains and the earth to collapse in the fairy world. Had it not been for chaos passing by coincidence and helping a lot this time, the casualties in the fairy world would have been even more severe. When Da Kun saw Fang Qingran, he always liked to talk a lot. It watched Fang Qingran grow up step by step and missed its master even more. What Da Kun said was basically consistent with what Tiandao said. At this moment, Fang Qingran had something more important to ask him. Fang Qingran raised his hand to set up a barrier and said seriously, Da Kun, I want to know about the 8 major families in the sky and the detailed situation. Da Kun's eyes suddenly turned cold. The 8 great families are a group of selfish and hypocritical guys. They only see resources and their own strength and cannot tolerate any surprises. At this time, Da Kun no longer wanted to hide something. Directly tell Feng Qinggran all about it and Feng Qingwu's experience in the heaven. Anyway, it is the enemy that you will face sooner or later. So when my mother was saving the people of the small world, she was stabbed in the back by the powerful powers in the sky. Feng Qinggran's almond-shaped eyes were sharp and filled with murderous intent. Da Kun's eyes were almost spitting fire. Yes, the 8 families are all despicable and shameless people. The master has been guarding against them, but even with all the precautions, he cannot guard against their airtight schemes. Da Kun, my mother went to the land abandoned by the gods to conceive me, so who is my father? Why didn't he show up at that time? Why didn't he protect my mother? This is the first time Feng Qinggran wants to ask these questions. Da Kun was silent for a long time, and then said dryly, he protected me. Feng Qinggran's eyes were complicated and she did not continue the question. Da Kun didn't know much about her. Feng Qinggran walked up to the formation and said directly, tell your respective families to stay with God honestly. If you dare to step into the fairy world again, I will make sure that all of them never come back. These powerful people all belong to the Nangong and Shangwen families, but how could the other 6 families allow Nangong and Shangwen to take advantage of them without taking a share of the pie? Zhu Qiang was very afraid of Da Kun next to Feng Qinggran and did not dare to express his dissatisfaction. A disciple said, there is a competition held in the immortal world, and our family master wants to send his disciples to participate. Isn't this also allowed? Another disciple who was slightly more shrewd said, yes, our Nangong family has no intention of fighting or killing this time. We just want to have friendly exchanges with the immortal world. Everything that harms the immortal world is all made by the elder Nangong. Quote, our Shangwen family doesn't have that intention. It's all caused by the greed of the elder Nangong. We don't want to die for him. Our God always convinces people with reason and never bullies the weak. Ellipsis. Feng Qinggran was happy after hearing what they said. Anyway, it's just to put all the responsibility on a person who has lost his soul and take it off himself. She was more curious about how they came from heaven than the purpose of those who came from heaven. While Feng Qinggran was thinking, a little girl wearing a moonlight brocade dress appeared next to her on a swing. At the same time, a swing appeared behind her. Then, a green vine stretched out in front of Feng Qinggran's eyes, and a cute little flower bloomed on the top of the vine. Feng Qinggran's apricot eyes flashed with starlight, and she touched the petals of the little flower. The little flower closes. Vine shyly retracted her sleeves. Xiao Jingyu, are you awake? Sister Feng, I seem to have had a long dream. There were many monsters in the dream. They are obviously not as strong as me, but for some reason, I can't resist them. Feng Jingyu said slightly confused. Feng Qinggran's eyes flashed slightly and she said softly, don't worry, little Jingyu, I'm here, as well as your brother Feng Si, little Box, Wanling and others. We will protect you together. If the monster dares to appear, they must have it. No return. Feng Jingyu looked into Feng Qinggran's bright eyes and nodded extremely seriously. Sister Feng, let's make a contract. Feng Jingyu said extremely seriously. She and Feng Qinggran had only made a temporary contract before. Take what you need. Coupled with Feng Qinggran's lack of strength, he failed to make a soul contract. But now that Feng Qinggran is the co-owner of heaven and earth, he should be able to withstand the power of chaos. Sister Feng, aren't you willing? Feng Jingyu saw Feng Qinggran's hesitation and asked. Yes, of course Feng Qinggran was absolutely willing. She was hesitating because she was afraid that Feng Jingyu would regret it. Feng Jingyu remembered that the woman was the one she had been waiting for. At this moment, she lost her memory and completely forgot about that person. If Feng Jingyu remembered it one day, this soul contract will become a restriction for Feng Jingyu. Once the contract is made, it can be terminated. It's just that the stronger the person, the more cautious he must be when making a contract. Because it is easy for a strong person to make a soul contract, but breaking the contract will have a great impact on both parties. It may even damage the soul. Hong Mengshu said that the truth cannot be told to Feng Jingyu until her true form is recovered. Feng Qinggran didn't know how to explain her concerns. Feng Jingyu raised her little face and said seriously, Sister Feng, don't worry that I will regret it. I have traveled through countless planes and seen countless creatures. Only when I met Sister Feng did I finally have someone that the human race can trust. Feel. It's true that no human race used spiritual fruits to lure me before, but I killed them all. The sacred water of moonlight can not only corrode the soul of a cultivator, but also melt his body. The more bodies the sacred water swallows, the stronger I will be. So Sister Feng, do you still want to make a contract with me? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 927 Kun's Clan. After listening to Feng Jingyu's words, Feng Qinggran felt sour in her heart. Feng Qinggran quickly set up a barrier to isolate people from prying eyes, and completed the contract with Feng Jingyu. Feng Qinggran originally just wanted to make an equal contract. As a result, the final contract became the soul contract. Feng Jingyu's body is the moonlight divine water, and her soul is equivalent to her soul. Sister Feng, it's too late to regret now. Feel the situation inside your body. You may have to retreat again. Feng Jingyu blinked her big eyes and said playfully. Feng Qinggran noticed a powerful force heading towards the soul. Sister Feng, don't worry. This power can be integrated with any power and will not conflict with the power you refined before. Feng Jingyu added. Feng Qinggran immediately sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Feng Jingyu saw Feng Qinggran enter the cultivation state, jumped off the swing and walked out of the barrier. Where is the young master? Da Kun stared at Feng Jingyu and asked. Sister Feng is practicing. You are Kun, what a pity. Feng Jingyu looked at Kun, her eyes full of regret. The hair on Da Kun's body exploded, and a beast's intuition told it, Fang Jingyu is very dangerous. Obviously Fang Jingyu was pitiful before. After leaving the little master's side, he completely changed his appearance. Da Kun asked warily, what do you want to do? Fang Jingyu showed her 2 dimples and asked instead, which universe did you come here from? As soon as Fang Jingyu's question came up, Da Kun's eyes became dangerous. The Kun clan has a secret method that allows them to perfectly blend into every plane without being recognized as outsiders. Even Fang Qingwu didn't realize that it was not from this plane. Even all outsiders thought that the Kun clan was born in this plane and all died here. That's why other Kuns can be perfectly hidden. Sure enough, you are not the only Kun. A beast that has followed Father God cannot be stupid enough to be exterminated, so I still have a chance to find a Kun to help Sister Fang increase the strength of her soul. Fang Jingyu said happily, completely ignoring the anger in Da Kun's eyes. The Kun clan are all treasures. The spells they create are all unique spells. As long as you practice them to perfection, you will definitely get the favor of Tao. Devouring Kun's flesh and blood can enhance physical strength and self-cultivation. It can also be used as medicine, which can improve the rate of elixir formation and the grade of the elixir. Kun's soul is of great benefit to practitioners. As long as Kun's soul can be refined, there is a chance that the soul will become a saint. Therefore, no matter where Kun went, he would be plundered and killed by a group of greedy people. So even if the Kun clan is very powerful and can fight off some greedy people, it is inevitable that their number will become smaller and smaller in the end. After all, ant-shaking elephants are not just talk. Moreover, wherever they go, they have to be on guard against and worried about greedy people. The Kun clan is also exhausted and has no time to improve their strength. So the clan leader made a prompt decision and separated a Kun clan to lure away the greedy ones. The rest of Kun are looking for a hidden world to hide in. And Da Kun is the Kun clan that leads away the greedy ones. They experienced various fights and battles along the way, and finally discovered the Xuanchu plain. But at that time, of the entire Kun clan, only the underage and the other 2 dying Kuns were left. Together they sent it into heaven. In the end, they were deliberately buried in the cosmic sea so that other trackers could not find their flesh and blood. Their sacrifices successfully misled countless greedy people, who all thought that Kun was almost extinct while traveling through the boundary sea. Only 1 Kun was left missing. As a result, although there are still countless greedy people looking for traces of Kun, they are no longer as persistent as before. As time passed, they couldn't find it, so they thought that the last Kun had been eaten. The actions of the Kun clan are its deepest secrets. Since it came to this plane, it was afraid that Kun's secret would be exposed, so it deliberately set several memory marks on itself. Even if a strong person steals its memory, he will not be able to see everything about the Kun clan. But this dusty memory was awakened by Fang Jingyu today. Fang Jingyu's smiling eyebrows were crooked and her big eyes were dazzling. With such a clumsy strategy, do you really think you can deceive those greedy people with ulterior motives? What do you mean? Da Kun asked. Fang Jingyu rubbed the fur on the big Kun's head with her small hands. I'm sorry for you, Kun. You were supposed to swim in the sea, soar in the stars, and travel the universe, but now you can only turn into a big cat. I met a group of greedy people. I devoured their bodies and memories. They noticed the strange movements of your Kun clan and wanted to track other Kuns again. It's a pity that they didn't realize that greed can lead to death. I was hiding in the boundary sea where you Kun tribe separated and read all your plans. After you left, the greedy people started to act. I happened to be bored, so I helped you eliminate the trouble. After all, you are a beast who has been with Father God. I cannot allow you to be bullied. But you deserve that end you ended up in. If you had killed all those who coveted it, the secrets of your Kun clan would not have been publicized, and you would not have ended up hiding in Tibet. I think about the time when your ancestors of the Kun clan followed Godfather and fought in all directions, killing decisively. How come the descendants are all unworthy? When Fang Jingyu said this, she pulled a handful of Kun's hair. I don't know if the hair of the big cat that Kun transformed into has any other effects. Ouch! Da Kun shouted, but he did not blame Fang Jingyu for his behavior. It knew very little about its ancestors. By the time it was born, the Kun clan had already been targeted by greedy people. So soon after it was born, it was faced with running away. Da Kun didn't know what to say at this moment, he just looked at Fang Jingyu with a myriad of thoughts. Fang Jingyu walked out of the barrier and wandered around the forbidden area. Unsurprisingly, Fang Jingyu met Ling Tianyun hiding in the dark. He was following orders to protect Fang Qingran. The two looked at each other. Ling Tianyun was actually a little nervous, fearing that Fang Jingyu would go crazy again. Fang Jingyu was slightly confused. She had helped Ling Tianyun once in the secret realm before. Why was he afraid of her? Miss Jingyu, what's wrong? Ling Tianyun couldn't help but ask first. The feeling of oppression given to him by Fang Jingyu was really too strong. It seems to be a bit better than Grandpa Taishu. You are missing a mark of Yuan Nian. What did that Yuan Nian do? Fang Jingyu asked with an extremely serious expression. Ah, that was left by Grandpa Taishu. I was injured in the competition before and he came out. Don't worry, I didn't reveal anything about you and Miss Fang. Ling Tianyun explained. He didn't understand why. This cute-looking little girl gave him a sense of danger. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 928 Zhu Qiang's thoughts. Fang Jingyu's eyes flashed. Taishu, are you the master of the universe of Taishu Universe? Ling Tianyun's eyes were confused and he said thoughtfully, Miss Jingyu, I don't know much about Grandpa Taishu's past, but I feel that he may be the person you know. Ha! Fang Jingyu chuckled, her eyes seemed to be tempered with ice, which made people frightened. Besides the fact that he can hide in the immortal realm, I can't think of another place where he can hide. Back then, as the master of the universe, the old man Taishu played tricks on the gods, making them hate him. Finally, the gods couldn't bear it anymore and issued a killing order against the old man Taishu. Suddenly, the power of the entire Taishu universe was implicated. As a result, they dare not go out to look for opportunities. Seeing this, the old man Taishu disappeared, leaving only a group of powerful men and gods cursing. In the heyday of the gods, finding a master of the universe was an extremely simple matter. But the gods searched thousands of universes, but could not find the whereabouts of the old man Taishu. However, although the gods did not find old Taishu, they followed the traces of old Taishu's escape and found her place of cultivation, and directly leaked her whereabouts. So she could only drag her injured body and flee again. The gods also forgot to look for the old man Taishu because they discovered her traces. The old man Taishu used this trick to divert disaster to the east, which was considered a clear trick. Miss Jingyu, is there a misunderstanding between you and Grandpa Taishu? Ling Tianyun met Fang Jingyu's eyes and cursed in his heart. What Lao Ling said is so right, it is best not to reveal that you are from the immortal realm outside. It's not that you're afraid that the strong will miss your treasure. It's because every strong person in the immortal domain has at least enemies with the outside world. No, Grandpa Taishu only showed up once, and he attracted two enemies, Chaos and Fang Jingyu. Don't worry, you are Sister Fang's friend, I will not anger you. Fang Jingyu glanced at Ling Tianyun, and his figure had appeared dozens of miles away. She will continue to look for strange things in the forbidden area. When I came to see Ling Tianyun, I just felt the aura of the old man Taishu in him. No, she still has one thing to do. Sister Fang has to refine the power of chaos, so she definitely won't have time to participate in the next competition. There must be a way to pause the game. Wait until she withdraws from practice before continuing. Time flies. Nearly 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. For practitioners, this time is fleeting. Some practitioners stay in retreat for more than 1,000 years. The fairy world also built more pavilions and pavilions within 1,000 years, turning it into a prosperous scene. The competition was also suspended within the millennium. There are no more people coming from God. All the powerful men from God who stayed in the fairy world before stayed there quietly and did not dare to cause trouble. Powerful people from all walks of life were shocked by this. They were used to the way God's visitors behaved unscrupulously and exacted vengeance. The sudden kindness of God's visitors made them live in panic, fearing that God was brewing a bigger conspiracy. However, their fear did not last long. Because when the fairy world was restored to life, the ancient skills were announced, and the battle between the gods was gradually revealed to practitioners from all walks of life. The war between the gods, which had once been avoided by the great powers in all walks of life, suddenly became a rage in all walks of life. Most powerful people are unwilling to accept the ancient system of skills. They worked hard and experienced countless difficulties to achieve their current level of cultivation. As a result, I turned around and told them that all their efforts were in vain and they had to start over. Of course they don't want to. As a result, Yi Xingchen was assassinated several times. But they were assassinating, and suddenly they went back to practice again. It was only because of the strength displayed by Yi Xingchen that they discovered the beauty of ancient techniques. It is simply not comparable to the cultivation path they created later. The cultivation methods that appeared after ancient times are like a solid cage. As long as you enter it, the limit is there. Even if it becomes stronger in the future, it will always be trapped in it. The ancient method is different. Its path of cultivation is like being surrounded by mountains. There is no highest peak, only higher peaks. You can also climb many peaks. It is not limited to allowing you to cultivate immortality, demon cultivation, or Buddhism. There are many other cultivation paths to choose from. Many powerful people from all walks of life quietly left the fairy world and went back to practice. So in the past 1,000 years, all the forces from all walks of life have tacitly agreed not to mention the competition in the fairy world. Of course they want to practice the ancient skills, become stronger, and then participate in the next competition, so that they're more certain to win the final prize. Somewhere in the Palace of God, a silver-haired man was lying on his side in a high position. It is Yuan Ji. He raised his dark eyes lightly, glanced at the people sitting there, and said calmly, "You all seem to have objections to my arrangement." An old man stood up and said, "Master Yuan Ji, we don't have any objections. We are just worried about the improvement of the strength of all walks of life, which will affect your great cause." Really, Yuan Ji's voice was extremely soft, but it seemed to hit Zhu Qiang's heart hard. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Yuan Ji took in all the expressions of Zhu Qiang and said casually, "The more powerful the enemy is, the more interesting it is to kill. I don't want to end up with the cause and effect of some ants in my hands." The people below looked at each other vaguely, as if they understood each other's thoughts. Yuan Ji was as abnormal as ever. Better to wait and see. So everyone continued to remain silent. For a moment, the only sound in the hall was the sound of Yuan Ji's fingertips clenching against something hard. A bit. It seemed to hit Zhu Qiang's heart, making him restless again. "Since you have nothing to say, just obey the arrangement. After the seal is broken, you are not allowed to leave without my permission," Yuan Ji said solemnly. Now everyone couldn't hold back their anger. The first person who couldn't sit still was the head of the Nangong family. He has always had a bad temper, and he wanted to take advantage of this time that the seal was broken to go to the fairy world to avenge the Nangong family. Now that he heard Yuan Ji say this, his eyes were filled with anxiety. The head of the Nangong family stood up and said, "Master Yuan Ji, people from the immortal world hurt my son and killed my elders. I want to reply to rush to the immortal world. Don't worry, I will take them back to heaven immediately after I have avenged them." Yuan Ji remembered the voice that came back from before. Fang Qingbran would never take the initiative to cause trouble. She would warn God not to send strong men to the fairy world, as they must have done something that touched her bottom line. Yuan Ji looked at the head of the Nangong family and said, "You know, those who flirt first are cheap. You sent strong men to the immortal world without authorization as a provocation. They still kept your son after all. If it were me, none of your Nangong family would survive." Quote. The head of the Nangong family blushed and didn't know how to react. Yuan Ji's acting style is unpredictable. He can guess what kind of style Yuan Ji had, and he actually stood on the side of the immortal world. When the head of the Shangwen family saw the head of the Nangong family stuck there, he felt a little angry. What's the use of being dazed at this time? There is no need to hurry up and find a way to satisfy Yuan Ji. As long as he is satisfied, there will definitely still be discussions about going to the immortal world. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 929. When do you want to die? The Shangwen family head's wise eyes flashed with light. He stood up and said respectfully, "Master Yuan Ji, our children are participating in the competition as a small world. Originally, everything was normal, and they participated in the competition in a low-key manner. They didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but they met a team on the way. That team somehow figured out their identity. That team attacked them when they were defenseless and insulted God by saying. The head of the Shangwen family looked ugly, as if he didn't dare to speak out. "What did you say?" Yuan Ji answered in a dignified manner. The head of the Shangwen family said cautiously. He said that all those who belong to God are mad dogs. He also said that as long as they encounter God, they will not let go. That's why those juniors couldn't fight with that team. That secret realm is the secret realm of the fairy world, and it is also the territory of the fairy world, so they are not the opponent of that team. You should know what happened next." The head of the Shangwen family did not dare to say more for fear of arousing Yuan Ji's suspicion. Yuan Ji nodded. What that team said makes sense. God is really a bunch of mad dogs. Haven't you been biting whoever you catch over the years? The head of the Shangwen family turned dark. I almost couldn't hold back and ran away. When this man first took the throne, he said that he would lead God to rule over all walks of life. What does it mean to belittle them everywhere now? If they couldn't defeat Yuan Ji together, he would definitely unite the 8 families and kill Yuan Ji. Some family heads keenly discovered that Yuan Ji seemed to be leaning towards the immortal world. They decided not to mention going to the fairy world. After all, there was a seal outside the sky and they couldn't get out for the time being. Although Yuan Ji said he would open the seal, who knows when. Besides, old man Chang'an is not dead yet, and if Yuan Ji wants to get past him and break the seal, there must be a big battle. Everything is planned slowly. The children of their family are still living peacefully in the fairy world and do not need their support. The other family heads could sit still, but the Wuma family head lowered his head, his eyes full of gloom. His sister's child, Shang Wenjin, is still in the fairy world. The news came back that Shang Wenjin's Danshan was completely destroyed, his meridians were severed, and he was unable to practice. He must find a way to go to the fairy world as soon as possible and transplant the inner elixir to Shang Wenjin. The longer this thing is delayed, the more detrimental it will be to Shang Wenjin in the future. Now, 1,000 years have passed since Shang Wenjin's accident. He didn't want to drag it out any longer. And he could tell that if Yuan Ji said he could open the seal, he must be able to open the seal quickly. The head of the Wuma family was worried, but he kept his head down and didn't say anything. "Do you really want to go to the fairy world?" Yuan Ji asked in a good mood, seeing the Shangwen family leader's angry and helpless look. "Yes," the head of the Shangwen family said respectfully. Yuan Ji glanced at the others. "You also want to go to the fairy world?" One of the family heads took the lead and said with a smile, "Master Yuan Ji, we all depend on your orders." As soon as he said this, several family heads immediately stared at him. "Lord Yuan Ji, the immortal world is now a threat. Once the prizes they give out fall into the hands of other forces, they will develop and may affect your future plans." The head of the Wuma family said in a low voice. Yuan Ji took a deep look at the head of the Wuma family. "How are you sure they will pose a threat to God? As far as I know, it has only been 1,000 years since the ancient techniques were announced." The head of the Wuma family bent down and said, "Although it has only been 1,000 years since they learned about the ancient skills, as long as they have enough time gems, a strong man will soon emerge." The expressions of other family heads suddenly changed, and they seemed to have realized this problem. The time gem was born in ancient times. Extremely hard to find. That thing is extremely mysterious. It is used to arrange formations and can control the flow of time. If the family really uses the time stone, I'm afraid those families will develop soon. Time gems. Yuan Ji searched for memories about these things. He doesn't like formations by nature, but he still knows a thing or two about how precious the time stone is. When Yuan Ji thought of this, the corners of his lips suddenly curled up into a smile. Many things suddenly became clear. Yuan Ji rushed to the crowd below and waved his hands. "You guys wait for me here first, I'm going to meet Elder Chang'an." Yuan Ji teleported a few times and arrived at the place where Old Man Chang'an was. Old Man Chang'an was fishing on the edge of a lake. Old Man Chang'an felt the aura around him and didn't move at all. "Old man, how long do you want to live?" Yuan Ji asked straight to the point. "Unless Old Man Chang'an dies, the formation outside the sky will always be a problem. Outsiders, what do you want to get from the Xuanchu plain?" Old Man Chang'an looked leisurely. He asked calmly. Those cloudy eyes seemed to be able to understand everything. Old Man Chang'an always stared at the lake without looking at Yuan Ji beside him. Yuan Ji's eyes moved from Old Man Chang'an to the fishing line. "Old man, this is the Xuanchu plain now, not the Taichu plain. You can't get me what I want." When Old Man Chang'an heard this, he looked sideways at Yuan Ji and said with bright eyes, "You actually still remember Taichu." "Alas, my memory is a little blurry. Regardless of whether this is Xuanchu or Taichu, I am willing to protect this place." Since I was able to protect this place, there is only one battle that I have not participated in. In all other battles involving outsiders, I have never been left behind. I've seen all kinds of outsiders. None of them seem to know where this place used to be. Boy, since you know the predecessor of the plane and have broken into the deepest part of the plane, you should know that there is no treasure you can take away here. Old man Chankin's cloudy eyes are gentle, but his words are very powerful. It's my business whether I take it with me or not. Old man, you have said so much and you haven't answered my question yet. When do you want to die? Yuan Ji faced old man Chankin's scrutiny calmly. They are the darkest ones and are not afraid of death. Even if old man Chankin is stronger than him, he is still sure to kill him. However, the body he took away contained some memories of old man Chankin. So he wanted to give old man Chankin some dignity. What's your name? Old man Chankin asked. Yuan Ji. Your surname is Yuan. You are the darkest one. Old man Chankin had a dangerous look in his eyes. It seems a bit tricky. With his current strength, it would still be risky to completely kill a dark one. Yuan Ji admitted it generously. Anyway, what does it have to do with others being afraid of the darkest one? You are really magnanimous. Since you are the darkest one, I don't have to worry about the 8 families doing evil after my death. Old man Chankin's originally somewhat wary expression turned into a leisurely one. The darkest one. There are 2 types. Under the influence of an extreme darkness, he only knows how to kill. One is Yuan Ji. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 930 The Fate of the Darkest One. Old man Chankin asked, Yuan Ji, do you want to improve your strength in a normal way? Yuan Ji's expression changed slightly. He knew better than anyone how bloody the Darkest One's methods of improving his strength were. He can only increase his strength by devouring his own kind. The nature of the Darkest makes them not only kill each other, but also kill others. Only killing can calm down some of the Darkest and suppress the urge to devour their own kind. The Darkest are born loners. They are not accepted by their own kind. The foreigners hated them deeply and wanted to get rid of them immediately. So even if there are countless places suitable for the Darkest people to survive in the universe, there is no place for the Darkest people. He was already tired of the days of running away and killing. He has tried many times to change the fate of the Darkest One. It didn't work out. But this time, he discovered the existence of Mo, and Mo's specialness rekindled his hope. With Mo's strength, there must be a way to go to Time River to find the secret about the fate of the Darkest One. He has also gone back in time and searched for the truth throughout time. However, his strength was limited and he failed to find the truth. Even if he found the truth, he was unable to change the past. Therefore, he has been following Mo's traces and wants to use Mo to change the fate of the Darkest Clan. If old man Chankin has a way to improve his strength, then he doesn't need to go to Mo, he can also use his own method to enter the river of time and change everything. Do you have any idea? Yuan Ji suppressed his excitement and looked at old man Chankin and said. I have no choice, but I know there is a place that can solve your current predicament. Old man Chankin said leisurely. The Darkest Ones have indeed caused countless killings and harmed countless creatures, but they can also be considered victims. They bear consequences that should not be theirs. Where? Yuan Ji asked in a deep voice, pretending to be calm. Old man Chankin then turned his head and looked at Yuan Ji seriously. Before I tell you the place, you need to promise me something. Yuan Ji's eyes showed a dangerous light. You speak first. Seeing this, old man Chankin smiled and said, it will not be difficult for you to restrain the power of the 8 great families for 100,000 years. During these 100,000 years, they will not be allowed to enter other worlds in large numbers, let alone interfere with the development of all walks of life. Quote. Yuan Ji sneered, oh, you really dare to speak. Even the magic arrays outside can't completely trap the 8 families. Do you expect me to restrain them? A smile appeared on old man Chankin's vicissitudes of life. Yuan Ji didn't refuse, which meant that he was moved. Then all that remains is to negotiate the terms. The old man Chankin said, 100,000 years later, the body you took away from me has just run out of life. 100,000 years later, I will give you a better body, one that can permanently accommodate the soul of the Dark One and can cultivate. Body, how is it? The Darkest One is born without flesh and blood. Most of them use their souls to condense their bodies and use them for their own purposes. There are also most Dark Ones who choose to directly seize the body of a strong person. But the Darkest One's own strength is special, and after successfully seizing the body, it is impossible to stay in the body of the seizing body forever. There are very few bodies that can permanently contain the Dark One's spirit. Even if such a body appears, the Darkest One cannot successfully seize it. Of course, no matter what kind of body it is, it cannot be used for cultivation after the Dark One takes it. Therefore, the reward offered by old man Chankin made Yuan Ji very moved. The body formed by Yuan Ji's condensed soul was destroyed. Now that the soul is weak, he doesn't want to waste the power of the soul to condense the entity. Old man, I can't see or touch what you're talking about, and you may not be able to live 100,000 years from now. Who should I go to fulfill it then? Yuan Ji met old man Chankin's gaze and asked coldly. Old man Chankin took out a token. One side of the token was golden, with a divine phoenix spreading its wings on it. The strange thing is the divine phoenix's eyes are closed tightly. The other side is purple with a lotus carved on it. There is a hint of cyan under the purple lotus. Old man Chankin threw the token to Yuan Ji and said, take this token and drip blood into it 100,000 years later, and you will naturally get the answer. Yuan Ji caught the token. Aren't you afraid that I will bleed in advance? Old man Chankin shook his head. If you go ahead of time, you won't get the answer you want, and the token will be destroyed. Yuan Ji rubbed the lotus on the token with his fingertips, feeling the aura inside the token, and his heart was turned upside down. The power on it turned out to be very similar to Feng Qingren's. Yuan Ji's black pupils turned to grey as he probed for the secrets on the token. The moment he touched the token, all his power was wiped out. Even the power of darkness cannot get close to the token. The fishing line on the fishing rod moved at this time. When Old Man Chang'an saw it, he still looked leisurely, holding the fishing rod tightly and making no movement. Whose hand did this token come from? Yuan Ji asked, confused. You will know in the future. How about it? Do you want to agree? Old Man Chang'an said. Yuan Ji's eyes returned to black. You're waiting here specifically for me. Are you sure that I will agree to your promise? Old Man Chang'an looked at the slightly floating fishing line and said, yes, I am here specifically to wait for you, but whether you agree or not is beyond my consideration. Even if we don't agree here, we will definitely agree at some point. Yuan Ji looked at Old Man Chang'an with vigilant eyes, not as relaxed as before. Who are you? I want to hear the truth, otherwise I will not agree to cooperate. Old Man Chang'an's cloudy eyes suddenly became dazed for a moment, and he sighed softly. No one has asked me this question for a long time, and I almost don't remember my past. Yuan Ji, have you ever heard of Xuanmen? Yuan Ji thought for a while and said, I heard that the forces that were born after the destruction of the gods were once treated as guests by all universes. In the end, because they revealed too many secrets, they were hunted down by many universes and disappeared. When Yuan Ji said this, his eyes showed suspicion. Are you from Xuanmen? Seeing Old Man Chang'an nodding, Yuan Ji was immediately surprised. The people of Xuanmen have spied on too many opportunities and revealed them. As a result, those who enter Xuanmen are naturally weak and have incomplete cultivation qualifications, and are unable to achieve enlightenment and become saints. Not only did Old Man Chang'an become a saint, his strength was far superior to that of a saint. What shocked Yuan Ji even more was why the existence of a saint ended up in this situation. The saint is already immortal. There is no existence in this plane that can harm Old Man Chang'an. Old man, since you are a member of the Xuan sect, why did you become a saint? Why are you, a saint, so miserable? Yuan Ji still asked the doubts in his heart. I am afraid that only Old Man Chang'an can answer these answers for him. When Old Man Chang'an heard Yuan Ji's question, his expression became complicated, and his eyes showed guilt. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 931, The One Who Rebels Against God. Old Man Chang'an sighed. Do you know the secret of the destruction of the gods? Tell me about it. Yuan Ji waved his hand, and a recliner appeared. He lay down on it, waiting to hear what Old Man Chang'an had to say. Seeing this, Old Man Chang'an smiled. He liked Yuan Ji's temperament more and more. It's a pity that he is the darkest one. Old Man Chang'an spoke slowly. The God clan is a high-ranking existence that all races look up to. When they exist, no one can compete with them. They created many creatures for them to drive. When each tribe was first born, they only had awe of the gods and had no desire to resist. They resigned themselves to their fate and were driven by the gods. In order to control various tribes, the gods not only banned the cultivation of various tribes, but also formulated many punishment methods to control various tribes. In those days, we didn't keep track of years. I don't know how much time has passed in a blink of an eye. The gods have created more and more races. They have gone from driving all races to enslaving them. There are even some Protoss who like to watch various races fight for fun. Gradually, among the fighting among the various races, some rebels emerged. These rebels hate the gods deeply and want to resist the dominance of the gods. These rebels are nothing more than mayflies in the eyes of the gods. A mayfly wants to shake the world, but an idiot talks about dreams. The gods did not immediately kill these rebels. Instead, they teased them for fun. But everything in the world is so magical. The gods paid a heavy price for their arrogance. There is a god-defying person who actually grew up under the eyes of the gods. At this point, the first god killer appears. The god he killed was said to have been eaten by the race created by the god. That race gained terrifying power as a result. Before you get something, you don't think so much about it, but once you get it, everything will become different. This terrifying power breeds greed in that race. They found the one who rebelled against God, cooperated with him, and kept devouring the bones and blood of God. The secret of the flesh and blood of the gods was quickly discovered by various races. Each race saw a way to bring down the gods, and many races joined the team of the god of cookery. It is true that mayflies cannot shine with the sun and the moon, but they have inheritance, and the fire of fire is passed down from generation to generation, and it can eventually burn everything down. The gods went from being high to the top, gradually becoming weaker, and finally began to be afraid of the god-eaters. And the god Defiance also discovered something was wrong. They just want to overthrow the gods' enslavement of all races, and do not want to create a group of bloodthirsty monsters. The anti-gods gave up the prejudices again and stood on the same line as the gods. Launch an attack on those greedy races that only know how to kill. When Old Man Chang'an said this, he paused for a moment, looked at Yuan Ji and asked, Are you curious who was the first god-eater? Why can its body carry the terrifying power of the gods' flesh and blood? Yuan Ji closed his eyes, as if falling into a deep sleep. He said casually, Is it possible that the first god-eater was a god? Old Man Chang'an's eyes showed admiration but also complexity. Yes, the first god-eater was the god himself. The power of the gods is not something that a created race can withstand. And there are countless laws to protect the gods in the laws of the universe. Anyone who hurts the gods will be punished by heaven. Not to mention the god of killer and god-eater, the end will only be more tragic. But if this god-eater becomes God himself, then everything will be different, and the law will not restrain God. The first god killer was strangled by the laws of the universe after killing the gods. But by killing the gods, he gave hope to other rebels. They saw the hope of overthrowing the rule of the gods. It has to be said that in order to survive, the rebels are infinitely wise, and they have found a way to avoid being strangled by the law. The second god killer survived and got the method to become stronger from the god, but the god's cultivation is not suitable for those who rebel against the god. The reversible gods still smell a glimmer of hope, and they are gradually getting methods suitable for their cultivation. The god rebels finally have their own power. They are killing more and more gods. The number of gods is decreasing, but some gods are getting stronger and stronger. No matter how fast the god rebels grow, they cannot compete with the gods who are favored by the laws of the universe. It's just that the gods have a fatal weakness. The gods cannot breed life. They can only rely on the universe to derive it. However, the existence of too many races consumes the essence of the universe and no new gods can be born. The number of gods continues to decrease. After all, it made the gods fearful. After all, no matter how weak the mayflies are, when they unite together and continue to grow stronger, it is still difficult to deal with the successive god-eaters. That's right, the god clan is looking for cooperation with the rebel gods and wants to deal with the god-eaters together. The god rebels need to get more cultivation methods from the god clan to enhance their own strength. The god clan needs to use the god rebels to deal with the countless god-eaters. So the god rebels and the gods reached a cooperation. Let's deal with those god-eaters and those races that are too murderous. I have to say that the god rebels are still very powerful. After they joined the god clan became much more relaxed. The god-eater clan is constantly decreasing. Soon, the god-eaters have almost cleaned up. The gods have lost many gods in this process. The gods began to pay attention to reproduction. They wanted to grow like other races and did not want to gradually become weaker. The gods choose to unite with a race they despise. But the laws of the universe are balanced. How many gifts they receive, they must bear the same amount of cause and effect. After all, God has not found a way to pass on the inheritance. Gods have once again set their sights on those who rebel against God. They want to create gods and have given many conveniences to those who rebel against God, allowing them to become infinitely close to God. The old man Chankan suddenly stopped and said with a smile, Yuan Ji, guess what happened next? Yuan Ji opened his eyes. Later, God created a group of false gods, which strengthened the gods, but also brought destruction to the gods. After all, how can hatred dissipate so easily? God probably takes it for granted that the temptation to become a god is enough to erase past hatred. So, old man, have you lived from that time to now? Isn't the god rebel the predecessor of Xuanmen? Ha ha ha. Old man Chankan laughed out loud after hearing this. The fishing line on the lake shook even more. Old man Chankan continued, when I was born, the gods had completely disappeared. Those who rebel against the gods have power close to the gods, so they naturally want revenge. Another group of gods died from the Protoss. At this point, there are very few true gods left. From their initial appearance of being aloof, they have become beings hunted by all races. As for whether the gods have all been destroyed, it is unknown to those who rebel against the gods. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 932 The Fish Hooked. When the God clan disappears, everything belonging to the God clan will naturally fall into the hands of those who rebel against God. The races created by God have all set their sights on those who rebel against God, hoping to get the rich resources from those who rebel against God. Those races are facing off against those who rebel against God. Those who rebel against God are not true gods, so they are naturally not opponents of all races. All races unite to eradicate all those who rebel against God. The God rebels made a prompt decision to save some of the core members and push out the rest to quell the anger of the various races. These members are my ancestors. They successfully survived, established Xuanmen, and inherited everything from the anti-gods, including the treasures and resources left by the gods. Xuanmen is divided into Xuannei, Xuanwei and a successor. All the disciples who enter Xuannei and Xuanwei must obey the orders of the inheritors. At critical moments, they must protect the inheritors with their lives. Most Xuanwei disciples can only make rough deductions. Xuannei's disciples can make specific predictions about what will happen in the near future. Only the inheritors can understand the past and present, know the future, spy on destiny, and can change luck against all of heaven and win people's luck. Because of this, most of the inheritors are weak and their lifespan is exhausted early. For inheritors to be more useful, strength is the most important thing. Inheritors with weak bodies are obviously not suitable to inherit Xuanmen. So the original Xuanmen sect master thought of a way. Let each generation of Xuanmen inheritors must cultivate themselves as saints. My position as a saint is achieved by relying on the Xuanmen's forbidden techniques. Before dying, the master of the sect will devote his life to cultivating and passing on the inheritance. After the auxiliary inheritor becomes a saint, the sect leader will abdicate in favor of the inheritor. If this cycle continues, Xuanmen will never be destroyed. When old man Chankan finished telling this, his peaceful eyes were tainted with a bit of sadness. The fate of Xuanmen is so similar to that of the Darkest One. All need to sacrifice their own kind. Only then can the latecomers succeed. He once questioned whether this was the right thing to do. He even rejects Master's method of inheritance. But for many things in the world, there is no way to distinguish right from wrong, it is just a matter of choice. He never regretted becoming a Taoist. The only thing he regrets is that he didn't become a saint himself. Yuan Ji was silent for a long time before asking sarcastically, who came up with such a stupid inheritance method? There are so many ways to become a saint, why can the Xuanmen ancestors only think of this one? At this time, old man Chankan's fishing line began to sway, and something seemed to be pulling the bait underwater. Old man Chankan slowly pulled up the fishing line. Plop. There was a slapping sound on the lake. A white figure jumped up and fell into the water again, trying to break free. Old man Chankan was not in a hurry to pull up the fish in the water. Instead, let it struggle and flapping. Old Man Chankin held the fishing rod steadily and said, there are many ways to become a saint, but only this method can ensure the strength of the Xuanmen sect master and thus preserve the Xuanmen sect. The ancestors of Xuanmen are like this, probably because they have seen with their own eyes that the gods were destroyed due to their inability to pass on the inheritance. So they attach great importance to inheritance, but the way of inheritance is a bit extreme. But those who enter Xuanmen will know everything in advance. Those who don't want to can leave, no one will stop them. There are no good things in this world that can only be taken advantage of. Gains and losses always go hand in hand. As Old Man Chankin spoke, the splashing sound in the water became much quieter, and the fish gradually became exhausted. Old Man Chankin happily pulled up the fishing rod. A fat, silvery fish was pulled up. Yuan Ji, what do you think of this fish? Old Man Chankin asked with a smile. Yuan Ji's eyes became dark, and he gritted his teeth and said, not bad. Ha ha ha. Old Man Chankin laughed wildly and threw the fish back. Plop. The fish falls in and disappears. Old Man Chankin continued, in this world, everything has a price. Who can be sure that he is not someone else's prey? It's really unpredictable. Old Man Chankin sighed. Yuan Ji stared at Old Man Chankin and found that he had completely gone around him and was walking according to his rhythm. Yuan Ji turned over the token and looked at Shen Wang on the other side, his expression even more complicated. The divine phoenix is an extinct ancient beast. Can this token really give him the answer he wants? Yuan Ji, what do you think? Do you want to agree to my conditions? Old Man Chankin released the fishing line again, but there was obviously no bait on it. I can agree, but you have to tell me whether the answer I want is in the past. Yuan Ji asked seriously. Old Man Chankin's eyes overflowed with a little gleam, and he said, I really can't hide it from you. Yes, this token will take you back to a certain point in the past and get the answer you want. Yuan Ji met the eyes of Old Man Chankin. If you dare to lie to me, then I will destroy your Xuanmen. Whose breath is on the lotus on the back? I don't know. After speaking, Old Man Chankin waved his hand. Yuan Ji, you can go back. When I am about to die, you will receive the news. Don't worry. In the blink of an eye, Old Man Chankin returned to his leisurely posture. But his back seemed a little rickety. Yuan Ji stood up, took a deep look at Old Man Chankin, and then walked away. Yuan Ji, when the road ahead is unclear, you can look back. Maybe you can find the answer you want. A voice from Old Man Chankin came to Yuan Ji's ears. Yuan Ji didn't look back for a moment. It wasn't until he left Laoyuan that Yuan Ji suddenly realized, why should he listen to Old Man Chankin's arrangements? Didn't he go to kill someone? Why did you let Old Man Chankin go and still listen to his verbosity? Yuan Ji looked bad and turned around to find Old Man Chankin. The lake surface is rippling with blue waves and fairy mist is lingering. The lake was surrounded by lush greenery and deserted. There is no trace of anyone coming. Yuan Ji's spiritual consciousness spread and he checked, but found nothing. Yuan Ji looked at the place where he had talked with Old Man Chankin, unable to return to his senses for a long time. He had only been gone for a few breaths. Old Man Chankin took this opportunity to leave, but it was absolutely impossible to clear away the aura left here so quickly. Yuan Ji took out the token and it really existed. Yuan Ji closed his eyes and activated the secret technique of breath tracking, and the whole sky found the breath of Old Man Chankin. The seals and formations outside of heaven are still there. It's just that the power of the formation is slowly weakening. This means that the vitality of Old Man Chankin is passing away. Yuan Ji's eyes changed, remembering what Old Man Chankin had said before, that only when the previous sect leader sacrificed could the next sect leader succeed. So Old Man Chankin is sacrificing himself to train the next sect leader. Yuan Ji's eyes gradually darkened. He shouldn't have been using a human body for so long. He actually had feelings that didn't belong to the Darkest One. While Yuan Ji was meditating, a vision from heaven and earth came. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 933. The sun and the moon shine together, and the stars shine. Fairyland. Yi family's forbidden land. The rich original aura overflowed from Feng Qingren's body. The terrifying pressure as vast as the sea made Feng Jingyu, Da Kun, and Ling Tianyan somewhat breathless. The formations that previously imprisoned the powerful powers also disappeared at this time. But no strong man escaped. They were all weak and their eyes were full of fear. The 9 puppets weren't much better. Leave quickly, Sister Feng is about to break through. Feng Jingyu finished speaking and left first. Ling Tianyan couldn't see clearly Feng Qingren's situation and chose to believe Feng Jingyu. Da Kun called to Ling Tianyan, help carry these people away together. Ling Tianyan waved his hand, and a black rope passed over. Lying on the ground, including the puppet, were all rolled up and tied up by the rope. Ling Tianyan pulled the rope and dragged them all away. Da Kun's eyes were shocked for a moment, and he followed Ling Tianyan. Just after everyone left, the Yi family's forbidden area was completely sealed and no one could approach. What was originally a barren and forbidden land is changing rapidly. Green lotuses bloomed one by one, and the rich original aura filled the entire forbidden area. There are many other colors that appear in the forbidden area. Looking down, it looks like a beautiful picture of mountains and rivers. Feng Zhichu left Feng Qingren's sleeves and walked happily among the green lotuses, absorbing the breath of origin. But Feng Zhi's body, which was in the void space at the beginning, slowly grew, with buds of 7 colors growing on it. At the same time, the heaven of heaven. The dazzling sun illuminates all corners of the fairy world in an instant. The bright moon on the other side hangs above, its brightness is dazzling. And under the reflection of the sun and moon, Zhu Qiang actually saw the sky full of stars. The sun and the moon shine together. The stars shine. This kind of vision is definitely not comparable to the resonance of dragon and phoenix. Suddenly, the entire fairy world was boiling. What's going on? Are we going to rise in the immortal realm? Is someone's family giving birth to a descendant with the qualifications of a great emperor? Or is there someone who has glimpsed the secrets of the sky in 1,000 years and broken through the realm of voyeurism? Are you stupid? In the sky-peeping realm, if you go against the sky, you will be struck by lightning, and there must be dark clouds. This is obviously an auspicious sign. This situation is unheard of. Is there any hidden power that can come out and provide an answer? I don't know who can alarm such visions. I really want to know the strength of that person. Please give me my best wishes. This person must come from the fairy world. Ellipsis. The powerful people discussed it a lot. It's just that they all hope that this person comes from their world. Since the emergence of ancient skills 1,000 years ago, competitions have been suspended, leaving only a few strong men in the fairy world from all walks of life. Most of them went back to their own world to practice, waiting for the fairyland to send out invitations again. Therefore, when powerful people from all walks of life saw the strange phenomena appearing in the fairy world, they contacted practitioners from all walks of life to inquire about the strange phenomena. At this moment, endless vitality filled the fairy world. Those people in the fairy world who were originally in a boiling state vaguely felt that their realm was about to loosen. They no longer watched the excitement, but sat cross-legged and began to practice. When other worlds saw the actions of people in the immortal world, their expressions became unclear. Powerful people from all walks of life feel the vitality, but only the practitioners in the fairy world feel that they are about to break through. Ling Tianyun and Da Kun dragged dozens of people from the sky all the way to Lingyun sect. As soon as the two entered Lingyun sect, they saw Fang Jingyu sitting on the swing with a distressed look on her face. Little Moon, what's wrong with you? Da Kun asked. They seem to be trying to break through to the imperial realm. 7 of them need at least 7 Dao fruits, but I don't have them. Fang Jingyu said regretfully. At this level, it is difficult to break through. It would be a pity if there was no way to break through because of the emperor fruit. After hearing this, Ling Tianyun immediately said, I'll give them the Dao fruit. You guys wait here. The power of their breakthrough together is not small, so it's better not to get close. After Ling Tianyun finished speaking, he threw the rope to Da Kun and couldn't wait to go to Hanyan Peak. He could sense that Qin Hanyan's breakthrough was imminent, and what she needed was not the Dao fruit of the imperial realm, but the Dao fruit of the 9 heavens and 10 emperors. Da Kun looked at Ling Tianyun's back and shook his head. Can the immortal realm really afford him like this? Fang Jingyu disagreed and said, these 3 melons and 2 dates are not even a hair in the immortal realm. Da Kun was stunned for a moment, then envy, jealousy and other emotions intertwined together. No wonder Ling Tianyun always has an indescribable atmosphere about him. This is not something that is cultivated. It is the accumulation of countless treasures of heaven and earth. Therefore, it is normal for Ling Tianyun to be stronger than him at such an age. With such resources, even a loser can still accumulate resources and become the Lord of Origin. Da Kun rolled his eyes and said softly, Little Moon, if we tie him up, how much ransom do you think the immortal domain will pay? Well, he has a lot of Yuan 9 on his body, and they are basically left by the Lord of the Universe. If we really tie him up, even if we get the things, we probably won't have a chance to use them. Fang Jingyu said seriously. But then she laughed again. However, you can consider your proposal. Old man Taishu's fault for cheating her will have to be settled sooner or later. There is just one problem. Ling Tianyun is Lord Mo's person, so it is unrealistic to directly tie him up. The hair on Da Kun's body exploded, the original thought of the Lord of the Universe. Let's forget it. I still want to live well. No wonder he dares to show off his wealth like this. It turns out he is emboldened. No. Don't think about it. What if you get really jealous? Da Kun decided to divert his attention and looked up at the sky. Little Moon, what do you think this little master's breakthrough is? Fang Jingyu's eyes became sparkling. It has nothing to do with the realm, but it has something to do with Sister Fang's small success in cultivating Taoism, and she has condensed the true source of Taoism. Da Kun's eyes widened and he said in horror, Tao Yuan. Is it the Tao origin? It's still uncertain whether it is the origin of the Tao, but it must be the origin of the Tao. Fang Jingyu said in a brisk voice. The path of cultivation is divided into 9 levels. First level Taoists understand and touch the existence of Tao. Second level Taoists spy on the rules of Tao. A third level Taoist can condense the Tao breath and is considered to have entered the Tao. Fourth level Taoists can begin to touch the source and control Taoism. This is considered a small achievement. Next, there is the 5th level Taoist, who can shape Tao breath and use it to attack opponents, and also has the opportunity to condense the power of Tao source. Becoming a 5th level Taoist will be an important leap. In the universe, there are many 4th level Taoists, but 5th level Taoists are extremely rare. From the 6th level to the 9th level, almost no cultivator has touched it. Only those who have cultivated to that level can get that information. Taoists will be divided into levels, and the same source of Tao will also be divided into many levels. The power of Tao origin is the purest. It belongs to the highest level of power in the Tao source, but it is rare to encounter one in the thousands of universes who can refine the Tao source. Fang Jingyu hoped that what Fang Qinggran had condensed was the origin of Tao. In this way, Fang Qinggran can do more of what she wants to do. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 934 Landscape meets each other. Da Kun looked at the vision in the sky in ecstasy, his eyes gradually moistened, and murmured, Master, my little master has successfully entered the Tao, have you seen it? Now that the little master has the strength to protect himself, it is time for him to leave. It is going to find a way to resurrect its master. Even if the owner has terminated the contract with it. But the Kun clan will only be loyal to one master throughout their lives and will never abandon it. Da Kun looked at the group of people tied up on the ground with sharp eyes. Before leaving, he wanted to deal with all the comers from heaven in the fairy world. If you kill them all, I'm afraid it will anger those mad dogs in the sky. The anger of the powerful gods must be transferred to it. In this way, the little master can still have a quiet time after it leaves. Little moon, I have to leave. We meet again in the mountains and rivers, so cherish it. Da Kun looked at Feng Jingyu and said. Okay. Feng Jingyu nodded with a smile. Kun released 9 puppets and ordered them to drag the visitor away from the sky with him. Then he found Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen stood in the air with a fierce aura, quietly staring at the vision in the sky. Yi Xingchen, I have sent back all those who came from heaven. Da Kun said proactively. You want to leave the fairy world? Yi Xingchen asked with a complicated expression. Yes, I hope that when we meet again, you can support the world of immortality. Da Kun actually didn't know what to say and wanted to leave quietly. But thinking that it had stayed in the Yi family's forbidden area for so long, he decided to say hello before leaving. Yi Xingchen looked at Da Kun seriously and said, okay. Da Kun rolled his eyes. By the way, that Yi Jiamen, have you found her whereabouts? Yi Jiamen has become an empty shell since her body entered the decaying air. In order to threaten Yi Wensheng, Su Xingheng hid a vitality grass in Yi Jiamen's body to make her always look alive. Later, Su Xingheng died, and the vitality grass in Yi Jiamen's body withered. The body should have turned into withered bones. But at this time, a soul entered Yi Jiamen's body and completely merged with it. That soul took over Yi Jiamen's body. She even wanted to use Yi Jiamen's identity to control Chu Changji, but by mistake, a masked man appeared, disrupting her plan. She temporarily chose to control Yi Xingchen and wanted to make Yi Xingchen into a puppet. But she never expected that Yi Xingchen was a sword cultivator and his Taoist heart was as solid as a rock. Even if the forbidden technique she used could make Yi Xingchen temporarily lose his mind, it would not be enough to make Yi Xingchen lose himself. In the end, she failed to control Yi Xingchen and was almost killed. Yi Xingchen planned to kill Yi Jiamen directly, but at the critical moment, Yi Jiamen took out the Order of Law and used the token to escape. Since Yi Jiamen escaped, Yi Xingchen has been tracking her whereabouts. Thousands of years have passed since this pursuit. Yi Jiamen, on the other hand, seemed to have disappeared, and her whereabouts could not be found anywhere. Yi Xingchen was silent for a moment and asked, do you still remember Su Yanran? Da Kun responded, the one who tried to take away all the little master's luck, but failed and escaped in the end. I remember she is Su Xingheng's daughter, right? Yi Xingchen said solemnly, it's her. I suspect that the soul in Yi Jiamen's body is hers. Why do you see it's her? I suspect that neither she nor Su Xingheng is dead. Su Yanran had a piece of law order in her hand at the beginning, and the law order also disappeared with her death. Yi Xingchen analyzed. Yi Xingchen did not see Su Yanran's death with his own eyes. He always thought that Su Yanran's soul was sacrificed to the spirit of decay, while Su Xingheng was swallowed by the mother of decay. Both are certain to die. But the order of the law reappeared, forcing him to think more. Su Xingheng was a chess piece placed in the immortal world by God. How could he die so easily? Maybe Su Xingheng had already arranged for himself a way for Jin Chan to escape from his shell. As Su Yanran's daughter, he must have left a way out for her. And the empty body Yi Jiamen is undoubtedly the best body to seize after Su Yanran's death. After listening to Yi Xingchen's words, Da Kun thought of many things. When Su Yanran escaped, her soul was severely damaged, so Yi Jiamen fell asleep for so long and then woke up. If Yi Jiamen is Su Yanran, then we can't kill her until she voluntarily hands over the Order of the Law. The Order of Law is used to protect the plane. The token that the master once contracted still has the mark of the master on it, so it has to collect the 7 pieces of law to find a way to save the master. Therefore, the Order of the Law must not be damaged in any way. At least it can't have any problems until it finds 6 pieces. Thinking of this, Da Kun asked again, does she only have 1 law order? Yi Xingchen nodded and said, if she had a 2nd law order, she wouldn't be in a hurry to escape. The aura on that law order is very weak, so she probably uses it often. It is not difficult to understand that Su Yanran often uses law orders. She became Jiamen Yi, but not the real Jiamen Yi. Yi Wensheng had been to the land abandoned by the gods with her before, so he must be familiar with her aura. She could only use the Order of the Law to cover up her aura. Otherwise, if Yi Wensheng finds out that she is a fake Yi Jiamen, he will never spare her. With only 1 law order, she can't cause any trouble. Da Kun didn't stop after saying that, and left the fairy world with 9 puppets. It wants to find other orders of law as soon as possible. The little master has 3 pieces of law in his hand. It only needs to find the remaining 3 pieces, and it can recall the last piece using a secret method. It needs to speed up its movements and must find the remaining 3 pieces of law orders before Su Yanran. Seeing Da Kun leaving, Yi Xingchen took out the communication order and gave Yi Wensheng the task of announcing the game resumption to all walks of life. When you are busy, you won't always chase him and ask about Yi Jiamen's whereabouts. Yi Xingchen decided to take this time to lift his seal. The junior's strength is about to catch up with him. He shouldn't continue to hide. After all, God's mad dogs will come out soon. As the emperor of the immortal realm, he must be able to control them. Yi Xingchen lowered his sharp eyes and looked at the phantoms of Taodao venerables appearing in the sky. Those purple gold phantoms are surrounded by the terrifying power of law, looking down at the entire fairy world with a look of disdain. These shadows are the ancestors who were willing to become immortals. It was they who founded the fairy world. Creating a world is not difficult for a powerful person who can cover the sky with 1 hand. It is rare that after creatures appear in a world, the world's barriers can still be stabilized. If you want life to appear in a world, you must not only give life to the world and allow it to accommodate life, but also maintain the balance of the entire world after the life appears. Interlocking. Exquisite. One slight mistake and the whole world will collapse. After all, after creatures appear in the world, there will be various variables. Those who gradually grow up and possess the strength of the creators can easily destroy the world's barriers with just one fight. That's why the terrifyingly powerful founder of the world is needed to transform into an immortal. Let the walls of the fairy world become stronger. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 935 Blessing from the Ancestor. These ancestors are worthy of admiration. They sacrificed themselves to leave a place of refuge for future generations of immortal cultivators. Their appearance means that the Tao practiced by Feng Qinggran can protect the entire fairy world. I just don't know what kind of Tao can make all the ancestors come out. After Yi Xingqian became the emperor of the immortal realm, he saw the inheritance of the ancestor. But since the creation of the fairy world, only one or two of the ancestors have visited the fairy world. Or because there was a danger of destruction in the fairy world. They just showed up. The shadow of one of the ancestors seemed to feel something and looked in the direction of Yi Xingqian. Even though the ancestor had no pupils at this moment, Yi Xingqian, who was looking at him, could still clearly feel the strong sense of oppression coming from the ancestor. Yi Xingqian instantly bowed respectfully to the ancestor. The pressure on the ancestor was even more terrifying, and no living thing dared to approach the sky. Even the 4 Suzakus that had been entrenched nearby also retreated to the side at this moment. Yi Xingqian's back was always as straight as a pine, neither humble nor arrogant as he faced the gaze of his ancestor. The ancestor observed it, raised his palm that could cover the sky and the sun, and landed it towards Yi Xingqian. The majestic force is coming. For a moment, Yi Xingqian was enveloped. Yi Xingqian felt as if mountains were pressing down on his shoulders. The immeasurable weight made him almost breathless. The color on Yi Xingqian's face disappeared, his lips were whiter than snow, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He gritted his teeth to prevent his back from bending. He couldn't show his timidity in front of the ancestor. The seal on his body was lifted bit by bit, and the strong power emanated from his body, supporting his body. It's a pity that the difference in strength between him and the ancestor is too big, and it is impossible to resolve the pressure on him. At this moment, wisps of golden light entered Yi Xingqian's body, and the seals on his soul were gradually lifted. Not bad. A rich and energetic voice sounded from the ancestors. Then Yi Xingqian felt a majestic force entering his body. Yi Xingqian was shocked and said, "Thank you, ancestor, for your blessing." The ancestor stopped talking. After losing his strength, he punched a purple mark between Yi Xingqian's eyebrows, and then his huge body disappeared. Yi Xingqian didn't want to think too much and immediately set up a barrier and started practicing cross-legged. Not far from Yi Xingqian, an ancestor also appeared in front of the 4 ancient beasts. It's just that the ancestor didn't give Suzaku their mark. This scene was naturally seen by everyone below. Although they didn't understand what Yi Xingqian got from the ancestor, they knew very well that what the purple gold phantom gave him must be extraordinary. And it is definitely a rare opportunity. Purple and gold have always been noble colors. Now that they are transformed together, it must be an extremely rare opportunity. I am really envious. I also want their inheritance. Even if there is no inheritance, just enlighten me. This is something we can't imagine at all. Just looking at that phantom from a distance makes us almost out of breath. If it really comes to me, I will probably be crushed by that pressure. Do you think this phantom was caused by the Emperor of Heaven? Or was it caused by the appearance of 4 ancient beasts? There was a moment of silence. A guessing voice sounded, "I don't think so." Yi Xingqian and the 4 divine beasts all went to heaven after the vision came out. If it was really caused by them, they must still be in a state of cultivation and would not rush here in a hurry. Everyone in the immortal world thinks that his analysis makes sense. So there was even more shock in his eyes. Yi Wenxin and Chu Chanji hid among the powerful men and looked at each other. Yi Wenxin sent a message, "Chanji, what do you think?" Chu Chanji's eyes were quiet and silent. The appearance of the ancestor of the immortal world means that the cultivator is likely to become a 5th-level Taoist. Regardless of whether that cultivator succeeds in breaking through, he will definitely be able to protect the immortal world in the future. The plane structure will be completely overturned. Maybe this cultivator can resolve the crisis in the future. Seeing that Chu Chanji didn't respond, Yi Wenxin looked in the direction of the Yi family's forbidden area with a complicated expression. He actually felt like he was about to advance. But he knew that it was Feng Qinggran who caused this vision, and out of guilt for her, he didn't want this opportunity. Lingyun sect is in the 7th heaven of the immortal world. He secretly went to the door and looked at it many times, but never dared to go in. He was afraid of seeing him, and even more afraid of them asking about the land abandoned by God. So I simply choose to disappear if I can. There are a lot of things, let time smooth them out. Wenxin, it's time for you to make a breakthrough. Some things are fixed, and no one can escape from the fixed trajectory, so don't punish yourself with past mistakes. Chu Chanji said seriously. Yi Wenxin said, "Chanji, will I have a chance to make up for it in the future?" Chu Chanji looked at Yi Wenxin and said through a message, "Maybe there will be, maybe there won't be. Wenxin, even if you don't go to the land abandoned by the gods, they will still have that ending." Yi Wenxin's face became a little darker. Chu Chanji and Yi Wenxin have been together for so long, so naturally he can see through Yi Wenxin's thoughts. Chu Chanji said calmly, "You really want to make up for them. How can you make up for it if you don't have the strength? If the difference in strength is too great, I'm afraid they won't be able to use it." Yi Wenxin's eyes suddenly became more radiant. "Chanji, I'm going to practice right away. Do you want to go practice?" Chu Chanji shook his head. Chanji, it seems that you haven't been promoted since we left the land abandoned by the gods. After Yi Wenshan finished speaking, he had no intention of hearing the answer. Then he said to Chu Chanji, by the way, Sword Ancestor just sent me a message and asked me to resend the invitation for the competition. I leave this matter to you. Yi Wenshan put the message transmission order into Chu Chanji's hand and turned to leave. At this moment, several phantoms in the sky disappeared in an instant. The immortal world had no time to be surprised, as the remaining purple and gold phantoms also moved in the same direction and disappeared in an instant. Did they disappear? Why did they disappear suddenly? A cultivator murmured in a low voice. The other strong men were very confused when they heard this. A cultivator said, but the sun, moon and stars are still there, and they appeared later. Is it possible that they are looking for the inheritor? Chu Chanji had returned to his expression of neither sadness nor joy. After hearing these words, he lowered his head and looked at the copper coins in his hand. After the masked man left last time, Chu Chanji began to try to figure out the secret on the copper coins, but he still had no answer. At the same time, several huge shadows flew into Lingyun sect. They had an aura of coercion all over their bodies, which was terrifying. When they entered the entrance of Lingyun sect, Fang Jingyu swayed on the silver swing, glanced at them lightly, and then withdrew her gaze. It's as if they don't exist. One of the ancestors' residual thoughts stopped in front of Fang Jingyu and did not move. The smile on Fang Jingyu's face remained, as if he didn't exist. The swing rose and fell. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 936 Memory Imprint. An ancestor came to Fang Jingyu and said in a trembling voice, are you the Eye of the Moon God? Fang Jingyu felt the burning gaze from her ancestor and raised her eyes to look at him. Do you know me? He was not in her memory. The ancestor's huge body trembled obviously, but in the end he said nothing and ducked into a mountain peak in Ling Tianyun. Ling Tianyun also came out after delivering the Dao fruit at this time and came to Fang Jingyu, looking enviously at the swing she was sitting on. Moonlight Divine Water. It is something extremely rare even in the immortal realm. This one actually used to swing on the swing without blinking an eye. You also want to sit on the swing? Fang Jingyu suddenly said. No need. Ling Tianyun immediately waved his hand. He doesn't like seeking death. Moonlight Divine Water can not only corrode the protective barrier, but also harm the soul. With his strength, he could only temporarily prevent the erosion of the Moonlight Divine Water. So he didn't dare to use the Moonlight Divine Water to swing. Ling Tianyun chose to change the topic. By the way, what happened to those ancestors? Why did they come to Lingyun sect? Do not know. After hearing this, Ling Tianyun didn't ask any more questions, mainly because Fang Jingyu was listless and he didn't dare to provoke her. It seemed that only when Fang Qingran was around, he could see the lovely Fang Jingyu. The rest of the time Fang Jingyu is always unpredictable. Not long after, the figures of the ancestors of each peak in Lingyun sect disappeared. Another golden shadow appeared in front of Fang Jingyu's eyes. The body shape is similar to that of a normal immortal cultivator. It is no longer as huge as before. The phantom noticed the presence of Ling Tianyun, and a cold light shot over. Ling Tianyun didn't care at all about the pressure from the shadow. There were many reasons why he was intimidating Fang Jingyu, and he didn't know the ancestor in front of him, so naturally he didn't care whether he offended him or not. Seeing that both of them ignored him, Shuing hesitated for a moment, raised his hand to draw a golden talisman, and sent it to Fang Jingyu. Fang Jingyu took the mark, and the shadow disappeared with relief. The golden mark exploded in Fang Jingyu's hand. A strange memory flooded into her sea of consciousness. In a land of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, countless strong men are fighting for one thing. The thing is a crystal clear gem. The gem is shaped like a crescent moon. They looked at the gems with crazy and greedy eyes. Whoever gets the gem must be besieged. But even so, he still held on to the gem until his death. No one stopped. The strong ones decreased rapidly, and the flesh and blood below continued to increase. The entire sky above was filled with blood mist and a rich smell of blood. How long this battle lasted is unknown. All the strong men fell down. Only a crystal clear gem was left lying in the sea of blood, as clean and shining as ever. Finally, an old man with a fairy spirit appeared and got the gem. After he got the gem, his appearance quickly became younger, and his strength should have been greatly improved. He was happy and high-spirited at first, and advanced many times with the help of the power of gems. As time passed, he became an old man again, but he no longer had the immortal spirit. He looked haggard and exuded black energy, as if he had been cursed. He was in extreme pain, and he still held the gem obtained from the sea of blood in his hand. His old eyes stared into the distance, and he said guiltily, Eye of the Moon God, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have coveted your power and done such a thing to you. I don't ask you to forgive me. I am willing to bear all the punishment, and I am even more willing to atone for my sins with the possibility of never being resurrected. I know this cannot calm your anger, but I still want to ask you that when you get back the fragments of the Moon God's eye, you can lift the curse for my descendants. They are innocent, and they have not harmed you. You only need to lift the curse for them, and you will get a map from their hands. Following the map, you will definitely find where the gems are hidden. Don't worry, the gems are hidden outside this universe. My descendants are cursed and cannot have the strength to break through the void, so the gems must still be there. After the old man narrated this, he burst into tears and his vitality disappeared. Fang Jingyu read the whole memory and looked at the position where the ancestor left. Her eyes blinked and she saw that there seemed to be moonlight hidden in it, making her look noble and cold, and she did not dare to approach. Ling Tianyun, if our ancestors made mistakes, should we not bring disaster to our descendants? Ling Tianyun reacted for a moment and said, Yu Dao means, father's debt must be paid by son, and, avenge father. All ancestors make mistakes, and it is natural for the descendants to atone for their sins. However, the disaster still has to be determined based on the size of the mistakes made by the ancestors and generations. In Ling Tianyun's view, the descendants who have enjoyed the blessing of their ancestors will naturally have to repay the debt owed by their ancestors. If the ancestor's sin is unforgivable, do his descendants still deserve to be alive? When Fang Jingyu asked this question, her eyes became a little colder. Ling Tianyun only felt that the pressure was a little heavier. I don't know. If I were the descendant of the ancestor who made the mistake, I would definitely hope that I am alive. If I were the one who was harmed, I would definitely hope that the other party would die and cut off all inheritance. Ling Tianyun expressed his thoughts directly. After Ling Tianyun finished speaking, he glanced at Fang Jingyu a few more times, feeling frightened. Could it be that Lao Ling also had a grudge against her? No. He is tired of carrying Grandpa Taishu's debt. He can't bear Lao Ling's debt again. Recently, he was always afraid of angering Fang Jingyu, so he didn't dare to be too arrogant in front of her. He regretted coming to the plane to join in the fun. But those juniors hold things that I must get back. If I don't let them go, I won't be able to get them back. Fang Jingyu exuded a dangerous aura. She was actually not sure whether the thing in the old man's hand was real. Because she doesn't have that memory. And her moon eye is still well placed in the void space. But the gem fragment was almost identical to her own body, so she had to go see the gem. If you say that, those juniors are not innocent at all and will have to pay a price. Ling Tianyun said. Really? Fang Jingyu murmured softly. Lunar eye fragments are poisonous. If you absorb the power of the fragments, your strength will skyrocket initially, and as more and more power is absorbed, the poisoning will become deeper. After that, it will age rapidly and the body will dissipate. This poison can also corrode the soul and severely damage the soul. It will be passed on to future generations. As long as the blood is passed down, the poison will continue. All the younger generations will first become the pride of heaven, with proud strength, and then later their meridians will be blocked, their consciousness will be damaged, and their cultivation will disappear little by little. The old man described that his descendants were all cursed, which limited their longevity and strength, causing them to live a very bad life. These symptoms are very similar to the poison left behind by the eye of the moon. Although she was unfamiliar with that memory, she still subconsciously felt that everything that happened must have something to do with her. Fang Jingyu jumped off the swing and decided to go see the old man's descendants. Ling Tianyun looked at Fang Jingyu, who was about to leave, with a tangled expression. Would you like to come with me and take a look? Fang Jingyu asked. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 937 East Pole Netherworld. Fairyland. The entrance to the War of the Gods. Dongji Yuanzhen hid behind Dai Wu and said coquettishly, Xiao Wu, my guess is correct, I can definitely catch him if I wait here. Dai Wu focused all his attention on the masked man and ignored Dongji Yuanzhen. A cruel smile appeared on the masked man's lips. The leader was right, there was indeed a mouse hiding back then. The masked man looked at Dongji Yuanzhen and Dai Wu with contempt in his eyes. Two rats who were not even in the Imperial realm actually tried to take him down. It was really an idiot's dream. Hand over the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny. The masked man said hoarsely. No, we are still looking for it. If you find it, please tell us. Dongji Yuanzhen smiled. The masked man's sinister eyes were fixed on Dongji Yuanzhen. Empress Hatu has fallen, so the things can only fall into your hands. And you were rushing to the battlefield in a hurry, so the things must be hidden on the road. Are they hidden near here? The coldness in the five eyes of the earth is even stronger. Dongji Yuanzhen was shocked in his heart, but his face showed nothing. Dongji Yuanzhen pretended to be sarcastic and said, it seems that you know our whereabouts very well. Since you know where the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny are, then you go look for them, and we didn't stop you. Humph. The masked man snorted coldly, if you don't want to explain, you will die here. Dongji Yuanzhen suddenly stepped out of the distance and shouted, Xiao Wu, hurry up and try to save your breath. A majestic coercion spread around the masked man. In the blink of an eye, blood oozed from the corners of Dai Wu's mouth, showing no resistance. The masked man stood in front of Dai Wu and said, give you another chance, hand over the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny, and I will let your soul reincarnate. The five eyes on the ground were scarlet red, showing strong hatred, and he slashed at the masked man with a big knife. He didn't need the masked man's forgiveness. What he wants is to fight to the death. The five souls of the earth came out with severe pain, but he didn't care. He still relied on his tenacious will to break free from the masked man's coercive control. The masked man caught the blade of the broadsword with his bare hands, lifted it slightly, and Dai Wu flew out. In an instant, blood splattered all over Dai Wu's body. The masked figure followed closely, stepping on Dai Wu's back. Click. The sound of broken bones sounded. Dai Wu said nothing. Haha, with such strength, you still want to catch me, you really can speak out. Not to mention you two, even the entire fairy world combined is no match for me. The masked man said sarcastically. At this moment, the masked man suddenly felt a chill coming from his side. He looked sideways and saw a blade of darkness coming out of thin air. The blade of darkness shone with a soul-stirring cold light. The masked man felt vaguely uneasy, sensing danger. He did not take the cold blade head-on, but dodged away. The moment the masked man dodged, the dark blade turned around and aimed at him again. At the same time, Dongji Yuanzhen's eyes were filled with coldness, and as he cast his law, several black talismans lingered around him. You heard him, I will make you pay the price. Dongji Yuanzhen's voice was calm and terrifying, and he condensed another blade of darkness. Seeing this, the masked man flicked his sleeves and swept away a blade of darkness. If you hadn't obtained the Book of Life and Death, both you and him would have died. After the masked man finished speaking, he destroyed another blade of darkness. Dongji Yuanzhen did not launch another attack, but crawled over to check Daiwu's injuries. The masked man said contemptuously, "That's it. It's rare to say harsh words, make a symbolic attack, and then run to save someone." Lord Dongji Yuanzhen fed Dawu the elixir, set up a barrier, and then stood up. Dongji Yuanzhen flew into the sky and said, "Come here, I don't want to affect the creatures below." Interest flashed in the masked man's eyes, and he was really standing opposite Dongji Yuanzhen. "Who are you?" "I am an immortal and unknown person." Dongji Yuanzhen's aura has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the posture of the superior is fully revealed. "Oh, who are you?" The masked man remembered that the last time he saw such an arrogant person was in the immortal realm. "Now they all call me Dongji Yuanzhen." The masked man asked aloud, "Who is Dongji Yuanzhen?" Dongji Yuanzhen stared at the masked man, exuding strong coercion. "When I used to walk the universe, I had another name, Dongji Netherworld. Do you remember this?" The masked man was stunned for a moment, then went from shock to doubt. "How could you be Dongji Netherworld? Rumor has it that Dongji Netherworld has already become a saint." "Yes, the Yuan Shen has become a saint, so I was lucky enough to survive your leader's attack back then." After Dongji Yuanzhen finished speaking, he continued, "You haven't told me yet, who are you?" The masked man stared at Dongji Yuanzhen for a moment, still doubtful. If he met Dongji Netherworld at his peak, he would definitely be afraid. Unfortunately, regardless of whether he was the real Dongji Netherworld in front of him, he didn't have to be afraid of him in terms of strength alone. But no matter whether the person in front of him is really Dongji Netherworld, he must die. The masked man narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. "Chizu, please show mercy to Lord Dongji Yuanzhen." Chizu said, gathering his strength and quickly attacking Dongji Yuanzhen. If he had known that the person in front of him was Dongji Netherworld, he would not have wasted time just now. Rumor has it that if you encounter the East Pole Netherworld, you will either roll and crawl away, or you will be buried on the spot. He was going to break this rumor today. Dongji Yuanzhen made a secret with his hands, and countless dark energy overflowed from his body, which was terrifying and abnormal. Chizu's power also enveloped Dongji Yuanzhen at this time. Chizu did not dare to approach Dongji Yuanzhen. He wanted to use his powerful power to crush Dongji Yuanzhen's body and then destroy his soul. Boom. Dongji Yuanzhen's body turned into a blood mist. Chizu immediately released his power and wanted to attack the soul of Dongji Yuanzhen. The next moment, Chizu felt a stinging pain coming from the sea of consciousness, and the dark energy condensed by Dongji Yuanzhen quickly came to his whole body. Chizu suddenly felt something bad, but the dark energy penetrated into his body at lightning speed. The tingling pain in the sea of consciousness is even more obvious. When Chizu dealt with Chu Chanji before, his soul was damaged. Now that the sea of consciousness is being eroded, he is a little panicked. He did not expect Dongji Yuanzhen to give up his body and directly attack his sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, 3 dark villains attacked his soul at the same time. Chizu finally showed panic and said painfully, "Why is this happening?" It's a pity that he didn't respond. His soul was getting weaker and weaker under the siege of 3 dark villains. At this moment, Chizu roughly understood that the 2 blades of darkness did not disappear, but entered his body silently. The power of darkness. Once you get on it, it's hard to get rid of its influence. Chizu wanted to resist, but his consciousness gradually fell into darkness. 3 dark villains occupied his sea of consciousness. Immediately afterwards, Chizu laughed uncontrollably. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 938. The body capture goes smoothly. Chizu smiled and suddenly looked at Daiwu, the smugness in his eyes almost overflowing. Daiwu immediately recognized that Chizu's body had been replaced by a soul. Daiwu's scarlet eyes stared at Chizu, dangerous and cold. At this moment, Daiwu realized that Dongji didn't want to catch the masked man at all, but wanted to change his body. Chen Xianzu's body had been nourished by immortal energy before. Not suitable for cultivating dark energy. But the masked man's body is strong and can carry all kinds of power, which is just suitable for the East Pole at this moment. "Hey, Xiaowu, why are you looking at me like this?" Dongji Yuanzhen's eyes flickered and he touched his nose guiltily. This operation is actually a risk. If he hadn't succeeded in seizing the body, he and Daiwu might have been in trouble. Fortunately, Chizu really underestimated the enemy. The seizure went extremely smoothly. "Dongji, your majesty is right, you are not a dog, but you are better than any other dog." Dawu's teeth-grinding sound sounded. Dawu thought about why he agreed to come with Dongji to capture Chizu. It seems that Dongji asked for foreign aid. All they had to do was hold Chizu back. On weekdays, Dongji was more afraid of death than anyone else, so he completely trusted Dongji's words at that time. After the results came, they almost failed here without foreign aid. Dongji Yuanzhen smiled sarcastically. "Xiao Wu, don't be angry, I am sure to let you leave. I refined 2 powers of darkness some time ago. With these 2 powers, even if the seizure is unsuccessful, and it will also make it impossible for Chizu to chase you." He wanted to regain his strength as soon as possible, so the body he chose was very important. In the entire plane, except for those few beings, only the body of the masked man is the best. Moreover, the masked man is an outsider. When he enters here, his strength must have been suppressed by the plane avenue. Maybe his soul and soul are still injured. As long as he makes good use of the power of darkness and seizes his body, there is still great hope. Dongji wanted to tell Dawu his plan before. But in the end, considering Daiwu's temperament, he chose to hide it. Even though Daiwu looks cold, that's just Daiwu's protective color. Earth 5 cares about everyone around them. Earth 5 allows themselves to take risks, but they will never allow those around them to take risks. If Daewoo knew that he planned to seize the body, he would definitely not bring him here. However, Daewoo hates every masked person, and sooner or later he will confront Chizu. That's why Dongji made up his mind to seize a masked man. In this way, when Daewoo takes action in the future, he will have an extra guarantee around him. Dongji felt the inner power hidden in his body and was extremely excited. It is actually the body of the Lord of the Universe. If Chizu's spirit and soul could be refined, wouldn't he be able to directly return to his peak state? Dongji Yuanzhen was moved for a moment and rejected this idea. As the master of the universe, Chizu's soul is very powerful, so he got injured and gave himself an advantage. But Chizu, as the master of the universe, might fight back if given a chance to recover. Dongji Yuanzhen didn't want to leave a hidden danger. He immediately decided to destroy Chizu's soul. Dongji Yuanzhen said to the angry Daewoo, "Xiao Wu, there are some things that I will explain later. Please protect me first." Daewoo stood up coldly, came to Dongji Yuanzhen, and set up a barrier. Some accounts can be settled later. Dongji Yuanzhen sat cross-legged, calmed down, and used the power of darkness to first destroy Chizu's soul. Until he felt that the soul breath belonging to Chizu completely disappeared from his body. Dongji Yuanzhen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Next up is the soul. The early growth of a cultivator's strength is closely related to the Danshan. After entering the sky-peeping realm, the body has reached a critical value. At this time, the increase in strength is related to the strength of the soul. At this time, the soul and body are equally important. By condensing the soul in a state of nothingness into an entity, and letting the soul rely on the essence in the body to leave the body, you can have two lives. As long as the soul does not die, can live forever. Later, as his strength continued to grow, he came to the Imperial Realm. A cultivator in this realm will have an extra soul in his body. The soul can protect the soul from harm. Yuanshan and soul are similar, but different. During this time, if the soul can be condensed into a physical entity, the cultivator can have a third life. As long as one of the spirit and soul exists, there will be a chance to be reborn. The soul is always connected to the body, and cultivation has certain limitations. After the body is destroyed, the soul will also suffer a certain amount of heavy damage. After the body is destroyed, the soul will also suffer a certain amount of heavy damage, so it is easy to destroy. But Yuanshan is different. Unless it is attacked, it will not be weakened as the body disappears. Therefore, after Chizu's soul disappeared, Dongji Yuanzhen did not take it lightly when he saw the weak Yuanshen in the Sea of Consciousness. At this moment, in the Sea of Consciousness, Chizu's soul had very little power left. It seems like it can break with just a little pinch. Dongji Yuanzhen controlled two dark powers to cover Chizu's soul. There were no surprises. Dongji Yuanzhen only felt that this Yuanshen was too delicious, but unfortunately he couldn't swallow it and had to throw it away. The golden color on Chizu's soul gradually dissipated. Seeing that the soul is about to be annihilated, it was at this time that something unexpected happened. Dongji Yuanzhen only felt a tingling sensation coming over him, and a mark appeared on Chizu's spirit. The power on the mark is extremely powerful. Dispel all the power of darkness at once. When Dongji Yuanzhen saw this situation, he felt a little panic in his heart. After all, he was careless. How could a master of the universe not have a trump card? But in the next moment, Chizu's soul and mark disappeared into the Sea of Consciousness. Dongji Yuanshen was greatly shocked, and immediately checked and found that all the aura belonging to Chizu in his body had dissipated, and there was no trace left. The whole body is completely his. Dongji Yuanzhen seemed to be unable to believe that things were progressing so smoothly that it felt a bit unreal to him. The mark on Chizu's soul just now was the law seal. In addition, all the power of darkness was destroyed. Chizu can completely use the power of the law seal to fight against him. Why did Chizu give up this body? Dongji Yuanzhen had no time to think more, and the memory in this body disappeared together with Chizu Yuanshen. And the power left in the body. Dongji Yuanzhen couldn't control himself and fell backwards. He didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. He was extremely weak. Not only because all the power in the body was drained, this body could not resist the power of his soul. There were small and medium cracks all over the body and blood oozed out. And now he is completely integrated with this body. So he could feel the pain extremely clearly. Dongji Yuanzhen's heart was filled with hatred, but he couldn't bear to part with this body. Damn it, damn Chizu, you actually tricked me. Dongji Yuanzhen gritted his teeth. Xiao Wu, hurry up and give me the dark stone. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 939 Duplicating Souls. Ding ding dong dong. A large pile of dark stones hit Dongji Yuanzhen. Just bury him in it. The rich dark energy spread out instantly. Daewoo coldly looked inside the barrier, which was completely quiet. The Lord of the Universe dares to seize his body. If you don't suffer a little, you will definitely continue to take risks in the future. If Chizu hadn't been lax and underestimated him this time, this would probably be the burial place for him and Dongji. Daewoo really took a dim view of life and death, and when he came to arrest Chizu, he knew that their end would be a disaster. But Chizu has clues about the mysterious person. He was willing to take the risk or die at Chizu's hands. But Dongji cannot die. Only Dongji knows the hiding places of the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny. If he and Dongji both died, no one would be able to fulfill her last wish. As time goes by, the underworld energy in the barrier gradually decreases. Dongji Yuanzhen's resentful voice sounded, his. Go Xiaowu, you want to commit murder. I'm already so weak, and you still hit me with a stone of hell. Do you want me to be buried directly here? Dongji Yuanzun's complaining voices kept coming one after another. It doesn't sound as weak as before. A smile appeared on Daiwu's originally cold face, as long as you don't die. Then you can't be so cruel. I don't have a protective barrier now. If this body wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid I would have to find another body again. Dongji Yuanzun said. Dongji Yuanzun pulled a few times and crawled out from the pile of rocks. All the underworld energy on the underworld stone disappeared and turned into an ordinary stone. Dongji Yuanzun's body was covered in blood and flesh, but the mask on his face was still intact. Xiao Wu, this Jizu is really poor. There are no treasures in the space. Even the clothes are ordinary magic weapons. If the mask is not an innate treasure, I feel that this time I will lose my life. Dongji Yuanzun sighed. Is it possible that this is not his true form? Daiwu stared at the mask on Dongji Yuanzun's face, his eyes dim and unclear. Dongji Yuanzun thought for a moment, fuck. It's really possible. No, his soul and soul are both in this body. Who would be stupid enough to put his soul in a clone? Yuanshan can be divided into many types. But the soul cannot be divided. Losing the essence of the soul will also affect the path of spiritual cultivation. Dawu said seriously, I once heard the Empress say that there is a realm where a complete soul can be copied. After the copied soul enters the body, the strength gained from cultivation can be transferred to the original body, which is equivalent to two selves practicing at the same time. However, after copying the body that the soul enters, there is no way to cultivate the soul. The only way is to separate the soul from the original body and put it into this body to ensure that future cultivation will not be hindered. The copied soul disappears. As long as the soul escapes, the original body will not be affected. After listening to Daiwu's explanation, Dongji Yuanzun immediately remembered the last mark that appeared. He had previously wondered why the law mark did not protect the soul, but only the soul. Now everything is explained. Dongji Yuanzun now understood why the seizure was so smooth. Co-author, this is not a person's original body at all. Abandoning it will have no effect. Dongji Yuanzun raised his hand and took off his mask, revealing a fair and clean face. He looked gentle and elegant, like a noble prince who was inexperienced in the world. Of course, the premise of all this is to ignore the mean smile on his face. Xiao Wu, how many hellstones do you have left? Dawu gave Dongji Yuanzun an eye dagger. Dongji Yuanzun rubbed his hands, revealing a bit of obscenity, which really ruined this beautiful face. Xiao Wu, lend it all to me. When my strength improves, I will definitely return it to you. When you pay back, pay twice as much, and I will give it to you after we make a contract. Dawu said coldly. Dongji Yuanzun's smile disappeared. Xiao Wu, you are too shady. I am improving my strength for our common goal. You are cheating me like this, aren't you afraid that I will have inner demons? Daiwu coldly snorted, no one could have inner demons, not even Dongji Yuanzun. Xiao Wu, you can't do this to me. We have lived and died together, and we are buried in the same land. I treat you. You don't want me to leave. Dawu interrupted Dongji Yuanzun's words. Dongji Yuanzun bit out one word, yes. In the entire plane, it is estimated that only Earth 5 can produce the ancient underworld stone he needs. Dawu threw a contract scroll to Dongji Yuanzun. It clearly says, repay billion Hades in the future. Dongji Yuanzun felt like he had a heart attack. It was really dark. The stern Dawu before was gone. Wrong. 10 billion ancient Hades stones. He had never accumulated so many underworld stones before his death. Xiao Wu, weren't you very poor before? Why could you come up with so many ancient underworld stones? Dongji Yuanzun stared at Daiwu with doubts in his eyes. Follow the Empress, she gave me several Mingxi mines. Dawu said. These are all used by the Empress to enhance the strength of Earth 5. But his qualifications are too poor, and he has piled up mountains of underworld stones in his hands, and his strength improvement is still slow. Are they the ones over there in the 19th level of hell? In addition to the underworld energy, Dongji Yuanzun also had strong resentment in his body. He just said it. After the ancient Mingxi mine was discovered, why didn't the Empress let him touch it? It turned out that it was all given to Earth 5. Seeing Daiwu nodding, Dongji Yuanzun became even more resentful. The Empress was a little too partial. Dongji Yuanzun made the contract with great reluctance. Strength matters. It is natural to find old friends and talk about the past. Daiwu put away the scroll and threw a ring to Dongji Yuanzun. Everything is in there, you can practice well. Dongji Yuanzun took the ring and said, Dawu, after absorbing these, I will take you to find the Shuanan people. It is good. After Dawu answered, he looked up at the sky, and the purple gold shadows slowly disappeared. The sun and the moon also disappeared a little bit. The stars twinkled and disappeared. Then, the dark clouds gathered, and the purple thunder calamity, as strong as a giant dragon, struck down. After Miss Feng has overcome these thunder tribulations, she should be a 5th level Taoist. Very nice. Dongji also found a suitable body. Dawu's eyes were filled with smiles, and everything was going in a good direction. If the Empress was still here, she would definitely be happy. Dawu whispered softly, Chaos law enforces, what you want to destroy will definitely become a sharp sword that stabs you in the future. Are you ready? PFFT. Somewhere in the demon world. A masked man spurted out mouthfuls of blood. The palm trailed a golden mark. He integrated the golden mark into his body, and his eyes gradually became cruel. A group of little mice actually let you plot a plan. The masked man waved his sleeves and saw a man kneeling in front of him. Master, what are your orders? Go to the immortal realm and investigate the situation of everyone in Lingyun sect. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 940 Chi Zhu confesses. Yes, after the man answered, he was about to leave. The masked man's expression suddenly changed. The terrifying pressure quickly spread to the entire space. The man who was about to leave could not bear the pressure, his flesh and blood exploded, and he died on the spot. The masked man did not react to this, but stared in the direction of the void, gritted his teeth and said, "It's really good that they can still find a chance to survive after such an opportunity." The masked man raised his palm, and a golden token appeared, with light flashing several times. Immediately afterwards, bursts of space fluctuations appeared around the masked man. Several black shadows came out of the cracks in time and space. They wear the same style of mask on their faces, just in different colors. The man holding the golden token before was wearing a golden mask. He is Chizu's true identity. A man wearing a blue mask smelled the blood in the air and saw the blood spitting out in front of Chizu. He stepped forward and asked, "Chizu, why are you injured?" Chizu waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. The other masked men looked at Chizu with searching eyes. Chizu's eyes fell on a man wearing a black mask. "Chien, are you sure that all the powerful people around Empress Hato are dead?" Chien has a slender figure, and his exposed eyes show calmness and calmness. "I'm sure, after the leader kills them, I will destroy their souls and spirits as soon as possible." Dongji Netherworld and Dawukan are alive, especially Dongji Netherworld. He has also cultivated the power of darkness. Chizu stared at the black mask on Chian's face and said coldly, "The power of darkness, are you sure?" Chian still remained calm. Compared to Chian's calmness, the other six were obviously not that calm. Even they don't dare to touch the power of darkness easily, and Dongji Netherworld is actually cultivating this thing. If only Dongji Netherworld could grow up. Their efforts back then were probably in vain. A man wearing a red mask said, "You called us out because you want to kill Dongji Netherworld." Chizu said with a serious expression, "Yes and no, there is a problem with the leader's plan. Almost all the rats that were supposed to be dead are still alive." As soon as Chizu said these words, the eyes of the remaining 7 people turned dark. If there were 1 or 2 fish that slipped through the net, it might be understandable, but if almost all of them survived, then someone was definitely causing trouble. "Why is this happening?" Chian asked. They don't care about who is alive first. For them, dealing with the source is the key. Do you still remember what the leader said when he left in a hurry? Chizu did not leave to answer, but asked. I remember that the leader said that we should hide here and only interfere with the development of the situation in a subtle way. We must not expose ourselves, Chi-Che said wearing a blue mask. They were busy wreaking havoc in all walks of life. When they were in high spirits, they suddenly received a message from their leader, asking them to stop their actions and immediately build a world of time and space rifts to hide in. Don't come out easily. They also arranged many plans for them. However, these plans have restrictions. They cannot come forward in person, let alone leave any clues. When they first read the plan, they were very confused. But thinking of the leader's method, he still did it. They hid for a while, Chizu left the space rift as planned, and the remaining 7 continued to hide. In these years, Chizu has been handling matters outside. They weren't worried at all. According to the news Chizu sent back before, everything went smoothly. Chizu suddenly summoned them, which quite surprised them. After all, the leader's plan has not yet been launched, so there is no need for them to come forward. Chi-Che's eyes were still confused after recalling this. By the way, why didn't the leader take us away together? Chizu glanced at Chi-Che and said, it's not that we won't be taken, it's that we don't have time to take us. It seems that the leader encountered a more powerful enemy and had to lead the remaining people to leave in a hurry. More powerful than the leader. How can such a strong person exist in a small broken plane? Chizu, you are not hurt by Dongji Netherworld, and you want to draw us to avenge you, right? A man wearing a cyan mask. The person has an aggressive attitude. He and Chizu never get along. Chi-Bai, shut up. Can't you see how many things Chizu has done? If you are not convinced, you don't have to show up here. Chi-Che glared at Chi-Bai. The face hidden under the blue mask turned red. If Chi-Bai hadn't insisted on quarreling with Chizu, which took too much time, they wouldn't have wasted so much time in all walks of life. Not to mention being trapped in a small plane. I can come when I want. What qualifications do you, a loser, have to care about me? Chi-Bai said with an arrogant attitude, looking at Chi-Che with eyes full of contempt. Chi-Bai, apologized to Chi-Che. Chi-An's calm voice sounded. Chi-Bai's face changed instantly, his face full of rejection, but he still apologized to Chi-Che. He is afraid of Clan. After listening to Chi-Bai's apology, Chi-Che hummed a few times and said no more. Chian withdrew his pressure and looked into Chizu's eyes. The leader only left the clan and didn't say when he would come back. Chizu nodded. Chian continued to ask, when we left the battlefield, except for some who were greedy for life and feared death and never showed up, the strong men in this plane were basically dead. The leader would leave in a hurry. Is there someone stronger coming here? Chizu had a complicated expression. Yes, I received a message back then and wanted to chase the leader. I saw an unforgettable scene in my life. I saw a person standing in the sky, and with a flick of his sleeves, they were all turned into ashes, and there was no breath left. That person really killed countless lords of the universe with just one thought. I couldn't see everything about that man, but I knew he spotted me. I feel like I'm being locked in by an element of thought, with no way to resist. I used an innate treasure at the last moment and managed to escape. But the moment he locked onto me, my soul was severely damaged and I haven't recovered from it all these years. But fortunately, my strength was damaged, so I panicked and came to the demon world, but he didn't chase me. That's why I have been so careful these years, not daring to use my true form to leave the demon world, let alone letting you go out. Even after so many years, Chizu couldn't help but tremble when he mentioned the events of that year again. He chose to hide this experience back then because he was worried that they would find out that his soul was damaged, which would lead to him becoming rebellious. But the current situation is too bad, and he can no longer hide it. The person you saw should be the reason why the leader asked us to hide. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the universe? Qian stared at Chizu's eyes, as if he wanted to find out more about it. Many. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 941. Each has a ghost in his heart. The other 6 all shook their heads. All eyes fell on Chizu. Their time following the leader across the universe was far less than Chizu's. They had never met anyone who could make their leader run away. But Chizu had been with the leader longer than them, and Chizu had seen that person with his own eyes, so he might be able to guess something. Chizu also shook his head. I don't know. When the leader takes over the universe, he rarely encounters opponents. Even if there are 1 or 2, the leader is not afraid. Have you ever heard of the immortal realm? Chi-Che asked in a low voice. Fear flashed across the eyes of Chizu and others. Chizu and Qian looked at each other with solemn expressions. The immortal realm, that place with strict rules and many strong men? Asked a masked man. Yes, is it possible that the strong man inside escaped? Chi-Che expressed his opinion. He heard his ancestor mention it once. When he asked again later, the ancestor would not let him speak. He also said that you should never mention the immortal realm in front of the leader. Chizu said, it's unlikely. There are laws in the immortal domain. Anyone whose cultivation level exceeds that of the Lord of the Universe cannot leave at will. Even if they leave, there is no need to expose themselves for an irrelevant plane. The immortal realm and its leader have a sworn feud. This is their unspoken secret. But they dare not mention the immortal domain in front of the leader. The mentioned outcome is death. Chizu, are you hiding something from us? Chi-Bai's focus was different. He can control the immortal domain and the feud between its leaders. He just wanted to know Chizu's true intention of summoning him this time. I've told everything I can, and I don't know the truth about the rest. Chizu's eyes were full of fatigue. There were many things, and it would be useless to talk about them. Chizu only looked at Qian. The leader has left. I have been executing the plan secretly for these years. I have been investigating the whereabouts of that person and have no clue at all. There have been no problems with the plan over the years. But not long ago, I felt the aura of the Lingyao divine ghost hammer in the fairy world. It was Kang Xuanji's natal magical weapon. It should have been destroyed on the battlefield of the gods. Its sudden appearance aroused the vigilance of my clone. Following the Lingyao Shengui hammer, I found the real successor to Xuanmen. They are the descendants of those people who rebelled against God. The Xuanmen heir holds a fragment of the jade dish of creation in his hand. I followed this clue and found many secrets that had been covered up. The members of the Lingyun sect who should have fallen long ago are all alive. Especially the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven, Feng Qingwu, not only survived, but is about to be promoted to the 5th level of Taoism. My other 2 clones were also destroyed by her hands. With the layout I have laid out over the years, there is absolutely no chance that Feng Qingran will survive and become a 5th level Taoist. Originally I didn't know what the problem was, but when I met Dongji Netherworld, everything was answered. Back then, Hao Tu and Kang Xuanji must have been aware of our plan, so they arranged for the East Pole Nether Golden Cicada to escape from its shell and let him survive. Under the protection of Dongji Netherworld and Xuanmen, our plan naturally came to nothing. After Chizu said this, he just looked at Qian. Chizu knew very well that confessing that he was injured meant that except for Chi-Che and Chi-Shan, he could no longer control himself. Chi-Che is the weakest among the 8, and he has no scheming, so he is completely incompetent. Chi-Shan's strength is quite good, ranking 3rd, but unfortunately he is a boring god who likes to act badly. He can direct his actions, but he needs his personal supervision. He didn't have the energy to supervise Chi-Shan at all. As of now, the plan is a mess. It would be better to leave it to Qian, who is more calm. Although Clan is only ranked 4th in strength, he has a way to instill fear in the hearts of the other 4 and can continue the leader's plan very well. Qian and Chizu looked at each other. Qian narrowed his eyes with a dangerous look. Chizu, I actually have one more thing to say. After the leader and us entered here, their own strength was suppressed, and according to you, that person is not subject to the rules at all. Influence. Chizu said seriously, I have said everything Qian can say. I can't find out his specific situation at all. Qian was silent for a moment. Chizu, if you ask us all to come out, is there anything else you want to say besides completing the plan and killing the target? Qian, whether you believe it or not, I have to tell you that there are weird things in this plane. Don't be fooled by the strength they show. This is what I suffered from. After Chizu finished speaking, he took out a purple token was handed to Qian. Qian took it over. Chizu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, this is the order of the law. Using it can cover up our aura and not attract the attention of heaven. Qian nodded and said, Chizu, you stay here to recuperate, and leave the outside matters to us. After Qian finished speaking, he returned to the time and space rift with the 4 masked men. Only Chi-Che and Chi-Shan did not follow. Chizu, did Qian's words just now mean that you can't leave the demon world? Chi-Che said angrily. Chi-Che, since the things have been given to him, we must listen to him. Chizu comforted Chi-Che's emotions. HMPH, I just can't stand it. At the beginning of the plan, there were many difficulties and no one of them said anything. Now that you have laid out the plan, they just want to pick it up. Chi-Che became angry when he thought of what happened before. Chi-Shan listened to Chi-Che's complaints and looked at Chi-Che deeply. He really lives up to his name. Clear stupidity. It's not like picking something off the shelf now, the task is obviously more difficult now. The target characters had not grown up before, all walks of life were seriously damaged, and the layout of forces was the best. But now the target person's strength has grown. There are also various trump cards. Going out at this time may be even more difficult. However, Qian has a calm temperament and will probably not attack the target person immediately. He will definitely analyze the situation first. And Qian is really willing to go out, but in fact he is not interested in the mission at all. Qian probably wanted to find the existence Qizhu mentioned. When Qi Xian thought of this, he glanced at the weak Qizhu and shook his head. He was really good at lying to others. Qizhu met Qi Xian's eyes and said, "Qi Xian, what do you think of what I said before?" Qi Xian's eyes flickered for a moment. Erratic, what can I say? I just want to sleep. Qi Xian, do you think the leader will come to us again? Qizhu asked a serious question. Qi Che's eyes were confused. The leader has arranged a plan for us. He will definitely come back to find us. Otherwise, why would he arrange for us? Qi Xian held his forehead straight. Gee. You can't expect Qi Che to use his brain. Qi Xian had many thoughts, but he didn't say a word. He just blinked and looked at Qizhu. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 943 Time and Space Reversal. Qizhu raised his hand and took off his mask. His face was abnormally white, without any blood color. Only the red on the corners of his lips made him look a little more alive. Qizhu, put it back on quickly. Qi Che's eyes looked frightened, and he reached out tremblingly to grab the mask, trying to put it on Qizhu. But the mask in Qizhu's hand turned into powder at this moment. The fear in Qi Che's eyes grew stronger. The mask was a symbol of their identity. Without the mask, it meant that Qizhu could not go back at all. Qi Che asked in a trembling voice, Qizhu, why? Qizhu's expression was extremely calm. After confronting Dongji Netherworld and then being possessed by his body, he had another plan in mind. Since Dongji Yuming wants the body, give it to him. Qizhu reached out and took off Qi Che's mask. When Qi Che was shocked, he also destroyed the mask. Qizhu's eyes focused on Qi Xian's mask again. Qi Xian remained silent and destroyed his mask, revealing a face with red lips and white teeth. Qizhu, Qi Xian, what are you doing? Qi Che's childish face was flushed, obviously angry. Qi Che, I still like the name you called me before. Qizhu smiled like a noble prince. Qi Che didn't know what he thought of, and he was in a trance for a moment. Then his eyes turned red and he whispered, Bossu. Qizhu smiled again, this time more candidly than before. You finally discovered the problem with the mask. I thought you were willing to be controlled for the rest of your life. Qi Xian's lazy voice sounded. Lao Lu, what do you mean by this? Qi Che asked confused. When Qi Xian heard this title, his body froze and he wanted to hit someone, but he thought about it and decided not to. If something goes wrong with Qi Che, he won't be the one running errands for Qizhu in the future. In order to continue to lie down, Qi Che still needs to be healthy. Qi Xian held the back of his head with both hands and leaned against the stone wall behind him, with a leisurely attitude. That's just the literal meaning. Qi Che was even more confused, but after I put on the mask, I didn't feel controlled. You're a little noob, you're not worthy of the leader controlling you, right? Your mask only has a surveillance function. In short, whatever you do, the leader can see through the mask. Qi Xian said after taking off his mask. It has become more numerous. Then if we destroy the mask now, doesn't the leader also know about it? Qi Che said in panic. Qi Xian shook his shoulders. Who knows? Anyway, the mask is destroyed. What the leader wants to do to us, unless he comes to find us, but I guess the leader will not dare to come. Qi Xian thought he explained it well. But what Qi Che heard was in confusion. He is not as smart as Qi Xian, nor does he have the courage to take charge of the overall situation like Qizhu. Being able to reach this point is all due to the protection of Qizhu and Qi Xian. Qi Che asked because he didn't understand, and said, when did you discover that there was a problem with the mask? And why did you wait until now to destroy the mask? What will we do after we destroy the mask? Qi Xian yawned. There are too many questions. Boss, please tell me. This kid probably hasn't understood the current situation yet. Qizhu gestured for Qi Che to sit next to him. I knew about the mask problem from the beginning. This was the leader's condition for saving us back. I am grateful to the leader for saving us. I have always been willing to be controlled. I am very committed to completing the plan left by the leader, and I want to wait for him to come back and take us back. But until one day, I went outside the territory and found that I couldn't find the direction to go back. I began to think that it was because my soul was damaged. So I asked Qi Xian to go out and find the way back. I finally realized that we have become the abandoned children of the leader. Even if we complete the mission, we cannot go back. In other words, the leader has never asked us to go back. The mask and the poison in the body are eating away at our longevity bit by bit. There are restrictions left by the leader on the mask. If you want to destroy it, you must sacrifice your life. I made 3 bodies before and let them complete the substitution. Qian and the others were here before. If you were to take off your mask, they would definitely notice something unusual. Now that they have left, they have completely parted ways, and there is nothing to worry about. As for the goo, I will extract the goo from my body and send it to the forces under my control from all walks of life, and let them use this goo to control other people. There must be someone who is unwilling to be controlled by the poison. In this case, they will definitely look for a way to remove the poison. Unfortunately, the poison created by the leader was too cruel, and they all died under the poison. Not long ago, my clone discovered something in the 19th hell. As long as we get that thing, we can undo the poison. I originally wanted to wait until I got those things before asking Qian and the others to come out. But the appearance of Dongji Netherworld made me realize that I can't delay it any longer. And someone must slow down Dongji Netherworld's return to the underworld, so that we can have a chance to get that thing. That thing is our escape from the leader. Poof. Chizu spit out a mouthful of dark red blood. There seemed to be something moving in the blood spraying on the ground. Chi Che's face changed instantly. Boss. Qi Shan immediately noticed that the blood was abnormal, put away his lazy attitude, and looked at the thing squirming in the blood, full of anger. The blood can only last for a few breaths. Something inside seemed to be growing. Things that were originally too small to be seen clearly can now be vaguely seen as a sticky body. Qi Shan stood up suddenly. How dare he, leader? Isn't he afraid of being discovered? Chizu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand to destroy the things on the ground. If we are still with the leader, what will be the fate of finding these things? Qi Shan pursed his lips and understood. With the mask, they couldn't resist the leader at all. If they really discovered these things, the only outcome would be death. But the more he knew this, the angrier Qi Shan became. Chizu has seen through it all these years. I have tried my best to complete the leader's plan and arrange it for him. I have repaid his kindness for saving us back then. We will be free from now on. Chi Che was still staring blankly at the place where the bloodstains disappeared, not knowing what he was thinking. When are we going to the 19th level of hell? Qi Shan looked at Chizu's state, worried that something might change later. When the great competition in the immortal realm begins, when all the realms are guarding the void, Qian will probably take action. When Chizu said this, he seemed to have thought of something else. Just about to speak. As a result, Chi Che raised his head and said, Boss, 6th, will the leader really use this method to deal with us? He has led us to save living beings in all walks of life, and has also protected many planes from fighting. Qi Shan chuckled. What? Do you really think he did this just because of his kindness? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 944 The Talkative Hongmeng Tree. Master, there was a source of life covering up before, but I haven't discovered that the little mushroom is higher than me. Now that there is no source of life to cover it up, the flaws of its inheritance are revealed. Feng Zhichu explained via voice transmission to Feng Qingran. It really likes the smell of little mushrooms. I always feel very comfortable being close to the little mushroom, and my strength can be improved unconsciously. Little Chaos, grow a mushroom and I'll take a look. Feng Qingran suspected that the senior did not leave the main body of the Chaos spiritual mushroom as another kind of protection. After all, the body transformed from the origin will not automatically generate the power of chaos. In this way, when the powerful forces rob little chaos, they must focus on the origin of life, and then ignore little chaos ability. The little mushroom obediently grew a big mushroom. The mushroom is half a person tall. The top is a beautiful red color and exudes a unique fragrance. Feng Qingran looked at the huge mushroom in front of her and felt the power of chaos coming from above. She almost couldn't hold back and wanted to continue to enter the cultivation state. Unfortunately, it didn't work. She had 2 breakthroughs in succession and needed to practice. The power of chaos on the mushroom in front of her was almost the same as what Xiao Jingyu passed on to her. The power of chaos that Xiao Jingyu passed on to her must have been accumulated for a long time. And little chaos seemed to be able to grow this flower easily. Little chaos, how many more mushrooms like this can you grow? Feng Qingran asked curiously. The little mushroom thought for a moment, Master Phoenix, I can plant 10 more like this, but after planting 10, I will sleep for a while. The 9 Netherworld butterfly was nervous at the side. It is true that small mushrooms can produce the power of chaos, but too much growth will definitely cause damage to the small mushrooms. It was very worried that Feng Qingran would keep using the little mushroom for the power of chaos. After listening to Xiao Mushroom's answer, Feng Qingran knew in her mind that the next problem was how to cover up the chaotic aura on Xiao Mushroom's body. If we can't find a way, I'm afraid the little mushroom will have to stay in the space in the future. Feng Qingran thought of the Hongmeng tree again at this time. Hongmeng, do you know the reason for this situation with the little mushroom? The Hongmeng tree has grown from a half-grown sapling into a towering tree. Lush. The branches on the tree seem to be numerous, and the branches are intertwined, but each has its own rules. When you get closer, you can still feel the majesty emanating from the tree. Hongmeng tree seems to be in a good mood now, and the old god is saying, Xiao Feng, if you think about its name, you may have the answer. Chaos Psychic Mushroom. Feng Qingran searched his memory, but found no relevant information. The Hongmeng tree reacted, and it took it for granted that she was from that period. The Hongmeng tree explained, the Chaos Psychic Mushroom is a creature born in the Chaos period. There is only one of them. When it was born, countless great powers squatted around it, waiting for it to be consumed when it matures. By taking the Chaos Spiritual Mushroom, you will not only have the spiritual roots of chaos, but you will also have the ability to condense the power of chaos. I don't need to explain the benefits of having the Chaos Spirit root. You should be able to understand it. A good spiritual root can save practitioners from countless detours. As for condensing the power of chaos, after you broke through to the Imperial Realm, you first refined the power of nothingness, and then integrated the power of chaos given by Xiao Jingyu. You should understand how difficult it is to condense the power of chaos. Sorry, that's a bit off. This little mushroom is a creature of chaos. It is of a higher level than the primitive creature of Feng Zhichu. It should have received a complete inheritance. But it was born in a different era. At that time, the universe was still a complete universe, not differentiated, and very small. Therefore, it was naturally targeted by many powerful powers, and there was no chance for it to develop in a cumbersome way. It has not matured yet, and there have been countless wars around it. It has been affected by those powers, which has caused its sanity to be damaged, so its inheritance is incomplete. The inheritance is incomplete, which means it doesn't know how to hide, let alone the power to control the original body. In fact, you can find the place where it originally grew, plant it back, and wait for it to grow. This way you can also regain the inheritance. But the universe is constantly expanding, and each universe has changed its position during evolution. It's almost impossible to find where the little mushrooms grow. So its former owner, Emperor Zhenwu, searched for the origin of life and reshaped its body so that it could not only protect it but also nourish its soul. In the early stage of chaos, there are some creatures like little mushrooms. Although they are not as good as little mushrooms and cannot condense the power of chaos, they contain a strong power of chaos in their bodies. It is precisely because of their existence that the power of chaos in the chaotic period is very sufficient. The strength of many creatures has grown even more rapidly, and their qualifications are incredible. Good resources and opportunities coexist. Greedy strong people only want to become stronger, and they ask for things without restraint without thinking about the future. Under such evolution, there are fewer and fewer chaotic creatures, and the power of chaos begins to dry up. The period of chaos will gradually end as the power of chaos decreases. When Hongmengshu said this, he suddenly realized that he had accidentally said too much and quickly stopped. Hongmengshu pretended to be profound and said, "In short, this is the situation, and things have reached this point. The little mushroom is the only existence in the chaotic period that can continuously generate the power of chaos. Emperor Zhenwu loves little mushrooms very much. After getting them, he carefully protected and hid them for fear of being discovered by other cultivators. But things are unpredictable. An accident, and the existence of the little mushroom was exposed. Emperor Zhenwu was besieged by many powerful men. Under the siege of those great powers, Emperor Zhenwu was defeated and almost died. At the critical moment, the little mushroom showed his power and caused all the great powers to die. The little mushroom also showed off its power this time, causing many powerful powers to become even more crazy. So Emperor Zhenwu hid here with the little mushroom. Hongmeng Tree's sound transmission suddenly stopped, as if it finally realized that it was too long-winded. Fang Qingran finally came to her senses when she couldn't hear Hongmengshu's voice. Hongmengshu's words not only revealed Xiao Mushroom's life experience, but also told her a lot of information. Is there a way to hide the aura of chaos on little chaos? Fang Qingran asked directly. Yes, let's make it a magic weapon that can isolate the breath. Hongmengshu said easily. In fact, there is another way to find the completed inheritance. But that is impossible for Fang Qingran now. What level does this magical weapon need to be? Fang Qingran held her head with one hand and looked around. The beautiful scenery that caught her eye made her feel much better. Maybe after everything is settled, it will be a beautiful thing to find a place like this to live. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 945 Chaos Treasure. Just the Chaos Treasure will do. Hongmeng Tree transmitted the message easily. Fang Qingran was completely speechless. If a Chaos Treasure were really placed on the little mushroom, I am afraid that it would have attracted a large number of greedy people before its ability was exposed. Arcana is a separate category of magical artifacts. The treasure is divided into innate and acquired. And this Chaos Treasure belongs to the innate treasure. This kind of magic weapon can only be found but cannot be refined. Of course, if there are fragments of the Chaos Treasure and a refiner with that level of strength, it is possible to refine the Chaos Treasure into the desired shape. But these are all idiotic dreams. Xiaofeng, don't worry, isn't there a treasure of chaos in your space? Hongmengshu couldn't wait for Fang Qingran's response for a long time, and said. Is there a Chaos Treasure in my space? Fang Qingran was very surprised. Yes, that eye is called the Eye of Nothingness. As long as you find a way to contract the Eye of Nothingness, you can use the Eye of Nothingness to block the aura of chaos on the little mushroom. The Eye of Nothingness. Fang Qingran recalled for a long time and remembered the existence of the Eye of Nothingness. The Hongmeng Tree transmitted the message again. If you can successfully contract this thing, it will have many benefits. You can easily detect the situation of living beings, especially those who are weaker than you. You can see them clearly. Secrets will have no place to hide in the eyes of nothingness. Of course, the premise of all this is that the other party is weaker than you. So Xiaofeng, you have to stand higher so that your horizons will become wider and you can go further. Hongmengshu's voice was full of happiness. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a gleam. Hongmeng, next time if you have anything to say, just say it directly without going through such a big circle. At this moment, Fang Qingran also realized that Hongmengshu wanted to use the matter of Xiao Mushroom to remind her of the contract with the Eye of Nothingness. Hongmengshu fell into silence and did not intend to speak again. It can only go so far with many things. It is not afraid of the power of cause and effect. But Fang Qingran is not it yet. If cause and effect are involved too much, it will be detrimental to her growth. This approach is the same as Mo Jinggong erasing their memories. Mo Jinggong is not afraid of continuing to tangle with the Lingyun sect, but he does not dare to take risks. He is afraid that his intervention will become an obstacle on Fang Qingran's path to enlightenment in the future. Fairyland. Chang Pavilion. An old man with an immortal spirit walked slowly into it. The hardware was immediately alarmed. Wu Jin blocked the old man's way and said coldly, the master is practicing and will not see guests for the time being. Old man Chang'an smiled and said, he is about to break through and can see me. As old man Chang'an finished speaking, a bolt of thunder struck down without any warning, heading straight towards the place where the Danqing scholar was practicing. Hardware instantly became vigilant. This was the ability to follow his words. Old man Chang'an saw Hardware's expression clearly and smiled even more kindly. It's sincere. In that case, I will give you a gift. Old man Chang'an raised his hand and made a golden seal. When the Tao seal appeared, Wu Jin's blood froze, as if he was frozen in place and couldn't move at all. Until the Tao seal enters the body and disappears. Hardware feels like it has come to life again. You are a true dragon. You should not stick to one method of cultivation. There are thousands of ways to guide all things. The voice of old man Chang'an was like morning bells and evening drums, which shocked the soul of the Hardware and gave it a mysterious feeling. Wu Jin has a little more respect for old man Chang'an. Senior, do you mean that the beast race can also practice the way of the human race? Ha ha ha. Old man Chang'an laughed out loud. Tao creates all things, and humans are just one of them. The path you want to take is the path you want to take, not the path of the human race. After listening to Wu Jin, he still had only a half understanding. It seemed like I had touched something, but I couldn't seem to touch it. It had never heard what the old man said. Old man Chang'an waved to the hardware. I remember there was a little unicorn beside you. Is it okay now? True dragons and unicorns are indispensable existences in the same plane. Senior, do you know me and Shaman? Wu Jin looked at old man Chang'an with a little surprise, recalling the past carefully, but could not find old man Chang'an. I know, you and it are both excellent. You will definitely find your own way in the future. Old man Chang'an spoke, as if a golden light fell into the hardware body. At this moment, the Danqing scholar's voice sounded, Wujin, you go to Qingqiang Temple and retrieve the elixir that I dragged the goddess to refine before. Wu Jin nodded in response, and then thanked old man Chang'an before leaving. The hardware is gone. The painter's face turned cold. What are you here for? Old man Chang'an walked inside with a smile, skillfully pushed open a room, walked to a place and sat down. The painting scholar's gorgeous red phoenix eyes were dim and unclear, and he followed in. Tianyu has told you about my situation. I'm here to see you for the last time. Old man Chang'an poured tea by himself and poured another cup for the scholar, as if he was his master. The painter's face softened slightly. If you want to die, no one can stop you, but don't use your black power on me in the future. Mystics have a special ability. As long as the mysterious person wants to, he can make everyone who has seen him lose that memory. Wu Jin and Xiao Man had grown up together with old man Chang'an for a period of time. Later, there was chaos in the world, and old man Chang'an sent the two to the small world in order to save them. Just then one came to him. One of them arrived at the goddess Qingqiang. Wu Jin and Xiao Man naturally do not remember the existence of old man Chang'an. Jinwu. Jinwu is dead, and I am Ken Danqing now. Scholar Danqing interrupted old Chang'an's words directly. Old man Chang'an stared at the scholar Danqing for a long time with his cloudy eyes, and sighed, Jinwu, I know you hate me, but my time is really running out this time. I apologize to you on behalf of Xuanmen and my master. Quote. The painter's eyes grew cold. Chang'an, do you really think you can make up for my mistakes by giving me multiple opportunities to be reborn? Old man Chang'an whispered, Jinwu, our ancestors were forced by the situation. In that situation, the ancestors had no choice but to do this if they wanted to live. The ancestors sincerely repented. After they had the power to protect themselves, they have been protecting you and trying every means to make it up to you. Jinwu, in ancient times, you shouldn't have participated in the war of gods. The painter scholar stared at the old man Chang'an, with hatred in his eyes. Chang'an, I can forgive you, but they don't deserve my forgiveness. If you hadn't concealed your identity and approached me, you wouldn't still be alive. Old man Chang'an met the scholar Danqing's eyes and was shocked. Painting scholars always hate their ancestors. But what the specific reason was, he couldn't even pry into it. After he became the leader of the Xuanmen sect, the first order he received was to protect Emperor Zhenwu no matter where he was and find ways to revive him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 946 The First God Slayer. Zhenwu, what happened between you and the ancestors of Xuanmen? Old man Chang'an asked a question that had been buried for a long time. The painting scholar placed the teacup heavily on the table, feeling cold all over his body. Old man Chang'an was not afraid and said seriously, Zhenwu, for the sake of my demise, can you tell me the truth about that year? The truth deliberately concealed in the Xuanmen inheritance from generation to generation. A cold light flashed in the painting scholar's eyes. Then have you guessed my identity? Old man Chang'an hesitated for a moment and said, the first god killer. Now that you've guessed it, isn't it difficult to understand the story behind it? The painting scholar asked sarcastically. I have always had a doubt. Why did you join the god rebels in the first place? Old man Chang'an stared at scholar Danqing with curiosity in his eyes. The painter's eyes were deep and dark, because the gods covered my things and have tried to kill me many times. I have always been used to living alone. I kill the gods by myself and there is no way out. At this moment, the god-defying god appears and I am looking for someone to kill me. I cooperate. Listening to their sincere words and seeing their miserable looks, I felt soft-hearted and agreed to cooperate in killing the gods. But I never thought that there is no difference between the god-defying god and those gods. No, those who rebel against God are not even as good as gods. Gods at least steal things openly. Those who rebel against God are like evil ghosts lurking in hell, waiting for opportunities. When the painting scholar reached this point, he stopped and looked at old man Chang'an coldly. Can you guess what happened next? Old man Chang'an's face didn't look good. The closer he got to the truth, the more uncomfortable he felt. The conflict between the ancestors and Zhenwu may never be reconciled. The Xuanmen sect masters in the past dynasties basically died at the hands of Zhenwu. Only he avoided this pursuit because he knew Zhenwu when he was young. At that time, he had not yet become a disciple of his master, but he was extremely yearning for Xuanmen. By the chance of traveling, he and Zhenwu got acquainted without fighting, and became Taoist friends who talked about everything. Later, he became the successor of Xuanmen. When he met Zhenwu again, it was when Zhenwu entered Xuanmen. Zhenwu wants to kill his master. He stepped in to stop him, and Zhenwu let the master go. And he and Zhenwu became passers-by from then on. The master told him that Zhenwu was the person protected by Xuanmen for generations, and no matter what happened, he was not allowed to do anything to Zhenwu. The master is the TH sect leader of Xuanmen. He does not know the specific grudges between Xuanmen and Zhenwu. He only knows that the ancestors owe Zhenwu a debt that can never be made up. The masters of Xuanmen are all saints. It shouldn't have changed so quickly. All of this stemmed from Zhenwu. Zhenwu will always kill the Xuanmen sect leader on time. He will not kill other people in the Xuanmen sect, only the sect leader. He is the longest living sect leader in Xuanmen. I watched Zhenwu change countless identities with my own eyes. But no one from Xuanmen went to Zhenwu for revenge, because only the Xuanmen leader and Zhenwu knew the truth about the death of the Xuanmen leader. After he took over as the sect leader, he deduced Zhenwu's identity many times. Each time it came at a huge cost. But after repeated deductions, he finally got a glimpse of the truth. Zhenwu had cooperated with the ancestors of Xuanmen, and then suffered betrayal from the ancestors. Because of the existence of Zhenwu, the ancestors had the glorious moment of Xuanmen later. However, Zhenwu almost died due to the actions of his ancestors, so Zhenwu always killed the Xuanmen master at the expense of himself. Now I hear these words from Zhenwu again. Suddenly he seemed to have guessed all the truth. Zhenwu was the first god killer. He shouldn't have died. The ancestors killed him. The ancestors took advantage of Zhenwu's exhaustion of strength after slaying the god queen, and took everything from him. They got a chance to practice from Zhenwu. It laid the foundation for the subsequent victory of those who rebelled against God. It can be said that without the cooperation between Zhenwu and the rebels, there would be no victory for the rebels. But those who rebelled against God killed the one who saved them from fire and water. Old man Chang'en's hand holding the teacup kept shaking. At this moment, he admitted that Zhenwu was kind. If he had such an encounter, he would definitely massacre all the people of Xuanmen. Scholar Danqing glanced at the trembling hands of old man Chang'en and chuckled, "Chang'en, you should be lucky. By the time it comes to you, there won't be much hatred left for Xuanmen. Perhaps before every race takes off, there will be a stepping stone. But no one would be willing to be this stepping stone." The painting scholar said, raising his hand to signal old man Chang'en to give him the teacup. Old man Chang'en handed it over and said, "Zhenwu, I'm sorry. If I had known you earlier, I would never have let my ancestors do this. I know it's too late to say this, but I still want to apologize to you." The corners of the Danqing scholar's thin lips were slightly curved, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. "Things that are irreversible can only be realized through repentance and compensation, so that I can appreciate your sincerity. But Chang'en, remember, I can never forgive your ancestors." Old man Chang'en took a deep breath and remained silent. "Chang'en, do you know how the Xuanmen sect master came to be a saint? Didn't you get it from God? Then do you think I only killed the Xuanmen sect leader?" Scholar Danqing's face was stained with a bit of evil. The killings he had committed over the years had already filled him with resentment. Those Xuanmen sect masters always thought that they died innocently. Always curse him desperately before death. But they don't understand that the karma owed to him by the Xuanmen ancestors is enough to erase everything. Does it have something to do with us becoming saints? Old man Chang'en's slightly narrowed eyes finally widened a little. Scholar Danqing made another cup of tea and poured a cup for old man Chang'en. "They took advantage of my weakness and took away all my treasures and my bones and blood. They even made a pact with me to protect Yuxuanzong forever. Door. My bones and blood ensure that Xuanmen will become a saint, and Dao Yue allows the master of Xuanmen to take away my opportunity and luck. They don't know that protection is sometimes a form of restraint. If I can protect them, I can kill them. This is why I can always accurately find the master of Xuanmen." When the painting scholar talked about this, he became much calmer. Elder Chang'en had new doubts. "Zhenwu, even if you were injured during the duel with the gods, with the strength of the ancestors, it is definitely impossible to force you to agree to this agreement. Why did you agree?" The painting scholar said coldly, "They have my most precious things, so they can naturally threaten me." Old man Chang'en didn't want to ask any more questions this time. The ancestors went too far. How could he repay and make up for such a sin? And the current situation, no matter what he does, can no longer make up for it. Can Xuanmen and Zhenwu's grudges only live forever? Old man Chang'en opened his cloudy eyes and stared at the scholar in a trance. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 947. Old man Chang'en suddenly thought of Daoyu mentioned by Zhenwu. He had this inheritance that bound him, but he never thought of using it. Old man Chang'en's vicissitudes of voice sounded, "Danqing, I'm here to give you your freedom. I hope that there will be no taboos in your future." After old man Chang'en finished speaking, a vaguely invisible magic seal entered the body of scholar Danqing. Pooh. Old man Chang'en spurted out a mouthful of blood. His whole body instantly became so thin that only skin and bones were left. There are also some black spots on the body. "Chang'en, you." Scholar Danqing looked at old man Chang'en in shock. "Danqing, I can't repay the mistakes my ancestors made. I can only try to make up for it," old man Chang'en said weakly. He actually wanted to terminate the contract for Danqing scholar. But he couldn't break the covenant made by his ancestors. The only option is to use the power of words to force the contract to no longer take effect. These consumed the last of his life. "Chang'en, why are you doing this?" Scholar Danqing's emotions were extremely complicated. It was Chang'en who made him change his view on Xuanmen, and it was also Chang'en who made him think about letting Xuanmen go. But he never thought that Chang'en would use his Tao body to offset this grudge. "Danqing, can you send me to see Qiu Chanji? I was in such a hurry to see you that I forgot about the Xuanmen inheritance." Old man Chang'en admitted that he had selfish motives for this move. He wanted the painting scholar to recognize the next sect leader. For the sake of his face, he didn't attack Qiu Chanji. The painter pursed his lips and looked at the dying old man Chang'en. What else he didn't understand. "Chang'en, you are so despicable." The painting scholar said this, and took out the communication order, "Bring Qiu Chanji to see me." "Danqing, your little apprentice is very good. With her here, I feel relieved." Old man Chang'en asked with a smile. The painting scholar said, "What did you calculate?" "She is a great creator." After the old man Chang'en answered, he asked curiously, "Who were you transmitting messages to just now?" "Asking even though you know it." Scholar Danqing threw out a talisman and stuck it on Old Man Chang'en's body. There was a glimmer of light in Old Man Chang'en's eyes. The relationship between Yi Wenchen and Chu Changji is so similar to what we were back then. I only hope that they can retain this sincerity forever. The painting scholar seemed to have recalled something and said, your Shuanan rules will not allow him to have sincere friendship. Wasn't that the same way for you back then? At the same time, the figures of Yi Wenchen and Chu Changji appeared at the entrance of Chang Pavilion. Yi Wenchen was blocked from the door, and only Chu Changji stepped into it without being blocked by the barrier. Changji, you go in first, I'll wait for you outside. Yi Wenchen waved his hand carelessly. Chu Changji's eyes darkened a bit. He could sense that he had another identity after entering Chang Pavilion. With that identity, it is not appropriate to have too close friendships with people. Chu Changji didn't know what state of mind he was in, so he gave the 2 copper coins he was holding tightly to Yi Wenchen. Wenchen, please go back to the Yi family first. The Yi family still has many things waiting for you to deal with. Yi Wenchen was stunned for a moment, and then responded in surprise. Then he stared at Chu Changji's back until he disappeared. The painting scholar noticed Chu Changji's arrival, walked out of the door, and said coldly, go in, he is inside. Chu Changji had never seen the Danqing scholar take off his disguise, but he could still identify the speaker from his voice. Chu Changji cupped his hands and saluted, I have seen a painting scholar. The painting scholar snorted and walked away. Xuanmen people are really annoying. They all look so neither sad nor happy, and if you don't pay close attention, you can't detect their emotions at all. Changji, Old Man Chang'en came from inside the house. Chu Changji stepped in. Old Man Chang'en looked at Chu Changji and was very satisfied. In terms of talent, Chu Changji was superior to him and would definitely become a better sect leader. Old Man Chang'en asked, Changji, do you blame me? First I sent you to the fairy world, and then you were controlled by others. Chu Changji's expression remained calm. No wonder, this is the mission of Xuanmen people. Besides, you have already agreed to my request. Everything is just in line with the times. Changji, Xuanmen will no longer have a guardian, you must protect yourself. Old Man Chang'en seemed to have used up his last strength to finish these words. Immediately, his body began to become illusory, turning into bits of starlight floating into Chu Changji's body. Boom. A divine punishment struck the position before Old Man Chang'en without any warning. Everything around Old Man Chang'en was turned into powder. Chu Changji's eyes moved slightly, and countless inherited memories poured into his sea of consciousness. Xuanmen turns out to have so many stories. The proud sons of heaven in the past were all involved with Xuanmen. All their paths also have the shadow of Xuanmen. Even as the heir to Xuanmen, every step he takes is expected. The master of Xuanmen seems to be able to see through the past and future of all living beings. In fact, he is also in the game. Some despicable methods were even used to ensure that the Xuanmen sect master would be born with unparalleled qualifications. The Taoism that cultivators pursue is really ridiculous. Chu Changji's mood didn't last long. A burst of light flashed around his body, and all his emotions and desires melted away in an instant. Only the awe of Xuanmen was left. Everything Xuanmen does is for righteousness. A righteous person will not stick to trivial matters. Chu Changji felt the overwhelming power in his body and remained calm. The realm of saints. But every move of all cultivators in the immortal world is within the scope of his detection. Wrong. Yi family's forbidden land. Ling Yunzong. He can detect any of these 2 places. Chu Changji did not hesitate for too long, and his spiritual consciousness continued to spread. After reaching the sky, his spiritual consciousness immediately retreated. There is a being in the sky who is stronger than him. Chu Changji began to check the situation in the Buddhist world again. The place where the Buddha's light shines seems to be a bit gloomy now. Chu Changji still wanted to investigate in detail, but a tingling feeling came over him. He withdrew the power of his spiritual consciousness and was shocked. The mental power of a saint was far from enough. He chose to explore the situation in the small world, the place abandoned by God. Kyushu merged and became peaceful. And what they practiced turned out to be ancient techniques. At this moment, Chu Changji discovered that another powerful force was driving away his consciousness. That power was countless times stronger than him. Fortunately, the other party had no ill intentions, otherwise his sea of consciousness would have been damaged. Chu Changji was shocked. This small world was actually more terrifying than the heaven. It's time for you to leave here. Scholar Danqing's cold voice interrupted Chu Changji's thoughts. Chu Changji met the Danqing scholar's eyes and saw a bone-chilling chill there. For a moment, fear couldn't help but surge into my heart. Chu Changji didn't think he had a grudge-loving temperament, and he had never interacted with the painting scholar. Why did he catch hatred in the painting scholar's eyes? The painting scholar didn't intend to explain anything, but with a flick of his sleeves, Chu Changji was already outside Chang Pavilion. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 949. The painter scholar looked at the place where Old Man Chang'en disappeared with a complicated expression, and fell into silence for a long time. Finally, he sighed softly and said to himself, that's all. I've paid back everything that needs to be paid. Just for your sake, I, Ken Danqing, and Xuanmen will be clean from now on. After the painting scholar finished speaking, he felt a strange feeling all over his body, and vigorous power continued to pour into his body. The painting scholar's expression changed. He was going to advance to the imperial realm. But he didn't have Tao fruit in his hand. When the scholar Danqing was about to go out to search for the Tao fruit, he suddenly found that the obstacles in his body had disappeared and the transformation of power was extremely smooth. Rumble. The tribulation transcending thunder struck down without any warning. The painting scholar couldn't think too much and concentrated on dealing with the thunder disaster. After the Thunder Tribulation was completed, he successfully advanced to the Imperial Realm. Why did you advance to the next level without taking Dao fruit? The scholar Danqing said softly, his gaze falling not far away. The painter scholar quickly remembered what old man Chankin said before. There are no restrictions. So it was Chankin who did it. At this moment, the painter's face turned extremely ugly. Originally, old man Chankin passed the inheritance on to Chu Chanji, but what he faced was the end of his body and soul. However, old man Chankin is in the realm of Ascent and has a soul. As long as he has a trace of his soul, he still has a glimmer of hope. But now it's not possible. All the vitality belonging to the universe has disappeared. Even if he later attains enlightenment and becomes the Lord of Time, he will not be able to find traces of Qian Kun in the Long River. Chankin used his own body and soul to disappear in exchange for Chu Chanji not being punished by heaven, and successfully promoted to the same realm. He also used his body and soul to eliminate the evil spirit, making his future advancement path smooth. The road to promotion is smooth. Even as a Zhenwu emperor, he couldn't imagine it. This is originally a good thing and is more rewarding than the success of enlightenment. But now he can't be happy at all. Guilt and remorse flooded into his heart instantly, taking over his thoughts and emotions. He couldn't help but wonder if the ending of Chankin would have been different if he hadn't targeted Shuanwen like that. The ends of the painting scholar's eyes turned red, making his already gorgeous red phoenix eyes look even more beautiful. It's just that there are emotions in these beautiful eyebrows that no one can pry into. Two figures broke into Chank Pavilion silently. When they stepped inside, they saw the scholar Danqing standing there motionless, looking in extreme pain. Xiaowu, oh no, we seem to be late, the Shuanwen sect master is gone. Dongji Yuanzhen said through the barrier. Yeah, Du Wu turned around and was about to leave. Dongji Yuanzhen stopped Dai Wu and said, Xiao Wu, wait a moment, I will check what happened before. Dongji Yuanzhen started to look back in time. In an instant, the expressions on his face were brilliant. Because the expressions changed so quickly, he almost suffered from facial cramps. Xiao Wu, Shuanwen is really as despicable and shameless as it was back then. Hearing Dongji Yuanzhen's voice, Du Wu looked at Dongji with questioning eyes. Dongji clicked his tongue twice before explaining, the master of Shuanwen was in the realm of Ascent before he died and disappeared. My time retrieval is useless to him. However, I can see many things clearly through the perspective of a painting scholar. Why? Dongji sighed, frowned, and rolled his eyes speechlessly. Xiao Wu, compared with the painting scholar, I finally understand why Kang Xuanji fell into the trap of Emperor Qiongling. After Dongji finished speaking, he recalled the past and came to a terrible conclusion. Since ancient times, no one can escape the trap designed by Shuanwen. Only when the last trace of value is squeezed out will it stop. Xiao Wu, Shuanwen's routines are interlocking and airtight. Even if you are outside, you may not be able to see them clearly. People who are in the situation can't get rid of them. We should stay away from Shuanwen people in the future. Far away. What happened? Du Wu asked coldly. Dongji reacted and said to Dai Wu, Xiao Wu, can you guess the identity of the painter scholar before? I guarantee you can guess it. Could he be the Zhenwu emperor? Dai Wu asked suspiciously. The first time he met the Danqing scholar, he doubted his identity. It's a pity that the other party has nothing about Emperor Zhenwu except his face. Dongji nodded and said, yes, he is the reincarnation of Emperor Zhenwu. The reason why he is like this is all because of Shuanwen. Before Shuanwen, there were those who rebelled against the gods. They cooperated with Zhenwu to deal with the gods. Zhenwu succeeded in killing the god, but was stabbed in the back by Shuanwen. Not only did they stab him in the back, they also made full use of him. This group of Shuanwen ancestors used forbidden techniques to tie Zhenwu with them. They used Zhenwu's luck and opportunity to step up to the top. And Zhenwu's luck is getting worse and worse, and he himself is aware of the problem. So Zhenwu began to regularly kill the Shuanwen sect masters to regain some luck and opportunities. But Zhenwu's road to revenge cannot be accomplished overnight. He can only regain some luck by killing the sect leader. The ancestors of Shuanwen have thought of this a long time ago and deliberately divided the luck and opportunities of Zhenwu into countless parts to ensure the prosperity of Shuanwen for generations to come. But the master of Shuanwen is always killed, which will definitely stagnate the development of Shuanwen. The ancestors of Shuanwen have seen this in the long river of time, so they have the chess piece Chankin. Everything has been arranged for Chankin since he was born. When I was young, I was a free and easy casual cultivator, and I met Zhenwu. A young man with high spirits and a pure heart, his actions moved Zhenwu, and the two got to know each other and cherish each other. Zhenwu is a person who values friendship and loyalty. When Chankin made friends with him, he was not from Shuanwen and he treated him sincerely. But the good times didn't last long. Chankin received the news that he was the heir to Shuanwen. Chankin is controlled by the rules of Shuanwen, and Zhenwu cannot be told his true identity. And the Shuanwen sect leader Zhenwu is about to kill happens to be Chankin's master. This time Zhenwu went to kill the Shuanwen sect leader on time. Chankin blocked the sword with his body. Zhenwu finally couldn't bear to kill Chankin and let the Shuanwen sect leader go. However, the two of them have gone from being good friends to becoming strangers. At this time, Zhenwu's luck has been restored to some extent. In fact, Chankin is also innocent. He was selected by Shuanwen since he was born, and was later sent to get close to Zhenwu. At the right time, he was taken back to Shuanwen. Chankin probably felt guilty for Zhenwu. When he was about to die, he did not hesitate to die as a martyr just to remove the forbidden technique left on Zhenwu by his ancestors. Thus, Zhenwu's freedom is restored, and blessings are given to him, making the path of Zhenwu cultivation smooth. This time, Zhenwu was buried in guilt. You see for yourself, he is probably very regretful and guilty now. With this guilt towards Chankin, even if Zhenwu still wants to target Shuanwen, he will be merciful. Sacrificing a universe made Zhenwu give up regaining his own destiny, and also made him forgive the entire Xuanmen. If I were not an outsider, I would not be able to see this drama so thoroughly. After Dongji complained, he felt a chill. Even if he came forward to remind Zhenwu of such a scheme, it would be of no avail. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 950 Emotional Stripping. Painting scholars do not want to be controlled by this kind of control. The next moment, he only felt a tingling sensation coming from the sea of consciousness, and something was attacking him. He tried to fight back, but the power of his resistance came back to attack his sea of consciousness. Cough cough cough. The painting scholar coughed up blood and essence. Phoenix Master, Little Mushroom shouted anxiously. Little Mushroom, don't worry, the Phoenix Master will save him. Zhu Yumingdi said soothingly. It can see more clearly than a small mushroom. It's not that Fang Qingran doesn't want to save people, it's just that the time is running out. The Xuanmen layout is not easy to break. Fang Qingran didn't just want to save the painting scholar. He also wants the painting scholar to get rid of Xuanmen's control. The first step to step out of the control of Xuanmen must be taken by the painting scholar himself. Use your power in the way I told you, and fight against the power in your consciousness. Fang Qingran's clear voice sounded. After hearing this, the painting scholar immediately sat cross-legged. When he was injured, the power in the sea of consciousness seemed to have determined something, but instead hid it. Now, he once again thought about the bad aspects of Xuanmen. The power suddenly awakened and attacked his soul, trying to make him stop thinking. It was this power that guided and deepened his guilt towards Chang'an before. Rather than pursue the grievances between him and Xuanmen, the painting scholar only felt ridiculous and knew his weaknesses, so he always used his emotions to plot against him. The Xuanmen ancestors really wanted to force him to death. Since emotions are his weakness, then he will completely eliminate this weakness. Emotional detachment. Using Xuanmen's tricks to deal with Xuanmen is the best way. Fang Qingran had been observing Scholar Danqing's condition and found that the poison in his body had less and less influence on him, so he immediately summoned the loyalty poison. An exquisite large bowl appeared in Fang Qingran's palm. There was a palm-sized goo worm lying in the bowl. White and fat. There are also 2 tentacles on the top of the head. Master, I have advanced with you. Loyalty Goo's voice was innocent and he shared happily. Awesome. Fang Qingran finished his compliments and continued. Take out the goo worms in his body, don't let him get hurt, and reward you with a mushroom with the power of chaos. Loyalty Goo fluttered twice in the bowl. Grows a pair of small wings, flies in front of the Scholar Danqing, and disappears. It wasn't until the Loyalty Goo disappeared that the little mushroom and the 9 netherworld butterfly showed up. Little Mushroom whispered, Master Phoenix, it is so big. If it enters the old master's body, will the old master feel uncomfortable? No. Fang Qingran patted the top of the little mushroom and said with a smile. Loyalty Goo can control the body shape. It turned into the size of a palm just for the convenience of eating. However, Loyalty Goo's current soul is already powerful enough to take over his body. Fang Qingran was considering whether to find a body for Loyalty Goo. After all, she had promised Loyalty Goo to let her go free after completing the task. The poison in the Danqing scholar's body is very complicated, and it will take a long time to completely remove it. Fang Qingran planned to go to Dongji and Dawu first. Juyu, Little Mushroom, you guys watch here and wait for me to come back. Okay, Juyu responded. Fang Qingran left in a flash and went to the location given by Dongji. Qinghe Tower. Fuguang Attic. Dongji and Dawu were sitting opposite Chu Chanji. Master Chu, what we want to ask about is not difficult to answer. Just give us an accurate answer. We don't want to conflict with you. Dongji had a smile on his face and his tone was extremely kind. Chu Chanji did not speak, but glanced at Dawu, who was exuding a cold air. Dongji elbowed Dawu and deliberately lowered his voice. Xiaowu, please cool down. We are not here to cause trouble. We need to be friendly. Dawu gave Dongji a look, which meant that he can pretend. He did not take action against Chu Chanji, which was the greatest restraint. After hearing about the grievances between Danqing scholar and Xuanmen, Dawu suddenly figured out a lot of things. Both the Empress and Kang Xuanji suffered from the calculations of the Xuanmen ancestors. Even if the matter between the Empress and Kang Xuanji has nothing to do with Chu Chanji is still an enemy since he is in Xuanmen. Dongji was speechless after receiving the meaning conveyed by Dawu. Hey! This burden of being able to bend and stretch can only be left to him. Dongji flipped his wrist and something appeared. Hey, Master Chu, we are here with sincerity. What do you think this is? Chu Chanji looked at the compass in Dongji's hand and his eyes moved slightly. This is the most precious treasure of Taoism, the yin-yang compass. Using this compass to deduce, the loss of lifespan will be halved. If you add another treasure of Xuanmen, you can also perform cross-level deductions. In his inheritance, the yin-yang compass was stolen along with another treasure. Later, Xuanmen used all his connections and power but never recovered it. Why is the thing in your hand? Chu Chanji asked calmly. Picked it up. Dongji calmly faced Chu Chanji's scrutiny and expressed that he was telling the truth. Chu Chanji moved his fingertips. What do you want to ask? How can you give me this compass? Dongji took back the compass. It's really comfortable to deal with smart people. We only need to know the beginning and end of 3 events before we can return the compass to you. Make a contract. Chu Chanji waved his hand, and a transaction contract appeared in front of Dongji. Dongji quickly scanned the contents of the contract and his eyes fell on the totem below the contract. The totem resembles a hovering black dragon. There are strange runes in the black dragon's eyes. Dongji stared at the familiar totem, fascinated. There was a voice in his heart, urging him to quickly write down his name and sign the contract. Dongji's eyes were blank, and he raised his hand to complete the contract. Dawu sensed something was wrong with Dongji and shouted several times, but received no response. Snapped. There was a crisp sound. The tingling sensation suddenly brought Dongji back to his senses. Ow. Dongji screamed, feeling like his hand was going to be useless. Xiaowu, why did you hit me? Dongji looked at Dawu angrily, and a kind of anger arose in his heart for no reason. Have you read the contents of the contract clearly? Are you going to sign your name? Dawu said coldly. I. Dongji was startled, and then the smile disappeared from his face. Chu Chanji still looked neither sad nor happy. Dongji's mind turned quickly. Chu Chanji was obviously confident. If there was a fight, it would be him and Dawu who would suffer. How can the Xuanren sect master be so easy to deal with? Dongji decided to wait until Fang Qingran arrived before making a decision. Master Chu, let's forget about your Xuanren contract. Let's make the contract based on Tao, so no one can go back on it. Dongji still had a standard smile on his face. If there are any of the three things you asked about the Xuanren won't reveal, I can't tell you. Chu Chanji took back the transaction contract and said calmly. Chu Chanji's voice could never tell his emotions. It's as if he is an emotionless being. After listening to Chu Chanji's words, Dongji's eyes flashed with a faint light. It seemed that Chu Chanji had already guessed what they were going to ask. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 951 The Yin-Yang Compass. What Chu Chanji wanted to hide was what he and Dawu wanted to know. Things have come to this. He must let Chu Chanji speak. Dongji said with a playful smile, I won't ask you about the inheritance and secrets of Xuanren. What can't be revealed? We just want the truth. Could it be that the Yin-Yang Compass is not as good as the secrets of Xuanren? Chu Chanji remained silent and could not tell his emotions. If you don't want the Yin-Yang Compass, then I will send it to the Jiang family in the God Realm. I think their ancestors will be extremely happy. Dongji finished his threatening words with a smile. Finally, fluctuations appeared in Chu Chanji's eyes, his aura leaked out, and the pressure belonging to the sun spread in the attic. Chu Chanji's face was as cold as frost. Are you Dongji Netherworld? Oh, you can recognize me, I'm surprised. Dongji seemed unaffected by the coercion, and leisurely picked up the tea and drank it. It's just that his other hand was put down. What he holds in his hand is the Yin-Yang Compass. An ancestral motto of Chu Chanji Xuanren, if you encounter the Netherworld in the east, avoid it. But the strength of Dongji Nether in front of him was far inferior to him. And he can destroy the opponent's body with just one move. Chu Chanji could not find out why the ancestors established this ancestral precept. So his coercion was aimed at Dawu. In the inherited memory, Dawu is the contracted beast next to Empress Haotu, and his qualifications are extremely poor. Empress Haotu spent countless resources on this contracted beast. Its strength is still at the Emperor level. With these resources, any beast can grow to the supreme level. The relationship between Dawu and Dongji is deep. As long as Dawu is injured, Dongji will definitely be restricted. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a crisp and sweet voice sounded. Did I come by accident? Dongji looked happy. Xiao Qingran, you came just in time, come in quickly. In an instant, the pressure in the attic disappeared. Dawu and Dongji suddenly felt relieved. Chu Chanji looked at the visitor in shock. She had been promoted to Taoist Saint. He remembered that the realms after the Imperial Realm were the 9 heavens and 10 emperors, the co-lord of heaven and earth, the lord of saints, the sage of Tao, the lord of origin, and the saint. Ordinary cultivators who want to successfully advance to Tao Saint must prepare 5 Tao fruits. When the God clan fell, the Tao fruit tree was also destroyed. As a result, the Tao fruit in later generations became less and less used, and the number of powerful people who advanced to the Imperial Realm decreased sharply. It is precisely for this reason that the ancestors were worried about the strength of Xuanren's successors. In order to preserve the strength of the Xuanren sect leader, there is a rule that the former sect leader sacrifices himself to fulfill the next sect leader. None of their Xuanren could get Tao fruit, but Fang Qingran, an immortal cultivator who appeared after ancient times, found 5 of them at once. Wrong. Except for the problem of Daoguo. There is still time. Fang Qingran couldn't live long, so why could he become a Taoist? He also became a 5th level Taoist. This kind of promotion speed is beyond the reach of even the great masters from the prehistoric era. Chu Chanji suddenly understood why God was focusing on Fang Qingran's fate. Even in order to successfully seize Fang Qingran's luck, God did not hesitate to spend resources and did everything possible to cultivate an emperor. The funny thing is, God's plan failed. A powerful emperor in the immortal world who covers the sky with only one hand. Step by step. Strict calculation. Fang Qingran was unable to deal with it. To put it bluntly, it can only be described as ridiculous. Chu Chanji couldn't help but think of another Taoist ancestral motto, those with strong luck can only make friends and not offend. It seemed that there was no chance of a good relationship between him and Fang Qingran. After all, what he did when he was in the land abandoned by the gods indirectly led to Fang Qingran's tragic death. Miss Fang, please sit down. Chu Chanji took the initiative to invite. Fang Qingran walked to the 8 immortals table and chose a seat next to Chu Chanji to sit down. From this position, you can have a clear view of the situation outside the attic. You can just see the entrance of King He Tower. So that day was not her imagination, there was indeed someone in this attic. Fang Qingran observed for a few times, then withdrew his gaze, and said with a majestic look, Master Chu, I came here to ask about Xuanren and Kang Xuanji. Dongji frantically gave Fang Qingran a thumbs up. This aura is simply much stronger than theirs. I can answer what Miss Fang wants to ask, but I want the yin-yang compass in his hand. Chu Chanji pointed directly at the East Pole. I can give you things, but you must ensure that what you tell is the truth. Dongji responded. Chu Changji hesitated. Feng Qingran said calmly, Master Chu, you are the only one left in the Xuanmen. No matter how many ways you save your life, I'm afraid I can't withstand such an enemy. All the disciples of Xuanwei died in the place abandoned by the gods. All Xuanne disciples died at the hands of the Jiang family. Even if one or two escaped, they have long since disappeared. But looking at Chu Changji's appearance, he didn't seem to know. Chu Changji's shock at this moment didn't seem to be fake. I want to know the truth behind the demise of Xuanne and Xuanwei. Chu Changji quickly calmed down and said. There is no such information in his inheritance, which means that the previous sect leader did not know this information. Feng Qingran said, I can tell you, but what do you want in exchange? Chu Changji was silent for a moment. I can tell you whatever you want to know. 1. Kang Xuanji. 2. Tianquan Plan. 3. Feng Qingwu. Okay, Chu Changji agreed. The Tianquan Plan is a conspiracy of the Jiang family. Xuanmen was not involved in the whole process and told Feng Qingran that it was okay. Feng Qingwu and the master of the Chang'an sect have a close relationship and are not enemies. Only Kang Xuanji, Chu Changji can be sure. Chu Changji wanted to use deduction techniques to explore the relationship between Feng Qingran and Kang Xuanji. But the strange thing is that it cannot be deduced. Nothing about Feng Qingran could be investigated. He couldn't even see Feng Qingran's detailed experience in the land abandoned by the gods. The only thing Chu Changji could think of was that it might be related to the way Feng Qingran cultivated. Who is Miss Feng Kang Xuanji? What do you think, Master Chu? Feng Qingran also wanted to test the extent of Chu Changji's calculations. Dongji and Dawu have almost no sense of existence. Chu Changji thought for a moment and then slowly said, Kang Xuanji is a chess piece selected by Xuanmen. But there are requirements in the Xuanmen rules. When doing things in Xuanmen, you should never get your hands dirty. After careful planning, our ancestors decided to use the word love to plot against Kang Xuanji. Xuanmen has taken a fancy to the Ning family's ancestral treasure, which is a pair of love gu. This love voodoo can ignore the practitioner's strength. As long as the other party is planted with child voodoo, the other party will be devoted to the owner of the mother voodoo. So the ancestors at that time chose a woman from Xuanne to marry the head of the Ning family at that time. After Xuanne married into the Ning family, she gave birth to a son, Ning Qiongling. Ning Qionglin's qualifications are extremely poor, and she is completely unworthy of Kang Xuanji. Kang Xuanji is the young master of the Kang family, and she is also the proud daughter of all walks of life. She is powerful. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 952 The Truth About Kang Xuanji. If Ning Qiongling directly poisons Kang Xuanji and makes her devoted to him, it will definitely attract the attention of all forces. At that time, there were countless forces that were eyeing Kang Xuanji. In addition, Kang Xuanji was a close friend of Empress Haotu, so she was naturally the target of many forces' pursuit. How could a person with such excellent qualifications fall in love with Ning Qiongling out of nowhere? There's a problem if you think about it. The Ning family has come up with two ways. The first is to drag Kang Xuanji down from the altar, and the second is to make Ning Qiongling outstanding. But the ancestors of Xuanmen ordered the two plans to be implemented together for the sake of insurance. The ancestors of Xuanmen tried every means to kill the nine-tailed fox, seize its beast elixir, and give it to Ning Qiongling, so that Ning Qiongling has the charming power of the fox clan. Although Ning Qionglin's qualifications are poor, his mother came from Xuanmen. He still has a proud character. Combined with the ability of the nine-tailed fox, Kang Xuanji really liked him. It's just a matter of appreciation. Kang Xuanji has always been trained according to the air, and she is much more sober than ordinary women. It's impossible for her to fall in love with Ning Qiongling in disguise after seeing him a few times. Even if you add the art of foxy charm, it won't work. Ning Qiongling then took the risk to give Kang Xuanji a love gu in advance, and used the love gu to control Kang Xuanji's emotions, making her unintentional to practice and her cultivation stagnated. During this process, all Kang Xuanji's cultivation resources belong to Ning Qiongling. Relying on the resources provided by Kang Xuanji, Ning Qiongling is gradually showing its prominence. But this is far from enough. Even if Ning Qiongling changes her qualifications, she still cannot be worthy of Kang Xuanji. Ning Qiongling began to use the love gu to make Kang Xuanji chase him. On the surface, he deliberately alienated her for fear that he was not worthy of her. Secretly, he kept suppressing Kang Xuanji, which caused her to have inner demons, and her cultivation path was almost ruined. Snapped. Boom. Chu Changji's voice stopped suddenly. The 8 Immortals table in front of him was smashed to pieces by Dawui's palm and turned into a pile of broken pieces. Xiaowu, don't be angry. What's wrong with this? There will be more outrageous things later. Dongji seemed to be comforting Dawu, but what he said made Dawu even more angry. Dawu saw Kang Xuanji step into this abyss with his own eyes. He hates Xuanmen and hates himself even more. If he could have thought of this in time, Kang Xuanji might not have ended up like that. Feng Qingran's expression remained as usual. She waved her sleeves, the fragments on the ground disappeared, and another 8 Immortals table appeared. Feng Qingran said softly, Dawu, I have to pay for this table. Yeah. After Dawu finished speaking, he sat back down. Master Chu, please forgive me that our Xiaowu has always had a good temper. Unless you can't help it, you can continue talking, Dongji said with a smile. But the smile didn't reach his eyes. The ancestors of Xuanmen are really good looking. Chu Changji obviously understood what Dongji was sarcastic about and didn't care. He deliberately told these details to distract the 3 people. Chu Changji glanced at Feng Qingran and continued, At this point, Kang Xuanji is completely destroyed, and Ning Qiongling has successfully matched with Kang Xuanji. Kang Xuanji gave all the Kang family resources she could get to Ning Qiongling because of the love goo. Ning Qiongling went from being a loser among the disciples to becoming a genius that is envied by cultivators. The ambitions of the Ning family began to grow. They ignored Xuanmen's advice and focused on the Kang family behind Kang Xuanji. They wanted Kang Xuanji to marry into the Ning family with the Kang family. After all, under the control of the love goo, Kang Xuanji will agree to any conditions. Kang Xuanji will agree, but the Kang family will never agree, even if it is their carefully cultivated heir. The Kang family abandoned Kang Xuanji and trained a new heir. Maybe Kang Xuanji's lesson was too painful, and the Kang family also changed their ancestral precepts. From now on, only men can be young masters. Other major families seem to have felt this, and have chosen to train men to become young masters. In the end, Kang Xuanji married into the Ning family and brought a wealth of resources to the Ning family. It is these resources that allowed the Ning family to become the great emperor. Kang Xuanji also gave birth to a son for the Ning family at this time and successfully improved the Ning family's physical condition. This child is very good, but the Ning family did not expect that something happened. The love poison in Kang Xuanji's body entered that child's body. Empress Hao Tu took Kang Xuanji away. Fortunately, Ning Qionglin's mother is a disciple of Xuanmei. It is deduced that Kang Xuanji will escape from the Ning family in the middle of the journey. While Kang Xuanji is pregnant, she will use forbidden techniques on her, making her very susceptible to the Fox clan's charm technique. This allowed Ning Qiongling to bring Kang Xuanji back to the Ning family. Because she was afraid that Empress Hao Tu would take Kang Xuanji away again, Ning Qiongling directly took away Kang Xuanji's magical weapon, the spiritual Yashengui hammer, and also destroyed Kang Xuanji's cultivation. At this point, all of Kang Xuanji's luck has become Ning Qionglin's, and there is no possibility of turning around. The head of the Ning family saw that Kang Xuanji was useless, so he targeted the Kang family again. Using the information he obtained from Kang Xuanji, he united with several families who had enmity with the Kang family and massacred all the Kang family members. After the Kang family was exterminated, resources were divided among all parties, and the Ning family got the most. In an instant, the status of the Ning family skyrocketed. A story about Kang Xuanji spread, and everyone thought it was Kang Xuanji who climbed up to Ning Qiongling. They even said that Kang Xuanji married Ning Qiongling because she wanted to annex the Ning family. But the head of the Ning family is still too arrogant. After all, Kang Xuanji is Kang Xuanji, the proud daughter of heaven praised by the world. How come she doesn't have any trump cards? For some reason, Kang Xuanji's strength suddenly increased greatly. In one night, she sorted everyone in the Ning family, including Ning Qiongling and the child. After doing all this, Kang Xuanji disappeared, and our Xuanmen could not figure out her whereabouts. This is the whole story about Kang Xuanji. After Chu Chanji finished speaking, he looked into Feng Qingran's eyes that looked like a smile but not a smile. Feng Qingran didn't say anything, but Chu Chanji felt like his thoughts were being seen through. Master Chu, are you sure Ning Qiongling and the child are dead? I think you must have met Ning Xiyu, right? Why was she able to contract the Ling Yao divine ghost hammer? Dongji asked the question in his heart. His other hand was holding down the ground 5. I'm sure that the Ling Yao divine ghost hammer was brought back by Xuanmen from the Ning family. As for Ning Xiyu, we can be sure that she is Kang Xuanji's bloodline, but we don't know the rest. Chu Chanji didn't like it very much. East Pole. Dongji felt extremely dangerous to him. Someone whose strength is not as good as others gives him a sense of danger and makes Chu Chanji even more afraid. Dongji was not satisfied with this answer. Xuanmen plotted against Kang Xuanji, but in the process, Xuanmen got nothing but a hammer. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 953 Xuanmen's purpose in plotting against Kang Xuanji. Unfortunately, this hammer finally fell into the hands of Kang Xuanji's bloodline. Xuanmen is so smart that it is impossible to do thankless things. Dongji still wanted to ask something, but he couldn't say anything. After all, he could not escape from the misunderstanding that Kang Xuanji encountered and see the truth of the matter. Dongji's eyes fell on Feng Qingran, his eyes shining brightly. Maybe Xiao Qingran could figure out the whole story. Feng Qingran felt the burning gaze from Dongji, and a smile appeared on her lips. It felt good to be trusted by others. Feng Qingran's eyes were sharp. Master Chu, what do you want to gain by targeting Kang Xuanji? Qi Luck and Ling Yao Shengui hammer. Chu Chanji said naturally. Really, I thought what Xuanmen wanted was the Lord of Beasts. It's a pity that Xuanmen made a good calculation, and in the end the chess piece escaped from his control. Feng Qingran said sarcastically. Wanling is the master of all beasts that Kang Xuanji raised with countless treasures from heaven and earth. Very few people know. But he couldn't hide it from Xuanmen. Xuanmen definitely wants to control everything. The ancestors of Xuanmen wanted all the spirits in Kang Xuanji's hands. Unfortunately, Xuanmen can't deduce any news about all spirits. So they made a plan to use the Ning family to trap Kang Xuanji, hoping to find Wanling. However, they miscalculated and exhausted all means, but still failed to find Wanling. Therefore, they chose to massacre the Kang family, threatening Kang Xuanji while trying to find Wanling from the Kang family. This plan also failed completely. The Ning family and the Kang family all became victims of the greed of their Xuanmen ancestors. Feng Qingran suddenly remembered the plot she encountered in the land abandoned by the gods. It is similar to Kang Xuanji's experience. Fortunately, she met a noble person to help her and broke free from the shackles. Chu Chanji was shocked that Feng Qingran could guess his ancestor's plan. But it didn't show up at all on his face. Chu Chanji asked calmly, does Miss Feng know where the Lord of Beasts is? I have a question, how did Kang Xuanji kill Ning Qiongling in the end? Dongji did not give Feng Qingran a chance to answer. Of course, Dongji did it on purpose. People of Xuanmen don't deserve any answers. If he hadn't been able to kill Chu Chanji, he would have done it long ago. I don't know. Chu Chanji shook his head. There was no inherited memory. Emperor Zhenwu made a move. Kang Xuanji traded with him the source of life in exchange for killing all the creatures in the Ning family, not even a blade of grass. Fang Qingran sent a message to Dongji. She didn't want to tell Chu Chanji this for free. Dongji's eyes widened. This is what is called eradicating the roots. Not bad. It seemed that Kang Xuanji finally came to her senses through her own strength. I just don't know if she is still alive. Dongji decided to visit Danqing Scholar more in the future. Anyone who can help Kang Xuanji is definitely someone worthy of close friendship. What about Ning Xiyu? Dongji's voice message asked. Fifth senior sister just happens to be named Ning. It has nothing to do with Ning Qiongling. It's just a surname. It can mean nothing, or it can also indicate indelible hatred or lessons. Fang Qingran said with a deep look in her eyes. Dongji obviously didn't believe this answer. With Kang Xuanji's temperament, she would never let her blood bear the surname Ning. But Fang Qingran was not prepared to continue this issue. She asked Kang Xuanji. It was more because of Wanling. The next Tianquan clan and her mother's affairs were what she cared about most. Master Chu, can you tell me more about the Tianquan clan in detail? Fang Qingran said seriously. Chu Chanji adapted well to the change of topic. The Tianquan clan is the Jiang family's plan to control the avenues of the plain. The Jiang family wants to become the master of the plain, and they also want the power of endless laws in Dao. For this reason, they did not hesitate to cooperate with the masked man and completed the killing of Zhu Qiang. However, the Jiang family's Tianquan plan failed. The masked man did not keep his word, did not help the Jiang family seize control of the avenue, and even massacred most of the Jiang family's inner disciples. In addition, I will also give Miss Fang some information. The Tianquan plan is a plan carried out by the Jiang family in conjunction with many cultivators from heaven. Throughout the past and present. Miss Fang, you are also a part of Tianquan's plan. They arranged their own people to seize the luck and opportunities of all the lucky people, and transfer them all to the son of the rebirth curse to fight against the Great Road. When I went to the land abandoned by the gods, I was complying with Su Exingheng's arrangement to seize luck. After Chu Chanji finished speaking briefly and concisely, he began to observe Fang Qingran's face. The timeline for the implementation of the Tianquan plan is very long. However, the master of the Chang'an sect had deduced before his death that the Tianquan plan had failed. Xiao Qingran, what does he mean by this? Are you a victim of the Tianquan plan? Dongji asked coldly. Taking away luck and opportunity is not a good thing at first sight. Moreover, the Jiang family and Xuanmen have similar methods, and they like to do sneaky things. No, Miss Fang, she relied on herself to avoid many of the Jiang family's schemes. Chu Chanji subconsciously didn't want Dongji to be angry. There was dark power lingering around Dongji. I didn't ask you, your Xuanmen cannot clean up Tianquan's plan. Everything in the Jiang family is obtained from your Xuanmen. I'm afraid you set up the plan deliberately. ! Xuanmen was truly the most despicable and shameless force he had ever seen. None of them. Dongji, I'm fine. Fang Qingran comforted Dongji and then looked at Chu Chanji. I want to know everything about Fang Qingwu, and you Xuanmen must tell me everything they know. Chu Chanji fell into silence. Fang Qingwu and Xuanmen don't have a deep grudge. Even the relationship between Chang'an sect master and Fang Qingwu is pretty good. But due to the perception of a Xuanmen person, he believed that Fang Qingwu could not be told about Fang Qingwu. Even if there are only a few words about Fang Qingwu in the Xuanmen inheritance, they cannot be told. However, Chu Chanji knew that not saying a word would not work. Chu Chanji spoke out. Fang Qingwu has two identities. One is the Lord of the Plain, also known as the Plain Law Enforcer. The other is the Lord of Heaven. He suppresses the powerful forces in the heaven and prevents them from causing chaos. She always cared about the common people, and founded the Big Dipper Alliance to solve the plight of women in the divine world. In order to get rid of her oppression, the powerful forces in the God Realm united with several major forces in the God Realm to launch sieges against Fang Qingwu, but failed many times. Later, they tried something in the teleportation array, but Fang Qingwu failed to guard against it. While traveling through the long river of time, he was attacked by strange creatures and was seriously injured. This time they finally succeeded. Later, Fang Qingwu went to the land abandoned by the gods and gave birth to you. It's a coincidence that they originally wanted to kill Fang Qingwu and didn't want to spare your life. But when they were about to kill you, the mermaid Wen Yun appeared and said that you have strong luck. Instead of killing you, they might as well take away your chi first. Luck, I'll kill you again. Then the plot against you begins. Fortunately, at that time, God was in a closed state, and many forces in the God realm needed to recuperate, and now they fell into the hands of Su Exingheng. Su Exingheng is also ambitious. He wants your luck to be used for him, so he arranged for Su Yanran to go down to the next world to steal your luck and opportunities. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 954. King He Tower. It was quiet inside Fuguang Pavilion. Fang Qingran, Dongji and Dawu all fell into silence and did not speak for a long time. Chu Chanji left unknown when. Boom. Dongji slapped him down, and the 8 immortals table shattered into powder. Xiao Qingran, I just let him go like this and gave him the yin-yang compass. I'm so angry, Dongji said angrily. Fang Qingran silently took out another table. He also took out the tea set, slowly brewed tea, and handed a cup to each of them. Dawu took it with both hands, took a sip, and put it down. Dongji raised his hand to take the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. The anger in his eyes melted away instantly. Fuck. Jumiao Fuzang tea, Xiao Qingran, is there any more? After Dongji finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qingran eagerly. Feng Qingran poured another drink for Dongji. Just because he took the thing away, it doesn't mean he has a chance to use it. Dongji doesn't need to be angry. Dongji suddenly became energetic. Xiao Qingran, did you see something? Feng Qingran did not answer Dongji's question immediately. Instead, she asked, Dongji, please answer me a question first. Why did Xuanmen's yin-yang compass come into your hands? Dongji's smile was extremely bright. I'll make a long story short. After Kang Xuanji disappeared, I noticed something unusual. After several investigations, I found that the matter was related to Xuanmen. I wanted to continue the investigation, but the old man from Xuanmen actually threatened me. I couldn't get angry, so I just took the yin-yang compass in his hand. I thought that if the Xuanmen treasure was lost, he would be extremely angry and come to hunt me down. Who would have thought that the old Xuanmen man died that night, and I didn't leave any clues, so no one knew that the treasure was in my hands. To be honest, this thing is quite hot. I was afraid that Xuanmen would track me down and trick me. For a period of time, I always lived in panic, and I only dared to stay in the underworld. Anyway, I want to thank the kind person who killed the old Xuanmen man. Dongji said, paused briefly, and prepared to say a few words. The corners of Feng Qingran's mouth twitched. To make a long story short, it should have been Emperor Zhenwu who would kill the Xuanmen sect master regularly. Wu took the initiative to speak, stopping Dongji from continuing to chatter. Zhenwu is really a good person. It's a pity that good people don't get good rewards and don't have a good life. It's better to be a bad person, Dongji commented. Feng Qingran was non-committal. Dongji, the yin-yang compass you got is damaged. Using an incomplete compass will double your lifespan, and the backlash will be even worse. Dongji said, what if Chu Chanji discovers the compass problem and fixes it? A glimmer flashed in Feng Qingran's eyes. Chaos spiritual treasure, even if he collects the chaos materials needed for repair, a chaos level weapon refining furnace, and the appropriate level of strange fire, he still has to have that strength. In the short term, Chu Chanji would not be able to repair the chaos spiritual treasure. Of course, Chu Chanji could also find a weapon refiner with this level of strength. But how could a weapon refiner of this strength fail to realize that the yin-yang compass is a Xuanmen thing? Chu Chanji is not old enough yet to dare to reveal that he is the master of Xuanmen. After all, there are so many enemies in Xuanmen today, and Chu Chanji has just become the sect leader, so he will not take risks easily. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qingran, when you say this, I understand instantly. Dongji's laughter echoed throughout the attic. Miss Feng, is it true that there is only one person left in Xuanmen, Xuannei and Xuanwei? Wu asked. Feng Qingran said crisply, according to the information given by Wugui Pavilion, it's almost the same, but there must be some fish that slipped through the net. Dongji came closer to Feng Qingran and said, Xiao Qingran, as far as I know, although Xuannei's disciples have only learned the superficial knowledge of Xuanmen techniques, their perception of danger is still different from that of most powerful people, so why did they die so tragically? Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were slightly curved, and she showed a meaningful smile. Maybe he has done too many evil things, and a righteous person cannot see them. Xiao Qingran, no matter how powerful a righteous man from the land abandoned by the gods is, he can't kill a Xuannei disciple with profound knowledge at once, right? A faint light flashed in Dongji's eyes, as if things had become complicated again. Does Dongji think that with the strength of the Jiang family, they can kill all the disciples of Xuannei? Feng Qingran asked another question. Dongji turned his eyes and started thinking, is there someone secretly killing people from the Xuanmen? That's definitely the case. The Xuanmen will kill themselves if they do many unjust things, and they will take the blame on themselves. I just don't know when this Chu Chanji will die. Quote. Feng Qingran's eyes darkened when she heard Dongji's last words. The karmic obstacles to killing a Saint are too heavy. She couldn't afford it just yet. Moreover, Chu Chanji is still the master of Xuanmen. If he cannot kill with one strike, there will be more trouble in the future. After all, it is more reassuring if the enemy is in the light than in the dark. Dongji, Wu, I have one more thing to ask of you. I will arrange for you to participate in the competition in a month. You must pay special attention to the body snatchers among the contestants. Xiao Qingran, you are suspicious. At the same time, Chang Pavilion. Loyalty Gu flew out of Danqing's scholar's body. He returned to his fair and plump appearance. However, the aura all over its body is stronger than before. The nine-nether butterfly protected the little mushroom behind her and watched Loyalty Gu warily. It detected a familiar aura on Loyalty Gu. Who are you? What does the masked person have to do with you? Zhu Yumingdi asked via voice transmission. The aura around Loyalty Gu became cold, implying murderous intent, and he transmitted a message. What should I do if you find out? Yes, you can just die, so that the master will not abandon me. In an instant, all the abilities of the nine-nether butterfly were imprisoned. The message from the Loyalty Gu was full of evil and surly. Zhu, you should pretend you don't know. You are the contracted beast of the master, and I don't want to kill you. The little mushroom, who had always been afraid, seemed to feel a crisis. Xiao Qingkai, what's wrong with you? It's a pity that Zhu can respond to Xiao Mushroom. The soul in Loyalty Gu has been pretending. What is its purpose? Ungrateful little mushroom, it turns out you are here. Loyalty Gu flew around the little mushroom a few times, and the cold aura all over his body was reduced a lot. Little mushroom said in a timid voice, who are you? You don't remember me, right, you ungrateful little mushroom, how could you possibly remember me? I guarded you for hundreds of millions of years, and when you matured, you took advantage of me to get hurt and ran away with someone else. Quote. Loyalty Gu's white and fat body gradually turns pink. The whole Gu looks even cuter. But the chill that ran through his body was even stronger. When Zhu heard Loyalty Gu's words, he felt anxious and could only hope that the scholar Danqing would wake up soon. After listening to Loyalty Goo's words, Little Mushroom's original fear disappeared. It poked out half of its cute mushroom head from behind Juyu and asked cautiously, "Are you a Yuan?" Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 955 Emperor Yuanshi. After asking the question, Xiao Mushroom didn't wait for the other party to answer, and then muttered, "No, a Yuan won't call me Disaster Star, he likes me very much." The entire Loyalty Goo turned bright red. The tentacles on the top of the head were trembling wildly. When Juyu saw this scene, he was afraid but also found it funny. When it first saw the little mushroom, it felt distressed and angry. "Juyu, are you laughing at me?" Loyalty Goo's voice was full of evil. After Loyalty Goo finished roaring, he felt a lot calmer. "Little mushroom, it's hard for you to still remember me in the past, but I found that you really don't know how to choose your master. I chose a useless master to take you with me, always on the way to escape. Not only is he a waste, he is also incompetent. In order to protect himself, he actually sent you out, and he even claimed to be protecting you. Now, he has almost killed himself, and I have to save him. He is really a waste among wastes." After Loyalty Goo finished speaking, the whole thing turned white again, and all the anger seemed to disappear. After hearing these words of Loyalty Goo, Little Mushroom was stunned for a long time. Many memories that do not belong to it flow into the sea of consciousness. A vague figure always stands beside a small mushroom. The figure kept watering the little mushroom with something. He also lost a lot of chaotic power to the little mushroom, giving it different abilities. But not long after, countless figures appeared next to the little mushroom, and they all wanted to take the little mushroom away. That figure was mixed with many figures. After fighting for a while, the figure was outnumbered and seriously injured. The little mushroom was extremely anxious. The little mushroom split himself in half of which was subdued by the figure, and the other half of which led those figures away. Finally, the little mushroom returned to its original place, and the figure disappeared without any trace. The little mushroom hesitated for a long time. A new figure came to guard it. One person and one mushroom have been together for countless years. During this period, countless figures appeared, wanting to take away the little mushroom. One person and one mushroom finally couldn't bear it anymore and left there. "A Yuan, I have never made a contract with a Wu. He only announced his contract with me to protect me. A Wu's identity can always deter some greedy people." Xiao Mushroom stared at Loyalty Goo and said firmly. Loyalty Goo's whole body trembled, and he called softly, "Little mushroom. A Yuan, I have always been looking for you. I have never thought of contracting with anyone other than you. Have you always been with me?" Loyalty Goo's body turned pink again. "Little mushroom, I thought you had a contract with him, so I didn't dare to show up, and I was even more afraid of disturbing you. I saw what the God Rebel did to you. I wanted to revenge you, but they used Zhenwu's things against me, so I backed down. I was afraid that you would blame me and destroy your master's things. Later, I watched the God Rebels develop into Xuanmen, and they were very popular for a while. But, I will never let go of anything that harms you. I exposed Xuanmen's plans to those forces that Xuanmen had helped, and made Xuanmen become enemies everywhere. So Xuanmen started hiding everywhere. I followed the Xuanmen master to this plane and watched them develop Xuanmen again and plot against all living beings. I chose to kill everyone in Xuanne when they were proud. It's a pity that the master of Chang'an sect ran away during the process. Someone in the sky where the universe is located can discover my existence. I don't want to be exposed, so I let the sect master go. I followed the Xuanwei people to the land abandoned by the gods, and used the power of the Bailey family to destroy all the Xuanwei people. In this case, only the Xuanmen sect master and Xuanmen heir are left. Master of Xuanmen, I have no way to commit suicide myself. The whereabouts of the successor of Xuanmen are unknown, so I have been staying in the place abandoned by the gods." Loyalty Goo probably regretted it, and explained it very clearly this time. "But Yuan, why did you become a Goo?" Xiao Mushroom obviously wanted to get to the bottom of it. It can guess that a Yuan must have had a bad experience. Our Yuan is always like this, reporting good things but not bad things. Originally, only half of my soul became Goo. Later, during the ancient war, Zhenwu and I rescued you. Our body was completely destroyed, so we simply integrated all of my soul into the Goo body. After hearing Loyalty Goo's words, the whole mushroom became wet. No wonder it had a feeling at the beginning that a Wu's strength alone was not enough to protect it. "A Yuan. Little mushroom, I'm here. A Yuan, can you let go of control of Xiao Qingkai? It's very important to me." In an instant, the Loyalty Goo burst, and murderous intent spread throughout his body. But this murderous intention was only aimed at Juyu. Even though Juyu was restrained, he couldn't help but tremble a few times. What is the origin of this damn Yuan? It can actually imprison his ability to reverse time and space. Loyalty Goo was unwilling to give up control of Juyu, and sent a message to threaten, "Stop talking, or I won't mind sending you to meet your ancestors." "Xiao Qingkai, are you okay?" Xiao Mushroom's soft and sweet voice sounded. Juyu responded to Xiao Mushroom under tremendous pressure. "Xiao Mushroom, I'm fine. Do you want to go see your old master? He's fine now." After hearing this, Xiao Mushroom jumped up to the painting scholar, tilted his head, and looked at the painting scholar. Loyalty Goo turned into a red, chubby bug again. Juyu said in a serious voice, "I don't care whether what you said before is true or false, but for the sake of Xiao Mushroom, I will not expose you to the Phoenix Master. You can take the initiative to confess to the Phoenix Master." "I want to confess. I planned to kill the Xuanmen sect master before confessing, but you ruined my plan." Loyalty Goo's voice was sinister, completely unlike the kindness he had when talking to Xiao Mushroom. 9 ghosts flashed, and something flashed past. Juyu sent a message and asked, "So, is it related to the little mushroom that you lurked next to the Phoenix Master?" Loyalty Goo was not very happy. It's really as annoying as your ancestors. Why is a broken butterfly so smart? Thank you, you are the Yuanshi Emperor, right? In my inherited memory, my ancestor liked you very much. Zhu thought of the flashing figure in his memory, and there were some words he didn't dare to ask. The ancestors liked Emperor Yuanshi very much. Likewise, they are very afraid of each other. You can shut up. Loyalty Goo was very unhappy. The little mushroom he had worked so hard to raise was actually abducted by an ugly butterfly. Gas. Very angry. So Feng Qinggran came here in a flash. I saw a red, chubby goo worm that kept expanding. The surroundings are full of fierce aura. Master Phoenix, Zhu noticed Feng Qinggran's arrival immediately. Call. Loyalty Goo's swollen body quickly returned to its original shape, and its color returned to white. Phoenix Master, the mission is completed, all the goo worms have been removed from his body, and he is recovering from his injuries. It is good. Feng Qinggran flipped her wrist, and the half-human high mushroom appeared. Are you going to eat it now or go back to space to eat it? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 956. The game continues. Fairyland. The race that has been delayed for more than 1,000 years begins again. The attitude of the forces gathered in the square this time towards Yi Xingqian was obviously different. The god realm is no longer aloof and they seem to be very afraid of Yi Xingqian. The Buddhist world has become Loki, and the Buddhas are no longer shining with golden light at any time. The Buddha's condition is surprisingly poor, and he seems to be very tired. However, the entire Buddhist clan is still in a unified state. It is completely different from the separation of various forces in the god realm. This time the demon realm was led by Tang Chongzhu. Within 1,000 years, the demon realm gradually showed its prominence in all walks of life, especially Tang Chongzhu, the demon lord, which attracted the attention of the powerful. The underworld is led by Yan Miyu, who is as Loki as ever. However, he wanted to keep a low profile. After all, everyone from all walks of life could find out that he came from Lingyun sect. Lingyun sect has been in the limelight for this 1,000 years. Zhu Qiang pays special attention to every existence of Lingyun sect. I even want to get more information by checking their identities. To say that the existence that Zhu Qiang cares about the most in Lingyun sect is Feng Qinggran. It has long been exposed the she is of the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven. Some of the Zhu Qiang were afraid of her, some were afraid of her, some admired and scrutinized her, and some even wanted to use her to find out the whereabouts of Feng Qingwu. After all, Feng Qingwu's story of killing the gods and heaven by himself was deeply ingrained in the hearts of almost every cultivator. But no matter how Zhu Qiang inquires, they all had no chance to meet Feng Qinggran, and could only hear some stories about her through the narratives of immortal cultivators in the immortal world. What, back then, she single-handedly drove away those who came from the god realm and subdued 4 ancient beasts. It also eliminated the crisis of evil dragons invading the fairy world. Make the forces on the side of evil spirits flee. Later, the immortal world was built, which changed the problem of class existence in cultivating immortals and gave more cultivators the opportunity to practice. The 7th palace, which had dominated the fairy world for a long time, completely disappeared. Many small forces sprung up in an orderly manner, and many forces were led by Emperor Yi Qian, forming a healthy competitive relationship. Each sect has its own areas of expertise. Their recruitment of disciples is no longer limited to their origins, and will give a chance to practitioners who have no background to rely on. What shocks everyone even more is that when a sect in the immortal realm accepts disciples, qualifications do not mean everything. There are many aspects of assessment. As long as 1 or 2 of them are met, even those with poor qualifications will have the opportunity to join the sect and obtain training resources. Such a thing is unthinkable in the divine and Buddhist worlds. Due to the special nature of cultivation, the demon world and the underworld cannot be compared with the fairy world. Those who are suitable for cultivating demonic energy are suitable. It is best not to force it on those who are not suitable, otherwise it will be very painful later. The other is the underworld, where cultivation conditions are even more stringent. Except for those from the underworld who were born in the underworld, if they want to become a meditator, it can be said to be more difficult than cultivating the Tao. Those who have lost their bodies can choose to become ghost cultivators by chance. Ghosts also belong to meditation. However, this path of meditative cultivation is similar to that of those who actively fall into demonic cultivation, and it is just as difficult as the path of spiritual cultivation. On the square, 6 areas were divided. In addition to the fairy world, the underworld, the god world, the demon world, and the Buddha world, there is another area that is empty. Many forces looked askance at this. He seemed to be waiting for Yi Xingqian to explain. Yi Xingqian was still as steady as before, unmoved by many probing eyes. Until the image is projected on the square. Yi Xingqian stood up and said in a loud voice, "The immortal world competition, at your request, has been suspended for 1,000 years. At that time, after coming out of the secret realm, the rankings of each team have been announced. You must know what's going on, so I won't announce too much. The rankings and points of each team are displayed here. If you have any questions, you can ask them. After all the images of your participation are saved." After Yi Xingqian finished speaking, the powerful minds below scanned the rankings. How could they dare to object now? They were horrified to see the scene where the ancestors of the immortal world appeared together. The emergence of the ancestor means the emergence of someone who can defy heaven in the fairy world. Those who defy the heavens are those whose cultivation has broken through the imperial realm and reached the cultivation realm of 9 heavens and 10 emperors. With such a powerful person, only God would dare to challenge him. In short, with the announcement of ancient techniques, the immortal world has successfully reversed its previous bottom position. Resolutely has the tendency to dominate the upper world. Next, they just need to quietly participate in the game and wait for God's move. The battle between God and the fairy world is indispensable. Whoever wins the battle will be the master of the upper world from now on. Powerful people from all walks of life thought so, but when they actually saw the rankings, they still felt ashamed. Who will tell them why there is hundreds of thousands of points difference between the first place and the second place? The second place team is marked in grey, indicating that all team members will no longer be able to participate in the competition. The third place was Xunyuan Linglong's team, which scored points, which was points behind the first place. The next fourth place team is the team led by Yan Miyu, with only a pitiful points. The fifth place is the team led by Chu Beizu, with points. The sixth place is the Wen family. Ellipsis. All team rankings and points were detailed, and no one raised any objections. But reluctance and anger can be seen on many people's faces. This emotion is not directed at points and rankings, but seems to be directed at some teams. Emperor Yi Chan, I would like to ask, can a team be formed for the second game? Or can the team members be changed? A disciple of the Feng family said under the instruction of the family head. Feng Dishi was driven back to heaven. The previous team of the Feng family no longer exists, and Feng Qingqiang is not willing to accept this. Yi Xingqian looked serious. Yes, but this is your last chance to form a team, and those who were eliminated in the last secret realm will not be able to participate in subsequent competitions. No matter who they are, they only have one chance to join the competition. The disciple got the answer, thanked him, and fell into silence. Feng Qingqiang didn't look good when he heard this. Many disciples of the Feng family died last time, and they were all very outstanding. If you want to form a new team, I'm afraid the person leading the team will have to reconsider. Emperor Yi Chan, who is the area next to this prepared for? Tang Chongzhi's lazy voice sounded. God, Yi Xingqian responded calmly. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Zhu Qiang's originally calm expression became colorful. There was a smile on Tang Chongzhu's face. Can the people in the sky come out? Are they qualified to participate? After hearing this question, everyone cheered up and looked at Yi Xingqian with burning eyes. Yes, they're not qualified to participate. You don't need to worry. We have prepared positions for them because we are afraid that they will come to the fairy world and run around and affect your mood to participate in the competition. Yi Xingqian explained patiently. After hearing this, everyone from all walks of life felt relieved. Even if they don't qualify, there is still hope for them to win first place. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 957. Have you saved him? At first, when they participated in the competition in the fairy world, they paid more attention to the various natural materials and treasures in the prizes. Now, they're more eager to get the ancient skills inside. Ever since I learned about the War of Gods. After knowing that the history of all walks of life has been tampered with. After learning about the ancient cultivation system and comparing the strengths of Yi Xingqian and others, they understood even more the significance of the ancient techniques. Since ancient times, in the world of cultivation, strength is king. No matter what kind of resources are available, they will always be given to the strong. Of course, even if resources do not favor the strong, there are ways for the strong to get the resources they want. At this time, beside Feng Qingqiang, a woman wearing a veil was staring at Yi Xingqian. Her eyes seemed to be quenched with poison. But when Yi Xingqian looked at her, she lowered her head pretending to be shy, as if she was afraid of Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian's eyes were like swords. He glanced at the woman and then looked away. He still doesn't like the identity of Emperor of Heaven. However, now he has a sense of responsibility for the fairy world in his heart. Even if he doesn't like it, he will take everything in the fairy world seriously. Yi Xingqian's pressure spread around him and he said, everyone, the second competition is a team competition. One team plays against another team. Each team has 3 chances to fight. The winning team will win 2 out of 3 games and advance to the semi-finals. The top 10 teams with the highest points in the first game will have 1 chance to draw their opponents. For other teams, Tianji Stone will choose their opponents. Each team has a minimum of 1 person and a maximum of 20 people. There are no other restrictions. By the way, as I said before, Qinghe Tower has 10 places for the semi-finals. The owner of Qinghe Tower will auction the places after the second game. The teams participating in the auction must win at least once in the second game, otherwise they will not be able to bid. The final right to interpret the bidding quota belongs to the owner of Qinghe Building. When Yi Xingqian finished saying this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. As he finished speaking, before all the forces started talking, the elders of the Yi family asked those who wanted to form a team to come to them with a straight face. Due to the brutality of the first game, almost all teams need to add players again. Suddenly, the 10 elders of the Yi family were extremely busy. Goddess Qingqiang also appeared in the square at this time. She walked straight to where Feng Qinggran was. Miss Feng, can I join your team? The voice of Goddess Qingqiang is like the roar of a deer, ethereal and sweet. Coupled with her noble temperament, it makes her even more elegant. When Feng Qinggran heard this, she did not answer immediately. Instead, she smiled and said, Goddess, can you answer my question first? Goddess Qingqiang said softly, Miss Feng, please ask. Feng Qinggran's face was full of smiles. Did you save my second senior brother when he first ascended to the immortal world? As soon as Feng Qinggran said these words, Goddess Qingqiang suddenly became nervous. Her rescue was equivalent to no rescue at that time. After feeding him a few pills, he was thrown into the forbidden area of the Yi family. Even the Emperor of Heaven was afraid of that place, and it was obvious that Gu Jian was in danger once he entered. In addition, she also caused Miss Jin to be in danger and almost lost the opportunity to practice. However, Goddess Qingqiang does not intend to hide what she has done. Goddess Qingqiang told the story about Gu Jianyi and Qin Hanyan. After saying this, she no longer had any hope of joining Feng Qingren's team. She also started practicing within this 1,000 years, and wanted to experience it through this competition. If she couldn't join Feng Qingren's team, she would have to form a team alone. Goddess, wait a moment, our Lingyun sect welcomes you to join. Feng Qingran stopped the goddess Qingqiong, who was about to turn around. Thank you so much to the goddess for saving me. Gu Jian bowed his hand and said in salute. After all, if it weren't for goddess Qingqiong, he would definitely fall into the hands of the heavenly soldiers, and he couldn't imagine the consequences. Goddess, there is no need to blame yourself. After all, I have to thank the goddess for giving me another opportunity. Qin Hanyan said sincerely. Hunyuan Longkan told how goddess Qingqiong saved her. She never complained about the other party. Goddess Qingqiong was slightly surprised. She nervously grasped her sleeve with one hand, but her face looked extremely calm. I join you just to get a chance to practice. I don't care about the final prize. In addition, I can also refine the elixirs you need for the competition. Goddess Qingqiong originally wanted to be kind. But her ethereal voice, coupled with her fairy-like beauty, only gave everyone a cold feeling. Fortunately, everyone in Lingyun sect has seen many practitioners of all kinds. It can be seen at a glance that goddess Qingqiong is a complete social terror. Ning Xiyu took the initiative to wave to goddess Qingqiong. Goddess, come here quickly, don't be restrained, we all get along very well, let me introduce to you the current members of the team. Ning Xiyu is a disciple of Danqing scholar. I have seen goddess Qingqiong the most times. Naturally, I have seen the way goddess Qingqiong gets along with her contracted beast, and she is not at all like the alienated person she is now. The Lingyun sect team currently includes Liu Kanglan, Gu Jianyi, Qin Hanyan, Mu Chanjue, Ning Xiyu, Bailey Wenyu, Feng Qingran, and Dong Ji. If Yan Miyu wants to lead the team in the underworld, he cannot be in Lingyun sect. And Ling Tianyun in the team disappeared somewhere. Now, including goddess Qingqiong, there are exactly 10. When some cultivators saw that goddess Qingqiong had successfully joined the Lingyun sect, they began to be eager to give it a try. They were afraid of being rejected before, so they simply didn't come to find him. But now, many practitioners still only know goddess Qingqiong as an alchemist who only knows how to make alchemy. Anyone who can't fight can join, and they probably can. The young master of the Wen family in the God realm took the lead. He can see through the cultivation level of everyone in Lingyun sect, let alone detect the fluctuations in their bodies. When this phenomenon appeared, many contestants speculated that the Lingyun sect's magic weapons were used to hide their cultivation. The young master of the Wen family is full of arrogance, even though he has only practiced for 1,000 years. But the family has a time gem, and using the time formation method, he has been practicing for 5,000 years, and he must be much better than ordinary practitioners. So he, who was a true immortal, came to the Lingyun sect and said, I want to join you. I see that your sect is still short of 10 people. I can find you 10 more top experts. How about that? No one in Lingyun sect paid attention to him. Ning Xiyu was talking to goddess Qingqiong and Qin Hanyan, trying to get the two alchemists to talk about their alchemy experiences. Mu Chanjue played with the folding fan in his hand and glanced at Gu Jianyi and goddess Qingqiong, as if he had seen through everything. Dong Ji picked out his ears and said, whose mad dog was not tied up and was let out. If it is beaten, it will be fine, right? Xiao Qingran. Only Dong Ji dared to describe it like this. Feng Qingran spread his hands and said, Dong Ji, you can do whatever you want, but remember, if you break it, you will have to deal with it later when it bites people. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 958 Wen Jingjun's Strangeness. Dong Ji stood up. When he was silent, his aura was very intimidating. The young master of the Wen family, Wen Jiang, looked at Dong Ji and took a step back unconsciously. Don't do anything, I am the young master of the Wen family. I am here to join you, not to fight with you. I know that your Lingyun sect is very powerful, but I am not bad either. I am already in the true fairyland. After Wen Jiang finished speaking, his face was filled with a proud expression. There are not many cultivators like him who have reached the true immortal realm nowadays. In recent years, the Wen family's status in the God realm has increased due to his improvement in strength, and many forces have no way to please the Wen family. It is rumored that Lingyun sect is very powerful, but no matter how strong they are, they are still fighting alone. Without the support of family power, how far can they go in the future? Thinking this, Wen Jiang felt even more that his move was to bring face to the Lingyun sect. True fairyland. What realm is that? Dong Ji looked at Feng Qingran with a puzzled expression. Forgive him for being a meditator. The realm of cultivation is different from that of immortal cultivators. In addition, when Dong Ji was at his weakest, he was still in the quasi-emperor realm. At this moment, he couldn't even remember what level a true immortal was. It is the realm after gazing into the sky and transcending. In the underworld, it seems to be the realm of the Lord of the Underworld. Feng Qingran explained. The state before transcendence in the underworld is the same as that of a cultivator. And from now on, the true immortals in the immortal world are equivalent to the underworld lords. The golden immortal is equivalent to Hades. The subsequent immortal emperor, immortal saint, immortal lord, and quasi-emperor respectively correspond to the underworld emperor, underworld saint, underworld lord, and quasi-emperor. At the higher realms, all walks of life are almost the same. The attitudes of Feng Qingran and Dong Ji made Wen Jiang feel even more insulted. Ignore is the best way. But Wen Jiang still seems unwilling to give up. Lingyun sect is now a piece of fat, and all forces want to take a bite. The Wen family cannot miss it. What's more, there is the daughter of the Lord of God in it. Wen Jiang looked directly at Feng Qingran. Miss Feng, our Wen family has a deep friendship with the Lord of Heaven. Do you want to know something about the Lord of Heaven? Fang Qingran originally had a nonchalant attitude. But as soon as Wen Jiang said this, the atmosphere on the field became strangely quiet. A sharp light flashed in Fang Qingran's eyes. I don't want to hear anything about my mother from the enemy's mouth. If you, the Wen family, are so impatient to come forward, I'll take action on you. Wen Jiang was obviously standing, looking down at Fang Qingran. But at this moment, he had the feeling that he was looking up to Fang Qingran. Wen Jiang looked back at the Master Wen, flinching a little, but met the cold eyes of the Master Wen. In an instant, many images flashed through Wen Jiang's mind. He must complete the tasks assigned by the Wen family master, otherwise, the official young master will be replaced, and the person behind him is Wen Jingjun. If Wen Jingjun becomes the official young master of the Wen family, then think about the cruel methods of the other party. Wen Jiang suddenly felt that the people in Lingyun's sect were more kind. Wen Jiang said with a smile on his face, Miss Feng, there must be a misunderstanding between you and the Wen family. Back then, the Wen family only protected Ming Zhe and did not help the Lord of Heaven, but I dare to swear that I have never done anything to harm the Lord of Heaven. Of course you didn't. After all, you weren't born yet at that time, Dongji said sarcastically. Wen Jiang wanted to speak again, but this time, Wen Jingjun came over. As soon as Wen Jingjun appeared, Wen Jiang became extra cautious. Everyone, Wen Jiang is careless. If he offends you in any way, our Wen family will definitely apologize. Wen Jingjun's voice was slightly feminine, which made everyone who heard it extremely uncomfortable. Fang Qingran stared at Wen Jingjun, her eyes dark and silent. Dongji waved his hand, just take the person back, but don't let him out again in the future. Don't worry, everyone, our Wen family has never had any ill intentions towards you. When Jingjun saluted, all his actions seemed to be carved out of a template. There's something weird about it. When Jingjun glanced at him, Wen Jiang's whole body was stiff and he no longer looked like a young master. Wen Jiang was unwilling to leave just now and failed to join Lingyun sect. He would be very sad in the future. What is the relationship between this young master and Wen Wanjun? Mu Chanjue stopped Wen Jingjun who was about to leave and asked. Zhang Wenwan is my sister-in-law. So, you must know who Su Xingheng is. Have you heard anything about Su Xingheng in these years? Mu Chanjue asked jokingly. A fierce look flashed in Wen Jingjun's eyes, but quickly passed away. Mr. Mu, my sister-in-law and Su Xingheng have long been unrelated. Please don't involve them together anymore. After hearing this, Mu Chanjue apologized seriously and added, by the way, I have news about Su Yanran. If you see Wen Wanjun, you can ask her to find me. Wen Jingjun narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold aura flashed across his body. Wen Jingjun took a deep look at Mu Chanjue and turned to leave. Fourth senior brother, did you find something? Bailey Wenyu approached Mu Chanjue and asked. Well, I'm not sure yet. What? Bailey Wenyu looked curious. Mu Chanjue shook his head, the secret must not be leaked. Bailey Wenyu was extremely speechless. Fourth senior brother, you are obviously a master of weapon refinement, why do you always act like a deducer? Lingyun sect, 12 people. The eldest elder of the Yi family counted, Miss Fang, you obviously only have 9, but you can't match the number. You only have 9 here, where are the other 3? Fang Qingran said seriously, come back before the game starts. Where are the remaining 3 names? Fang Qingran did not answer the Great Elder's question directly, but sent a message, Great Elder, just give me your identity token, and I will arrange it for them. The Great Elder looked at Yi Xingchen in the distance and quietly gave Fang Qingran 12 tokens. Anyway, his sword ancestor said that he could not refuse any request from Fang Qingran. A few pairs of eyes noticed Fang Qingran's move of taking away the token. The first one was the veiled woman next to Fang Qingqiang. She frequently looked at the Lingyun sect with malicious eyes. The second person to notice Fang Qingran was a woman next to the Jiang family leader. The woman wore a mask on half of her face, and the half of her face that was revealed was stunning. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Qingran, showing a look that was determined to win. There was also Wen Jingjun of the Wen family. He looked at Fang Qingran with sinister and probing eyes. The smiling Buddha in the Buddhist world and the Buddha next to him are also hostile to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran could sense these sidelines. A smile appeared on Fang Qingran's lips. She walked to the Tianji stone and put her captain's token on it. Then, he took it down. There was a flash of light on the token, and the names of the 3 teams appeared on the back. Fang Qingran's eyes swept across the Buddhist world and the Jiang family, and she smiled meaningfully. At this time, Yi Xingchen's voice sounded, everyone, after selecting your opponents, enter the fantasy competition stage. The place built there is enough for you to fight, and the fantasy world is stable enough, so you can fight with confidence. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 959 The Body Snatcher appears. The images of your competition will be projected on the screen outside. Everyone can see your competition. In this battle, one side will admit defeat, regardless of life or death. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he opened the entrance to the illusion. Many teams turned pale when they heard, regardless of life or death. This time, if you die in the game, you really die. There are many teams that hesitate at the entrance to the fantasy world. They have too little time to form a team and understand their opponents. Tang Chongzhu was the first to hold up the token and place it on a groove at the entrance to the illusion. White light flashed. Tang Chongzhu and the other 19 demons were all transported into the fantasy realm. The token returned to Tang Chongzhu's hands. Zhu Qiang could instantly see the image of Tang Chongzhu's team. They were not teleported to the ring immediately, but in a rest area. Xiao Qingran, let's go in too, Dongji said. It is good. After Fang Qingran released the token, there was no reaction. Zhu Qiang looked confused. Yi Xingchen was about to make a move, but when he received Feng Qingren's eyes, he paused on the spot. She really looks more and more like her father's aura. What's going on? The Demon Lord's token was fine just now, why isn't the Lingyun sect's token? A voice came from somewhere. What's the matter? Just pick it up and put it back in. Dongji walked over, picked up the token, and put it back in. Still not working. Seeing this, Goddess Qingqiang was a little nervous. Others in Lingyun sect seemed very calm. Is there something wrong with the token that's causing this? This voice came from the Buddhist world. It seems that all the elders of the Yi family are being held back, unable to escape their identities, and no one can handle this matter. Even Yi Xingchen chose to stand by and watch. The eyes of the various forces gradually became different. Could it be that Lingyun sect was not as exaggerated as the rumors? They just happened to be in the limelight. The relationship between the Yi family and Lingyun sect seems not to be very good. This puts them at ease a lot. After all, if a group of extremely talented disciples sided with Yi Xingchen, they would probably never be able to seize the power to rule the upper world in the future. Under the gazes of everyone, Feng Qingran took back the token and said, "You go in first, we will do it later." Seeing this, the Buddhist community entered 2 teams. Nothing went wrong. God Realm followed closely and several teams entered. When it was the Jiang family's turn, the team led by Jiang Changfeng intentionally stopped beside Feng Qingran. Jiang Changfeng smiled modestly and politely, "Miss Feng, you are really high profile, but I don't know how long you can maintain this high profile." After Jiang Changfeng finished speaking, he entered the illusion without waiting for Feng Qingran's answer. Soon, Feng Qingqiang also walked past Feng Qingran. He was still as arrogant as before and said, "Feng Qingran, you are always a member of the Feng family. Your mother is also from the Feng family. A family is always a community of interests. I hope you can understand. I found that there are more mad dogs in the God realm than in the underworld." After Dongji finished speaking, he felt the eyes daggers cast by Earth 5 and smiled brightly. Feng Qingqiang paused when he heard Dongji's words, and then said to Feng Qingran, don't look at them surrounding you now, but after all, they cannot be single-minded with you. Blood relationship is the most reliable thing in the world. Relationship. Dongji retorted directly, "According to what you said, if I take away your father's body, wouldn't I be your father?" "Master, let's go, our battle team has already entered," the woman beside Feng Qingqiang said softly. Feng Qingqiang glared at Dongji fiercely before entering the fantasy realm. When he spoke to Feng Qingran, he did not expect her to return to the Feng family, but to plant the impression in her mind that Feng Qingwu was a member of the Feng family. This will give him a chance to make a fuss in the future. As Feng Qingwu left, another team came up. There were only 4 people in this team, but they looked calm, even more leisurely than Feng Qingran and the others. When Dongji saw the 4 people, the smile on his face disappeared. This look in Dongji's eyes was so familiar that the 4 of them treated him and the people from Lingyun sect as if they were ants. The target of the 4 was not Feng Qingran, but Dongji. The 4 of them were all dressed in rich clothes, as if everything around them was reduced to dust. One of the slightly thinner contestants said to Dongji, "Sir, your appearance looks incompatible with other immortal cultivators. I wonder where you come from." Dongji directly sent a message to Feng Qingran, "Xiao Qingran, how should we deal with the 4 body snatchers?" Feng Qingran activated the Eye of Nothingness and instantly saw through their souls. Just a wisp of Yuan 9 can seize the body to have the strength of the Holy Lord. It seems that the person who seizes the body is stronger. Feng Qingran gave Dongji a look calmly. Dongji understood instantly and put a smile on his face again. "The 4 of you look very familiar to each other. Where in the God realm are you from? By the way, what is the name of your team?" The 4 of them felt offended when they heard Dongji's words. However, they still suppressed the desire to take action. People are crowded. Yi Xingchen is another threat. If the whereabouts are exposed, it will affect the next opportunity. So, they ignored Dongji and directly chose to enter the illusion. After the 4 people entered, one of the burly men sent a message, "Qian, I always feel that that person looks like Zhu. Could it be that he is Zhu?" "Shut up, this is someone else's place." Outside the fantasy world, Dongji touched his face and said through a message, "Xiao Qingran, these 4 body snatchers must be outsiders. Those looks in their eyes are really annoying. Dongji, they're very strong, don't provoke them easily for the time being." Feng Qingran said through the message. At this time, many teams entered the illusion. When Xunyu and Jun's passed by Feng Qingran, he just said, "Congratulations," and left. "Dongji, are there any body snatchers around Xunyu and Jun's?" Feng Qingran asked. "I didn't see it." After Dongji finished speaking, he asked curiously, "Is there something in him that I didn't see?" Feng Qingran smiled and said nothing. Some souls of those who have taken the body are highly fused with those of the person whose body has been taken. In addition, the person who has taken the body is voluntary, and it is basically impossible to tell whether the body has been taken. The woman following Jiang Changfeng was Wen Yun. When Feng Qingran saw that almost all the teams had entered, she nodded to Yi Xingchen and put the token at the entrance. A cyan mark appeared on the token and was quickly hidden again. Immediately, everyone in the Lingyun sect team entered the fantasy realm. Over the fairyland, images are projected one by one. At this time, every move of the entire team was under everyone's sight. Spectators commented on the video. "Look at the 2 teams in the Buddhist world. The team led by the smiling Buddha looks eerie and does not look like a Buddha at all. The Buddhist world is a joke now. They have no Buddhist disciples and no inheritance. They have long given up on protecting all living beings and have lost all living beings' faith. Can a Buddha still be considered a true Buddha?" Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 960 LDE blushes. Fairyland. In the square, the entrance to the fantasy world is about to close. Several figures quickly flashed in. In the demon realm viewing area, Demon Ancestor Junction stood up, came to the elder of the Yi family, and said, "We want to register a team with 20 members. The team is called Tianmo Palace." The great elder raised his head and looked at Yi Xingchen. Seeing the other party nodding, he neatly organized the team for Demon Ancestor. The great elder made another rounds and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to participate? I'll give you another quarter of an hour." The attention of spectators from all sides has already been on the image above. No one paid attention to the great elder. Only in the immortal realm area, many cultivators hesitated, as if they were in a dilemma. The great elder recognized those cultivators as newly established sect forces. "Do you want to participate in the competition?" the great elder said in a kind manner. "Great elder, the ones with the highest cultivation here can only glimpse the heavenly realm. Those who enter the competition are at least true immortals. We are afraid of death," a man with a simple appearance said. They all practiced ancient techniques. Only 1,000 years. No matter how good the qualifications are, it is still a newly established sect with insufficient background. After cultivating him with all his efforts, he finally reached the realm of peeping into the sky. The rest are all lingering in Yuanying and Huishan. Entering to participate in the competition is all about delivering food. Elder Yi felt sad when he heard this. The development of the immortal world in the past 1,000 years has indeed been good, giving ordinary immortal cultivators many opportunities. But the immortal realm only has the opportunity to develop in this millennium. Therefore, in the immortal realm, even the most talented practitioners are still not as strong as the god realm. Yi Xingchen's serious voice came, "If you want to participate, this is an opportunity. Retreating to practice will narrow your horizons, so you should meet more outside practitioners. The competition is about life and death, but you can rest assured that they don't dare to kill the contestants. After you receive your participation token, you will know why." After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he turned around and flew towards the sky, where a space-time rift appeared. After listening to Yi Xingchen's words, that team decided to join the competition. "Great Elder, we have registered a team, the Seven Treasure Sect, with a total of 15 contestants." Row. The Great Elder quickly collected the information, carved 15 tokens, and handed them to them. Half an hour passed. Seeing the Kibao sect competing, other practitioners in the immortal world also decided to join the competition. Cultivation of immortality is to go against the will of heaven, and there is danger at all times. If they were holding back because of fear, then they should not have chosen to become immortals in the first place. After these teams are registered, the Great Elder believed that no one would come again, so he decided to close the entrance together with other elders. Wait. Two voices sounded. A coquettish one. A charming and seductive one. The Great Elder followed the voice behind and looked. He saw a graceful woman coming towards him. Every step is full of charm. I really responded to that word, swaying. The Great Elder's old face turned red. He was used to seeing women with otherworldly auras. This was the first time he had seen such a charming woman. The Great Elder felt that if he had not passed that age long ago, he would probably be in a state of confusion. Fortunately he didn't meet her when he was young. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be a difficult love disaster. Girl, do you want to register for a team?" The elder despised himself in his heart, fearing to scare the other party, so he smiled like a flower. "Yes, we have just ascended to the fairy world, can we register?" "Okay," the Great Elder nodded. The woman raised her slender jade hands, her skin as smooth as gel, and handed the elder a jade sip. Every move is extremely charming. The Great Elder opened the jade sip and read, Tongwen Pavilion, Liniang, Yunhai, Wenren Jushao, the eldest, the second, the third, the fourth. Great Elder, isn't the last name too perfunctory? He complained in his heart, but the elder quickly engraved the other party's information on the token. I am Liniang, and my name is Chu Xuanyi. Are you from the Chu family? The elder's face became strange. It turned out that Chu Xuanyi on the previous ranking list was real. It's just that the ranking list was removed shortly after it existed. No, Liniang smiled so seductively that the Great Elder blushed again. He handed the token to Liniang, pointed to the entrance and said, "You can just go in from there. Your opponents will know when they go in. By the way, don't provoke Lingyun sect, Jiang family and Feng family." Liniang nodded, "Thank you, Great Elder." A dim light flashed across Liniang's eyes. She came to the fairy world in her lifetime. Then she will slowly get back her revenge. Liniang walked to the entrance and stood still, as if waiting for someone. The Great Elder wanted to urge him, but then he thought that it was not the designated time for the game yet, so he could just play for a while longer. Great Elder, Biluo Palace, 20 people. A charming girl's voice came from above. When the Great Elder raised his head, he saw a group of graceful beauties standing in the air. The one at the head had a stunning appearance, was dressed elegantly in brocade clothes, had a charming smile, and had a pair of beautiful eyes that were shining. Great Elder, why didn't I meet so many beauties who cultivated when I was young? Was he born to be a widower? Damn. It's all my fault that the previous rulers of the gods and the mortal world insisted on treating men as superior to women. The female nuns lost their status and resources. This has led to the surprisingly small number of female nuns from all walks of life. Even if there are, they are all suppressed and should not stand out, so they only dare to practice cautiously. The Great Elder was suddenly in a state of confusion. Great Elder, they're from Biluo sect in the God realm, Captain Luan Jin. Yi Xingchen's commanding voice woke up the Great Elder. The Great Elder's neck was now red, but luckily it didn't show. The Great Elder smiled kindly, "Miss Luan Jin, tell me all the information about your team, and I will register it for you right away. How is the strength of your team?" Lu Jin named 19 names in a row and said, "Is there anything the Great Elder wants to remind us?" While the Great Elder was carving information on the token, he introduced, "This time there are two teams in the Demon World and the Buddhist World. The teams in the Demon World are called the Demon Refining Hall and the Heavenly Demon Hall, and the teams in the Buddhist World are the Shengwang Palace and the Eternal Life Palace. The Underworld is a team, but they are not easy to mess with, especially the fifth one who kills without blinking an eye. There are a total of 7 teams in the Immortal Realm. Except for Lingyun Sect and Juxuan Sect, which cannot be provoked, the other 5 teams are all inferior to the true Immortals in strength. The newly established sects have no scheming. The God Realm is the most complicated. They have 10 teams. The strength of each team cannot be underestimated. The Jiang family and the Feng family each have 2 teams. Their families have deep background and are difficult to deal with. Besides, the Jiang family and the Feng family are known to look down on women. If you want to confront them, be careful of them jumping over the wall. Xuanyuan Jun's, the young master of Wugui Pavilion in the God Realm, is pretty good. I don't know the rest yet, but you'd better not choose Lingyun Sect, Jiang family, and Feng family this time. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 961, Taking Action on the Wen Family. The Great Elder wanted to say a few more words, and the tokens were all engraved. He flicked his sleeves and a bunch of tokens floated in front of Lu Jin. "Thank you, Great Elder, for the reminder. We will pay attention to it." Lu Jin thanked him and distributed the tokens. Then she led people to the entrance. Lin Yang and Lu Jin looked at each other and smiled in return. Lu Jingang took all the women in Biluo Palace into the fantasy world. A dozen figures here jumped from a distance to the entrance of the illusion. Each of them was panting. They were all exhausted of their energy. "Master. Lin Yang. Aren't we late?" Lin Yang handed the token to them and said, "Go in." The first elder watched Lin Yang disappear and murmured in a low voice, "Damn Su Xingheng. You really ruined my youth." "First elder, do you still have to wait? The time is coming," the second elder of the Yi family said. He didn't know why the great elder suddenly became mentally disturbed. No more waiting. Several elders worked together to close the entrance to the illusion. Now, all teams are assigned opposing teams. Before, there were very few teams assigned to 3 opponents at once. First, not everyone went in. The second is to let the top 10 teams last time choose their opponents. The Great Elder specially looked at the teams encountered by Tongwen Pavilion and Biluo Palace. Unfortunately, Tongwen Pavilion faced the Demon Refining Hall in the first game. The opponent of Biluo Palace is the Buddha Realm Eternal Life Palace. The Great Elder frowned. Hadn't the Demon Refining Palace and the Eternal Life Palace already assigned opponents? "Why did you change your opponent now?" The Elder found Yi Xingchen and reported the situation, suspecting that someone was interfering with the game. Both parties can change their opponents if they wish. Yi Xingchen dismissed the Great Elder with one sentence. Yi Xingchen's attention was not on the game. The seal outside the sky can be broken at any time, and the power of the formation is also weakened one after another. It seems that the mad dog in the sky is about to come out. He wanted to prevent them from entering the fairy world silently. God must put this kind of thing on the bright side in order to have a chance to prevent it. The spectators below saw the image and started talking about it. "Didn't you say that there is only one team in the demon realm? Why did another team enter? Aren't there 2 teams in the Buddhist world? What's all the fuss about?" But Demon Lord Tang Chongzhu said that there is only one team in the demon realm. The last team to enter is obviously unknown to Demon Lord. "I just calculated that there are only 22 teams participating this time. I remember that there were 300 to 400 teams in the first game. It's not because of the ancient cultivation techniques. Many strong people have to retrain. They have no intention of competing. After all, their strength is only used as a foil. They might as well practice and watch the competition." "That's right, the second game is about life and death. If you go in and encounter a killing team, you won't die." Everyone is discussing. The game begins inside. There are 22 teams, and there are only 3 real competition venues. So there are still 16 teams to watch down there. Each of the 3 competition stages has its own formation. No matter how much strength the contestants inside release, they will not harm those outside the competition stage. Fang Qingran took the token and walked onto the first competition stage followed by 11 people. The Wen family's team all looked bad. Some disciples even complained about Wen Jiang. "If you hadn't taken the initiative to provoke them, Lingyun Sect would definitely not have picked on us. If you ask me, it's better to let Mr. Wen be the young master." "Yes, what's wrong with Wen Jiang is just because he was reincarnated first. Wen Jiang is still the young master of the Wen family." Wen Jingjun's voice was soft and soft, giving people the feeling of being entangled by a poisonous snake. The Wen family members all shut up and walked onto the competition stage with angry expressions on their faces. Compared to the solemn atmosphere here at the Wen family, the atmosphere at the Lingyun Sect was very relaxed. Among them, Fang Qingran and Fang Jingyu were swinging on the swings and watching the Wen family come on stage. They were obviously not allowed to compete. "Elder brother, these opponents are too weak. 2 of them are not enough to fight. Why don't you give me 2 of yours?" Mu Chanjue suggested. "Chanjue, as a senior brother, I should share the burden for you. Don't compete with me." Lu Kanglan patted Mu Chanjue on the shoulder and said warmly. Fang Qingran sent a message. "Senior brother, you are responsible for setting up the formation to trap them. Pay special attention to Wen Jingjun." Lu Kanglan looked into Fang Qingran's apricot eyes and asked via voice transmission, "What's so special about him? He has 2 souls inside him." Lu Kanglan heard this message and patted Mu Chanjue's shoulder again. "Chanjue, I thought about it for a while. As a senior brother, I should be humble and loving to my junior brother, so I give up my opponent to you." Mu Chanjue, Why do I not believe it so much? Everyone, although Emperor Yi Qian said that the competition does not matter life or death, there are rules on the token. If you maliciously kill your opponent, half of your strength will be banned in the next competition. Wen Jingjun said. Bailey Wenyu said arrogantly, it's just to imprison half of the strength, we don't care. Ning Xiyu picked up the sledgehammer and said, Yanyan, goddess, you guys stand back, I'll go explore their background first. So before everyone in the Wen family could recover. I saw a woman rushing over. Fuck, little Yueyu, you don't follow martial ethics, put down my opponent. Dongji shouted. Everyone in the Wen family raised their weapons. Wen Jingjun felt the pressure from the hammer and took a few steps back. Call. A strong gust of wind blew right in front of Wen Jingjun. The other children of the Wen family all flew backwards. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so weak. I will definitely use more strength when I hit you next time. Ning Xiyu said slightly apologetically. She was originally afraid that they would be injured, so she deliberately suppressed % of her strength. She really didn't expect that the Wen family wouldn't be able to withstand even % of her strength. Fortunately, Wen Jingjun is still on stage. As long as one person is not eliminated, everyone can return to the competition stage. Ning Xiyu stood still and waited for the Wen family to return to the competition stage. They looked at Wen Jingjun with downcast faces, and their retreat was extremely clear in their eyes. Wen Jingjun stared at Ning Xiyu and said with a smile, Miss Ning, we can admit defeat in this competition, but can you give us a chance? Our Wen family wants to fight you. Don't worry, we will pay you. Ning Xiyu turned her head and looked at the others, do you want to agree? Okay, Liu Kanglan responded. There is enough time to set up the formation. When Ning Xiyu saw Fang Qingran also nodded, she turned around and said to Wen Jingjun, it's okay to compete, but if you want to trick us, don't blame us. The rules of the competition say that you can kill those who betray your trust. There was a vicious look in Wen Jingjun's eyes, but he smiled softly on his face, don't worry, Miss Ning, the Wen family won't do it. Okay, you line up and come one by one. Bailey Wenyu looked for his opponent happily. He wants to pick a strong one and defeat him. In this way, he would no longer be the most talented person in the sect. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 962 Just open your mouth and come. Bailey Wenyu carefully searched the Wen family's team for a long time. Finally, he spotted two powerful secret guards. Wen San and Wen Wu suddenly felt like a light on their backs. As soon as they raised their heads, they met Bailey Wen's increasingly excited eyes. So Wen San and Wen Wu, who had just stepped onto the competition stage and had not had time to take a breath, were immediately assigned by Wen Jingjun to Bailey Wenyu as their opponents. Bailey Wenyu held his sword and said, I will compress the realm to the same level as you. Wen San looked sideways at Wen Wu and said, Wen Wu, go up and explore his background first, and I will cooperate with you. Wen San was used to bullying Wen Wu, so even in competitions, he naturally commanded Wen Wu. Wen Wu sneered in his heart but didn't show it on his face. The status of the Wen family's secret guard all depends on the master's mood. No matter how strong he is, he will not cater to others and will still be oppressed. After Wen Wu saluted Bailey Wenyu, he took up his weapon to fight Yi Qi. Others in Lingyun sect also chose to suppress the realm. In this way, the disciples of the Wen family faintly faced the people of the Lingyun sect. Only Wen Jiang and Wen Jingjun did not participate in the competition. On the Lingyun sect side, Fang Qingran and Fang Jingyu did not participate in the competition. Dongji and Ling Tianyun felt it was fun and joined in the fight. Sister Fang, it seems that the eight-headed heron has transformed into a human form for the first time. It seems that she is not used to the human form. Fang Jingyu looked at a man with the same hands and feet on the field and said. Fang Qingran looked in the direction of the 8 herons. This time, Ling Tianyun sent a message back saying that the 8-headed heron had transformed into a human form and left the spot for him. Fang Qingran agreed. She also needs 8 herons to gather information for her and transform into human form to better blend in with the many immortal cultivators. Better to get information. But the 8 herons seemed to be used to flying. At this moment, when the 8-headed herons were fighting against the Wen family disciples, they would always open their arms, leaving the Wen family disciples confused. After too many times, the two disciples of the Wen family looked at each other, is he sick? And the 8-headed heron often throws the sword out. When Fang Qingran saw this scene, the corners of her lips curled up, feeling very good. Outside the fantasy world, the spectators burst into laughter. By the way, what is the name of this person from Lingyun sect? I always feel that he is going to spread his wings and fly high at any time. Yes, and I think he looks like he is a human for the first time, so he is not very proficient. Isn't he the one who transformed into a human? He transformed into a human being. Could it be that he is a demon? The demon clan. The demon clan has been extinct for a long time. Why don't you guess that he is the beast clan? Because the conditions for the transformation of the beast race are extremely harsh. Basically, the beast race without ancient bloodline is unable to transform. You still haven't explained why you guessed that he is a demon. There was a moment of silence. Many practitioners are very confused about this. The Wen family was suppressed and beaten by the Lingyun sect. They are obviously bound to lose. Why don't they admit defeat? Some cultivators changed the topic. They can only see the picture but cannot hear the sound when watching the game. The Wen family is a big family after all. If they admit defeat when they come up, where is their prestige? Returning prestige. Ever since the death of Su Exingheng, the Wen family in the God realm has long been a joke. The person the Wen family's legitimate daughter desperately wanted to marry turned out to be such a person in the end. Hush, be careful of being noticed. Su Exingheng even dares to collude with the corrupt. Who can guarantee that he is really dead? The spectators decisively changed the topic. Anyway, there are countless melons closest to the upper elm. A spectator's eyes fell on Feng Qingbran. The woman in the picture inadvertently reveals her temperament and heritage, which is quite majestic. Even though she smiled lazily this time, it still gave people a feeling that she was not to be messed with. That is Feng Qingbran, the daughter of the Lord of Heaven. Do you think she appears in such a high-profile manner? Aren't you afraid that the powerful powers of heaven will take action against her? No matter how powerful Feng Qingbran is, he should not be compared with the powerful ones in the sky. What are you worried about? That is the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven. With the Lord of Heaven's methods back then, how could she make her own bloodline suffer? But the Lord of Heaven has not appeared for so long, and I am afraid he has fallen. Without her to suppress him, how can this little girl not suffer a loss? After hearing the discussion between the two, a few more came over. A man with an arrogant expression said, "Are you all from the fairy world?" "How do you know?" "HMPH. Everyone in the God realm knows that the Lord of Heaven is still alive. Look at the 10th scene. The woman wearing a mask next to the Feng family master. Her name is Wen Yun, and she is the reincarnation of the Lord of Heaven." The attention of the spectators shifted. I have seen the portrait of the Lord of Heaven, and she looks really similar to the Lord of Heaven. Since the Lord of Heaven is still alive, why doesn't Feng Qingbran recognize her? They don't look familiar. The man from the God realm still looks outstanding, but his arrogant demeanor ruins his image. The man from the God realm said shamelessly, "You don't understand this. Feng Qingbran doesn't want to recognize this mother and wants to kill her." Wen Yun was in the immortal realm back then, but was later forced to go to the God realm. The faces of various spectators in the fairy world are different. Obviously, they had no way of hearing anything about Wen Yun, so they just let the people in front of them talk nonsense. It was only during this 1,000 years that the deeds of the Lord of Heaven were proclaimed. They admire this person who is dedicated to the common people. But they had witnessed Feng Qingbran's construction of the fairy world with their own eyes. If they couldn't believe that Feng Qingbran was the kind of person who would abandon his mother. When the man from the God realm saw that his words did not achieve the expected effect, his eyes flashed with fierceness. The man from the God realm continued, "Wen Yun comes from the land abandoned by the gods, and Feng Qingbran also comes from the land abandoned by the gods. Feng Qingbran has long known about Wen Yun's existence and deliberately disowned her. Such a selfish person, it's just you who hold it. Do you have any evidence?" "Yes, of course there is. Look at Ning Dongsheng and Mu Ju. These two were the holy lords of the Holy Land before. They had always followed the Lord of Heaven. Now they follow Wen Yun. It is impossible for them to admit their mistakes. And even if they admit their mistake, it is impossible for the Feng family to admit their mistake." The words of the man from the God realm successfully made the spectators from the fairy realm think. Elder Yi was keenly aware that something was wrong with the atmosphere here. The other spectators were very excited and discussions started flying. Only this area is as quiet as a chicken. When the man from the God realm saw Elder Yi coming this way, his eyes flashed with panic, and he hurriedly hid in the crowd. When Elder Yi came over, all the contestants were still thinking. "What's the matter with you? Elder Yi, is that Wen Yun really Miss Feng's mother?" "What?" Elder Yi looked at Wen Yun's image and said with disdain, "She doesn't deserve it. Just a mermaid demon." Not far away, a man in black with a cloak on his head raised the corners of his lips when he heard Elder Yi's words, and the cold air dissipated from his body. He stared at the leisurely Feng Qingbran with a pair of dark eyes, full of smiles. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 963 Revealing Flaws. In the realm of fantasy. The Wen family members were lying on the stage, unwilling to get up. During the competition, no matter what tricks they used, they could not win a single move. So, they chose to mess it up. If Wen Jingjun's remaining power hadn't been there, they might have simply given up. "Get up," Bailey Wenyu said without finishing his meaning. "It's really fun to torture people. I finally understand the reason why senior brother and the others like to fight with him." Wen Wu was covered in blood and struggled to remember, but in the end his strength was exhausted and he was unable to fight anymore. Bailey Wenyu could see that Wen Wu had reached his end, and pointed the tip of his sword at Wen San, who was lying on his back. "Come and compare with me. You didn't exert any force just now, and I didn't hurt you, so there's no need to pretend." Wen San's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously looked in Wen Jingjun's direction. In an instant, Wen San met Wen Jingjun's snake-like eyes, and his heart trembled. He left and stood up, but did not dare to see Wen Jingjun, so he could only bow to Bailey Wenyu. Wen San apologized. "I just took the elixir, so the injury recovered." Bailey Wen didn't care much. "Pick up your weapon." Wen San did not hesitate, quickly took out his weapon and fought Bailey Wenyu. During the fight, Wen San kept praying in his heart that Wen Jingjun would not care about his behavior this time. Of course, Wen San knew this was impossible. After all, he knows better than anyone how he got his position as deputy commander. Wen Jingjun is very kind to everyone. Even his half-sister is no exception. After Su Exingheng's death, Wen Wanjun returned to the Wen family with injuries all over her body, and was looked down upon by the Wen family. All the secret guards who had followed Wen Wanjun were also taken back. There was only one secret guard, Yu Heng, who was unwilling to leave and loyally protected Wen Wanjun. He also succeeded in impressing Wen Wanjun. Wen Wanjun agreed to leave the Wen family with Yu Heng. But everyone in the Wen family's divine world knows about Wen Wanjun's return. If she and Yu Heng leave, it will definitely damage the Wen family's reputation. Then, Wen Jingjun ordered Yu Heng to be killed without hesitation. Yu Heng is far stronger than him, but Yu Heng has weaknesses that he does not have. Yu Heng is completely a love brain. He briefly mentioned the news about Wen Wanjin's crisis, and Yu Heng was immediately thrown into chaos. He took this opportunity to plot against Yu Heng. Yu Heng died like this. In fact, Wen Jingjun wanted to kill Wen Wanjin together. Later, for some unknown reason, Wen Wanjin had something he wanted, so he kept her. But after that, he never saw Wen Wanjin again. Wen San knew in his heart that Wen Wanjin would end up in two ways. One was to hand over the things and die. One refused to hand over things and was tortured to death. It seems that since Wen Wanjin returned to the Wen family, Wen Jingjun seemed to have been stimulated by something, his personality changed drastically, and he began to reuse these marginalized secret guards. Before, Wen Jingjun was surrounded by secret guards with the word, Jade. After Yu Heng's death, Wen Jingjun no longer used the word, Yu, as a secret guard, and replaced all the secret guards with the word, Wen, around him. He also became the deputy commander of the secret guard at this time. It can be said that Wen Jingjun controls every word of the Wen family, and he is by his side. Wen San pretended to be worried and lost very quickly. Only Wen Jiang and Wen Jingjun are left standing in the Wen family. At this time, Fang Qingran jumped off the swing, walked towards Wen Jingjun, and said, "How about a competition? Your true strength is the peak of a mortal lord. I will suppress my cultivation to a mortal saint, one level lower than you." Everyone in the Wen family looked at Wen Jingjun in shock. They always thought that Wen Jingjun had just entered the golden immortal realm. The Wen family was not the only one surprised. Many contestants were also shocked. The golden immortal and the immortal lord are separated by the immortal emperor and the immortal saint. This Wen Jingjun hides his true cultivation level, and his intentions can be imagined. Didn't you hear the problem? Miss Fang actually saw at a glance that Wen Jingjun is the pinnacle of the immortal lord. Does that mean that Miss Fang is above the immortal lord? A contestant from the Seven Treasures sect in the immortal world exclaimed. Above the immortal lord. With just coercion, everyone in their sect can be crushed into pulp. Miss Fang, you are worthy of being the daughter of the Lord of Heaven. She has good eyesight. Wen Jingjun's voice was soft, as if she meant something. Fang Qingran flipped his wrist, and the Dragon Emperor's sword appeared. The sword body glowed with golden luster, and a mighty dragon hovered over the sword body. The cold blade shines. The moment the Dragon Emperor's sword came out, Wen Jingjun's aura became chaotic. His lowered eyes concealed the red bloodshot eyes and tried his best to suppress something in his body. Why did the Dragon Emperor's sword fall into Fang Qingran's hands? Hateful. The sword spirit that was so arrogant back then, the sword spirit that refused to surrender even under the siege of many void lords, now actually accepts an ant as its master. You absolutely cannot fight against Fang Qingran who has the Dragon Emperor's sword. Otherwise he would have to change his body again. Miss Fang, fighting me with a supreme level artifact would be too bullying, right? As far as I know, the artifact in your hand can easily kill a quasi-emperor. Wen Jingjun's words successfully made many of the contestants below greedy. Especially the Fang family and the Jiang family stared at the Dragon Emperor's sword with burning eyes. A person in the Hidden World family team asked Shunyu and Linglong, "Linglong, I remember that weapon refiners who can create supreme level artifacts only existed in the prehistoric period, right?" Shunyu and Linglong said, "Well, in the inheritance of later generations, weapon refiners can only refine low-level artifacts. Fang Qingran is indeed the daughter of the Lord of Heaven. She has so many treasures in her hands." This sentence has different thoughts among the listeners. Facing the greedy prying eyes, Fang Qingran felt calm. Fang Qingran took out the Dragon Emperor's sword, just to test it out, but she didn't expect it to be as she suspected. Ling Tianyun stood not far from Fang Qingran, his eyes fixed on Wen Jingjun. There was an aura about this man that made him very disgusted. The aura was dirtier than the dark one he had seen in the Universe Sea. "Xiao Qingran, this pretty boy is probably scared to death by you. If you don't like him, let me take care of it," Dongji said with a smile. Dongji also noticed something was wrong with Wen Jingjun's aura. He hadn't noticed it before the Dragon Emperor's sword came out, but after the pressure of the Dragon Emperor's sword spread, Wen Jingjun immediately showed his flaws. "You Lingyun sect, don't bully others too much. Our Wen family has already admitted defeat, why are you still so aggressive?" Wen San got the strength from nowhere and rushed over to block Wen Jingjun. Wen San felt a chill crawling up his back. But it was much less common than before when he pretended to be dead to avoid fighting. Wen San understood that the bet was right. Wen San immediately shouted, "The Wen family admits defeat. The competition is over." An illusory voice immediately sounded on the field, "Lingyun sect versus Wen family, Lingyun sect won." "I'm sorry, Miss Fang, we don't have a chance to compete." Wen Jingjun pretended to be regretful. The Wen family contestants left the stage one after another. Only Wen San and Wen Jingjun was still on the stage. "Young Master Wen." Wen San looked at Wen Jingjun strangely, wondering why he didn't go down. Wen Jingjun's face was ugly, and as soon as he stepped out of the competition stage, he felt like his soul was being separated. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 964 Sheninman. Wen Jingjun looked at Fang Qingran. If it wasn't because of the Dragon Emperor's sword, then why couldn't he leave the competition platform? The whites of Wen Jingjun's pupils gradually decreased, and he scanned everyone on the stage one by one. His eyes were fixed on Lu Kanglan. Lu Kanglan is dressed in a moon-colored dress, sounding like an orchid tree, smiling like a bright moon in the breeze, and her whole body has an elegant and calm temperament. Such an outstanding person would be completely insignificant in Lingyun sect. Wen Jingjun understood everything instantly. He actually couldn't remember whether Lu Kanglan participated in the battle just now. The formation that bound his soul in this field must be related to Lu Kanglan. I just don't know when Lu Kanglan completed this formation. The game is over. Mr. Wen is still here. Do you want to have another game? Dongji asked with a smile. It's not stipulated that after the competition, we have to go down immediately. Can't we take a rest if we want? Wen San said dissatisfied. It has to be said that Wen San is not very strong, but his ability to observe words and emotions is unparalleled. Wen San keenly felt that Wen Jingjun was temporarily unable to go down due to special reasons. This is an opportunity for him. So Wen Sanyi rushed to the front without hesitation. He doesn't care about other people's opinions. As long as Wen Jingjun approves of him, he can live a good life. Fang Qingran put away the Dragon Emperor sword and responded, "Of course, if you like it, I'll let you do it here." Wen Jingjun was surprised when he heard this. Didn't they arrange the formation? He thought they had discovered his identity. I want to use the formation to extract the soul from his body and expose him. Now it seems maybe not. Could it be that Yi Xingchen was afraid that the contestants would have the power of decay in their bodies, so he deliberately designed this formation to prevent the existence of decay? The Lingyun sect quickly left the competition stage. Only Wen San and Wen Jingjun were left on top. Many contestants off the field noticed something was wrong with Wen Jingjun. What's going on with the young master of the Wen family? Why can't he finish the competition? I always feel that it's not that he doesn't want to leave, but that he can't leave. Look at Wen Jingjun's eyes. There is something obviously wrong with his pupils. They look like bottomless black abyss. It's so scary. Fuck. I just stared at Wen Jingjun's eyes for a while, and then I remembered some bad things, and even had some evil thoughts that I shouldn't have. I remember that the young master of the Wen family used to have a very reserved temperament. Why does he look so gloomy now? Among these contestants, Wen Jingjun was relatively close, and they observed them very carefully. The spectators outside the illusion did not look at it so carefully. All they knew was that Wen Jingjun had lost the competition and was still hanging on the stage. Many spectators in the immortal realm began to say in a strange manner, practitioners in the immortal realm are really used to being aloof. After losing to us in the immortal realm, they probably feel very unconvinced. If you're not convinced, then fight again. What's the matter with the pestle there? The Lingyun sect has really given us a face in the immortal world. In the future, we will also have the opportunity to call the cultivators of the divine world ants, right? Ha ha ha. The cultivators in the immortal world discussed, making the powerful people in the god world embarrassed and angry at the Wen family and Wen Jingjun. The diligent elder Yi found Yi Xingchen and reported the situation in the fantasy realm. Sword Ancestor, this situation should not happen in the competition. Do we want to solve it? Yi Xingchen's eyes were sharp. No, we just need to wait for the game to end and announce the results. Don't worry about anything else. In this competition in the fairy world, if the controller is in it, there will definitely be no problems. But this time, in the fantasy realm, Wen Jingjun is not afraid that everyone will notice his abnormality at this moment. He was only worried that the corrupt soul he had finally cultivated would be destroyed. The corrupted soul is still in a fragile stage and cannot leave the body. And in order to adapt this body to the corrupt soul, he spent a lot of effort. Now if he gives up this body, all plans will have to start from scratch. Wen Jingjun's eyes were fierce, and he must not let the soul in his body escape. He looked at Wen San beside him. He was using it quite smoothly. It would be a pity if he sacrificed it. But Wen San seemed to feel something in his heart. When he met Wen Jingjun's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart subconsciously. Before Wen San could react, he suddenly felt that his body was out of control, and all the power in his body was concentrated in his danshan. Wen San was shocked and asked him not to blow himself up. But he couldn't resist and could only let his power continue to expand. Boom. Wen San's body exploded into blood foam. There was a tremor on the test bench. Wen Jingjun fell off the stage and was seriously injured. Junior sister, Wen Jingjun indeed has a parasitic soul in his body. Lu Kanglan heard this and said. The formation he set up was aimed at those with two souls in their bodies. There are two souls in the body. In addition to being born, they will encounter body snatching and parasitism. If he was born with two souls, Wen Jingjun would not be affected by the formation. Only foreign souls will be trapped in the formation. Elder brother, can you sense the power of the parasitic soul in his body? Fang Qingran asked via voice message. Lu Kanglan sensed the formation and transmitted a message. The parasitic soul can control the soul of Wen Jingjun. As for the strength of the power, it cannot be detected. Okay, after Fang Qingran said that, he stopped paying attention to Wen Jingjun. No matter what the soul in Wen Jingjun's body is, she will not take action against Wen Jingjun easily until she is not sure. The enemy still needs to be placed in a clear place to feel at ease. Xiao Qingran, the four-person group from the God Realm came over before. They said they want to fight us, as long as we agree to change our opponents. Dongji's voice sounded. Fang Qingran raised her eyes and saw four people standing not far away. The expressions of the four of them could not be called arrogant. The kind that simply didn't take them seriously. Fang Qingran thought about it and realized that their team seemed to be called Shenyanmen. The Divine Realm Shenyan sect was a force that my mother had created before. After my mother left, the entire Shenyan sect disappeared. Now the people from the Shenyan sect appeared without any warning, and their bodies were taken away quietly. Fang Qingran suspected that the person who took the body was probably someone from heaven. Or an outsider. Junior sister, please promise them, they're very strong and I want to fight them. Bailey Wenyu said eagerly. Ling Tianyun also looked at one of the contestants of the Shenyan sect with great interest. Fang Qingran nodded to Dongji. Dongji understood what Fang Qingran meant and said to the four members of the Shenyan sect, okay, but we have to rest for a while, please wait a moment. Dongji really couldn't stand the postures of these four people. He simply shifted his gaze and observed the other teams. The game going on the field. Miss Fang, long time no see. A seductive voice reached Dongji's ears. Dongji's body trembled, and in a blink of an eye he saw a woman as beautiful as a vixen walking up to Fang Qingran. To say that the other party is a vixen is not to say how stunning she looks. Instead, she seemed to be full of charm, even worse than any vixen he had ever seen. Dongji subconsciously felt unhappy. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 965 Chu Xuanyi. Dongji can see that the woman is not a demon, but a normal practitioner. All cultivators, before they attain enlightenment, have a pure heart and few desires, their eyes are clear and bright, and they will not have such a strong power of charm. And the woman standing in front of Feng Qingbran has definitely gone through the path of jewel cultivation. Jewel cultivation is a shortcut. But except for those who surrender themselves, most practitioners will not choose jewel cultivation. Because this road is a vicious one with no return. The method of jewel cultivation promoted by the outside world is to benefit both parties. But only those who step into it will understand. One of the two cultivators always wants to become a cauldron and contribute himself. The person who became the cauldron was a weakling and had no chance to speak. Over time, being on the stronger side through jewel cultivation will turn jewel cultivation into a path of cultivation that benefits both parties. To lure more unsuspecting practitioners into jewel cultivation. Use this to obtain the cultivation of others. Linyang, congratulations on your successful ascension. Feng Qingbran smiled and invited Linyang to sit down. No, we will go on stage to compete later. Linyang refused and turned to leave. Before leaving, Linyang raised her charming eyes, pretending to glance casually, and met Dongji's eyes. Every move she makes now is carefully planned. Being so charming has become her protective color. She is afraid that there are people with hidden evil thoughts around her, and she is even more afraid of becoming a cauldron for cultivators again. So as long as she detects that a man has evil thoughts towards her because of sex, she would never let go of such a man. Since she entered the fairy world, she has not met many people with evil thoughts. Most of them were just attracted to her and looked at her a few more times. Linyang was very surprised by this, especially what happened to LDE before. Even though everyone was blushing towards her, he was still very pure and without any distracting thoughts. It can be said that the vast majority of cultivators in the immortal world have never had any evil thoughts towards her. Linyang couldn't understand why there was such a big difference between practitioners in the immortal world and the lower world. Maybe this is the reason why everyone wants to ascend. But this Dongji looked at her with evil thoughts in his eyes. His evil thoughts were not lustful, but seemed to be caused by his disgust for her. Disgusted. Too normal. She is inherently unlikable. She killed her mother when she was born, then she killed the entire sect's junior brothers and sisters, and then she killed the only person who was good to her. But so what? Since she can live, she must live well. Linyang's sadness disappeared in a flash, and no one noticed Kuai's plan. With a smile on her face, she led everyone from Tongwen Pavilion to the competition stage. Tang Chongji changed his lazy attitude and saluted seriously. Linyang, can I join your Tongwen Hall? Linyang shook her head and said, no, you're a demon. I want to become an immortal, not on the same path. Linyang's words meant something. Tang Chongzhu understood it immediately. Linyang, why does this demon lord look a bit like the previous young master of Tongwen Pavilion? Wenren Jushao asked with a smile. There is something wrong with your eyes, Yunhai said coldly. Wenren Jushao glared at Yunhai. You really have something wrong with your eyes. Can't you recognize such a big person? The scarf is so warm. Yunhai touched the plush ball on his neck. Wenren Jushao gritted his teeth with hatred. Go Yunhai. When he was weak, he plucking the hair on his tail, so that he still has several bald tails. As a result, he doesn't dare to use the demon body in his current practice. This time in our demon refining hall, Tang Chongzhu said directly. No need. Linyang interrupted coldly. She knew that Tang Chongzhu would take the initiative to admit defeat. Too bad she won't accept it. Linyang sent a message. My surname is not Tang, my name is Chu Xuanyi. Tang was just the last name she said casually. She didn't expect that the demon lord would actually bear the surname she gave him. Tang Chongzhu seemed to be surprised when he looked at Linyang, whose surname was Chu. If she was from the Chu family, why did she become a cauldron? As far as he knew, in the land abandoned by God, there was only one family named Chu in Huolingzhu. Chu Chanji was extremely protective of the Chu family. Even the Bailey family, which dominated Jushu at that time, did not dare to offend the Chu family. And he had never heard of Linyang's relationship with the Chu family in his 2 lives. Those of us in Tongwen Pavilion have just been promoted and need experience. We don't need to be merciful. Linyang did not intend to continue this topic. She no longer fears having her identity known. But she won't publicize her identity. Chongyu, arrange for everyone to fight against the people from Tongwen Pavilion. Tang Chongzhu looked at a demon beside him and ordered. Tang Chongzhu secretly sent another message, remember not to hurt their lives. Yes, Chongyu was born with red eyes. Due to his demonic habits, his skin was fair and translucent, making him somewhat handsome. He relied on Tang Chongzhu's support to become the demon emperor. Therefore, he was extremely loyal to Tang Chongxi and would never question any of his orders. Chongyu quickly arranged the battle with Tongwen Pavilion. Chongyu's opponent is Wenren Jushao. 1 demon and 1 demon. When you come up, attack the opponent's weak point. Anyway, when the demon lord mentioned them, they were referring to the human race, not the demons. Linyang also pulled out the knife into space, smiled at Tang Chongzhu and said, I'm going to make a move. After Linyang's words fell, her charming appearance faded away, and she became filled with a bit of a chilling air. The long knife was waved. Full of courage. Tang Chongzhu also became serious and took it seriously. Dongji saw this scene and said hello to Feng Qingbran. Then he ducked over to Dai Wu and said, Xiao Wu, please check the soul and body of that Linyang. Dai Wu's eyes flashed red, and then he said through a message, there is no problem. Impossible, she is a jewel cultivator. Although she may not be now, she must have had the experience of jewel cultivating for a long time before. Dongji said firmly. If he didn't have this vision, he would not have the shame to follow Queen Hao Tu. With solemn eyes, he once again probed Lin Yang's body and transmitted firmly. The soul is pure, without any turbid aura, and there seems to be a lot of power in her body, but there is no sign of any mixture. Those who practice dual cultivation can achieve cultivation through shortcuts. However, because the power in the body is mixed with other cultivators, even if it is refined later, the power will not be clean and chaos will occur. Moreover, dual cultivators are very prone to inner demons. Lin Yang does not have any of the above situations. Xiao Wu, why is this happening? Dongji didn't doubt Xiao Wu, he was just confused. Double cultivation is not considered the right path. It shouldn't be. But he actually met one. Dongji really wants to find out the reason. Dawu felt Dongji's complicated emotions, and also saw Dongji's displeasure with Lin Yang. Dawu sent a message, Dongji, I don't know why this is happening. Maybe you can investigate her experience. Seeing is not necessarily believing. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 966 Confronting the Shenyang Sect. Xiaowu, did you see something? Dongji asked in surprise. Dawu didn't respond to Dongji, his eyes were always fixed on Lin Yang who was waving a big sword on the stage. A voluptuous beauty. The knife in his hand was dancing like a tiger. At this moment, she had a bit more heroic spirit in her brows, which was completely different from before. The whole person seems to be two extremes. Dawu can see the changes in Lin Yang before and after, and Dongji can naturally see it too. Dongji's eyes were complicated, and he couldn't help but want to use that kind of power. Dawu felt the fluctuations of the dark aura and said via voice, Dongji, no, her strength cannot resist a little bit of the power of darkness. I know you are afraid that she will harm the fairy world in the future. But nowadays, the path of cultivation for women in this world is already difficult. It is not easy for her to ascend. You cannot let her lose the opportunity to practice just because of your own speculation. Dawu told the truth. Dongji hesitated. He was born in a good era, when female practitioners and male practitioners had equal opportunities and resources. But as time has evolved, the status of female nuns has dropped to the bottom. Some of them don't even get the chance to practice. This can be seen from the current ratio of male and female nuns in the divine and immortal worlds. Among the hundreds of contestants in the divine world, there are only a few female cultivators. Fairyland is similar. There is not even a single woman in the Buddhist world, the demon world, or the underworld. It's not that their world is unsuitable for female nuns. It was the leader who emerged in the middle that led to the current situation. The leaders didn't know what they were doing, so they directly banned women from practicing. If a woman practices cultivation, the entire family and sect will be implicated. In this case, who dares to give women training resources? So, later on, there were no female cultivators in the underworld, and even female ghosts had to quickly reincarnate and could not stay in the underworld. And even if there are individual women who embark on the path of cultivation on their own, their end will be reduced to a cauldron. Dongji looked extremely unhappy when he thought of this. A woman who is forced to become a cauldron has no chance to stand up. They can only wither in humiliation. He has never seen a woman who became a cauldron turn over. But I have seen examples of demon women using men from other tribes as cauldrons, and they even take pleasure in doing so. Later, the demon women also created demon magic. If a woman practices this technique, it is possible for a male practitioner to become a cauldron. This method of cultivation is simple and quick to gain strength. Anyone who has tasted this method will find it extremely difficult to adapt to the difficult road of cultivation. He just took it for granted that Lin Yang must have used the demon clan's cultivation method, and was afraid that she would also practice in this way after coming to the fairy world. But Dawu can detect it. Is there really a secret? Dongji stared at Lin Yang blankly until a voice sounded in his ear. Dongji, it's your turn to go to the competition stage. Dongji stood up with deep thoughts and said via message, Xiaowu, no matter what the situation is, before I come back, keep an eye on her and pay attention to who she has been in contact with. No matter what, he would not give Lin Yang any chance to harm practitioners in the immortal world. Okay, Dawu responded. Dongji ducked to the competition platform. Lingyun Sect versus the God of War Hidden Sect. 12 versus 4. No matter how you look at it, Lingyun Sect's aura is stronger. But this is not the case in the eyes of the spectators. The aura of the 4 people in the Shenyang Sect is really strong. If I were inside, I would definitely kneel on the spot. The immortal realm used to brag about how powerful the Lingyun Sect was, but now it seems that it is just that. It will not be able to do anything against the Shenyang Sect of our God realm. The spectators in the fairy world were angry when they heard this. What do you mean? We in the fairy world have always been used to keeping a low profile. How can it be like your Shenyangman's eyes are higher than the top and you look at people with your nostrils? I don't know, I thought the Shenyangman was going down to earth to give porridge. That's right. As for the Shenyang Sect, if they gain power, it is probably the beginning of a disaster. People from the Lingyun Sect are still pleased with it. I have met Miss Ning from Lingyun Sect before. She has a very good attitude towards us ordinary practitioners and is willing to give us guidance. Ellipsis. The crowd of spectators in the immortal realm was so overwhelming that the divine realm had no chance to speak again. The spectators in the god realm were speechless for a moment. Damn it, look at that woman fighting against the demon king, she is so sassy. I hope there will be more female cultivators like this from all walks of life. I am willing to be tortured by beautiful and painful love tribulations. By the way, who is she? Why can she fight against the demon lord? And I think the demon lord seems to respect her very much. I don't know. Is there any demon who can explain it? I'm curious. A spectator shouted into the square. He could see that the demons were not as scary as he imagined, and the demon king still respected the practitioners of the immortal world, so he dared to be so unscrupulous. Many spectators around him gave him thumbs up. Somewhere in fairyland. Chu Changji looked at the man opposite and said, "What do you want from me?" The man was none other than the commander of Tianshan Palace who had disappeared before. "Master Chu, congratulations." Chu Changji had a cold face and did not respond to this sentence. "Master Chu, don't keep doing this. I'm here to cooperate with you. I have a way to help you find the people inside and outside Shren." "What do you want?" Chu Changji asked. Siming smiled like a spring breeze. "It's refreshing to deal with smart people. What I want is very simple. I want the Order of Law and Feng Qinggran." Chu Changji's eyes flashed coldly. "Did you know that Feng Qinggran is now a 5th level Taoist?" Siming smiled and said, "Of course I know, otherwise I wouldn't come to you. After all, I can do what you can do." Chu Changji stared at Siming. "Master Chu, there is no need to make any extravagant efforts. Your temporary virtues are still not enough for me. Since you can know everything I know, why are you looking for me?" Chu Changji asked coldly. Siming smiled meaningfully, "Because you have a way to get close to Feng Qinggran. If you want to win over Feng Qinggran, you must become someone she trusts." "I can't do that." Chu Changji had confusion in his eyes. "She doesn't trust me." "Of course Feng Qinggran won't trust you, but don't you have a daughter? She had a good relationship with Feng Qinggran when she was in the land abandoned by the gods. Now that she has ascended, she can just take advantage of her." After hearing Siming's words, Chu Changji's expression suddenly changed. "What are you talking about? Have you forgotten? You also have a daughter named Chu Xuanyi." Siming seemed to have seen through everything. Chu Changji's face was filled with chills, and the pressure of a sun spread. In an instant, the birds and beasts in the dense forest dispersed in fright, and countless creatures around them lost their vitality. There was finally some fear in Siming's eyes, and he seriously resisted the pressure of the scent, and said in a trembling voice, "Chu Changji, if you dare to kill me, I guarantee you will regret it." Chu Changji remained unmoved and continued to exert pressure. He had some scruples, so he didn't kill Siming directly. Otherwise, with just one thought, Siming could die. In the realm of saints, one can easily control the life and death of the weak. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 967. Siming saw that Chu Changji really had murderous intentions towards him. The fear in his eyes became more obvious. "Master Chu, I have some news that interests you very much. Can you let me go after hearing this? Say, do you have Emperor Wuxi and Emperor Zhenwu in your inherited memory?" Chu Changji's eyes narrowed slightly. There were these two people, but they only summarized their lives in a few words. Why did Siming suddenly mention them? The emperors of that era were not on the same level as the emperors of today. The great emperor is a being comparable to a saint. "Master Chu, Emperor Zhenwu has a blood feud with your Xuanmen. Almost every sect leader before you died at his hands. You were able to avoid being persecuted by him only because Master Chang'an sacrificed himself. Emperor Zhenwu is a scholar of painting." Chu Changji thought of many things in an instant. Siming nodded and said, "Scholar Danqing is the reincarnation of Emperor Zhenwu. He killed Xuanmen and took away his luck just to return to his original peak. If it hadn't been for him, Xuanmen wouldn't have fallen to where it is today. There is also Emperor Wuxi. He always targets Xuanmen. He seems to want Xuanmen's treasures, but he has never found them, so he has not killed you all." After hearing what Siming said, Chu Changji stared at the opponent. Evidence. It was impossible for him to believe this based only on the other party's words. Siming responded, "Of course we have the evidence. Scholar Danqing does not need to take Dao fruit to advance. This is a Taoist blessing given to him by old man Chang'an in exchange for protecting you. You will know as soon as you find out." Chu Changji looked at Siming and said, "With these alone, I can't let him go." Siming trembled all over, and the fear in his eyes deepened. I also know that the Lord of Heaven is actually the Lord of the Plains. The reason why she became the Lord of Heaven was to get close to old man Chang'an. She and Lord Tianyu deduced the existence of Feng Qinggran and knew that Feng Qinggran would fall in the place abandoned by the gods, so they chose to get close to old man Chang'an. Looking for a solution. Think about what kind of cultivation Master Chang'an has. A person in the Sun realm obviously lives the same life as heaven and earth. Why does he fall so quickly? It's because old man Chang'an values friendship and regards the Lord of Heaven as a friend. He can bear the death of the other person's bloodline, so he used his own power to find a way out for the other person through the past and present. What I said is guaranteed to be true. You can find a way to deduce it. It just costs some lifespan. Of course Siming didn't say the last sentence. It doesn't matter how long Chu Changji can live, what matters is that he is on his side. Feng Qinggran is actually that person's child. Chu Changji was shocked. It was probably because Feng Qingwu's brilliance was so bright that everyone ignored the existence of Feng Qinggran's father. That person is the only existence in this plane that transcends the avenue. If Feng Qinggran was really the child of the heavenly moon god, why would he have lived in such misery in the land abandoned by the gods? When something happened to Feng Qingwu, why didn't he take action? Chu Changji had a lot of confusion, but his intuition told him that what Siming said was true. Chu Changji came to his senses and said, "Since you know who Feng Qinggran's father is, why do you dare to plot against Feng Qinggran?" Siming Wei said, "He is my enemy. I can't deal with him, so I will use his bloodline first. As long as I have the order of the law, I can control Feng Qinggran. Feng Qinggran is not something you can control, and I can't give you the order of the law." Chu Changji was very afraid of the Lord Tianyu. It can be said that the entire Xuanmen is afraid of each other. Chu Changji regretted going down to the lower realm. If he and Feng Qinggran did not have a hostile relationship, perhaps Xuanmen's situation would not be so difficult. Siming sighed and said, "Master Chu, to be honest, I was afraid of death before, so I chose to run away when I was about to succeed as the sect leader. For this reason, I kept changing my identity and hiding here and there." I thought that Shuanmen was in danger of being destroyed, so I wanted to save them. But by the time I arrived at the God-forsaken land, it was already too late. It was also at that time that I accidentally discovered the traces of Tianyu Divine Lord and Feng Qingwu, and learned that they were using the master of Chang'an sect. I wanted to inform the master of the Chang'an sect, but unfortunately my strength could not reach the heavens, so I could only stay in the immortal world, waiting for the opportunity, but I never thought that there would never be a chance, so I followed Su Exingheng. When you went to the land abandoned by the gods, I thought you might be able to discover something, but I didn't expect you to become someone else's pawn. So, we have a common enemy. Siming sighed and seemed to be really worried about Shuanmen. Chu Chanji had a sullen face. He didn't know what he was thinking. He felt a little restless. Many things that could have been used to grasp clues were now completely clueless. Master Chu, I originally wanted to cooperate with you, but since you are unwilling, let's forget it. After Siming finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared in front of Chu Chanji. Chu Chanji was left alone. Chu Chanji looked at the place where Siming disappeared for a long time before leaving. After Chu Chanji disappeared, Siming returned to his original place. There was a cold voice in Siming's consciousness. Why did you give up? He is obviously moved by it. Siming said nonchalantly, Netherworld, you have to be patient when hunting. Sooner or later, he will be tempted. After all, there is no one behind him. Aren't you afraid that Chu Chanji will have a complete inheritance and know that you are lying? Jihai's voice transmission sounded again. Siming said to himself, no, that old guy Chang'an must have guessed Shuanmen's conspiracy, but there is no way. As the leader of Shuanmen, he must consider Shuanmen, so he will use the blessing to eliminate the hatred of the painting scholar towards Shuanmen. However, Chang'an also values feelings. He is afraid that the scholar Danqing will always be used by Shuanmen, and he wants to protect Shuanmen. In this case, Chang'an has only one way. Erase the past about the painter scholar in Shuanmen. Only in this way, the successors of Shuanmen will not be able to use the painter scholar in the future. After hearing Siming's words, the soul in the consciousness sea sneered and said, your Shuanmen is really as despicable as ever. No wonder the holy ancestor can't scheme against you. What are you going to do next? Siming looked around and said with a smile, just reap the benefits. The soul transmitted the message, since you are reaping the benefits, you should be quite free. Can you first deal with the other soul in your consciousness? Your body is so weak that you support 3 souls. Do you want to become a mummy? Don't worry, there will be a better body for us soon. After comforting him, Siming raised his eyes to look at the sky. That direction is God. Siming looked happy and let the strong ones fight. When his strength was exhausted, it was time for him to take the stage. Yu Ming, do you think the ranking before Wugui Pavilion was intentional? An ant from a place abandoned by gods can actually be ranked first. Only a fool can believe it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 968 Qi inspires on the god-killing spear. Somewhere in fairyland. Chu Chanji left and came back. Siming coughed a few times, his lips were as white as snow, and he looked extremely weak. Master Chu, are you agreeing to cooperate? Chu Chanji examined Siming. Who are the other 2 souls in your body? Hasn't Master Chu already guessed it? Why are you asking me so much? Siming asked without answering. Chu Chanji had indeed deduced the situation before he came to find Siming. Everything I said before is basically correct. So the enemy he faces is very powerful, and he must find helpers. The commander in front of him may have evil intentions, but they have the same enemy. Chu Chanji said, I can find a body for them, but the 3 of you will have to take orders from me in the future. Siming smiled and said, I wonder what kind of body Master Chu is planning to find for me. The soul in my body is not something that ordinary immortal bodies can contain. Chu Chanji said coldly, the power of God is controlled by the 8 families, and the 8 families are divided into 3 forces. The physical qualifications of the children of the 8 families have all undergone transformation, and they are absolutely suitable for you. He wanted the soul in Siming's body to control the power of God. I understand what Lord Chu means, but there are only 2 souls in my body. They can only choose 2 forces. What is the plan of the other force, Lord Chu? Chu Chanji did not answer Siming's question. Siming was not embarrassed and continued to ask, I agreed to the matter of Sect Master Chu, so how does Sect Master Chu think about my matter? Chu Chanji's eyes flashed with complexity. Chu Xuanyi may not necessarily obey my orders. It is impossible for her to plot against Feng Qinggran. Siming said indifferently, she doesn't have to obey your orders. I only need her to do one thing. I think Master Chu can definitely let her complete it. Siming smiled and handed Chu Chanji a box, just ask her to give this to Feng Qinggran. Chu Chanji took the thing and felt a sense of danger. What is the thing inside? Siming smiled and said nothing. Siming expected that Chu Chanji would not dare to open it, so there was no unnecessary explanation. The small box didn't even have a lock. It opens with just one click. But Chu Chanji put his hand on the box and looked ugly. His instinct told him that it was dangerous. Once Feng Qinggran gets such a dangerous thing, Chu Xuanyi may not end up well. Even if he likes Chu Xuanyu's existence. If Chu Xuanyi dies, Chu Beizu will not be able to obtain a complete inheritance of the Chu family in the future. Siming, no matter how we fight against Feng Qinggran, it is all a struggle within the plane. You should not seek skin from a tiger because of temporary gains. Chu Chanji warned. Don't worry, Master Chu. I'm controlling it very well. It's just a little thing and will die with the death of Feng Qinggran. Siming whispered. Chu Chanji added a seal to the box. Unexpectedly, when the seal fell, a cold and biting breath came out of the box. The seal was shattered. Chu Chanji put away the box with a bad expression. Place it alone in a corner of the space. He had already guessed what this thing was, and for a moment, he didn't want to use it. But Feng Qinggran and the group of cultivators from the Lingyun sect were growing at an uncontrollable rate, and they could no longer be allowed to grow. As long as something happens to Fang Qingran, it will definitely cause heavy damage to Lingyun sect. Master Chu, for the sake of our cooperation, I will tell you a secret. At the same time, in the realm of fantasy, a group of Fang Qingran, Fang Jingyu, and 8 herons faced off against the god of war Yinmen alone. It was Qian. Qian has a slender figure, a noble aura, and a jade tree facing the wind. He looks a bit like someone who has been in a high position all year round. He glanced at Fang Qingran and Ba Heron, his eyes seemed to be looking at ants. Only when he faced Fang Jingyu, Qian showed some seriousness. You are not a human being, why can't I see through your true form? Qian asked via voice message. Fang Jingyu didn't even raise her eyes to look at Qian. Even though she was about to fight, she was still swinging on the swing, looking relaxed and eating a fairy fruit. Qian received no response, and the pressure spread all over his body, and his eyes were even more oppressive. The 8-headed heron that had transformed into a human form couldn't hold back, folded its legs, and knelt down. However, the 8-headed herons reacted quickly. Knowing that they could not withstand the pressure, they quickly turned around and knelt in front of Fang Qingran. Seeing this, Fang Qingran immediately drew a Tao seal and landed on the 8 herons. The 8-headed heron felt that all the pressure had disappeared, his legs were no longer weak, his heart was no longer trembling, and the demon's soul felt no pain. He stood up and said, "Thank you, Lord Phoenix." "Old man, do you only know this?" Fang Jingyu finally raised her head and looked at Qian. Qian's expression froze. Fang Jingyu opened her bright eyes and tilted her head. "You seem to dislike this title, but you are just an old man. Although your lifespan is very long, your soul has become rotten and rusty. You are just an old man. Thing. Phew." The 8-headed heron couldn't help laughing. Get a strong sense of oppression. He immediately hid behind Fang Qingran. The enemy is too powerful and can only be dealt with by Phoenix Master. 8-headed heron didn't feel there was anything wrong with his thinking. "Discourteous," Qian said 2 words after a long while. Then he raised his palm, and a force of fear hit Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran held the Qingluan sword and faced the power directly. Swish. The god-killing spear appears. It cracked the power with lightning speed. A duel between strong men never requires any moves. What you look at is your own strength, magic weapon, and magic formula. It was obvious that Qian's power was enough to crush Fang Qingran. But Fang Qingran wanted to try this power because he had an innate treasure and countless protective weapons. However, the god-killing spear doesn't know so much. It just sensed that Fang Qingran was in danger, so it flew out of the void space. God-killing spear. Qian's eyes burst out with light, and he flew to seize the god-killing spear. The god-killing spear stood in the sky. When Qian approached, he quickly moved out of the way to prevent him from touching it. Now Qian had a surprise in his eyes, the intact god-killing spear. As long as he gets it, the whole universe belongs to him. When the time comes, even the leader will be wary of him. Qian excitedly chased the god-killing spear and saw nothing else. "Sister Fang, does it really matter if he is like this? The god-killing spear will absorb the power from his body. Didn't he notice it?" Fang Jingyu asked strangely. "The god-killing spear is the ultimate treasure of the demon god Luo Hao. This thing follows its owner and has a bloodthirsty instinct. I just don't know why it chose to follow Sister Fang. Sister Fang is not the reincarnation of the devil." Fang Jingyu blinked. It seemed that this was not the only secret that Sister Fang had. Sister Fang seems to have never had any restrictions on magic weapons. Whether it is a weapon left by the demon clan, the underworld clan, or the god clan, as long as it is in the hands of Sister Fang, the other party can use it at will. There is absolutely no limit to the power of the weapon. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 969 Sacrifice Seal. Xiao Jingyu, when the temptation is strong enough, it is easy for people to ignore the risks involved. Besides, this is not his body, so he probably won't care about physical problems. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she raised her hand and touched Bu Yao above her head. It seemed to have power fluctuations just now. The 8-headed heron looked at Qian, who was gradually going crazy, and asked worriedly, "Master Phoenix, he won't kill me all if he is like this, right?" "No," Fang Qingran said confidently. With Fang Jingyu here, Qian would not have the chance to kill them. At this moment, the god-killing spear flew back to Fang Qingran and flashed into the void space. "Sister Fang, his current physical strength is comparable to yours, you can fight him," Fang Jingyu reminded. "It is good." Fang Qingran couldn't wait to face Qian. The Qingluan sword drew a green light, and the green blade cut through the void. Arriving in front of Qian, Qian mobilized his strength and easily diffused the sword. He stared at Fang Qingran with cold eyes and said like a gift, "Hand over the thing and leave a trace of your soul." "No," Fang Qingran swung a sword blade again. "You don't know what you can do." Qian sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Qian made a secret, and majestic power emerged from his body, and the power was full of the aura of annihilation. It's just that Clan looked a little embarrassed. He was not the real body and couldn't exert more strength, but he must get the god-killing spear today. The Qingluan sword in Fang Qingran's hand made a buzzing sound. A blue light flashed. The breath of silence decreases. Qian looked at Qingluan's sword in surprise. How could this happen? Why can sword energy destroy the breath of silence? You must know that wherever Nirvana reaches, everything will be destroyed. An ant's weapon can actually resist his breath. It seemed that Fang Qingran had a lot of treasures in his hands. No wonder he was able to escape from Qi Zu's sophisticated layout. Qian immediately sent a message to the remaining 3 people and asked them to come to help him. "Qian, they're too difficult to deal with. I can't get away. There is a Taishu sword body here, and there is also a killing beast. Mr. N, I'm injured. The man who looks very similar to Qi Zu is fighting me. His attack is very weird. He can actually target the soul and Yuan Nian directly. Bosun, there seems to be an outsider here, and a talisman master with a big hammer. I have become their sparring partner. There is no chance to breathe at all. Ah. A scream spread into Qin's sea of consciousness. Qian finally put away the contempt in his eyes. The ants he thought were actually had fangs. Hateful. If he knew that Lingyun sect had such strength, he would never use Yuan Nian to seize this body. Qian coveted the god-killing spear, but calmed down through the words of the other three. Lingyun sect disciples are all very strong. There is no way to defeat them one by one. Do you have any other tricks? Fang Qingren's apricot eyes narrowed slightly and she said with a solemn aura. If she dares to use the way of annihilation, she will pay it back. Oh, the ants are so arrogant. After Qian finished speaking, his whole body shone with a dazzling light. Boom. The body exploded. Thousands of black marks flew toward Fang Qingren wrapped in the aura of death. The steps above Fang Qingren's head showed 7 colors, and an invisible barrier enveloped her whole body. Fang Jingyu's moonlight divine water spread, erecting a wall of water in front of the 8 herons. The 8-headed heron wisely left the battle area. The wall of water quickly surrounded her and Fang Qingren, blocking all sight from the outside world. Sister Fang, these sacrificial talismans must not be touched. Fang Jingyu stared at the sacrificial talismans and was very dissatisfied with Qian who had escaped. This method was intended to destroy the entire fairy world. If these talismans are leaked, it can completely destroy the vitality of the fairy world and leave no one alive. Not even heaven can do anything about these talismans. As expected, they are outsiders and have no regard for the life and death of cultivators. Fang Qingren avoided the sacrificial talisman. The power on it gave her a sense of crisis, and she would not take risks. Little Jingyu, how to destroy them? Fang Jingyu said, only saints have the power to destroy them, and saints may fall because of this. The sacrificial talisman Qian used was not very powerful. It's just that these talismans are contaminated with the power of nirvana, which will damage the soul. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes scanned the talismans, feeling that she had seen these talismans before. The people in the Shenyang sect are so strong. They can handle 1 to 3 with ease. Something is wrong. Let's see. What's going on? Why is the battle scene suddenly invisible? Did the people from Lingyun sect fight back just now? It seems that someone from the Shenyang sect chose to self-destruct. The final power seems to be very strong. Will it destroy the illusion? I feel something is wrong. Isn't the Shenyang sect cheating the Lingyun sect? Regarding these situations, Elder Yi told Yi Xingchen responsibly. After listening to Elder Yi's description, Yi Xingchen felt something was wrong. People from Shenyang shouldn't have this kind of temperament. It can only mean that the other party is not the real Shenyang sect. He even dares to pretend to be the Shenyang sect. Could it be that he is someone from heaven? Yi Xingchen took out his communication order and said, Miss Fang, how is the situation there? Master is fighting, please reply later. A childish voice came from the token. Yi Xingchen. In the realm of fantasy. Fang Jingyu looked at the scene in front of her in shock. Momentarily speechless. She was still thinking about how to deal with the ritual sigil. Fang Qingren had already thought of a way to deal with it, and saw Fang Jiyu flapping his wings and swallowing the sacrificial talismans one by one. Fang Qingren took out another bowl, and a fat white insect flew out, eating more happily. In the blink of an eye, half of the more than 1,000 sacrificial talismans were wiped out. Belch. Fang Jiyu burped and returned to Fang Qingren. Master, I can't eat any more. I can only digest so much power. Loyalty Gu swallowed another half before returning to the bowl. Phoenix Master, my body can't hold any more power of sacrifice, but this is actually a good thing. You can try to refine a talisman. I will pass it on to you. Fang Qingren instantly felt that there were many more things in his consciousness. Through inheritance, she finally understood what the ritual talisman was. When Taoists reach a certain level, they can sacrifice their power to Tao and draw the talisman. These sigils have the power to destroy heaven and earth and the world. If a person in the realm below a saint encounters a talisman, it will only become the nutrient for the talisman. When a saint comes into contact with a talisman, it depends on the power of making the talisman. These talismans are also a different kind of opportunity for cultivators. If they can refine the sacrificial talisman, they can understand the Tao in the talisman. Sister Fang, there is danger. Fang Jingyu reminded worriedly. But she had no intention of stopping Fang Qingren. Danger and opportunity exist side by side. Fang Jingyu used the moonlight divine water to control the sacrificial talismans, leaving only one outside for Fang Qingren. This way it won't delay Fang Qingren's cultivation. Thank you, Xiao Jingyu. Fang Qingren began to use the inheritance given by the loyalty Gu to contact the sacrificial talisman. Seeing this, Fang Jingyu sent a message to Ling Tianyun. Xiaoyun, do you have the time stone? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 970 Refining Sacrifice Talisman. Almost at the moment Fang Jingyu finished speaking, Ling Tianyun appeared in front of Fang Jingyu and asked, yes, how much do you want? They fought against Shenyangmen on a competition stage. But it is divided into 4 areas. When the competition platform was designed, the situation of too many contestants was taken into consideration. Therefore, each competition platform has a relatively independent space. In this space, contestants can create their own fields or barriers. Doing so will not affect the competition. Ling Tianyun, Ning Xiyu, and Qin Hanyan were competing against another contestant from the Shenyang sect. Ling Tianyun didn't need to participate in the battle, he only needed to control the situation and prevent Ning Xiyu and Qin Hanyan's lives from being put in danger. After he received the news from Fang Jingyu, he quickly suppressed the strength of the Shenyang sect contestant. That's why Ling Tianyun can come to Fang Jingyu with peace of mind. Fang Jingyu was still a little surprised at the speed of Ling Tianyun's appearance. Have you ever refined the Dao sacrifice seal? Feng Jingyu asked. No. Ling Tianyun glanced at the talisman controlled by the moonlight divine water, his eyes darkened slightly. He had seen this thing before. Very scary. No matter what kind of strength the Taoist is, the sacrificial talisman he creates can at least destroy one side of the world. The talisman in front of me belongs to the lowest level of sacrificial talisman. But it has the power of annihilation on it, so he cannot destroy these talismans with his strength. With so many sacrificial talismans, it is impossible for Feng Jingyu to control them here forever. No matter how powerful Feng Jingyu is, she will be consumed by these talismans sooner or later. Ling Tianyun solemnly sent a message to the other people in Ling Yun's sect who were fighting: prolong the fighting time and try to kill as many people as possible. Finished explaining. Ling Tianyun immediately set out to arrange the time formation. At this moment, the arrogance in his eyebrows disappeared, and every move showed his calmness. After setting up the time formation, Ling Tianyun came to Feng Jingyu and said seriously, the ritual seals should not appear in this plane. We cannot destroy these seals with our strength. I need to ask people from the immortal domain to deal with the seals. Outsiders who can use the sacrificial talisman must come from the Sea of Chaos. Lao Ling had told him before that once he encountered a strong person in the Sea of Chaos, he must avoid them. Their methods were sinister and difficult to guard against. And Ling Tianyun always felt that after he finished inviting people from the immortal domain, Feng Jingyu looked at him a little strangely. Don't worry, what I said is not to expose the location here and let them come over. I have the remnants of them left on me. As long as I am in danger of death, they will definitely appear. Ling Tianyun explained. In your inheritance, is there no method for refining the ritual talisman? Feng Jingyu asked. It stands to reason that the old monsters who went to the immortal realm are all beings at the pinnacle of each universe, but they don't know how to refine talismans. They're not even as good as a goo worm, so it would probably be a joke if word spread. How can the Tao sacrifice seal be refined? After Ling Tianyun asked, he suddenly realized the problem. But before he could ask, Feng Jingyu seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and took the initiative to speak. It's not me, it's Sister Feng. I don't know what method she used. In short, these sacrificial talismans are stable for the time being and will not destroy the world. Ling Tianyun was shocked and looked at Feng Qingran who was practicing. It is still the realm of Taoist Saint, there is no change. But there is an extremely terrifying external force in her body. This power wanted to destroy Feng Qingran's body and soul. Logically speaking, Feng Qingran's strength was absolutely impossible to deal with this force. But what's amazing is that she is controlling this terrifying power bit by bit. Ling Tianyun asked in disbelief, she is refining the power of the sacrificial talisman. Feng Jingyu nodded, yes, Sister Feng is very powerful. I believe she can succeed, but it will take time. My task is to keep an eye on these talismans while Sister Feng is practicing and prevent them from getting out of control. Ling Tianyun felt that something was subverting his cognition. Grandpa Taishu and the others never mentioned to him that the sacrificial talisman could be refined. They told him not to get curious about how fast this thing ran when he encountered it. Ling Tianyun thought of Grandpa Taishu's solemn expressions when they mentioned the talisman. I don't think they can refine this thing. And don't want to teach him. Because if Grandpa Taishu and the others can refine these things, it will prove that the existence of a talisman is not scary, and it will not make them talk about it. But now he saw something. Control the ritual sigil. The power of refining sigils. Ling Tianyun's mind was in confusion, and he didn't know what to do next. It seemed like his worries were a bit excessive. Miss Jingyu, how long can you control these talismans? Ling Tianyun decided to ask the time first. I don't know. Feng Jingyu told the truth. After all, the moment the sacrificial talisman appeared, she only wanted to warn Sister Feng of the danger. At that time, she also thought that after the sacrificial talisman appeared, it would be destroyed by power, but that did not happen. Then, the 9 nether butterflies began to eat them. Later, Loyalty Gu also ate the talisman and gave Sister Feng a share of the inheritance. So Feng Jingyu was left with the task of controlling the spread of the talisman. Xiao Yunzi, don't be surprised. I really don't know. The only thing in my inheritance is the terrifying ritual talisman. As for its refining and control, there is nothing about it. These are all done by Sister Feng. It could also be a contracted beast. Feng Jingyu subconsciously concealed Dew Nether Butterfly and Loyalty Gu's previous behavior of eating talismans. It is outrageous to spread these things. So Miss Feng knows how to refine the sacrificial talisman. Ling Tianyun said it as a question, but his tone was firm. His eyes sparkled with excitement and a bit of envy. The reason why the Dao sacrifice seal is terrifying is not only the power it contains, but also the inheritance about the Dao contained in it. The information passed down from ancient times to the present. If you really refine the sacrifice seal, you will definitely be able to obtain many long-lost techniques. At this time, Feng Qingran's body emitted bursts of light. Dazzling. Feng Jingyu and Ling Tianyun couldn't see Feng Qingran's condition clearly, but they could smell the bloody smell spreading. Could it be that Miss Feng is injured? Ling Tianyun asked worriedly. Feng Jingyu was silent, her eyes filled with worry, but she chose to stay still and controlled Ling Tianyun not to move. Just in case Sister Feng is at the critical moment of refining the talisman. If they rush to save her, they will only harm Sister Feng. The path of cultivation is ever changing, and you must rely on yourself. She believed that Sister Feng could complete the refining of the ritual talisman. After following Sister Feng for so long, she has never seen Sister Feng do anything that she was not sure about. In short, there must be a way out. The light lasted not long before dissipating. At this moment, Feng Qingran turned into a bloody man. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 971 Future Friends. Feng Qingran's skin showed cracks, as if something had forced it open. There was blood gushing out from the cracks. It looked startling. Fang Jingyu clenched her fists and looked away. She wanted to believe Sister Feng. When Ling Tianyun saw Feng Qingren's appearance, he became anxious and said, the vitality in her body is rapidly passing away. Those powers are destroying her body and attacking her soul. If this continues, she may die. Feng Jingyu did not respond to Ling Tianyun. He also did not let go of his control over Ling Tianyun. Miss Jingyu, Miss Feng is still just a Taoist, and her body has not reached the level of immortality. Ling Tianyun reminded. He was actually very confused at the moment. He wants to save people, but he also knows that opportunities and dangers coexist in cultivation. He was also afraid of ruining Feng Qingren's opportunity. But seeing the vitality in Feng Qingren's body passing away little by little, he remembered the domain master's instructions and fell into a dilemma. What if the territory lord came out and found that Feng Qingren's body and soul had disappeared? He couldn't imagine the outcome. Wait, Feng Jingyu said one word firmly and could only stare in Feng Qingren's direction in confusion. The scars on Feng Qingren's body tended to expand. I can no longer see clearly. Countless terrifying powers seeped out of her blood. Feng Jingyu sensed that those were the forces of annihilation. Feng Jingyu actually regretted not stopping Feng Qingren, but regretted that it was too late. All she could do now was pray. There was silence all around. The only good thing is that the vitality in Feng Qingren's body has passed away, but new vitality will appear. Upon noticing this situation, Feng Jingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. New life appeared, proving that Sister Feng was still conscious and still trying to refine the sacrificial talisman. But at this moment, the remaining hundreds of talismans rushed out of the water wall. They all rushed towards Feng Qingren. At this moment, Feng Jingyu fell to the ground and used all her strength to control the moonlight divine water and block the talisman. But her resistance was very weak. All the talismans poured into Feng Qingren's body. The next moment, a light flashed in front of Feng Jingyu's eyes. Feng Qingren disappeared. Only a pool of blood was left. Sister Feng. Feng Jingyu immediately released all the power of her soul to search for Feng Qingren, but found nothing. Even their previous contract seemed to be gone. At the same time, Feng Qingren was in a place of nothingness. Underneath him is an illusory green lotus shadow. A humanoid light and shadow flew out from the green lotus shadow. Ranran, wake up quickly. Have you forgotten our agreement? Didn't you say that you would travel across time and space to find me? I have been waiting for you. The sound is ethereal and illusory, yet gives people the ultimate sense of tenderness. Her fingertips gently touched Feng Qingren's eyebrows, and blue lotus flowers floated in the sky, each one containing endless power. The green lotus is in bud and gradually blooms. Finally entered Feng Qingren's body. Feng Qingren's eyelids moved, as if she was conscious. The scars on her body began to heal and scab. Renewed. The terrifying powers existing in her body are all carried by the blossoming green lotus, and they will no longer destroy and attack her body. Feng Qingren gradually regained consciousness and was shocked when she noticed the changes in her body. She opened her eyes with difficulty and saw a shadow. Feng Qingren remembered that when she got the god-killing spear and the 10,000 ghost flags, she met the phantom. Is it you? Ranran, do you remember me? Shuiying said in surprise. Who are you? Feng Qingren said this. Shuiying's hurtful emotions overflowed, and then he was relieved. Ranran, I am your future friend. Feng Qingren could feel the kindness of the other party. I'm sorry, I can't remember the future, but thank you for saving me many times. Shuiying became happy and said, Ranran, there are some things I can't say more about. I come from the future and also exist in your past, but your growth trajectory has gone awry, so I can only come from the future to help you. What I'm going to say next, Ranran, is very important. You must remember it. You must find a way to escape from the shackles of the Tao. Only by completing the sacrifice Tao can you get rid of that shackles forever, otherwise you will always be plotted in time and space. Also, find out your past, that's very important to you. Ranran, remember, you are you, not anyone's victim. Collect the lotus seeds of the creation green lotus and the things it transformed into. Okay, Ranran, I'm waiting for you and Hong Hong to come find me in the long river of time. I will always be with you. After the virtual shadow finished speaking, it turned into a green lotus and entered Feng Qingren's body. Feng Qingren murmured softly, wait for me. Feng Qingren felt the power in her body. Her realm had improved again, and there were many strange inheritances in the sea of consciousness. It's all about spiritual practice. The Tao is the path that all cultivators must take. Why did the woman just say that she had completed the ritual? Is there any connection between the sacrificial path and the sacrificial talisman? Feng Qingren was thinking. The scene in front of her changed. Before she could react, she felt a figure rushing towards her. Sister Feng, what happened to you just now? Feng Jingyu cried. Little Jingyu, I'm fine. Feng Qingren patted Feng Jingyu's head and raised her eyes to meet Ling Tianyun's complicated eyes. What's that look in your face? Feng Qingren asked, raising an eyebrow. The corner of Ling Tianyun's mouth twitched, and he had an inexplicable feeling that Feng Qingren was more real at this moment. Ling Tianyun asked thoughtfully, did you really refine the sacrificial talisman? Feng Qingren nodded, it should be completed, but the process is not very beautiful. I suggest you not try it. At first, when the sacrificial talisman entered her body, she thought she could control it. The power of nothingness is very powerful. Suppressing the sacrificial talisman. But as the power inside was released, a transformation occurred. Countless forces directly attacked her soul and meridians. At first, she could still control everything in her body, but at the critical moment, something sneakily attacked her soul. She failed to defend herself in the end, and the stinging pain in her soul affected her soul, so she was defeated. If it hadn't been for entering that land of nothingness later, with that woman's help, she might really die. Feng Qingren stared, with a smile on her lips, and took out something from the void space. The transparent bottle contained a wisp of black soul. As soon as the black soul appeared, there was a cold feeling coming from somewhere inside her body. It should have been the sneak attack on her soul before. Hidden so deeply. It turns out it's really you. Fang Qingran raised her other hand, and a wisp of black mist fell into her palm. Black mist appeared, and the soul in the bottle woke up and let out a hoarse roar. Soul-eating spell, Ling Tianyun said uncertainly. Fang Jingyu stared at the thing in Fang Qingran's hand, with murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Sister Fang, who cast the soul-eating curse on you? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 972 Mermaid Clan 1. In Fang Jingyu's inheritance, the soul-eating curse should have dissipated with the fall of the Wu clan. Now this vicious spell appeared on Fang Qingran. Fang Jingyu was very surprised. Mermaid tribe. Fang Qingran's mind flashed back to what happened in the Mermaid Palace. The Mermaid clan is actually still alive. Ling Tianyun took a step ahead of Fang Jingyu and said. Ling Tianyun remembered very clearly that the Mermaid clan, like the Kun clan, were the kind of beings who were favored by the Tao and were full of treasures. But the Mermaid family has a special way of growing up. Their own strength cannot be too strong, and they can only use some forbidden magic to save their lives. But the forbidden spells are simply vulnerable in the face of real power. At that time, in order to protect themselves, the Mermaid clan could only continue to rely on other races and survive for a period of time by sacrificing the lives of their own clan. Later, the Mermaid clan gave birth to a priest. This priest is very similar to a Taoist person and can deduce good and bad luck. The priest created many new spells, which improved the overall strength of the Mermaid clan a lot and made life a little better. Just a little bit. The inability to live outside the water for a long time is ultimately the fatal point of the Mermaid clan. This also causes them to be trapped in one world forever, unable to leave. Anyone can find them and prey on them. This priest could deduce good and bad luck, and temporarily kept more mermaids alive. But it also made her the target of public criticism. Soon the priest learned a powerful secret. The entire Mermaid clan was wiped out as a result. No life. After the death of the Mermaid clan, the Mermaid Palace dried up. Their bodies were also carved up by other races. With so many races staring at the mermaids all the time, if any of them escape, there will definitely be some traces. No. After all, the Mermaid clan became extinct. No one in the universe has found any trace of the existence of the Mermaid clan. So when they heard about the Mermaid clan, Ling Tianyun and Fang Jingyu were very shocked. Fang Qingran didn't know the history of these mermaid tribes. She briefly told what happened in the Mermaid Palace, concealing her experience of receiving the Eye of Nothingness and reincarnation. Sister Fang, where is the Mermaid Palace? Fang Jingyu asked. The land abandoned by the gods, the mysterious realm. Fang Qingran responded. However, the current Yuxuan secret realm is no longer the original Yuxuan secret realm. The previous Yuxuan secret realm was a small world created by Qi, which contained complete world laws. Under his control, the Yuxuan secret realm could maintain balance. But Qi later left the land abandoned by God. He took away the small world he created, but he also retained the secret space of the netherworld. It's just that the current netherworld secret realm is not as full of life as it was before. I suddenly had a bold guess. After Ling Tianyun finished speaking, he waited for Fang Qingran and Fang Jingyu to look at him before continuing. The high priest of the mermaid tribe chose to escape. That powerful man can kill all mermaids, so he should also fake. Fang Jingyu thought for a moment and said, but the area where the mermaid tribe lives has special requirements. If they escape to death, there is no way they will leave no traces. In addition, there is another point. The place where the mermaids lived before was not in this plane at all. The aura of the mermaids is very popular with the weird creatures in the sea. No matter where the mermaids are hidden, as long as they cross the boundary sea with them, they will be targeted by a group of strange creatures. No matter how powerful the powerful person is, it is impossible to deal with the strange creatures in the entire boundary sea. Taking a mermaid across the boundary sea will result in the risk of death at any time. No great power would be so stupid. If he were really that stupid, he wouldn't be able to reach the realm of crossing the void. Not only did Fang Jingyu not believe that someone could be so stupid, but she also didn't believe that a powerful person of that level would choose to take such a desperate risk. After all, the road to cultivation is not easy. As long as you enter it, you will understand. The stronger the person, the more he cherishes his life. Ling Tianyun shook his head and saw something different. Such an approach is indeed stupid, but the emotions of cultivators are very complex and cannot be inferred by common sense. Maybe the mermaid priest made an offer that the powerful man cannot refuse, or it is possible. It's not surprising that Fang Jingyu doesn't understand this. After all, she is a transformed creature, not a natural soul. After all, her thoughts and emotions cannot be compared with those of a life with a body. Is that so? Fang Jingyu looked at Fang Qingran with confusion in her eyes. She seemed to be waiting for Fang Qingran to answer her questions. It's possible. Fang Qingran and Ling Tianyun had the same idea. I still have a question. What do the mermaids want to do here? The mermaid priest and the powerful man are not simple. They will choose this place, fearing that they are eyeing something here, but they don't know if that thing and the powerful man are still here. Ling Tianyun said this because it was related to the reason why he found the Xuanchu plane before. He has traveled through many universes. But never have I seen a universe so special. The force he expended to pass through this cosmic barrier was tens of thousands of times that of other cosmic barriers. What's even more strange is that after he stepped into the universe C, his strength was suppressed by a law. This does not exist in other universes. The universe C allows powerful people to travel. As long as you don't take the initiative to kill the creatures in this universe, there will be no law suppression. And the cosmic laws of the Xuanchu plane suppressed his strength as soon as they came in. This piqued his interest. He didn't leave right away. Then, he began to search for planes in the universe, wanting to see what was special about the creatures here. However, he did not find any plane. However, he met many strong men who crossed the sea of the world like him. After spending countless hours searching to no avail, when he decided to leave, he sensed that the treasure was about to be born. Following the scent of the treasure, he discovered the hidden Xuanchu plain. To be honest, if it weren't for the guidance of the treasure's breath, he would never have discovered the existence of this plane. A special universe. A hidden plane definitely has secrets. It's not surprising that the mermaid priest would choose this place. Perhaps the mermaid priest chose this place precisely because of these characteristics. After all, hiding here is safer than anywhere else. Then what do you and Lord Mo want to do here? Fang Jingyu naturally knew the difficulty of coming to this plane. Just say that the power required to cross the cosmic barrier is not something that ordinary strong people can bear. And after successfully crossing the barrier, you will face countless dangers. The universe sea here is much more dangerous than other universes. If you are not careful, you may be swallowed by darkness at any time. When Ling Tianyun heard this question, he said truthfully, I don't know what the territory lord said, but it was purely an accident that I came here. Probably since I was a child, I have seen countless treasures of heaven and earth. Ling Tianyun rarely gets greedy when seeing treasures. Instead, he likes to give the treasures in his hand to those who like them. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 973 Baiji's words. Although I don't know why the territory lord came here, but with the territory lord's temperament, he will never do anything to harm this place. Ling Tianyun added. With Mo Jinggong's strength, if he wanted to do anything, no one could stop him. Ling Tianyun would explain this sentence because he was afraid that Fang Jingyu would misunderstand Mo Jinggong. It's useless to explain to me. This is Sister Fang's territory. Everything depends on her. The coldness in Fang Jingyu's eyes disappeared. Mo Jinggong and Ling Tianyun's strength is actually not suitable for staying here. But since they are willing to suppress the realm, they will not harm this place. On the contrary, they can bring some opportunities to Fang Qingran. Of course, Fang Jingyu will not take the initiative to drive them away. Fang Qingran is naturally a believer in Mo Jinggong. After all, in the Battle of the Gods, if Mo Jinggong hadn't taken action, it was unknown whether this plane would still exist or not. She never rejected outsiders. I just hate those outsiders with bad intentions. Maybe one day, she will go to other planes, and at that time, she will be considered an outsider. Fang Qingran rubbed Fang Jingyu's head, and then said, we can talk about the mermaid clan later, I will break the curse first. What Fang Qingran pulled out of her body was Baiji's residual thoughts. But the soul-eating curse in his body was not lifted. Okay, Sister Fang, luckily you were smart enough to keep this person's soul, otherwise when the soul-eating curse takes effect, there would be nothing you can do. Fang Jingyu glanced coldly at Baiji's soul and retreated. To the side. The soul-eating curse will silently eat away at the soul. Fortunately, Sister Fang has a special seal in her body to protect her from the soul-eating curse. Ling Tianyun also took a look at Baiji's soul. The soul-eating curse is special, if there is no soul of the person who cast the curse. When the spell is lifted, the cursed person must cut off his own soul to fill it. In that case, Fang Qingran's strength will be gone. If the soul of the human race is incomplete, the soul will become weaker and weaker, and the path to spiritual cultivation will be blocked. Being able to cast such a curse cannot be said to be without evil. The Angelica Dahurika in the bottle was probably fused with the residual thoughts sent by Fang Qingran, and gradually came to life. She transformed into her previous mermaid appearance, stared at Fang Qingran with a malicious look, and said, you are actually still alive. I will continue to live, but you have completely disappeared. Fang Qingran said casually. Baiji was so tolerant that the soul-eating curse broke out several times, but Baiji was so angry that she couldn't bear it. To think that he could achieve this with just his thoughts. Fang Qingran was also very impressed. If it hadn't been for the appearance of the Tao sacrifice seal, Baiji's residual thoughts wouldn't have been exploded. Why, Fang Qingran, why are you alive? You are obviously just a chess piece, you should be the stepping stone for our mermaid clan. Baiji shouted emotionally. The high priest said at the beginning that as long as they took away human bodies, they could completely become human beings. Among them, Fang Qingran is the body that the high priest is most optimistic about. She was supposed to possess this body. But the mermaid emperor insisted on giving Fang Qingran's body to Yuji. It was all because of that idiot Yuji that Fang Qingran was not taken away. If only she had been allowed to seize her life from the very beginning. Where is the next thing? The high priest's plan will be implemented smoothly. Thinking of this, Baiji hated Fang Qingran even more. Fang Qingran, do you think you are safe after you have solved the soul-eating curse? Ha ha ha, you will never know that secret. After Baiji finished speaking, the black soul flashed red. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were cold. Baiji was destroying her soul. But it hurt her, how could it be possible to disappear so cheaply? Fang Qingran made a secret with her fingertips, and a trace of cyan mark fell into Baiji's soul, and the red light disappeared. Fang Qingran did not plan to lift the soul-eating curse immediately. She actually wanted to get some information from Baiji, but Baiji was her enemy, and with how much Baiji hated her, she probably couldn't believe a word the other party said. Ah, Fang Qingran, Baiji yelled. Seeing Fang Qingran ignoring her, Baiji became even more jealous. Why did a chess piece grow to this point? Didn't the high priest say that Fang Qingran would definitely become a stepping stone for the mermaid tribe? Baiji felt that her soul was being pulled away by Fang Qingran at one point. Fang Qingran was trying to solve the soul-eating curse. Baiji was full of anger, but she had no choice but to curse. Fang Qingran, so what if you break the soul-eating curse? What if you become stronger? I tell you, you are destined to become a chess piece. Ha ha ha. Fang Qingran, do you know why Fang Qingwu gave birth to you? She wants to use you to prevent disaster. Only by giving birth to you can she safely avoid the disaster that belongs to her. Fang Qingwu gave birth to you just to use you to cope with the disaster. The suffering you are suffering now should actually be borne by Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingran, you don't have to pretend to be calm. I can see that you must be in pain, right? Ha ha ha, Feng Qingran, remember, you are just a tool of Feng Qingwu. No, you are still a pawn of many forces. You are destined to be alone forever. Even if you reach the top, no one can accompany you. Bai Ji's voice became softer and softer as the power of her soul decreased. Feng Jingyu was not far away, her cheeks bulging with anger. If it weren't for the fear of delaying Sister Feng, she would definitely rush forward and make Bai Ji taste the ultimate pain. Miss Jingyu, you don't need to be angry. Maybe Feng Qingran did it on purpose. Feng Jingyu blinked her big bright eyes and looked at Ling Tianyun. Ling Tianyun smiled coquettishly. Think about it, if Miss Feng asked, that Bai Ji would definitely not say anything. If she ignores her like this, she will tell more things out of anger. With Miss Feng's strength, it's too easy to shut up Bai Ji. Why doesn't Miss Feng do this? Feng Jingyu's eyes lit up. Yes. Sister Feng must have her own plans. Bai Ji knew that her soul was about to dissipate and was in a state of extreme fear. In such a state, when she saw Sister Feng, whom she hated, she must have wanted to do something. Xiao Yunzi, I didn't expect you know quite a lot. Feng Jingyu praised without hesitation. At the same time, she also realized that there were many emotions that she still couldn't consider. Feng Qingran, I curse you. I curse everyone you care about to die badly. Bai Ji screamed. As this voice fell, Bai Ji's soul completely disappeared. Of course Bai Ji's curse did not succeed. Spells are limited. But when the strength of the cursor and the cursed person reaches a certain gap, the spell was completely ineffective. Bai Ji's soul completely dissipated. After Feng Qingran lifted the spell, she did not wake up immediately, but used her soul to enter the void space. Bai Ji's words reminded Feng Qingran of the Kinglian woman he saw in the land of nothingness. Hongmeng Tree, what power did you use to derive the world? The coldness in Feng Jingyu's eyes disappeared and she believed Ling Tianyun's words. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 974 Greedy World Tree. The Hongmeng Tree has now grown into a towering tree, with lush branches and leaves, and its height cannot be seen at a glance. The void space also gained more vitality as it grew, and it already looked like a small world. There is still some original power missing. A complete world law can be constructed. When the complete world laws are established, life can be derived from the void space, and then it will be able to control more worlds. Hong Mengshu was still carefully deriving more world laws, but when he heard Feng Qingran's question, he was very surprised by her question. Xiao Feng, why do you ask this? Feng Qingran's spiritual power swept across the height of the Hongmeng Tree and asked seriously, Hongmeng, I want to hear the truth. It's not an accident that you met me. Hongmeng Tree is the tree of the world. The world tree she initially understood was the entire world of immortality. Later, as her cultivation level increased and her horizons broadened, she thought that the Hongmeng Tree might be a boundary tree in another plane. However, now she has a bold idea. The Hongmeng Tree is likely to be the boundary tree that supports thousands of universes. Xiaofeng, have you met her? In fact, I didn't hide it from you on purpose. She asked me to come to you and said that only you could help me. I didn't believe it at first, but then I had no choice but to follow you. The result was an unexpected surprise. Hong Mengshu seemed a little guilty. At first it needed Feng Qingran's help, but it despised her for being too weak. I almost wanted to trick her in the middle. This also led to the fact that when Feng Qingran always picked its leaves later, it agreed with guilt. After all, there are some things that it doesn't do kindly enough. After Feng Qingran listened to Hongmeng Tree's words, she remained silent, waiting for its explanation. She pieced together a lot of things from the sacrificial talisman and the woman's words, but in the end it was still too little. The Hongmeng Tree sighed, pretending to have experienced vicissitudes of life, but its voice was too immature. A child of several years old wears dark, somewhat nondescript clothing. Hong Mengshu said softly, Xiao Feng, actually the human race has a saying that is very right. Where there is life, there will be fights. Boundary trees are all capable of cultivating sanity. With sanity, they will have the desire to fight like other life forms. The boundary tree that controls a small world will want to control a larger world. Originally, the world trees each perform their own duties and only need to control their own worlds. However, some world trees want to control more worlds and are no longer limited to one place. But the world tree is not like human cultivators. It cannot go to other worlds at will, because only one world tree is allowed to exist in a world. One of the world trees did not give up because of this. Let me call it the greedy world tree. The greedy world tree selected some puppets and gave them luck and opportunities. They used these puppets to go to other worlds and plunder the vitality of the world tree. Seed. The greedy world tree has continuously devoured the world trees and seeds from all realms, and has successfully controlled many worlds. As a result, it can grow freely in these worlds. The greedy world tree's plan is going very smoothly. It controls more and more worlds, and its ambitions are getting more and more expanded. It is no longer satisfied with simply controlling the world. It wants to control all creatures in the world, subvert the previous laws and tower the world, and re-establish order and laws. When the greedy world tree came up with this idea, it discovered a special existence. It turns out that the world tree does not really exist alone and is independent of each other. Above all the world's world trees, there is a unique world tree. This world tree connects all world trees and brings vitality to all realms. It can be said that without the existence of this world tree, all world trees in the world will disappear. When Hong Mengshu said this, he paused for a moment to observe Feng Qingran's reaction. Jian Feng Qingran could only listen quietly. Hong Mengshu said, don't you have anything to ask? Feng Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. You are that special boundary tree, right? A flash of green flew out of the Hongmeng Tree. The green halo formed a palm-sized ball. There is a small bud inside the ball, and at the top of the bud are two small crystal green leaves. The tips of the small leaves point upward, and you can actually see the noble posture. It was the Hongmeng tree species that Feng Qingbran saw for the first time. The voice of the Hongmeng tree came from inside, but it did not answer Feng Qingbran's question. Instead, it continued what it had just said. That unique world tree is called the mother tree, or it can also be called the Hongmeng world tree. After the greedy world tree learned of the existence of the mother tree, it immediately wanted to devour the mother tree. But its previous methods were okay against other world trees, but not against the mother tree. Its puppets can't even find the correct location of the mother tree. The greedy realm tree was even more unwilling, so it came up with a crazy idea. Since this realm tree is a mother tree, it must care about the creatures from all walks of life. If something happens to all living beings, the mother tree will definitely appear. But at this time, its puppets alone couldn't accomplish it. The greedy world tree began to cooperate with the mother of corruption, the predator, the dark one, etc., to attack innocent creatures from all walks of life. For a time, all creatures in the world were in ruins, and the world was almost destroyed. Collapse. Although the mother tree is special than the greedy realm tree, the mother tree cannot directly save the creatures in all realms. All living beings in the world are considered the children of the mother tree. It was born to protect all walks of life, so it cannot take action against any living being. The mother tree can only use its own power to save the world that is almost collapsing many times, and also gives those innocent creatures the strength and opportunity to become stronger and resist on their own. When Hongmengshu said this, his voice suddenly stopped. The leaves on the small buds drooped down, seeming a little unhappy. Feng Qingbran stretched out her hand to touch the halo in front of her eyes and said, "Did you become like this because you help living beings?" The leaves on the small buds were rolled up, still looking like they didn't want to talk. "Hongmeng, do you regret helping them?" "I don't know." Hongmengshu's voice was a bit vague. "Hongmeng, no matter whether you regret it now or not, at least you will not regret it at the moment when you save the living beings, right?" Feng Qingbran's apricot eyes shone like stars. Two curled-up buds unfolded. Hongmeng tree said, "Xiao Feng, it's ridiculous to say it. I am many times more powerful than the greedy world tree. I can completely swallow it and make it disappear, but I can't do this. Because if the greed world tree disappears, it means that the worlds it controls will also disappear. In that case, even if I indirectly harm living creatures, I will suffer a powerful backlash. The status of the mother tree seems to be very noble, but in fact it can't do anything. My existence is to convey vitality to the various world trees, so that they can better control the world." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 975 Tao Master. As for the fight between the boundary trees, I can't interfere or stop it at all. Even when they want to hurt me, I can't punish them because the boundary trees are also my people. You should have guessed the last thing. I sacrificed myself to eliminate the greedy world tree, allowing all walks of life to regain their possession of the world tree, and protecting innocent creatures from all walks of life. After these two things were completed, I lost all my life. Coupled with the backlash of destroying the greedy world tree, I almost didn't even save the tree seeds. If Mo Jinggong hadn't appeared in time, I would have disappeared. Mo Jinggong originally wanted to send me back to the past, before the greedy world tree grew up. But I refused. When I go back to the past, I can't remember everything that happened. I will only make the same mistakes again. I remember the lessons of the past, change my path, and grow again. I don't want to be the Taoist master's puppet anymore. This time, the Tao is my own, and no one can make the decision for me. The Hongmeng tree remembered the frustrated tree life before, and there was a touch of red on the tips of the green buds. After Feng Qingbran heard about Hongmengshu's experience, she remembered the woman's words again. It exists in the past and in the future. Xiao Feng, in fact, I blame myself for becoming a master. She warned me at the beginning, but in order to deliver life to thousands of universes as soon as possible, I chose to cooperate with the Taoist master. I gained powerful power but also put on shackles. Xiao Feng, you must not learn from me. You must find a way to create your own Tao and become your own Tao master, instead of relying on the power of other Tao masters to achieve Tao status. Hongmengshu finished sighing deeply. It was still too young at the time. After listening to the Taoist master's deception, it immediately agreed and then embarked on a path of no return. That's why when Mo Jinggong wanted to send it back to the past, it immediately refused. It knows itself too well. No matter how many times it goes back, it will still choose the same path. So it followed Mo Jinggong here. Only by growing here, the Taoist master would not be able to discover its existence. It originally thought that Mo Jinggong knew the identity of its mother tree and would take it with her. As a result, Mo Jinggong didn't care about it at all. After coming to this plane, let it fend for itself. Only at this moment did he realize that growth is a very difficult road. It not only prevents the boundary tree here from discovering its existence, but also avoids prying eyes caused by the tree's breath leaking. Then it thought of Mo Jinggong again. But Mo Jinggong didn't care about it at all. Unfortunately, as a seed, it can only find its own way to survive. So it brought the nine-colored sky-swallowing python to the place abandoned by the gods and caused a stir. Feng Qingbran's void space was accidentally discovered. It was originally something worth being excited about, but after discovering Feng Qingbran's strength, it felt rejected and disgusted in its heart. But Feng Qingbran's void space was its only way to survive. So it reluctantly entered Feng Qingbran's void space. Initially, it would be worried that its identity would be exposed, and Feng Qingbran would be greedy for it. However, as they got along with each other, he discovered that he was narrow-minded, and Feng Qingbran had never been interested in snooping on him. And it also discovered some secrets about Feng Qingbran. It was these secrets that made him completely relieved and followed Feng Qingbran. Who is the Taoist master? Feng Qingbran's words interrupted Hongmengshu's memories. The Tao master is a disgusting guy. He always thinks of himself as the master of the Tao. In fact, he just reached the realm of the Tao Master by coincidence. The Hongming tree itself did not realize that when it mentioned this Tao Master, it was angry. There is also fear. Are the Chaos Enforcers related to the Taoist Master? Hongming tree said dully, those are his puppets, and they were once the puppets of the greedy tree. The Taoist Master may have just wanted more power at first, but as he saw more universes, his ideas gradually changed. He wanted to control everything in the universe and become the master of everything. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that there was a strong person above him, and his plan failed. So he set his sights on the creation Green Lotus and wanted to return to the beginning and become the master of the creation Green Lotus. The result was tragic. I didn't get Chuangshi Kinglian and fell into the Tao Master realm. So he focused on the treasures transformed by the creation Green Lotus, and wanted to collect these treasures, then cultivate a new creation Green Lotus and restart all eras. Xiao Feng, I have said all that I can say. The rest is up to you to find the truth on your own. The source of my power is my leaves. I am the same as the little mushroom. It can generate the power of chaos by itself, and I can generate the power of Hongming by myself. Now I need to use all my grand power to establish contact with the world trees I separated before, control them, and replace the world trees that are disobedient and greedy. This time, I can protect living creatures, and I also have the ability to deal with them. Of course, as long as they deliberately cause destruction and kill creatures indiscriminately, I will not do anything. After Hong Mengshu said the last sentence, he seemed to feel proud. Fang Qingran looked at the two little upturned buds with a smile in her eyes. Hongmeng, how many world trees do you control now? The Hongmeng tree was silent for a moment, and then said in a very low voice, there will be one soon. Fang Qingran heard this and did not continue to explore. Everyone has their own secrets. Fang Qingran decided to ask another question. Hongmeng, are there any cultivators who can exist in both the past and the future? Hong Mengshu said seriously, yes, but such people can no longer be called cultivators. They have escaped the category of cultivators. It is good. After Fang Qingran got the answer, she left the void space. Fang Qingran opened her eyes again. Unlike before, this time she could not feel the power contained in her body, but her soul and soul became extremely powerful. The body also seems to be different. With a thought, she seemed to be able to explore what she wanted to explore within the plane. Even the laws of heaven have no escape from her thoughts. Her realm has not changed, she is still a 5th level Taoist, so what happened to these improvements? Sister Feng, has the soul-eating curse been lifted? Fang Jingyu asked. Well, let's go see how the others are doing. Fang Qingran got up and went to the place where Ning Xiyu and Qin Hanyan were fighting. The roll of time formation. Only one day had passed between Ning Xiyu and Qin Hanyan. As soon as Fang Qingran stepped into it, she heard a crying voice. Please let me go, fairies. I will tell you everything I know. But you didn't want to say anything just now, Ning Xiyu said playfully. I said, I'm willing to say anything. The man responded eagerly. Then he looked at Ning Xiyu eagerly. He was greeted by a long silence. Ning Xiyu waited for a while and shook her head. Look, it's like this again. You just don't want an answer, so I still have to beat you a few more times. After Ning Xiyu finished speaking, she picked up the hammer and hit it. The man quickly moved away and howled. You asked. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 976 The Law of Tao. Ning Xiyu chased the contestant and continued to hammer. I didn't ask, couldn't you take the initiative to explain? The contestant was now only focused on avoiding Ning Xiyu's attacks and had no time to answer Ning Xiyu's questions. Ning Xiyu had put countless talismans on his body. There's still no way to tear it off. These talismans bound his Yuan 9 and limited his strength. As a result, he had no way to give up this body, and secondly, he had no way to fight back, so he could only keep getting beaten. But the more Ning Xiyu chases him, the brighter her eyes become. She likes this opponent very much. Even though the opponent seemed to be losing ground, she could never catch up with him. The opponent's escaping footwork seems to be a kind of skill. After Ning Xiyu and Qin Hanyan discovered each other's footwork, they began to study each other's footwork. Qin Hanyan watched from the side, while Ning Xiyu kept the other party running away. When Fang Qingran entered the field, Ning Xiyu felt it and smiled in Fang Qingran's direction. The man finally got a chance to breathe and immediately said, You, fairy, stop chasing me. Ask quickly, I will tell you whatever you ask. Ning Xiyu pretended to be dissatisfied and said, Do you have to answer if I ask? If you sincerely repent, you will definitely confess. The way you look now, you must be trying to hide something. Plop. The man knelt down and cried mournfully, Fairy, I have confessed everything. I really confess everything. I just ask you not to torture me anymore and let my Yuan 9 leave this body. He really couldn't bear it anymore. Qi Chen was also a chaos law enforcer and stayed here with Qi Zhu. Not long ago, he left the demon world with Qian and the other 3. Then, he and Qian took away 4 people from the Shenyan sect and came to the fairy world to compete. They thought that the fairy world was filled with ants that could be easily crushed. So they all just used a trace of Yuan 9 to seize the body, so they can abandon the body at any time without any scruples. Qi Chen never thought that the ants he thought were actually hidden sharp fangs. Even more terrifying than the Lord of Darkness. Ning Xiyu could control his Yuan 9, and could also transmit the pain from Yuan 9 to his body. This level of pain cannot actually hurt the body. But this kind of mental torture made him extremely uncomfortable and humiliating. At this moment, he just wants to get rid of this body quickly, and then use his true body to take revenge. Say it. Ning Xiyu hung the hammer above his head and said. Qi Chen trembled, fearing that Ning Xiyu's hammer would fall at any time. Qi Chen said cautiously, The 4 of us are casual cultivators and are not qualified to participate in the competition. However, the prizes in the Immortal World competition are too tempting, so the 4 of us together killed 4 disciples of the Shenyan sect. Actually, these 4 disciples were already dying at the time, so our seizure was very successful. Then we assumed their identities and came here to compete. We originally thought we could win the game, but we didn't expect to meet you in the first game. Fairy, I have finished explaining everything. After Qi Chen finished speaking, he looked at Ning Xiyu with an honest look. What a fool. You can achieve the cultivation level of 9 heavens and 10 emperors just by relying on Yuan Nian. Anyone can be a casual cultivator, but you can't. Ning Xiyu retorted. Qi Chen. I wasn't very good at lying for the first time. Qi Chen was about to cry but had no tears. Fairy, I confess, I actually ran away from God. They sent the 4 of us to win the prize. I really confess. Ning Xiyu shook her head after hearing this and looked at Qin Hanyan. Yanyan, I can't ask. You'd better take out this Yuan Nian and refine the elixir. Okay. Qin Hanyan came to Qi Chen, took out the alchemy furnace, and was about to throw Qi Chen into it. Ouch. Fairy, please stop, what I'm telling you is the truth. Qi Chen wailed. He really didn't want to bear the heat of the strange fire. Ning Xiyu's methods to deal with him were ruthless enough, and Qin Hanyan's methods would probably be even worse. Ning Xiyu looked lively and playful, not as ruthless as someone with a dark mind. Qin Hanyan, who remained silent from beginning to end, was definitely more terrifying. Yanyan, be careful of him escaping. After all, his previous footwork didn't look simple. Ning Xiyu warned. When Qi Chen heard this, he rolled his eyes and said, 2 fairies, I can teach you exercises. I guarantee that they are all exercises that you don't know. These exercises can make you invincible at the same level. If you have good understanding, you can also use this technique to fight across levels. Ning Xiyu seemed very interested, but then she looked confused. 5th senior sister, there is not a single word of truth in his mouth. It is still reliable to refine the elixir, Fang Qinggran said at the right time. Junior sister, but I really want to see the technique he mentioned. What if he lied to you and taught you half-truths? Little junior sister, what you said makes sense. If he is hiding his clumsiness on purpose, I won't be able to tell. Alchemy is still reliable. Fang Qinggran and Ning Xiyu sang in harmony, making Qi Chen tremble even more. Fairy, the techniques I teach you are from ancient times. They are definitely better than what you have now. I will never hide them. I can swear by the way of heaven. No, swear by the laws of Tao, you can do it with your strength. A slight smile appeared in Fang Qinggran's almond-shaped eyes, but it gave Qi Chen an inexplicable sense of oppression. Qi Chen was panicking. Why did this woman know the laws of Tao? This is obviously a low-level plane, and one should not understand the laws of Tao. If you swear an oath in the name of heaven, as long as you leave this world, you can still avoid punishment even if you don't fulfill your oath. But if he swears by the law of Tao, as long as he breaks his promise, even if he escapes to other universes, he will still be punished. Moreover, the damage punished by the law of Tao and the damage punished by the law of heaven are not at the same level at all. Qi Chen did not dare to swear in the name of the law of Tao. He decided to completely abandon the original thoughts of this body. He could endure the pain that was transmitted back to his body and it would pass. Fang Qinggran looked at Qi Chen condescendingly, with the corners of her lips slightly raised, as if she could see through Qi Chen's thoughts at a glance. You can just give up the Yuan Nian in this body, but I don't think you will do that. Qi Chen felt that he should not be threatened by Fang Qinggran. But after listening to Fang Qinggran's words, he had a feeling that it would be dangerous to give up this body. Qi Chen tried to contact Qian and the others. Qian ignored him. However, there were 2 other voices crying and crying. Whoa, why are these Lingyun sect people so evil? They can actually control my Yuan Nian, and use my Yuan Nian to target my body. I can't even escape even if I want to. Ling Tianyun's people are so abominable. They actually use me as a sparring partner to improve their fighting skills. If I dare to refuse, they will use all kinds of strange spells against me. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 977 I found you. Qi Chen felt heavy after listening to the 2 voices. Why is this the result? He never thought that one day he would be trapped by a Yuan Nian. What's more, he didn't expect that he would be manipulated by the ants. Another transmission sounded. By the way, Qi Chen, can you contact Bosson? I called him several times in the middle, but I didn't get a response. Is something going to happen to Bosson? I haven't contacted Mr. An either. He may have left. After Qi Chen finished transmitting the message, he felt chilled. Qian probably gave up on them and left first. If he chooses to follow Qi Zhu will definitely not give up on him. Qi Chen knew very well that there was no way to go back on his word now. If he followed Qian, there would be no way to leave again, otherwise Qian would definitely let him die. Qi Chen was heartbroken and decided to find a way to escape on his own. With a smile on his face, he said, Fairy, I can follow you until you verify that there are no problems with the technique, and then you can let me go. Ning Xiyu and Fang Qinggran looked at each other, smiled, and nodded. Fang Qinggran said, you can just teach me the skills directly. Ning Xiyu and Qin Hanyan were a little worried. Fang Qinggran gave them a reassuring look. It is completely impossible for Qi Chen's Yuan Nian to harm her current Yuan Shen and soul. When Qi Chen heard Fang Qinggran's words, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and that contemporary surfaced. Ants after all. Ignorant and stupid. This method of direct transmission of exercises is the simplest with hands and feet. Qi Chen still pretended to be scared on the surface. Fairy, then I will teach you the skills, but you must let me go. After the words fell, Qi Chen raised his hand tremblingly, and marks appeared on his fingertips, entering Fang Qinggran's body. After watching the mark sink into Fang Qinggran's body, Qi Chen explored it, a look of joy on his brows. The next moment, a golden villain ran out of Qi Chen's body. The villain penetrated into Fang Qinggran's eyebrows with lightning speed. Little junior sister, Ning Xiyu said hurriedly. Boom. Qi Chen's body fell down, lifeless. Ning Xiu became even more anxious when she saw this. She was still careless. She didn't expect Qi Chen to want to see Shifeng Qingran. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were still clear and bright. Fifth senior sister, don't worry, he can't hurt me. In Feng Qingran's consciousness, a little golden man was being refined. At the same time, spirit world. In a certain palace of Shenyunmen, there was a roar of pain. The face of the man in the hall was distorted, and his whole body was full of hostility. What a Feng Qingran. How good. He can actually hurt my soul through my soul. Qi Chen. Hearing the voice, the man who was still full of anger suddenly showed fear. He looked at the handsome man not far away and said, Mr. An, are you back? Qian stared at Qi Chen for a moment and then said, Qi Chen, have you brought your Yuan 9 back? Although they seized the body with their original thoughts this time, it was not ordinary original thoughts. This original thought also had the consciousness of the original body. This means that the original thoughts and the ontology are connected. If Yuan 9 is damaged, the main body may also be slightly damaged. And it was this consciousness that allowed Qian to escape back through the power of sacrificing his body. Qian had a hunch that if Yuan 9 and consciousness were allowed to stay in the fairy world, more bad things would happen. After Qian woke up, he tried to wake up the 3 Qi Chens. However, no matter what method he uses, it won't work. There are only 2 possibilities for this to happen. One is that they are unwilling to come back, and the other is that they're trapped. Qi Chen and the others were not him, so there was no way they could use the sacrificial talisman to escape. Qian is not worried about the safety of Qi Chen and the others. Qian was only afraid that they would expose the secrets of the Chaos Enforcers. And their secrets happened to be hidden in their thoughts and consciousness. Master An, I didn't bring Yuan 9 back. I just destroyed Yuan 9 and escaped. Qi Chen naturally didn't dare to confess. But Qi Chen probably forgot that his previous words had exposed everything. Qi Chen, the secrets of the Chaos Law Enforcers must not be leaked. Although there are not many memories in your Yuan 9, there are still clues. Qian did not continue with the rest. He was just hinting to Qi Chen to find a way to destroy Yuan 9 who stayed with Feng Qingran. After all, the main soul is here in Qi Chen, so it is easy to destroy the separated soul. But Qi Chen may have to pay a price. Lose part of your soul. Master An, Qi Bai and Qi Qian are still in the immortal world, what should we do? Qi Chen changed the subject. Qi Chen didn't want to give up his soul. But it is not an easy thing to hide it from Qian. He must get rid of Qian first. Qi Chen, how were their conditions when you left? Qian asked softly. It's not good. Our consciousness is trapped and we can't break free. I deliberately said that I wanted to teach them the skills, and then I found an opportunity to let the consciousness escape. Qi Chen said half-truthfully. Qian's eyes were dark, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. I will recall their consciousness, and you can handle Yuan 9's matters yourself. It is good. After Qi Chen finished speaking, he watched Qian go to find Qi Bai and Qi Qian. Qi Chen had already guessed what method Qian was going to use. Use the method of burning the soul to forcibly awaken consciousness. Unable to protect himself, he could not stop it. Qi Chen's face was twisted in pain again. In order to deal with Qian, he could only endure it. Feng Qingran, Ning Xiu, Qin Hanyan, I will kill you sooner or later. Qi Chen finished cursing in pain, and then took the elixir and prepared to repair the injury. At this time, a voice entered his sea of consciousness. I'll catch you, Qi Chen, Chaos Law Enforcer, you have to hide yourself. Feng Qingran, how could you do this? Qi Chen asked in panic. Why did Feng Qingran's voice appear in his sea of consciousness? This is absolutely impossible. Feng Qingran sent a message. Don't be surprised if your Yuan 9 transmits a message to your Yuan Shen. You'd better not come out to harm the lives of this plane again, otherwise I won't mind finding out your location in advance. As the voice fell, Qi Chen felt as if his consciousness was turning upside down, as if there was an invisible force speaking into his memory. It's not waiting for Qi Chen to do anything. The seal that imprisoned the body appeared. Forcibly destroy this power that wants to peer into his sea of consciousness. It actually activated the forbidden technique. Qi Chen only felt that his consciousness was almost fainting. The forbidden technique destroyed the power of prying, but also damaged his sea of consciousness. Cheated. The forbidden technique only protects his memory, not him at all. Qi Chen couldn't help but feel ridiculous, and kept swallowing pills and various natural materials and treasures to repair the damage in the sea of consciousness. Qi Chen was silent for a long time, and finally opened his scarlet eyes, smiling cruelly. He no longer wanted to be the leader's tool. He wants the leader to suffer the consequences. He didn't have the wisdom to go against the leader, but Qian could. Qi Chen ducked to where Qian was. After listening to Qi Chen's words, Qian asked coldly, I can deal with the leader. Qi Chen, have you lost your brain in the fairy world? Qian, have you forgotten him? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 978 Biluo Palace. Fairyland. In the realm of fantasy. Lingyun Sect versus the God of War Hidden Sect, Lingyun Sect wins. Congratulations to Lingyun Sect for becoming the first team to advance to the semi-finals. The sound of announcing the results fell, and some contestants on the field raised objections. Lingyun Sect killed 4 contestants from the Shenyun Sect. Isn't there any punishment? Doesn't it mean that as long as the contestants are killed, half of the strength will be imprisoned? Yi Exingchen said before that he didn't care about life or death. However, the rules behind the competition token are obviously intended to restrict contestants from fighting. This made many contestants confused. What was the purpose of Yi Exingchen's words before? After all, if Yi Exingchen hadn't said, life or death, they might have followed the competition rules on the token. But after listening to Yi Exingchen's words, many contestants began to contradict themselves. On the one hand, he wants to get rid of his opponents as much as possible, but on the other hand, he is afraid of the restrictions after killing. Anyone who kills a contestant will have their own strength restricted and their strength halved. And the team lost the opportunity to bid for a spot in the King He Tower semi-finals. In addition, the team will be disqualified from the draw for the next game. All the rules are to restrict them and prevent them from killing the contestants. Now that they saw Ling Yunsek killing the contestants, their minds became active again. If Ling Yunsek did not suffer substantial losses. Next, they must kill their opponents as much as possible. You don't need to worry, murderers will be punished, but they have already won this round, so the punishment will be left for the next round. A majestic voice fell into the ears of all the contestants. When the team heard this, they had different thoughts. The next game is unknown. But if you get rid of the opponent in front of you, even if there is punishment in the next game, it doesn't matter. Suddenly, many contestants looked at each other with much more malicious eyes. At this time, Biluo Palace faced the Buddha Realm Palace of Eternal Life. The eyes of many contestants lit up. Outside the fantasy world, the spectators suddenly became interested and started talking a lot. This group of beauties, just standing there is so pleasing to the eye. I suddenly regret not participating in the competition. I also want to fight against beauties. Have you noticed that after Biluo Palace went up to the competition stage, the faces of all the teams in the God Realm were ugly, as if they were going to eat Biluo Palace alive? At this time, a spectator shouted loudly, "I know why, listen to me." All eyes turned to the spectator. The spectator raised his head and said, "The God Realm still believes that men are superior to women. They do not give women training resources and control their cultivation. Women who reach a certain level of cultivation will be required to have children. In the divine world, women's status is not as good as spiritual pets. They are always pawns at the mercy of others and cannot control their own destiny. Everyone must know Feng Qingwu, the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven was killed from the God Realm. She changed the status of women in the God Realm, giving them the opportunity to practice and no longer be trapped in just one world. However, some forces in the divine world were dissatisfied with what the Lord of Heaven had done, so they designed to make her fall, confuse right and wrong, slander her, and erase all traces of her existence. After the death of the Lord of Heaven, many forces in the God Realm intensified and treated women even more harshly. They can only be reduced to tools. Now that I have the tools in my hands, I can break free from the shackles, start my own cultivation, become stronger, and gain the right to be free. Do you think those forces in the God Realm can be happy? It just so happens that Luan Jin from the Biluo Palace is so powerful. She has the demeanor of the Lord of Heaven. She led the women in the Biluo Palace to practice and get rid of the inherent imprisonment. Now she has formed a competitive relationship with the teams in the God Realm. Can they? It's weird to be happy. After listening to this, many spectators' eyes flickered, realizing what this man said was true. Damn it, the God Realm is so shameless. Even if the status of women in our mortal realm was low before, they were not allowed to practice at all. This God Realm actually doesn't give them resources and treats them as a tool to have children. Suddenly I felt grateful that I was in the fairy world and didn't go to the divine world. Since Emperor Yi Chan took office in our mortal world, the status of female cultivators has also begun to rise. In the realm of fantasy, Luan Jin looked at the Buddha across from him with cold eyes, a bunch of sanctimonious guys. The smiling Buddha said with a humble attitude, "Girl, how do you want to fight? We are all up to you. Don't worry, we will never harm your lives." Swish. Luan Jin pointed his sword at a Buddha behind the smiling Buddha and said, "Let him fight me." Luan Jin pointed at the Buddha, with his head lowered most of the time. Now that he heard Luan Jin's voice, he raised his head, his eyes filled with a cold light. "Are you sure?" His voice was a little sticky, and it felt like a poisonous snake had attached itself to the skin after entering the ear. But Luan Jin was not afraid at all. "Yes, life or death." A girl next to Luan Jin looked worried. Their bodies were still very different from those of the Buddha. Luan Jin looked sideways at the people around him and said through a message, "Jingzhu, take them to fight with the remaining Buddhas. They want fame and won't kill you. However, don't be obsessed with fighting. I brought you to the competition just to let them win. You have the opportunity to practice, just leave the winning or losing to me." Jingzhu nodded in agreement and warned, "Palace Master, you must protect yourself, we will never back down again." Jingzhu looked at Luan Jin with worry and admiration. If she hadn't met Luan Jin, she might have been reduced to a tool for male cultivators to give birth to children, or she might have been destined to become a cauldron. Fortunately, when she was about to be taken away to give birth, she met Luan Jin. Jingzhu will never forget that day when Luan Jin's fairy clothes fluttered and a sword killed all those who had evil intentions towards them. From then on, Biluo Palace changed drastically. They no longer need to be imprisoned in a small world, nor do they need to always listen to the words that tame them, nor do they need to follow arrangements in every move. They received more training resources. You can also choose the path of cultivation you like without worrying about possible punishment. It was only then that she realized that the outside world was so colorful, that the path of cultivation was so interesting, and that cultivation was not that difficult. The qualifications of their women can also be extraordinary. These things were all obtained by Luan Jin for them. Luan Jin is now the belief of everyone in Biluo Palace. Okay, Luan Jin smiled at Jingzhu and entered the battlefield. The reason why Luan Jin is so reassured is not because of his trust in the Buddhas, but because Ling Yun sect is here. If the Buddhas want to use any special means, they will only suffer the consequences. She wants to revenge her sister. Within the combat realm. Evil dragon, you can really hide. Luan Jin, you can hide, you are really easy to find. To be honest, I still miss your sister's taste. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 979 Blazing Fire. The evil dragon is wearing a cassock, and if he has a majestic expression, he should be showing charity to save all sentient beings. But the aura emanating from it was extremely sinister. Especially the eyes, sticky and disgusting. There is nothing like a Buddha at all. Evil dragon, you are looking for death. Luin Jin's eyes burst out with piercing hatred, and he stabbed the evil dragon with the sword in his hand. Evil dragon just raised his hand slightly, and blocked Luin Jin's attack with a force. Exilong looked at Luin Jin with a smile on his face. Luin Jin, do you know? In fact, it was you that I took a fancy to at the beginning. Luin Jin asked in shock, what did you say? So you don't know? Evil dragon glanced at Luin Jin and said, I asked Xiao to bring you here, but it turned out that Ling Luan was brought here. Ling Luan showed up on his own initiative and said that he would give birth to me. Descendants, it turned out that she was actually pregnant. I think it's not easy for the evil spread clan to have offspring. For the sake of her being pregnant with my child, I decided to let you go for the time being. Anyway, she will die after giving birth to a child. After she dies, I will use that child to contain you. As long as that child exists, you will definitely not leave easily. At that time, I will attack you again and kill two birds with one stone. But I didn't expect that your sister, who looks so weak and weak, would actually dare to plot against me. When the evil dragon said this, his tone was filled with anger. In order to protect Luin Jin's sister, Ling Luan used the baby in her belly to coerce Luin Jin into letting her go. It was impossible for it to let Luin Jin go. After all, Luin Jin's physique is actually more suitable for breeding evil spirits. But Ling Luan is so smart, she doesn't only have her belly as a bargaining chip. In her hand she still held the few bear cow pregnancy due. Because the evil spirits do not have their own bodies, they cannot give birth to offspring. The reason why Ling Luan was able to conceive the offspring of the evil spirit clan was because of bear cow pregnancy due. Back then, it had to let Luin Jin go for bear cow pregnancy due. It's just a temporary let go. When Luin Jin moves forward, he sends the owl to track him down. But Ling Luan saw through its plan. In the end, Ling Luan not only destroyed bear cow pregnancy due, but also took the only successor of the evil spirit clan to hell. Now the evil dragon gnashes his teeth with hatred every time he thinks of the losses he suffered at the hands of Ling Luan. As a female beast, Ling Luan is crueler than she imagined. You can even attack your own cubs. Therefore, the loss it suffered from Ling Luan must be recovered from Luan Jin. This time, it not only wanted Luin Jin to give birth to cubs for it, but also wanted Luin Jin to live a life worse than death. The evil dragon could only think for a moment, but when its words fell into Luin Jin's ears, Luin Jin almost lost his mind. Luin Jin tried his best to calm down. She is here to avenge her sister, and she must not be dominated by her emotions. The evil spirit clan relies on absorbing greed, anger and ignorance to increase their strength. The evil dragon must not be allowed to succeed. Luin Jin took a Qingshan pill and looked at Exilong again with clear eyes. Exilong, as long as I, Luin Jin, are here, your evil spirit clan will never have another successor. I, Luin Jin, swear by the way of ferocious beasts that I will kill all the evil spirits in this universe. After Luin Jin finished speaking, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his body bloomed with brilliance for an instant, overwhelming him thousands of miles away. The next moment, the sword in Luin Jin's hand disappeared, and a red spear fell into his hand. The spear exudes a mysterious and dangerous aura. Luin Jin clenched his spear and rushed towards the evil dragon as if he was dead. The evil dragon was originally in a careless state, but the moment Luin Jin came out with the weapon in his hand, his whole body trembled, and a sense of oppression came over him. The evil dragon stared at the spear, and a thought flashed through his mind, could it be wrong? Impossible. Evil dragon immediately rejected his idea. How could that thing come to this world? The evil dragon began to fight back, and terrifying power poured out from its palms, targeting the spear in Luin Jin's hand. The weapons in the hands of practitioners today are all refined by weapon refiners. Very few people have ever obtained innate artifacts derived from heaven and earth, resulting in many practitioners simply not understanding the true power of the weapons. Real weapons can determine the victory of a battle. Boom. The evil dragon's power collided with the spear. In an instant the power was gone. The evil dragon's eyes widened, and he finally felt panic in his heart. Luin Jin did not intend to give the evil dragon a chance. His spear pierced the void and immediately stabbed the evil dragon's body. However, Luin Jin did not wait for his next move. The evil dragon cleverly broke away from the body and turned into a black mist, floating not far away. Luin Jin, I didn't expect that you could actually get the god-killing spear. Evil dragon's voice was cold and stern, full of fear of Luin Jin. If it weren't for the rapid withdrawal of its soul. At this moment, he had been injured by the god-killing spear. Luin Jin ignored the evil dragon's words and used domain burning. Strange fire spread all around, and it was the blazing fire that specifically defeated the evil spirit clan. Luin Jin, are you crazy? Evil dragon said in shock. The blazing fire is not only aimed at evil spirits, but also harms the ferocious beasts. In this case, even if Luin Jin could kill it, he would be in trouble. Evil dragon, I said, I will kill you at any cost. The god-killing spear in Luin Jin's hand was also filled with blazing fire. At this moment, Exilong suddenly regretted provoking Luin Jin in the first place. If it had known that Luin Jin had the god-killing spear, he would have fled first out of respect. It has always been adhering to the principle of keeping the green hills, so that there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. But right now, with the god-killing spear and the blazing fire, I'm afraid it's inevitable unless... The evil dragon swung its transformed dragon body, looked around, and decided to give it a try. The evil dragon at this moment looks like a mighty and domineering black dragon from a distance. However, when Luin Jin passed by, it instantly lost all its domineering power and could only run away in a hurry. After all, the evil dragon still has some moral integrity. Even though Luin Jin was holding the god-killing spear, he still couldn't touch it. Evil dragon got some time to breathe and said, Luin Jin, don't you want what Ling Luan left behind? And don't you want your sister's bones? Maybe if you get her bones, you can have a chance to resurrect her. Maybe even. Luin Jin's knuckles holding the god-killing spear turned slightly white, and the attack stopped. Seeing this, Xilong thought there was a trick and continued, Luin Jin, you want to revenge your sister, why not resurrect her? I have a way to resurrect your sister, as long as you. The god-killing spear penetrated the evil dragon's spirit. Luin Jin's dark eyes were as cold as ice, even if I want to resurrect my sister, it's not your turn to come up with ideas. Not a word of what you say is worthy of belief. The evil dragon only felt that something was burning its soul. Anxious. And its spiritual power is rapidly decreasing. The evil dragon fell into panic. With the god-killing spear and the blazing fire, if it doesn't think of a way out, it will definitely be folded here. There is no such thing as death among evil spirits. After dissipating, they will return to their original state and become a mass of evil energy without any intelligence. The evil spirit regroups, cultivates spiritual wisdom, and becomes the initial evil spirit. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 980 Lingduin's Life Soul, Additional Update 1. The initial evil spirit has to grow to its level. It takes hundreds of millions of years. And there needs to be a great opportunity along the way. The evil dragon felt unwilling to accept that all his hard work would be ruined in one day. Don't let it dissipate here. It also has a goal. It wants to become a real dragon, turn the evil spirits into dragons, and control the life and death of all creatures in the world. Luin Jin, please forgive me. I really have a way to save your sister. I hated your sister back then and didn't kill her directly. I kept her soul alive and tortured her all the time. Please let me go. I will give you my soul. Evil dragon finished shouting this sentence. Luin Jin removes the blazing fire. Luin Jin said coldly, where is my sister's soul? I have hidden your sister's life soul in the small world before. Only I can find it. Let me go and I will take you to find it. The evil dragon's attitude was extremely flattering. Luin Jin remained silent, and the blazing fire burned again. Don't, your sister's life soul is already weak and can't stand the weight. You don't have time to find it slowly. Evil dragon's tone was hasty, and he could hear the deep fear. The god-killing spear trembled, absorbing the power of the soul faster. The evil dragon's aura quickly weakened. It can't maintain its huge dragon shape. Transform into a slightly longer earthworm. I'm sorry. Luin Jin let go of the god-killing spear and apologized. She wants her sister's soul. She didn't dare to gamble with her sister's affairs. The god-killing spear stopped absorbing the evil dragon's soul power. Disappeared in front of Xilong and Luanjin. The evil dragon immediately had evil thoughts, but it didn't wait for it to make any move. Snapped. The god-killing spear went away and came back, hitting the evil dragon's soul hard, as if to warn it. The evil dragon huddled together and whispered, I'm sorry, I have absolutely no evil intentions. I just wanted to send her a message. The god-killing spear really disappeared from the field this time. Quietly returned to Feng Qingran's void space. After Feng Qingran listened to the sound transmission of the god-killing spear in the knowledge sea, her almond-shaped eyes looked coldly towards the competition platform. The evil dragon no longer has the power to harm Luin Jin. But according to what the god-killing spear said, Luin Jin might let the evil dragon go. Luin Jin's sister will always be Luin Jin's weakness. Feng Qingran could not interfere with Luin Jin's choice, but it was absolutely impossible for the evil dragon to escape. The power of Feng Qingran's soul enveloped the entire competition stage. The battle between Luin Jin and Xilong cannot be spied on by others, but it cannot be hidden. The evil dragon's current soul power can only maintain the form of an earthworm. Lord Luin Jin, when will you come with me to retrieve your sister's soul? Luin Jin did not relax his vigilance because of the evil dragon's attitude. Before you go to my sister, you first sign a life and death master servant contract with me, or I will make you disappear now. In the life and death master servant contract, the master can determine the life and death of the servant with a single thought, and there will be no backlash. The servant under this contract must not have any evil thoughts. Otherwise, you will surely suffer from burning pain all the time. Of course the evil dragon is unwilling to make such a contract, but it cannot refuse it directly. Evil dragon moved out of Lingduin again. Lord Luanjin, it's not that I don't want to make a contract with you, but there is a special connection between us. If you make this contract with me, it means that Lingduin is also your servant. Luin Jin's eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at the evil dragon coldly. Lord Luin Jin, I am thinking about you, if there is any rift between your sisters because of this contract. Evil dragon, you will never understand. Luin Jin said, having already drawn the contract circle, the momentum was overwhelming, death, or contract. Evil dragon looked at the contract formation and felt the death threat from Luin Jin. There was an air of unwillingness all over his body. He also showed fear from time to time, but refused to enter the formation. A blazing fire appeared in Luin Jin's palm, which was full of threats. Evil dragon, you'd better not lie to me. Master Luin Jin, you also know that I am afraid of death. I have cultivated to this level and have spent enough effort to create countless saints. How could I dare to lie to you in this situation? Evil dragon lowered his voice in a low voice. It was telling the truth now. The evil dragon has grown up from a mass of evil energy and wants to become a dragon. It not only devours its own race, but also constantly attacks various powerful races. Among them, the beast tribe is the most severely persecuted by the evil spirit tribe. In order to obtain a dragon body, the evil dragons almost destroyed the entire evil spirit clan. If you don't want to die, then make a contract. As long as you find my sister's soul, I can consider sparing you once. Luin Jin seemed to believe the evil dragon's words and said coldly. The evil dragon stepped into the contract circle extremely reluctantly. Seeing this, Luin Jin made a seal with his hands. At this moment, the evil dragon flew to somewhere in the formation and instantly merged into the formation. The runes in the formation flickered and began to change. Many runes have been changed. Puff. Luin Jin suffered the backlash from the formation and spat out a mouthful of blood. The place where the blood fell was obviously where the evil dragon had changed the runes. Luin Jin's face turned pale, his aura was disordered, and he could no longer control the formation. The originally golden formation gradually turned into black. Ha ha ha. Luin Jin, don't you want to make a life and death master-servant contract with me? Now I want you to be my servant, and I am my master. The evil dragon's proud laughter sounded, and the phantom transformed again. It's just that it has changed from its previous humbleness. At this moment, it looked down at Luin Jin and said, Luin Jin, there is no way for you to escape from my grasp. Please submit to me. Your current strength is very suitable for giving birth to an heir for me. As for your sister Linguin's soul, I will fulfill my promise and make her soul fly away. Luin Jin's eyes were filled with hatred. So, my sister is really still alive? Exilong, you were so kind to keep my sister's soul, what is your purpose? Ha ha ha. Luin Jin responded with the evil dragon's wanton smile. Evil dragon, even if I die, I will never become your servant. After Luin Jin finished speaking, his aura surged and his eyes turned scarlet. The evil dragon did not panic at all. Luin Jin, you don't want to die. If you die, I will continue to torture your sister's life soul. I will also use her life soul to threaten everyone in Lingyun sect. At that time, the entire fairy world will be mine. The evil dragon is very confident and determined. Luin Jin really stopped self-destructing and asked persistently, why did you keep my sister's soul? I will tell you this when you become my servant and become pregnant with my heir. After the evil dragon finished speaking, the formation lit up two beams of light. Somewhere in heaven. Forces large and small gather here. What does Yuan Ji want to do? Why does he trap us and prevent us from getting out? Didn't Yuan Ji want to take us to the fairy world before? Now that the seal outside the sky has been lifted, he actually added a formation to restrict our movement. It's useless for you to get angry here. Anyone who asks Yuan Ji to go to the immortal world now will end up in a state of despair. Junior sister,